With just one hand, this young man could summon lightning to effortlessly take down an S-rank monster. With simply a few snaps of his fingers, no matter how crowded the monsters were, they were obliterated en masse. Even the legendary Hydra, upon meeting him, would have to become smoked snake on a kitchen rack. Yet now that legendary hunter is being berated over the phone by an ordinary person, only able to drop to his knees without daring to talk back. As it turns out, besides being a hero, he is also an online web novelist. However, the stories he writes all flop miserably, leading to him being scolded like a child by his editor. Therefore, to find creative inspiration, the young man decided to hide his profession and join a bottom-tier hunter guild. Truly, he doesn't fear monsters. He only fears his boss's deadlines. In a pitch-black room, Ian was diligently typing away when the ringing of his phone shattered the silence. The moment he picked up, he was startled by the sharp question from his editor. "Author, you hate me, don't you?" Seeing Ian bewildered, the voice on the other end pressed on, threatening to assign a different editor if he wasn't satisfied with the contract. Ian frantically denied it, insisting that everything from the terms to the editor was perfect, making the other party burst into a delighted laugh. However, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The editor roared, "That's strange, isn't it? Then why do you keep making me say the same things over and over?" He harshly scolded Ian for not thoroughly researching hunters before starting to write stories, even though Ian tried to explain that he was following the overpowered protagonist trend to bring satisfaction to the readers. But the editor immediately dismissed it. He shouted that readers are not stupid. They need a well-constructed world and a logical storyline, not just shoving a boss's head into the protagonist's hands and forcing the readers to praise it as cool. The call ended with an exhausting demand for a rewrite, leaving Ian stunned as he watched the hard work of his 3 sleepless nights thrown straight into the trash. He blankly wondered where he went wrong, considering how fired up and full of enthusiasm he had been just moments before, confident that this would be a brilliant masterpiece that would shoot him to fame. In the midst of his impasse, the television suddenly blared with a breaking news report about an A-rank monster that had just appeared in downtown Toronto. Although the Canadian government and hunters had immediately intervened, subduing, it was facing numerous difficulties, with a scale of damage that was unprecedented. Looking at the screen, Ian took off his glasses, his dark-circled eyes showing clear exhaustion as he muttered, "Research, huh? In Toronto right now, the scene was no different from a living hell, as a giant monster went on a wild rampage, causing crowds of people to trample over each other to flee in absolute panic. With just a single swipe of its hand, that hideous creature caused a helicopter to explode midair. And it wasn't alone. A barrage of flying monsters and other giant demons began to flood the area, turning the city into a pile of rubble. The authorities desperately fired back amid screaming, "This way! Evacuate quickly!" In the chaos, desperate soldiers shouted out, asking about reinforcements while trying to urge everyone to move faster. However, as the shadow from the giant foot of the monster enveloped their entire formation, a soldier could only utter in helplessness, "I can't hold on any longer." A heart-wrenching scream of despair rang out as death drew near. But at that absolute critical moment, a giant bolt of lightning from above suddenly struck the ground with terrifying power. The monster was instantly incinerated by the extreme heat, intense as the Hanoi summer sun. Amidst the dense smoke and dust, the surviving soldiers stared at each other in bewilderment, stammering, "What was that? What just happened?" Up in the sky, a figure was hovering, surrounded by a powerful, brilliant yellow electric field sphere. The flying monsters immediately changed direction, furiously lunging toward the newly arrived Ian. Now, with his hair turned into a brilliant gold, he quietly watched the hideous creatures lunging toward him. As a monster opened its maw, about to pounce on him, Ian simply put his hand out gently. A violent surge of lightning erupted, blowing its head away in the blink of an eye. He looked down at his hand, which was covered in a web of electric sparks, feeling the power surging within. Without a single wasted motion, Ian gathered a giant stream of energy and unleashed blinding pillars of light, sweeping across the city. A series of consecutive explosions wiped out the monsters in an instant, leaving the soldiers below completely frozen in their tracks. Down on the ground, the crowd couldn't help but look up in amazement. An excited girl screamed, "He must be one of those 12 people." The name Thunder King began to emerge and spread at a dizzying speed. Ian, in his powerful blonde-haired form, stood amidst the electric currents flashing across his body, becoming the center of attention. The citizens cheered incessantly for the savior who had just wiped out the monsters. Yet, amidst those praises, he quietly stood on top of a skyscraper, looking down at the city where smoke and fire still lingered. Right after landing on a deserted balcony, he immediately pulled out his phone to check his messages. It was a highly urgent text from his editor, Gu Kiyomo. Please, write realistically this time. Realistically, okay. Wait, bro just wiped out a whole map and is still getting chased by his boss. For deadlines? With a power that surpasses all comparison. A name that shakes the entire world, and being a legend among legends. Ian was actually scratching his head in sheer misery, looking down at the catastrophic scene with monster carcasses scattered all over the streets, which he had cleared with his own hands. He bitterly muttered to himself, I actually did it, though, despite possessing a world-shaking power. Maybe his readers wanted him to solo monsters using Excel for it to be called realistic. In truth, the real identity of this illustrious Thunder King was a web novel author, web novelist specializing in the hunter theme. Returning to his casual appearance with black hair, he scratched his head, smiling bitterly and mocking himself. Not everyone is creative, huh? After all, he was just an ambitious writer struggling to find recognition for his brain children. It all started on that fateful day when a spatial gate suddenly opened right in the middle of the bustling city. Before people could adapt to this sudden, anomalous phenomenon, hideous monsters frantically swarmed out from the inside like a raging flood. The public even thought it was a movie promotion event. An innocent little boy was still excitedly pointing at the strange creature, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was drawing near. Right behind him, a panicked man was rushing over. The moment the monster was about to pounce on its prey, the man only had enough time to tightly hug the child to shield him in absolute terror. At the same time, awakened individuals possessing special abilities began to appear to repel the threat. They were the chosen ones, known by the name hunters. Thanks to the relentless efforts of these hunters, everyone thought the world had truly found the light of peace again. However, the newly kindled hope was soon extinguished, as the world had to face a new challenge, many times more horrific. That was the Chaos Gate, the worst disaster in human history, with a deadly crimson glow enveloping the entire sky. The strength of countless ordinary hunters at that time was not enough to seal or subdue it before that massive threat. As humanity was facing the brink of extinction, only the 12 strongest, awakened individuals in the entire world were capable of carrying the weight of destiny. Possessing the highest tier of power, these legendary hunters stood up together proudly, marching toward the gate to confront the darkness. They were the heroes who defeated the Chaos Gate catastrophe. To protect humanity, a group of legendary hunters known as the 12 Apostles. After a fierce battle lasting exactly 79 hours, 17 minutes, and 8 seconds, the ultimate destructive monster was finally completely defeated by their hands. Standing in the middle of the desolate battlefield, a tired hunter collapsed onto the ground and groaned, I'm completely out of juice. If anyone tells me to get up right now, I'm suing them. In response, a teammate offered a sigh of relief and praise. Great job, everyone. They believed that it would probably take hundreds of years for this catastrophe to happen again. And today was the very last day. The 12 apostles would stand shoulder to shoulder, standing at the threshold of peace. One member spoke up, asking about the group's future plans. While the white-haired girl was excited about a vacation in Hawaii, another hunter was already busy with lucrative equipment endorsement contracts, and someone else wanted to focus on new inventions. At this moment, the elder turned to look at Ian. And what about you? It seems you still haven't decided yet, have you? The old man, slowly, advised him that the power they possessed was far too massive, and it wasn't something just anyone could recklessly hold on to, as even a single minor mistake could cause unimaginable consequences. Seeing Ian remain silent, the elder sincerely reached out his hand and proposed, if you're still lost, let's look for the path of a true hunter. Together, the atmosphere instantly became deeply touching, but Ian merely smiled and gave an unexpected reply. No, I'm actually planning to quit being a hunter. The elder smiled faintly, as if he had already anticipated it. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. However, the remaining members of the 12 apostles could not keep their composure. What on earth are you talking about? Facing his teammates' bewilderment, Ian casually shot back. Why are your jaws all dropping like that? The elder thoughtfully asked a practical question. Even assuming you quit being a hunter, what do you plan to do for a living then? Ian's eyes suddenly grew determined as his lips parted slightly. A writer, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. Despite everyone's astonishment, Ian flashed a bright smile, full of enthusiasm, and clearly declared, I'm going to become a web novel author. Wait, then who's going to save the world next? His inspiration stemmed from James Peterson, a famous literary giant, who always asserted that, before writing, imagine that you're telling a story to someone right in front of you, and ensure that person doesn't feel bored. James Peterson emphasized a golden rule that Ian always deeply engraved in his heart. The most important thing in a web novel. Firstly, it must be interesting. Secondly, it must be interesting. And thirdly, it must be interesting. In other words, logic comes later. It has to be engaging first. Imbued with that ideology, months after the Chaos Gate officially closed, the once illustrious Thunder Emperor had now returned, with his simple, black hair and nearsighted glasses, frantically taking notes with the determination to become a true author. Sitting in a coffee shop, Ian felt incredibly excited as ideas began to pour out dans ses ondes. Countless ideas have already popped into my head. He proudly thought that perhaps he really had a natural talent for being a writer. However, just as he was about to get to work, a hand suddenly slammed hard onto the table. His seniors from upper classes, their eyes shining with excitement, rushed over and dragged him by the arm. Don't you dare work alone. Now that class is over, we have to go drinking. Let's go, rookie. Ian could only cry inwardly in helplessness as the deadline to submit his manuscript was fast approaching. Tomorrow is the deadline to submit the manuscript. After waving goodbye to his colleagues, you two get home safely. He thought to himself that this was the aura of a masterpiece that James Peterson had once mentioned. Right at that moment, a manhole cover on the street suddenly shook violently, and a bizarre purple creature began to crawl up. At the coffee shop, the waiter brought over the drinks. Guest number 18, here is your rice latte. Ian immediately requested, could you leave it here for me, please? Then he didn't forget to ask her to clear away the stack of empty cups piling up, making the female employee break into a sweat due to the massive amount. Taking a sip of the latte, Ian said to himself, great, I'm fully energized now. He remained determined to strike while the iron was hot, running at full speed until the submission deadline. While others run from bosses, this guy runs from deadlines. Putting on his headphones and turning on a classical playlist, Ian completely immersed himself in the creative world. As he typed away, he muttered, arranging the plot details, totally unaware that right behind the window glass, a giant monster with deep purple tentacles was ominously looming into view. While the monster was frantically attacking the citizens outside, Ian still calmly rested his chin on his hand, pondering the next development. Suddenly finding a great idea, he cheered in excitement. Yes, this is it. Perfect. Ignoring the chaos and the blood-curdling screams right next to him, Ian remained highly focused. Great. It's almost done. Now I just need one last really cool line. His hands glided across the keyboard at a dizzying speed. The exact moment Ian hit the final key and shouted, finished, the giant scorpion tail of the monster outside suddenly slammed down hard. A violent impact occurred, shattering the entire glass window into 1,000 shards. Ian turned around in shock to look at the ruined scene. His headphones dropped to his neck, while the latte on the table was also knocked over, spilling everywhere. The monster's deep purple tail swept across, crushing everything inside the coffee shop into a desolate pile of rubble. Ian looked down in horror at the shattered laptop beneath his feet, trembling as he uttered a wave of intense grief surged within him as he realized all his hard work had just gone up in smoke. He clutched his head and wailed in despair. My manuscript. Right behind him, the monster, with its giant eye, was slowly drawing closer. Hadietin amuna signora. His wrath erupted. A flash of brilliant yellow, heavenly lightning suddenly from the high sky struck straight down at Ian's position, creating a giant pillar of light that wiped out the darkness. The monster was blown far away by the extremely powerful electric current. Screaming in pain, stepping out from the smoke and dust, Ian, with his brilliant golden hair and a web of electric sparks around his body, coldly spoke up, Hey, you octopus. He stepped forward, powerfully placing his foot onto the head of that hideous creature, and then growled, Get up. Ian's eyes flashed with absolute murderous intent, his hand gathering an earth-shattering surge of energy as he declared, "I'm not done cooking yet. Writing a novel isn't even finished, and a monster dares to ruin it. This time, you're really history." On the TV screen, a dramatic scene from a drama series was playing out. Jia's son, no? Why is there suddenly lightning? Jia's son lay motionless under the water, his body still flickering with lingering electric sparks, while the girl kept wailing, "Don't leave me alone, Jia's son." Witnessing that scene, a girl lying on the floor, furiously eating potato chips while laughing hysterically, said, "Oh my God, peak cinema. The plot twist is so good. The male lead actually got electrocuted to death." She excitedly thought that dramas had to be this melodramatic to be good. In stark contrast to this sloppy appearance, she was actually Hong DM TG Cell, an illustrious S-rank hunter. Standing behind TG, June, the youngest brother of the family who was in high school, could only look at his older sister with absolute contempt, thinking to himself, "Look at that posture." In the eyes of the public, TG Cell was one of the nation's top S-rank hunters, as well as the captain of Team 7 of the Guardians, the highest-ranked hunter guild. Not only did she possess terrifying fire element powers, she was also a true superstar in the hunter community, famous everywhere for her elegant appearance and a fashion sense that always led the trends. Every time she appeared before the camera, Giselle always exuded a luxurious and powerful aura that made everyone look up to her. But the reality at home was a completely different story. Jisuin thought to himself that no one would believe the gorgeous Hong DM was the exact same person rolling around in front of him. He bluntly snatched the remote control, making Giselle jump up and scold him. "Hey, what are you doing?" It was right at the climax. She yelled, blaming her brother for ruining her precious day off. But Jisuin immediately threw cold water on her. "What day off? You're just an unemployed freelancer. Since you're home, help with the housework a bit, or go outside and get some exercise." Ignoring his sister, who was rambling and demanding the remote back, Jisuin coldly walked away. Right at that moment, the phone sitting on the table suddenly flashed a notification. The frantic alarm ringtone went off, catching both Jisuin and Giselle by surprise. A breaking news report was just sent to the phone. A rampage gate had appeared in Mapo District, Seoul. Jisuin uttered in shock, "Mapo." Currently, this area had been turned into a red zone, and citizens were advised to quickly seek shelter. Giselle immediately stood up, her face becoming unusually serious. "I'm going out for a bit." Seeing this, Jisuin asked in surprise, "Huh, did you get a summon message?" Giselle put on her glasses while coldly replying, "No, I just think going out would be better." Witnessing his sister's sudden professional demeanor, Jisuin couldn't help but say sarcastically, "You actually look like someone important when working, huh?" However, he immediately threw cold water on her again. "But I don't think you need to go anywhere." Facing Giselle's questioning gaze, Jisuin casually explained, "Coincidentally, that freeloader of our house happens to have business nearby." "Ah, no, I mean that failed writer guy, to be exact." At this moment at the scene, Ian was sitting blankly on the carcass of the giant monster, letting out heavy, depressed sighs. He sorrowfully looked at the shattered laptop, its hard drive completely crushed beyond any hope of salvation. Ian slumped his head, lamenting, "Man, my luck is truly as black as the bottom of a pot." Although he reminded himself that he should have remembered to back up the data, the pain of losing the manuscript still made him break down completely. Ian bitterly realized that today was originally supposed to be the day his life changed for the better. In his mind, a glorious scenario played out, with his debut work becoming a resounding success, helping him win the Super Rookie title and claim the Famous Writer of the Year award. Bro had even imagined his entire acceptance speech. He had dreamed of a golden era, with speech sessions before an admiring crowd. Returning to the harsh reality, Ian could only collapse in despair and wail. I had already imagined it all. Ian slumped down, his entire body trembling with frustration as he looked at the rubble before his eyes. Sure enough, just roasting a few squids earlier was still not enough to appease his anger. A surge of brilliant yellow lightning once again erupted violently around his body. Ian roared in a fit of rage. Just roasting a few squids isn't enough to satisfy my anger. He was determined to settle this manuscript debt at all costs. His eyes flashed with absolute murderous intent as he looked toward the city center. "You guys messed with the wrong person." Looking at the deep purple, dark aura billowing intensely between the skyscrapers, he muttered, Where's the boss? Ah, over there. Ian gathered maximum energy and shouted, just you wait. On the other side of the city, the sound of helicopters swarmed the night sky. The hunters of Team 1 quickly reported the situation through their walkie-talkies. Team 1 has finished dealing with the monsters. The hunters, at the scene, confirmed that the evacuation of citizens was complete, and they were continuing to eliminate the remaining monsters. While performing their duty, they began to chat that this rampage gate seemed rather easy this time. They all agreed that this smoothness was thanks to the overwhelming power of their captain, who was standing proudly up ahead. That was Marcelo, an A-rank hunter and the captain of Team 4 of the Guardians, who was always nicknamed the Bulldozer, with a giant mace in his hand. Seeing his subordinates starting to slack off, Marcelo coldly spoke up to remind them, stop gossiping. Get ready to deal with the boss. It's about to appear, even though the soldiers still carelessly laughed and joked, thinking an A-rank monster was nothing compared to their captain's stature. He still maintained a stern face and warned them not to be careless. Marcelo emphasized that no one could predict where the enemy would launch a surprise attack from. Right at that moment, the dark shadows of giant creatures had already silently imprinted onto the glass window of the building right behind their backs. A giant multi-headed snake monster suddenly appeared from behind the building. Its terrifying hissing made the atmosphere dense with murderous intent, while the entire team had not yet fully recovered their wits. Before the presence of this giant creature, a massive tail from above suddenly slammed down, causing everyone to cry out in utter shock. The extremely violent impact created an explosion of thick dust. Marcelo grit his teeth in astonishment as he realized the identity of the enemy. A hydra? Wait, how could it appear in an A-rank gate? He suddenly froze as he noticed something unusual. His gaze shifted toward the tail of the monster, which was dripping with a mysterious, deep purple liquid. Marcelo's eyes widened in sheer horror as he saw a hand lying motionless amidst the desolate rubble. Right at that moment, the emergency system blared an ear-piercing notification. Alarm! The boss monster has appeared. Standing before them right now was the Hydra, an entity carrying AAA rank power, completely surpassing their initial expectations, and the countermeasure capabilities of the current hunter team. Fire! Don't conserve ammo. The commander's voice roared amidst the rain of bullets, pouring toward the monster to look for a chance of survival. However, the monster didn't even bother to dodge. Its giant tails swept across the battlefield like Grim Reaper's mops, crushing baiklas, concretabaris, and even the professional spirit of the hunters. Standing in the middle of the catastrophic scene, Marcelo wondered in shock whether some frightening change was happening to the gates. He realized the situation had completely spiraled out of control, and they had to call for stronger reinforcements. Marcelo recognized the massive gap in power. When confronting this entity, he bitterly admitted that with his current strength, it was absolutely impossible to. Right then, one of the Hydra's heads opened its maw, gathering a deep purple fire energy and spitting out a destructive energy flash, wiping out everything in its path. The deadly beam of light swept through, leaving the hunters with no choice but to clutch their heads and helplessly endure the attack. Amidst the smoke and dust, Marcelo braced himself to resist, using all his strength to hold his weapon steady, to protect his subordinates, making them exclaim in worry. Captain! He grit his teeth and muttered to himself, damn it, there's no time to sit and wait anymore. Looking at his teammates lying scattered on the ground, Marcelo knew he had to buy time until reinforcements arrived. He assessed that the power of just a single head was already close to A rank. If all 9 heads attacked at once, the chance of survival would be 0. Even though the wound on his face was bleeding, he remained resolute. But I will not give up. He channeled power into his legs, stepping hard onto the shattered ground with an iron will. If there are people who need saving, if I still have the strength to fight. Marcelo gained momentum and lunged into the air, confronting the giant monster head-on and roaring loudly. I will still fight until the very end. He unleashed his strongest skill, Shield Break, causing a shocking explosion that shattered the ground around him. After that full-powered attack, Marcelo realized in shock that he had only managed to take down 2 heads of the monster. He muttered in disbelief. Only 2 heads took the hit. Before he could recover his wits, the remaining heads of the Hydra already began to gather. A deadly, deep purple stream of energy. Marcelo turned pale, feeling the breath of the grim reaper drawing near. A terrifying barrage of firepower suddenly poured down like a torrential flood, blowing Marcelo's giant mace far away. He was tossed midair and then collapsed onto the ground, severely injured. Blood kept pouring from the corner of his mouth, but Marcelo still grit his teeth, trying to force himself up in pain. Damn it, I can't fall here. However, the Hydra didn't give him a single chance to rest. It continued to create a giant energy sphere like a purple sun, enveloping the entire sky. Marcelo realized in shock the impending catastrophe. If that falls, this entire area will be wiped out. In absolute helplessness, he could only wail bitterly, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." At that absolute critical moment, Marcelo looked up blankly, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. What is that? No, what just? Amidst the blinding light parting the way, a highly powerful figure began to reveal himself. Marcelo stared up into the sky in shock. Is that? The monsters began to roar uneasily as they felt a terrifying pressure weighing down. Ian appeared in his Thunder Emperor form with brilliant golden hair, his cold eyes looking down at the desolate battlefield. The webs of electric sparks surrounding his body exuded a majestic aura that made all things tremble in fear. Standing before that overwhelming power and extraordinary aura, in Marcelo's mind, only a single, astonished question remained. A god, Ian, at this moment possessed a look that was both cool and absurd. With his glowing blue eyes and his bright yellow hair shining like a high-power LED light, electricity crackling around his hands as if overloading the entire district's residential power grid. Looking down at the roaring monster below, Ian coldly spoke up. Found you, boss monster. He glared down to interrogate the hideous creature. Do you realize what you did wrong? If you have a mouth, at least you should know how to make an excuse. The Hydra furiously extended its giant heads to surround him. Seeing the opponent still stubbornly attacking, Ian growled. Oh, so you're gonna play it that way, huh? As expected, you won't learn until you get a beating. He raised his hand, gathering an earth-shattering surge of energy, and then wailed in bitter resentment. My computer, my manuscript. A giant pillar of heavenly lightning struck straight down onto the monsters' heads, creating a terrifying explosion that swept across the entire area. He screamed in sorrow. My manuscript. It's all been wiped clean because of you. How do you plan to compensate me for this? After venting all his wrath, he sadly let his hands drop. More than anything, I don't even have the ability to recreate it anymore. However, seeing the monsters still stubbornly surrounding him, the resentment in Ian's heart flared up intensely once again. His eyes flashed brilliantly, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. My debut story. Instantly, a giant pillar of heavenly lightning with unimaginable power struck straight down, crushing the monster and shaking the entire city. After wiping out the threat, Ian trudged along the cracked road, his hair having returned to its casual black. He clicked his tongue in sheer boredom. What? Even roasting you alive doesn't make me feel any better. Thinking of the bleak future, he clutched his head and pulled his hair like a student losing their thesis file on the final night. Sigh, the submission deadline is tomorrow. When on earth am I going to rewrite the whole thing? And at the same time, the other hunters began to regain consciousness after the shockwave. They looked around in shock. Damn it, I passed out. But what on earth just happened? We were clearly fighting that Hydra just now. The hunters hurriedly rushed toward Marcelo, who was slumped on the ground. Captain. Seeing that he was still breathing, they sighed in relief. Phew. Thank goodness. You're still alive. Please hold on until the rescue team arrives. However, one soldier suddenly froze, pointing forward with a trembling hand. Wait, look over there. They were all stunned into silence upon seeing the motionless carcass of the AAA rank creature. Unable to believe their eyes, they uttered, The Hydra is dead. Stepping closer to the monster's carcass, the hunters, at the scene, couldn't hide their utter shock. As they examined the fatal wounds on its body, they realized the monster had been taken down by an extremely powerful impact, a force far beyond the imagination of anyone present. Right beneath the rubble, Marcelo was leaning his back against a wall, his eyes tightly shut completely, exhausted and covered in wounds after the terrifying battle. This time, Marcelo doesn't even understand how he became the MVP. Right after that, information about the incident flooded the news broadcasts. Reportadkim. Gamey frantically reported on the sudden appearance of the AAA rank Hydra at an A rank gate that had been closed for the past 2 years. The entire world was shaken by the news that an A-rank hunter had single-handedly confronted the legendary monster and won a glorious victory. Marcelo Sudani became a national hero with the nickname the Bulldozer, even though right now he was lying on a hospital bed covered in bandages, wearing a neck brace with a look that said, "I don't even know who beat it, yet you guys are praising me so much." The video recording the elimination of the Hydra quickly surpassed 100 million views on YouTube in a short period, turning Marcelo into a global phenomenon for saving the citizens from a catastrophe. However, the price to pay for the hero title was that he had to undergo inpatient treatment for 14 weeks due to a severe vocal cord injury, according to the hospital report. The cause of this rare injury was believed to be because Marcelo had screamed and scolded the monster too fiercely at the decisive moment. In the meeting room of a major hunter guild, all the high-ranking members were intently watching this dramatic footage on a large screen. The guild master decisively ordered that they must recruit Marcelo into the Suhomon guild immediately due to his achievement of taking down a AAA rank monster. Although a few people were still hesitant, since he was only an A-rank hunter, the majority believed that he would soon jump to S-rank sooner or later anyway. It's no different from a student whose test scores aren't announced yet, but the whole school already knows he's the valedictorian. However, standing in the middle of that lively discussion, Giselle was gritting her teeth in absolute anger, her eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Looking at the brilliant yellow lightning on the screen, she instantly recognized the real culprit and cursed under her breath. "Ian, you bastard! What on earth did you do?" Giselle grit her teeth in anxiety, secretly blaming Ian's lack of restraint for causing such a massive commotion. She understood that if Guild Master Du Hong so much as developed a single doubt about who actually cleared this gate, things would become incredibly troublesome. Right at that moment, a middle-aged man with slick-back hair and a gray beard full of authority spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "Does everyone here really believe that an ordinary hunter could take it down?" With sharp eyes full of calculation, he asserted that he didn't believe it at all. This man was an S-rank hunter and the master of the illustrious Suhomon Guild. Giselle turned pale, realizing that this sly fox of a guild master had sniffed out something unusual immediately. Du Hong turned to look straight at her and asked suggestively, "Isn't that right, Hong DM?" Although sweating bullets, Giselle still tried to keep her composure, pretending to be clueless as she replied, What do you mean by that?" However, Du Hong only sneered. He believed that an A-rank hunter taking down a AAA rank Hydra was an impossibility. As he strode away, he muttered to himself that this incident reminded him of a legendary hunter from years ago. Du Hong clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with a highly ambitious light as he mentioned the name Thunder Emperor, the one who had ignored him and then vanished without a trace. He asserted with absolute certainty, "So, you finally decided to show yourself, huh, Thunder Emperor? I will personally go meet you." Meanwhile, at an office, Ian, in his casual appearance, was trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his forehead due to tension. He sat coweringly in front of his editor, holding his drink tightly with both hands as if searching for composure. In real life, the main character completely loses his aura, looking even more stressed than a student called for an oral exam. When a cold voice rang out, "Author Ian," he jolted, replying in fear, "Yes." Immediately, a tablet was slammed hard onto the table with a sharp, dry sound, signaling an impending storm about to hit. Editor Gu Kiyomo of Editorial Team 3 at Gold Label Publishing raised his hand to adjust his glasses, his face showing clear disappointment as he declared, "At this rate, it's not going to work." He bluntly threw cold water right in Ian's face. To be completely honest, it's not interesting at all. While admitting that the world-building setting was quite good, Kiyomo harshly criticized the fact that every single monster was finished off with just a single blow. He emphasized that the story severely lacked realism, and if it continued like this, readers wouldn't be able to immerse themselves, leading to them losing interest and dropping the series. Ian could only cry inwardly, explaining that he had tried his best to make it more appealing, but Kiyomo still wouldn't let him off the hook, pointing out the overly violent lines of description regarding the elimination of the Chimera monster in the manuscript. Editor Kiyomo let out a heavy sigh, asserting that what he needed was not descriptions, so long that readers would forget what they were reading by the end of it. He asked Ian if he had watched the news, This morning about the hunter, who risked his life to save people and almost died. Kiyomo requested Ian to try and imagine an ordinary hunter, not even a high-ranking one, but someone who is willing to trade his life to protect the citizens. The image of Marcelo appeared, completely desperate amidst the Hydra's encirclement. He roared, thinking, "Do you think I'll fall here?" While the citizens shouted in panic, "It's too dangerous, Captain." Kiyomo emphasized that even without witnessing it firsthand, everyone could still feel how fierce and desperate that battle must have been. That was the reason why the name Marcelo was deeply engraved into the public's mind, making them feel as if they were right there, understanding every thought of the hero. Everywhere, citizens held signs saying, "Our hero, Marcelo," crying even more passionately than an idol's concert fandom. It was all thanks to the sense of reality and the empathy that the story brought. Kiyomo clenched his fist and asserted firmly, "That is realism." Ian was stunned. He bitterly realized that he had never looked at the problem from this perspective. He bowed his head remorsefully, "I'm sorry." Seeing that the author had understood the issue, Kiyomo sighed and decided to give him exactly one more week to rewrite the entire manuscript. Ian was overjoyed, bowing deeply and thanking him repeatedly, promising that he would definitely do well this time. However, Kiyomo coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a heavy warning. It's best that you do, because if it's still not interesting next time, you should prepare yourself to terminate the contract. Ian froze, sweat pouring out like a waterfall, as those words, contract, termination, echoed like a death sentence for his career. As night fell, Ian dragged his exhausted, half-dead body back home after that gentle talk with his editor. The moment he stepped through the door, letting out a long, heavy sigh, he was immediately hit with cold water by his youngest brother, Ji-jun, who was sitting on the sofa. "You're just getting back now, you failure?" Ian didn't even bother to talk back. He collapsed onto the couch like a soulless corpse, groaning incessantly in utter despair. The excessive whining made Ji-jun lose his temper, and he shouted, "Hey, your complaining is about to bring the house down." He then ruthlessly pushed his older brother onto the floor without mercy. Ian lay flat on the floor, clutching his head, wailing miserably despite his brother's cold treatment. Ji-sun wearily asked what happened this time, making Ian cry out in panic. "What am I going to do? I'm about to get fired." Seeing his brother acting as if he were about to write his last will, Ji-sun blankly summarized, "So basically, if you don't write according to the editor's wishes, your contract gets terminated, right?" Ian gloomily admitted that he had to make the story more realistic and authentic, but the problem was he had no idea how to write it to satisfy him. When asked about the content of his old manuscript, Ian suddenly became unusually excited. He gesticulated wildly as he recounted, "I had 30 A-rank monsters get blown away in just a single blow. That sounds totally fine, doesn't it?" He bitterly cried out because the editor said it wasn't realistic, while he believed that for an A-rank, one blow was more than enough. Ji-sun let out a helpless sigh, then looked straight into Ian's eyes and asked a question that froze him in his tracks. "Bro, have you ever actually been in a real fight?" With his pride wounded, Ian sprang up and firmly asserted that he, of course, had fought for real before. He excitedly brought up his achievements at the Chaos Gate as an example, where he had fought continuously for 70 hours with those destructive monsters to the point of almost dying from exhaustion. However, Ji-sun only coldly looked at his brother as if looking at someone telling a fantasy story. "And now you're bringing that up as an example again?" He seriously reminded Ian that in this world, there were exactly 12 legendary hunters, and asked the crucial question, so how many people out there could actually match the experience of those hunters? Ji-sun continued to analyze that the majority of hunters in this world only ranked between F rank and C rank. He emphasized that just reaching A rank meant money would be overflowing, more than enough for someone to change their life with a luxurious lifestyle. And as for S rank, it goes without saying, having both money and power, stepping out on the street, looking even grander than a corporate chairman. One cough from them, and people would think a company merger is about to be announced. Ji-sun asked a sharp question that forced Ian to reflect. If S rank is already like that, do you really think people can relate to the story of a legendary hunter? According to him, readers only watch the protagonist and project themselves onto them. Therefore, they would prefer stories about growth, starting from ranks that are more similar to their own. Ji-sun questioned his older brother back. "If you want to write stories like that, what do you have to do first?" Seeing Ian still humming and hawing, not knowing how to answer, he snapped and demanded, "You must gather source material and research them thoroughly. You need to find out how ordinary hunters actually fight. At least observe the reality firsthand for once." When Ian awkwardly asked where he was supposed to find that. Since he was no longer a hunter, Jisuin could only clutch his forehead upon hearing it, sighing like an old soul who had been beaten down by life too much. "Sigh, how am I supposed to live with a smooth-brained guy like you?" Instantly, Ian rushed over and tightly hugged his brother, pleading, "Bro, please, help me out, will you?" Jisuin suggested a viable option. "Why don't you go to the Korean Hunter Association?" He asserted that as long as Ian spoke up, the association president would definitely have to agree to help, because he was the Thunder Emperor, the legendary hunter. But Ian immediately rejected it, saying he wanted to hide his identity, the only one in South Korea who had once confronted a destructive monster head-on. Hearing this, Ian finally snapped out of it and muttered, "All right, I am the Thunder Emperor, aren't I?" He immediately went to the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, an incredibly majestic and magnificent skyscraper standing tall in the city center. Inside a high-level office, President Park Dahan was slamming the table, shouting in absolute rage. How can this be? He was extremely frustrated when recalling that the country had been demoted to rank 2 last year, despite their continuous efforts to clear the nation's gates and proving the achievements of their hunter training. Park Dahan began to list his achievements relentlessly, mentioning everything from sending reinforcement troops to France when they were about to be wiped out, to enthusiastically sharing training secrets with Germany. He roared that he had helped everyone, but it seemed the results received were not as expected. Park Dahan screamed in bitter resentment before the online meeting screen. And yet, our proposal to upgrade the rank was still rejected. Why? On the other side of the screen, the president of the Indian Hunter Association, Gunsen Grover, slightly curled his lips, replying sarcastically, "Isn't this a given? It's simply because you don't have a legendary hunter." That guy, even intentionally, emphasized every single word as if afraid it wouldn't hurt enough. While 11 other nations all had legendary hunters backing them up, South Korea was now no different from an elite titled team, without a main carry to carry the team. Grover continued to rub salt into the wound by bringing up the fact that the Thunder Emperor suddenly retired and mocked the association's management style for letting a national level strategic combat power vanish without a reason. Faced with Park Dahan's excuse regarding personal freedom, he coldly brushed it aside. "Stop making excuses. Things have already come to this, and you still demand a rank upgrade?" He recalled a harsh and cruel truth that a top-tier rank 1 hunter was still just a hunter. Status was reserved only for countries that possessed a legendary hunter. Despite Park Dahan's desperate plea to at least be adjusted to rank 2, Grover still ruthlessly declared, "That's all for today." The screen went blank along with a sarcastic goodbye, leaving Park Dahan standing frozen in the middle of the spacious meeting room. He slammed his hand hard onto the table, his fury erupting. He screamed in bitter resentment, "Damn it! Those bastards were so welcoming when they needed help, and now they turn their backs like this." While Park Dahan was furiously venting his anger by tossing papers from the table, Secretary Wu stepped closer, attempting to calm him down. "President, please calm down. There is still the next schedule." Park Dahan let out a weary sigh, asking about the upcoming event. Secretary Wu reported that it was a meeting with the Scorpion Guild, one of the few parties that responded to the association's official cooperation request. However, the secretary seemed highly concerned and suggested a reconsideration because this guild had a reputation for poor quality and was also riddled with rumors about using the association's support as an excuse to monopolize high-level gates. Wu feared the association's reputation would be affected if they got involved with these people. But Park Dahan maintained a stern look and asserted, "Secretary Wu, we are the Korean Hunter Association. As long as they are an officially recognized guild, we must agree to meet them." Park Dahan let out a conflicted sigh. He knew that if they agreed to cooperate with Scorpion, other guilds would immediately tear the association apart. While he was lost in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps along with shouting, demanding the use of force to evict, someone rang out, catching his attention. The captain of the security team rushed over out of breath to report that there was someone causing a scene in the lobby, resolutely demanding to see the president at all costs. Upon hearing the news that it was just the son of some convenience store owner, Park Dahan could only let out a bitter laugh, mocking, himself that nowadays, even, that kind of person doesn't even respect me anymore. However, the moment the security guard mentioned the name of the T-Zone convenience store, Park Dahan suddenly froze, his face changing color in shock. He stammered, asking again just to be sure, because that name brought back a mind-blowing identity. In his head, he immediately connected all the pieces of evidence. The son of the T-Zone D shop owner was none other than Ian, the legendary Thunder Emperor who had retired long ago. Park Dahan screamed in absolute excitement upon realizing the savior of the association had finally decided to show up. Without a second of hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to contact the lobby immediately and declared he would personally go down to welcome the honored guest. But because the elevator moved as slowly as downloading a file at 2 kilobytes per second, Park Dahan lost all patience. He took off his shoes and bolted down the stairs like a marathon runner. In their final season, screaming as he ran, ordering them that they absolutely must not let that person leave. The president's franticness to the point of losing control left the staff standing frozen, staring after him in utter astonishment. At the same time, a luxury car just pulled up right in front of the association building's gate. Stepping out of the car was Cho Jin Nam, the master of the Scorpion Guild, with a snobbish look constantly praising the magnificence of the association headquarters. He smugly thought his prestige was already great enough to make even a difficult person like Park Dahan take the initiative to come out and welcome him. Hearing his subordinate standing next to him praise his money and power, Cho Jin Nam held his head even higher, his face looking exactly like, "I am the VIP of VIPs." Right at that moment, Park Dahan bolted straight out from the inside like an arrow, his mouth constantly screaming, searching for the person, looking at the figure of the president running barefoot, and frantically rushing past him. Cho Jin Nam could only mutter blankly that there must be a highly urgent matter to make him panic like that. Cho Jin Nam cheerfully waved his hand to greet him. "I'm over here, President Park." However, in response to that enthusiasm, Park Dahan only roared, "Move out of the way," and rushed straight past like a whirlwind, ruthlessly knocking the Scorpion Guild master aside without a single care. The security guards immediately shouted at Cho Jin Nam, who was clumsily crawling back up, "Hey, you step back immediately. Do you even know who this is that you dare to block his path?" Cho Jin Nam could only mumble an apology, while Park Dahan had already rushed right in front of Ian, panting heavily and frantically saying, "Young man Ian, I apologize for the delay. Have you been waiting for long?" Ian just laughed it off, replying casually, "Haha, I thought I wouldn't be able to meet you. Long time no see." The two began to head inside together. Park Dahan explained that it was because he received the notification late, then curiously asked about the purpose of the Thunder Emperor's sudden visit. Hearing Ian say he had something to talk about, Park Dahan's heart suddenly pounded. He held his breath, wondering, could it be that he's making a comeback? In his mind, a heroic image immediately appeared. The Thunder Emperor has returned, along with a vision of the country's status being elevated worldwide. Park Dahan smugly thought that even though the Thunder Emperor had retired, the association had always cared for him, and now was the time to reap the rewards of that perseverance. However, life is not a dream, but usually a landmine. Ian just calmly opened his mouth. "I'd like permission to observe a little bit." Because he was too excited, he didn't listen carefully. Park Dahan cheered triumphantly. "Excellent. I've been waiting for those exact words from you. Thunder Emperor, I will get everything ready for you right away." It took a few seconds for Park Dahan to snap out of it, and he blankly asked back, "Huh? Observe." Ian nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, observe. I want to see how ordinary hunters actually fight." Ian suddenly clenched his fist with determination and extended it as if preparing to sign a national peace treaty. "And if you agree, I will help you fulfill one thing you desire." Park Dahan began to finalize the terms of the agreement. So to summarize, the contract terms state that the association will provide maximum support for Ian's writing research. In return, you must sincerely fulfill the support requests from the association once a month under the name of the Thunder King. However, Ian reserves the absolute right to refuse if those requests are inhumane, illegal, or cause hindrance to his writing work. Ian scratched his head in curiosity. Is there a good way to observe?" Park Dahan asserted firmly, "Of course there is. Of course there is." He slowly took out a card and pushed it in front of Ian, with a mysterious look as if handing over the key to save the world. "Coincidentally, I have this thing that is perfect for you." In his heart, Park Dahan was calculating intensely. He understood that if the Thunder King returned, not only would the national rank increase, but South Korea's influence would also expand across the entire world. So he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. What he handed over was an ID card clearly stating, Ihon Efronk Gata supporters. Ian blankly repeated, a gate supporter? Really? This was originally the primary task of F-rank hunters. Their job was to collect loot from gates that had already been cleared, assist residents in evacuating in case of an emergency, and only engage in combat if absolutely necessary. In reality, most of the time, the supporters didn't have to rush into any fighting at all. They mainly stood behind and waited for orders. Some even calmly sat drinking tea in the middle of the battlefield as if on a weekend picnic. Park Dahan interlaced his fingers mysteriously. That is an excellent position to observe other ordinary hunters, isn't it? Ian's eyes lit up with excitement. I didn't even know this position existed. No, I didn't think it would be like that at all. Park Dahan thought to himself, of course you didn't know, because how could national-level hunters ever be present in a place where supporters work? Ian excitedly held the card and cheered, President, this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you so much. Seeing his overly enthusiastic reaction, Park Dahan couldn't help but be astonished. Are you really okay with becoming a supporter? Ian smiled brightly and confirmed, of course. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind, please send the remaining details to the T-Zone D convenience store. Right after that, Ian zoomed off, creating a highly powerful impact that shattered the glass doors of the association building. Witnessing the scene of papers flying everywhere, the secretary asked with a tremble, is the Thunder King always like this? Park Dahan, while adjusting his glasses, reminded his subordinate to watch his words. Even though his personality was a bit unusual, Ian was still South Korea's greatest hope at the moment. After leaving the building, Ian returned to the appearance of a simple rider with a pair of nearsighted glasses. He excitedly exclaimed as he stood before his destination. I've arrived. Ian's destination was none other than Gawa Mansion, a guild ranked only C rank. Standing in front of the small office building, he clenched his fist with determination. All right, I will learn about the real world of hunters here. This time, I will write a story that is as realistic as possible. As soon as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Ian bowed politely. Hello, I am Ian. Here is a gate supporter. However, the first thing that caught his eyes was not the aura of a professional guild, but a room so messy it looked like it had just been attacked by a B-rank gate, with bags of trash piled up right at the entrance. A young man who was engrossed in playing on his phone slightly looked up with complete indifference. On the other side, a chubby man who was lying down reading a magazine suddenly jolted. Huh? What? Which gate opened? The young man had to correct him. No, I mean the gate supporter is here. Only then did the man remember and hurriedly stand up. Oh, right. That's today. Sorry about that. It's been a bit busy around here lately. Looking at this chaotic scene, Ian couldn't help but marvel. Oh, so this is what a real guild is like. The chubby man walked over, flashing a bright smile and shaking Ian's hand enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. I'm a master of the Gawa Mansion Guild. Ian also cheerfully replied. Nice to meet you. I am Ian. While leading Ian inside, the guild master honestly shared, we're only a C-rank guild, and the official members of the guild currently consist of just me and that guy sitting over there. Seeing the empty room, Ian curiously asked, so what about the others? The answer he received was, he's temporarily been dispatched, which left Ian utterly amazed. Dispatched? In Ian's head, a heroic image immediately appeared of the 12 apostles being dispatched to carry out a mission to save the world. However, the harsh reality struck when the young man, playing on his phone, bluntly threw cold water on his thoughts. But honestly, choosing to come to this place is your bad luck. Before a bewildered Ian, he continued sarcastically. What do you mean? Look at this place. Does it look like a proper, standard guild? He bluntly admitted that since the guild was stuck at C rank forever, there were no decent jobs at all. The whole team was just trying to scrape by day. The guild master angrily yelled, Hey, do you really have to be that blunt? But he still casually replied, Come on, I'm just speaking the truth. Why do you have to get so mad? Watching the argument between the two, Ian could only utter, You two seem quite close, don't you? It feels like the kind of relationship between people who have worked together for many years. The chubby guild master scratched his nose, while admitting that, after all, they were companions who stuck together through thick and thin. The camaraderie here sounded exactly like being bonded by poverty, making it hard to leave each other. However, the young member next to him sneered, sarcastically, "To be honest, I am so sick and tired of that dynamic." "Same here, okay?" Witnessing that scene, Ian, the young member next to him, laughed, mocking and making sarcastic remarks about Tram. "And honestly, I'm really tired of seeing that. The same goes for the situation, okay?" Witnessing that scene, Ian suddenly became unusually excited. He frenetically took notes in his notebook with glowing eyes. Sticking together through thick and thin. That sounds so cool. It feels so much like real hunters. In the eyes of a newbie like him, this chemistry was the prerequisite for ultimate coordination during battles. Ian enthusiastically asked out loud, "When are we going to raid a gate?" However, in response to that enthusiasm was a frighteningly silent atmosphere. The guild master slowly threw cold water on his expectations. "Our guild has no plans for that." Ian was so shocked that he dropped his notebook. He stammered, asking back, "What? Wait, isn't this a hunter guild?" The guild master explained that it was indeed true, but the reality is that low-ranking guilds are very rarely called upon for raids. Ian asked with a tremble, "Then what am I supposed to do here?" Only to receive a harsh answer. "Nothing. There's really nothing to do at all." Instead of being disappointed, Ian suddenly realized that this was the harsh reality he had been longing for to put into his writing. He clenched his fist with determination. "Just give me any task. I will work hard." Seeing Ian so enthusiastic, the young member immediately suggested, "Oh, really? Then can you clean up here a bit?" Although the guild master scolded him for pushing his own chores onto the newcomer, Ian immediately rolled up his sleeves and jumped in. "Cleaning up? Leave that to me." The aura of a god of war was nowhere to be seen, but the aura of a dedicated janitor was at full stacks. Looking at Ian's back, as he eagerly worked, the young man said smugly, "See? He wants to do it." In Ian's heart right now, there was only one goal. "There's only 1 week left until my contract gets terminated. During this time, I will find real inspiration at all costs and return to continue writing." He secretly declared a challenge to his spiritual child. "Just you wait, manuscript." The author might be broke, but his pride and drive for the deadline still burned brighter than the sun. 6 days before the contract termination deadline, Ian rushed to the office again with a bright spirit. "Good morning. What should I do today?" The guild master hesitated, asking if he wanted to clean the hallway. And of course, Ian agreed immediately. 5 days before the contract termination, he still showed up on time with a bright smile. "Hello." Seeing the young member sluggishly wiping the glass, Ian curiously asked if there would be any raids today. The guy could only sigh and reply, "If there were, what on earth would we be doing here?" Ian looked around blankly and asked his familiar question again. "Then what should I do today?" In response to him was only the sound of squeaky glass cleaning in a painfully tedious silence. With exactly 3 days left before the contract termination, he dragged his feet into the office, looking exhausted and worn out. The whole room was immersed in a dull atmosphere, to the point where hearing the buzz of a fly would probably sound more entertaining. Ian could only force a smile, his face clearly showing signs of losing his mind out of desperation. When it came down to just the final 2 days, he sat flat on the floor amidst a pile of cleaning tools, his eyes soullessly staring into space as he uttered helplessly, "I can't take this anymore." Looking at the Gawa Mansion sign, Ian bitterly realized he had made a huge mistake as he muttered to himself, "I thought it would be fine on my first day here." He had spent a whole precious week in this place. But instead of gathering actual combat material, all he did was clean and wipe the bookshelves. The crisis erupted, and Ian frenziedly scratched his head and pulled his hair, screaming in despair. "I haven't even touched the manuscript yet." Fear overwhelmed his mind as time waited for no one. The submission deadline is almost here, and I haven't written a single word yet. Meanwhile, at the Gold Label Publishing building, the lights were still shining brightly amidst the quiet late night. Inside the silent room, editor Gu Kiyomo was still diligently typing on his keys, as if his soul had become one with his mechanical keyboard. A colleague stepped closer, placed a cup of tea on the table, and asked curiously, "Senior, are you working overtime again today?" Because of that rookie, Kiyomo didn't look up, only responding wearily, "Yeah, I'm writing a report." The colleague couldn't help but feel it was unfair to him. Good grief, where did the top tier marksman Gu Kiyomo go? Every series you handle always tops the rankings. Why on earth take in a rookie if they only cause trouble? He continued to add that he heard the rookie's writing wasn't any good either. Kiyomo finally leaned back in his chair, sighing in exhaustion. Yeah, I know. I don't even know why I did it either. Taking a sip of hot tea, he admitted thoughtfully that he himself was also having a hard time, wrestling with his thoughts because Ian's writing looked utterly hopeless. However, amidst that messy pile of manuscripts, Kiyomo could still see just a tiny glimmer of hope, his gaze fixed on the incident report under the name of author. Ian on the computer screen, secretly hardening his resolve. That will be my last hope. With exactly 1 day left before the fateful deadline, Ian sat slumped in his chair inside the dark room, completely breaking down with the sole thought, I'm doomed. A person who was harboring a dream of becoming a web novel author was currently observing at a C-rank guild. Everything's peaceful, to search for realism for his work. However, reality was incredibly harsh. When the word count in his manuscript was still around 0, while his contract deadline had officially reached its final mark, Ian sat with his knees pulled to his chest in the dark, his entire body radiating the aura of an author, about to be discarded by society, laughing in bitterness. Ha ha ha, I'm screwed. I'm really screwed. He feared the prospect of getting fired and painfully realized that for the past year, he still hadn't been able to create any decent series. Right when Ian was drowning in despair, the guild master walked in and announced, Kid, get ready to head out. We have to go to B-rank gate this afternoon. Ian at first only muttered, planning to go clean like always. But then he snapped out of it and cheered in utter surprise. There's a gate mission already? Ian sprang up as if he had just been resurrected, his 2 eyes shining brighter than car headlights. Finally, he had a chance to see with his own eyes how real hunters actually fight instead of researching the art of advanced glass wiping. Ian clenched his fist, hardening his resolve. Today, the manuscript must absolutely be finished. However, in contrast to Ian's excitement, his 2 colleagues carried highly gloomy expressions. Finding it odd, he curiously asked, But why are your expressions so strange? The guild member sighed and replied, Why else? This time it's a B-rank gate. While Ian secretly thought a B-rank was inherently too easy to a C-rank guild like them, clearing a B-rank gate on their own was an impossibility. To ensure safety, they decided to cooperate with 3 other guilds. Ian innocently thought that would reduce the danger, but the guild master remained pensive and highly worried. That's true, but the real problem lies with the guilds that will be joining the fight with us this time. At the Wolf Valley on Mount Siaraxan in Kangwon Province, a brilliantly glowing blue gate was radiating a powerful stream of energy amidst the rolling mountain range. The moment he stepped onto the scene, the guild member complained, Oh, my back hurts so much. It's been a long time since I last climbed a mountain. The guild master also couldn't help but wonder, why on earth would a gate appear in a remote mountainous area like this? Despite constantly complaining, the group still comforted each other that at least having work to do right now was already very lucky, because for a C-rank guild, having a job was enough to make them want to cry tears of joy. Ian excitedly rushed over to touch and feel the rocks around the B-rank gate, his mouth constantly marveling. Oh, so this is a B-rank gate? The rocks seem different too. He continuously asked questions about weapons and skills, making the guild members could only look on wearily, wondering what on earth this rookie was doing. Right at that moment, a giant of a man with a muscular build and intricate tattoos all over his arms loomed into view. Just looking at him gave off a strong vibe of a gangster hitting you right in the face. That was none other than Richard Bear, the master of the C-rank Polar Bear Guild. He let out a highly mocking laugh upon noticing the presence of the Everything's Peaceful Guild. Richard Bear mocked them out loud, calling the Everything's Peaceful Guild the charity of the guild world, because they specialized in nurturing rookies, only to have them completely snatched away by other guilds without a single one left. He laughed gleefully, saying they should just consider it a donation, since there was no way that guild master over there would train members himself just to send them to another guild. Witnessing that insult, Song could no longer hold his temper. He coldly walked over and cut him off. I've been listening to you this whole time, but the one who snatches rookies from this side is none other than you, isn't it? And you still dare talk like that? Haven't you guys stolen enough of our guild members already? Being challenged by a lower-ranked person, Richard Bear glared with absolute murderous intent. This brat has some nerve, doesn't he? The adults are talking and you dare to butt in? While the 2 sides were growling at each other, an arrogant laugh suddenly rang out from behind. Sumerian, the master of the C-rank Mantis Guild, casually walked over and called them all a bunch of amateurs wearing themselves out by fighting each other. Sumerian advised them not to waste their energy, because once inside the gate, they would still have to support him, while not forgetting to drop an insult, calling them all a bunch of fools. Watching the scene of the three guilds tearing into each other, Ian suddenly felt a pitch-black murderous aura beginning to envelop the gate. He broke out in a cold sweat, his professional intuition screaming that a massive disaster was about to happen. He could only tremble and stammer, this is not good. Witnessing the war of words between the guild masters, Ian couldn't help but be excited, secretly marveling at this incredibly realistic ferocity. He frenetically took notes in his notebook, believing that this was the most valuable material for his manuscript. However, right while he was engrossed in gathering literary material, a grumpy-faced male supporter suddenly rushed over, smacked Ian straight on the head, and shouted, "Hey kid, don't you know how to greet people? Are you a rookie?" He began to ramble, complaining that rookies these days were too sluggish, while dropping a highly selfish threat. "Let me tell you this up front. If you dare touch the monster I've targeted, you're dead meat." However, when Ian unconsciously turned around with a sharp glare, filled with the murderous intent of the Thunder Emperor, that young guy instantly froze in his tracks, breaking out in a heavy sweat from sheer terror. Realizing he had accidentally let his pressure slip, Ian frantically reined in his murderous aura and quickly bowed deeply to apologize and keep his identity hidden. "Yes, I look forward to your guidance." The sudden change in Ian's attitude confused the young guy, and he stammered. In response, I look forward to working with you too." Looking at the back of the young man who was trying to act calm, Ian thought to himself, so it turns out, even the supporters have such intense rivalry. Right at that moment, the call to assemble rang out. "Hey kid, newbie, get inside." Before them, the B-rank gate glowed with a mystical blue light, radiating a powerful stream of pressure. The commander's voice roared, urging everyone to stay focused, to preserve their lives. Ian also eagerly replied with full enthusiasm before entering the battle. The moment they stepped through the gate, a ferocious monster, Wolf, instantly rushed forward to attack. A sword-wielding hunter shouted, intending to finish it off, but at the decisive moment, the arrogant guy from earlier suddenly rushed out, pushing his teammate aside to steal the credit. He screamed, move out of the way," and casually finished off the monster to everyone's astonishment. Having his prey stolen and almost put in danger, that hunter lost his temper and shouted out loud, "Hey you, what kind of stun is that? That's dangerous." However, that guy only sneered shamelessly. He believed that in this world, one must know how to snatch their own share, and anyone who is slow must accept ending up empty-handed. The chaos and greed continued to play out when a female hunter, using a chain, had just brought down a target, and that young guy once again rushed over, knocking her aside to sweep up the loot. He dropped a highly sarcastic apology, leaving the other party with no choice but to grit her teeth in resentment. This bastard. If this guy played video games, he would probably get reported for toxic behavior 10 matches in a row. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, where hunters not only fought monsters, but were also ready to backstab their teammates for tiny benefits, Ian was completely stunned. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, his eyes behind the near-sighted glasses, clearly showing signs of shock as he muttered, "Is this the battle of ordinary hunters?" The scene, at this point, was no different from a total mess when the hunters began to tear into each other just over a few monsters. Shouting and cursing echoed everywhere. One person screamed, claiming they had brought down the prey first, while another brutally pushed a teammate, demanding they take their hands off. The selfishness reached its peak when they were ready to get into fistfights, even cursing the other party to die together, just to scramble for a tiny bit of loot. Witnessing this ridiculous and unprofessional brawling scene, Ian was completely speechless. He had never imagined the world of ordinary hunters could be this chaotic. Meanwhile, in another corner, the leaders were standing with their arms crossed, watching the battlefield like a game livestream, grinning slyly with absolute smugness. A hunter, with light blonde hair, leisurely commented on the benefits of monopoly rights, which allowed them to choose how to clear the gate at their own whim. He coldly decided to just let those insects waste their energy handling the trash monsters first, and then they would step in to take the boss, while his guild only needed to leisurely wait to deal with the final boss. To these people, this was the most efficient and effortless method to reap rewards. Just as their smug laughter died down, the final boss monster of this gate officially made its appearance. It was a giant black wolf, with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent looming forward. Seeing the target, a hunter, with long hair tied up, flashed an ambitious smile, his hand slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. He was certain that as long as he destroyed this entity, promoting to B rank would only be a matter of time. Maybe he could even change his life completely, no more needing loan apps. With an arrogant mindset, he declared that from now on he would no longer be on the same level as those insects over there, then frantically rushed straight toward the monster. Under pressure from multiple sides, the boss monster couldn't react in time. Its body was severely wounded by fatal slashes and collapsed to the ground. The long-haired hunter triumphantly stood on the wolf's carcass, laughing out loud in excitement. Haha, that was a satisfying slash. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of a winner, believing his destiny had changed. So this is the taste of a changed life. No one will dare to look down on me anymore. He raised his sword high, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Now let's end this. However, right at that moment, another monster, even larger and more ferocious, appeared. Its red eyes, full of murderous intent, stared intently at the person in front of it. The hunters were shocked and trembled as they identified the terrifying entity that had just appeared. A death wolf? Why is an A-rank monster here? The monster swung its giant claws, striking straight down with an aura that seemed ready to send everyone to the afterlife. A powerful strike sent the hunters flying, far away like dry leaves before the wind. An alarming scream rang out heart-wrenchingly across the battlefield. Run! The giant wolf went on a mad rampage, causing the crowd to trample over each other to flee. In despair upon realizing the worst disaster had struck, the gate has shifted. A gate shift, a phenomenon where a gate's rank abruptly rises, due to the sudden appearance of a high-level boss monster that no one could have predicted. The death wolves loomed into view with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent, making a hunter cry out in shock. Those death wolves are A rank. To the B rank hunters present here, A rank was a towering wall of talent, a boundary of despair that they could not possibly overcome. In utter panic, the hunters screamed through tears as they fled. This can't be. Why gate shift? And why did it have to happen here? The brutal reality was clear before them, as the survival rate of C-rank hunters inside an A-rank gate at this moment was scarcer and lower than the survival rate of ordinary humans, as the monsters began to frantically rush forward to tear them apart. Agonizing screams echoed across the battlefield, as one by one, they fell beneath the razor-sharp fangs of the ferocious death wolves. A young hunter, running for dear life, cried and pleaded for help in vain. Save me. Deep down, he felt bitter, wondering why the B-rank title was right before his eyes. Yet things could take a turn in such a catastrophic direction. Despite trying so hard and not wanting to lose their lives here, the feeble resistance of the hunters proved futile against the overwhelming strength of the monsters. Even Richard Bear, who was so arrogant just moments ago, was now fleeing frantically and shouting out loud, "Move! Move out of the way!" just to find a way out for himself. Everyone, get a hold of yourselves. Amidst the chaos, Sassian shouted to calm the utterly terrified hunters. He asserted that the gate shift would soon be reported to the association. As long as everyone stayed calm and found a place to hide, there would still be a chance of survival while waiting for reinforcements. With a determined gaze, he stood tall on a monster's carcass and declared he would stay behind alone to buy time, so that everyone has time to escape. Choked apologies rang out as the other hunters hurriedly fled due to the burden of their families. Standing before the giant death, Wolf Hadjeting a dit purple mur de roue aura, Saseong knew full well he was nothing compared to its overwhelming power, but he was still determined to hold out, so that everyone could evacuate in time. Surprisingly, the young member of the guild walked over, dropping a highly arrogant, sarcastic remark. "What are you trying to act all cool for right now? I seriously thought one of the 12 apostles had appeared." He vigorously swung his chain weapon with a bursting aura, just like a supporting character, about to have their final moment of glory in life, then shouted out loud, suggesting they both turn the tables. Just wants to look cool. Although Sa Song was worried about imminent death, the optimism of his teammate made him feel more grounded. Turning to look at Ian, who was still standing blankly, Sa Song urged him to quickly go hide, not forgetting to offer a sincere apology for dragging him into this perilous situation. Looking at the backs of the two hunters, who were risking their lives to rush into the jaws of death, Ian suddenly froze as he realized the truth he had been searching for all this time. He understood that in a real battle, there are always those who flee to live and those who fall. But what matters most is the resilient will of the people who accept sacrifice to fight until the very end. Ian's eyes flashed behind his nearsighted glasses. Sparks of electricity began to ignite as he uttered in excitement. Now this is reality. Ian clenched his fist. Sparks of electricity began to ignite around his wrist as he softly said, "Thank you, everyone." On the other side, Sa-sung was struggling to hold his ground against the strength of the Death Wolves. A powerful strike sent him collapsing, leaving him to scream helplessly, Sa-seong bitterly. Realized he couldn't touch his opponent at all. Damn it, why can't I land a single blow? He shouted loudly, urging his teammate, Sa-seong, you must run now. Right at that moment, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupted, making him gasp in astonishment. Seeing the figure of Ian rushing straight toward the monsters, Sa-sung frantically called him back. Hey, kid. However, Ian just quietly took off his glasses. His black hair instantly turned into a brilliant gold, along with his declaration. Camouflage deactivated. His eyes flashed with absolute authority. He extended his hand, pointed straight at the enemy, and coldly shouted, Thunder Wheel. A giant pillar of heavenly lightning struck down, pulverizing the monsters in a split second. With only 5% of his maximum output, Ian had created an earth-shattering explosion, sweeping away every obstacle in his path. Witnessing that divine power, Sa-sung and his teammate could only stand frozen in their tracks, wondering in utter shock. What the hell is going on? Amidst the smoke and dust, Ian casually marveled. Whoa! He flashed a bright smile, giving a highly excited thumbs up. That was so damn cool. A hunter's story has to be exactly like this. When the giant death wolf suddenly appeared from behind, warning screams immediately rang out from the back, but right away, a high-voltage current turned the death wolf into a well-done dish. Ian sincerely offered his gratitude. I've learned a whole lot from you guys. Standing in the middle of the ruined scene, Sa-sung realized the true identity of their savior in absolute shock. That kid is the Thunder Emperor? How? Realizing he had overdone his showing off a bit, Ian hurriedly put his glasses back on, reverting back to his weak writer mode, as if nothing had ever happened, and said goodbye. I'm sorry, but my manuscript deadline is almost here, so I must head out first. As he ran off, he didn't forget to remind them, please keep this a secret from me, okay? You absolutely must. And make sure to treat your wounds too. Ian vanished in a blinding flash of lightning, leaving his two teammates still unable to process their shock. Sa-sung and his teammate stood blankly amidst the rubble, still unable to overcome their utter amazement, wondering what had actually just happened. Right after that, the rescue forces arrived at the scene of the A-rank gate shift to begin their search operations. The soldiers quickly confirmed there were 2 hunters who were still conscious and issued an order to prioritize treating the injured immediately. Information about the rare A-rank gate shift that occurred that morning was quickly and heavily covered by the media. Fortunately, all of the hunters present at the scene were safely rescued, which somewhat alleviated the public's fears. At the Gold Label Publishing office, the clock already read 23:59. There was only one final minute remaining before the contract deadline with Ian expired. Editor Kiyomo was under extreme stress, unable to sit still out of anxiety. Right at this moment, the phone on the desk vibrated, notifying a new message from Ian. Editor, I'm sorry for sending it late. Kiyomo hurriedly grabbed his phone, his heart thumping as he saw the manuscript file for Chapter 1 that had just been sent. He breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting that Ian could actually finish and submit his work just in time for the deadline, exactly 1 minute before. Kiyomo began opening the manuscript to read, secretly hoping that the content would be better this time, after so many reports that he had to write to protect Ian. However, as soon as he skimmed through the first few pages, his eyes suddenly widened in utter surprise. He kept his eyes intently glued to the phone screen. The more he read, the more serious and slightly astonished his face became. Kiyomo couldn't hide his amazement, his hand ceaselessly scrolling through each line of the captivating text appearing before him. He was stunned, wondering what on earth was happening with Ian's writing style, and then secretly admitted that the manuscript this time was truly captivating. A few days later, right in the middle of a bustling street, a red-haired young man, while stretching and yawning widely, shouted out loud in sheer excitement, I'm back, brothers. His loud and boisterous appearance made the people around him feel quite uncomfortable. Even if father had to cover his child's eyes and tell them not to look, fearing his child would pick up a bad habit. However, this guy didn't care at all. On the contrary, he was extremely proud. Proud, thinking that if his seniors saw him right now, they would definitely be so shocked they'd fall flat on their backs in surprise. The reason for that confidence was because he had officially returned as a C-rank hunter. For half a year straight, he had traveled to his older cousin's B-rank guild to train frantically, going through countless days and nights of diligent training, ceaselessly fighting hordes of monsters and overcoming endless hardships. On his path to growth, he had finally surpassed the limits of a D-rank hunter to rise to a new height. Now Choi Young-sik could finally proudly declare that he had escaped his days as a trash hunter and was officially qualified to stand on equal footing with his seniors at the Everything's Peaceful Guild. Standing in front of the office door, seeing the unusually quiet space, Young-sik began to dream of a surprise party, with cake and confetti that everyone had put effort into, preparing to welcome his glorious return. He told himself to just play along with that scenario to make everyone happy. Young-sik eagerly pushed the door open, burst inside, and cheered. "Seniors, I'm back." However, instead of loud confetti bangs, what welcomed it was just a room so quiet that the spinning sound of the electric fan could be clearly heard, along with an unfamiliar young man who was diligently typing on a computer. Seeing the newcomer, Ian only coldly looked up and asked, "Who are you anyway?" Having cold water thrown on him, Young-sik blankly asked for the other party's identity in return, only to receive a completely casual answer. "Ah, I am Ian, the newly arrived gate supporter." Hearing that, Young-sik's face instantly changed color. He stood stunned, staring intently at Ian, realizing that the person sitting here was just a gate supporter at F rank, the lowest among all hunter ranks. "Yes, but..." Before Ian could finish his sentence, Young-sik cut him off with a gleeful look on his face. He flexed his muscles to show off his arm, his eyes flashing with absolute complacency. "Oh ho, what a coincidence. I just returned here after promoting." He then proudly pointed to himself and introduced, "A C-rank hunter, you see. Let this big brother here show you a few moves." Before the ridiculous showing off of the newly promoted C-rank guy, Ian could only stand frozen with a completely speechless face. "What?" Meanwhile, on a quiet street, Sa-sung and Sung-ho were walking slowly with highly complicated mindsets. Sa-seong sigid deeply, his mind still unable to believe the truth just now. So it turns out that kid is the Thunder Emperor. Sung-ho, walking beside him, was equally shocked. He stammered, wondering to himself, "These past few days, did I really make the Thunder Emperor do cleaning chores?" Sung could only coldly reply with a single short word, "Yeah." An outburst of anger erupted, and Sa-sung turned to snap at his teammate, "Goodbye. Have a safe trip to the afterlife." Sung-ho didn't just take it. He immediately shot back. "You were the one who handed him the broom too, weren't you?" Sa-seong grit his teeth and threatened, "If I go down, you're not getting away either." After a moment of arguing, Sa-sung suddenly became thoughtful. "Oh right, but why did the Thunder Emperor come to our guild anyway?" Sung-ho clicked his tongue in deep regret. "If I had known, I wouldn't have ordered him to clean." It was exactly like accidentally hiring a part-time worker who turned out to be the in-game boss. Sa-sung sighed, reassuring himself that since Ian had already revealed his identity and left, there was absolutely no way they would meet again. Seung-go regretfully thought that if they had one of the 12 apostles in their guild, the entire guild would benefit. Dungeon clearing will be faster, and their ranking would skyrocket. However, Sa-sung instantly lost his temper. "That's not the point, you idiot," he growled, asking if Sung-ho knew how dangerous this situation was. Even though Sung-ho casually replied that he knew because he had almost died, Sa-sung was still furious and shouted, "You know it, and you still say that?" He began to analyze that the gate shift happened precisely due to the maximum magic power of the hunter participating in the raid, and the disaster just now was definitely caused by that kid. Ian Sa-seong's face twisted in terror as he realized a brutal truth. Meaning, if we stay together with the Thunder Emperor, the gate rank will always jump up like crazy. Every single time we enter a gate, our lives will be in danger. He screamed in despair. "I'm not doing it. At home, I still have an elderly mother and young children." Absolutely opposing the idea, Seong straight up pushed Sa-sung's crying face far away. Get your face away from me, will you? You make it sound as if the Thunder Emperor is actually joining our guild. Sa-Song muttered in deep frustration. Well, I was just saying. The two stopped in front of the office door. Sa-Seong clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. There's no way the Thunder Emperor would actually join this tiny guild. Inside the office, Choi Yong-sik roared with utter disdain. In this harsh hunter world, an F rank is not even a hunter. He beat his chest proudly, asserting that Ian meeting him was a stroke of luck, then promised to help him become an A-rank hunter. To start that special training course, Yong-sik casually ordered the Thunder Emperor to go clean the office. Right at that moment, Sa-Song and Sung-ho rushed inside frantically, their faces pale with terror. The moment he saw his seniors, Yong-sik gleefully raised his hand to greet them. Ah, seniors. Long time no see. However, before he could finish his sentence, the two rushed over to suppress him and punched him repeatedly. Sa-Song grit his teeth and roared, "Shut your mouth right now, Choi." Despite Yong-sik crying out in agony, because he didn't understand what he had done wrong, his two seniors still frantically grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Do you even know what you just did?" Witnessing that chaotic scene, Ian stood in the back, only flashing a highly mysterious smile. This place is so interesting. At the publishing house office, editor Kiyomo nodded in deep satisfaction as he scrolled through the new pages. This manuscript is quite good. In particular, the realism has been significantly improved. He was completely won over by how Ian described the selfishness of the hunters, turning the battlefield into a living hell, or the protagonist's courageous sacrifice for his comrades. Reading it made him feel like he was reviewing a humanitarian novel. Kiyomo secretly highly evaluated the impressive agony in every single word and firmly asserted, if you keep developing it like this, making your debut is only a matter of time. Hearing those invaluable remarks, Ian burst into pure happiness. He couldn't believe his ears now that his chance to debut had finally arrived. An intense aura erupted all around Ian's body. He felt that his decision to come to this guild to gather materials was absolutely correct. With eyes burning with full determination, Ian frantically buried himself in taking notes, writing down information in his notebook to prepare for the most explosive debut. Behind his back, Sa-Song and Sung-ho were still struggling to restrain Yong-sik. The two could only tremble looking at Ian's back, which was filled with a murderous aura, and gasped in wonder. "What on earth are you writing? Don't tell me." Sa-Song and Sung-ho looked at the notebook in Ian's hand and shook violently. They wondered in sheer terror whether that was a death note. Looking at Ian's sinister smile along with the words, "just as planned," they were absolutely certain he was recording all of their sins to prepare for his retaliation. But amidst that tense atmosphere, Ian suddenly spoke up. "All right, I have something I want to give to you all." The three of them could only hug each other and tremble, terrified that they were about to get struck by lightning, to the point that Song had to scream and beg for mercy because he still had a family to provide for. However, what Ian pulled out was a blue ticket. This is a gate raid ticket. Ian excitedly suggested that all four of them, including Yong-sik, should go together as the complete lineup of Everything's Peaceful. Just once, while Sa-Song was still completely shocked, wondering if this kid really wanted to go with them, Ian flashed a bright smile and declared, "Yes, and I want to join the Everything's Peaceful Guild." Those words shocked Sa-Song so much that he froze in his tracks, his mouth hanging wide open, utterly speechless. Outside the office, Yong-sik sat flat on the floor with an expression as if life had just splashed a whole bucket of cold water on him. Ian sincerely explained that in order to gather materials for his manuscript, he absolutely must become an official member of the guild. Sa-Song thoughtfully admitted, "Thunder Emperor, no, Ian. I understand why you're doing this now. I also understand why you want to come here." However, he still hesitated because for a hunter of the Thunder Emperor's caliber to operate in a C-rank guild was truly hard to believe. While the atmosphere was still as tense as a guitar string, Sung-ho suddenly spoke up, "Let's accept him." Sung lost his temper, grabbed Sung-ho by the collar, and shouted out loud, believing that his teammate was joking around in this serious situation. However, Sung-ho looked straight into his eyes with an extremely serious expression. "I'm not joking either. Do you still remember the early days, when our guild was first established?" Memories of those difficult early days in the cramped office flashed back, reminding them of the time when 5 people who knew nothing gathered together to begin a thorny hunter journey. Seungo reminisced about those glorious years, when a number of guild members constantly increased. That was a period filled with joy, with dreams and goals of moving even further. However, the harsh reality, exactly as Richard said, had caused every single person to leave, forcing them to settle for their current life. Even so, Seung-go knew full well that in the heart of his eldest brother, there was always a lingering regret for not being able to reach that dream. He placed his hand on the guild master's shoulder, sincerely asserting, "I will help you." Seung-go persuaded him that the person standing before them was not the Thunder Emperor of the 12 Apostles, but just a young man who was yearning to fulfill his ambition. This was a massive opportunity for the guild to try one more time, for everyone's future and for Jiho as well. So let's just go with that. Seung-go decided to accept Ian as a gate supporter who wanted to become a writer instead of a legend. The guild master was moved to the point that he had to cover his mouth to stop his tears from falling, from bursting out. He stood silently looking toward the horizon, reminiscing about old memories and the boy named Jiho and the family photos. Flashed a gentle smile as he mentioned the word dream. The guild master decisively declared, "All right, I agree." Ian was overjoyed, brightly bowing with full enthusiasm. "I'll look forward to your guidance." Looking at that spirit, outsiders who didn't know better would think he had just joined the #1 guild in the world, rather than a C-rank guild struggling with its electricity and water bills. At the same time, a mysterious black car was parked right beneath the building. Inside, a man was receiving orders over the phone. Yes, absolutely. The mysterious man looked at his phone with a sharp gaze and reported, "The supporter the guildmaster mentioned, I have found him." Ian was sitting in a coffee shop, immersed in his creative world, with rows of manuscript lines written with all his heart. "I will help you become an A-rank hunter." Having finished writing the dialogue, he nodded to himself with absolute satisfaction, as if he had just created a lifelong masterpiece. His expression was like, if this piece of writing doesn't win an award, then there's something wrong with this literature. His high concentration to the point of muttering to himself for hours made the male waiter couldn't help but wonder. But the manager just clicked his tongue and let it go, because the pile of empty cups on the table showed that this guy was precisely the customer helping to significantly boost the shop's revenue. Suddenly, the door chime rang out, cutting through the silence. The employee was about to say a greeting, but suddenly froze in his tracks, stammering incoherently, as he realized the person who had just walked in was none other than Gu Huiesio, the master of the illustrious Emperor Hunter Guild. With a majestic and powerful demeanor, he coldly declared, "I have some business with that person. Could you lend me the shop for a moment?" Gu Huiesio offered to rent out the entire shop for 30 minutes, including requesting the 2 employees to temporarily leave so he could have a private space. But to their astonishment, the guild master opened a briefcase filled with thick stacks of cash and asserted that he would compensate them handsomely. The pile of money was so massive that upon seeing it, the employee almost activated a servant mode like, "Do you need me to pack up this whole shop for you?" Seeing the colossal amount of money, the coffee shop manager instantly changed his attitude, frantically packing up to clear the way for the distinguished guest. While everyone else hurriedly left, Ian was still completely immersed in his music and manuscript, totally unaware that danger was approaching. Gu Huiesio slowly walked over, his sharp eyes staring intently at the back of the Thunder Emperor who had been hiding for so long. He flashed a highly sinister smile, thinking to himself that he had finally found his old rival. After hiding for so long, they were finally meeting again. A deep purple, murderous aura began to erupt violently, enveloping the entire space of the coffee shop with a terrifying pressure. Sensing the abnormal stream of energy, Ian was startled, took off his headphones, and turned around, only to see Gu Huiesio standing tall behind him with a highly threatening expression. "We still have business to settle, don't we?" However, right while Ian was still on guard, Gu Huiesio's attitude suddenly pulled a 180-degree turn. He rushed over to hug Ian tightly, rubbing cheeks and pampering him affectionately, just like reuniting with a long-lost relative. "Thunder Emperor, how have you been living lately?" Ian froze for a few seconds due to this extreme plot twist, despite Ian wincing for being squeezed to the point of suffocation. The guild master still ceaselessly marveled at the fact that he was finally able to see his Thunder Emperor again in the flesh. He coquettishly said that he had missed him to the point of going crazy, but that excessive enthusiasm only made Ian even more annoyed. Unable to endure this nuisance any longer, Ian instantly released a surge of lightning, causing Gu Huixiu to be shocked and thrown far away. His eyes flashed with absolute power in his Thunder Emperor form, and he growled in warning. I'm writing a story. No unauthorized personnel, do not disturb. Gu Huixiu let out a highly weary sigh, commenting that Ian was still as difficult to please as ever. He asserted that this time he would not easily let him off the hook. Ian asked back in confusion, causing Gu Huixiu to instantly fly into a rage, slamming his cane hard onto the floor and shouting. He felt bitter because ever since Ian retired, he had never picked up the phone even once, despite him calling incessantly. The number of missed calls looked like a list of debt collectors looking for someone. Ian didn't back down either. He screamed back in retaliation that it was because Gu Huixiu called at all hours of the day and night, making it impossible for him to get a good night's sleep. Looking at the phone screen, packed with missed calls from Suamon, Ian still felt traumatized. Gu Huixiu immediately made an excuse, arguing that if Ian had just shown his face sooner, he wouldn't have had to bother him that much. A fiery argument broke out when Gu Huixiu brought up their relationship to reproach him. How dare you treat your grandfather like that? Ian bluntly pointed his finger and shot back, asserting that the two of them shared absolutely no blood relation. Seeing that he couldn't argue any further, Ian turned his back, intending to leave to continue his story. Writing but Gu Huixiu suddenly sat down thoughtfully, his face becoming unusually solemn. He looked straight at Ian and asked a highly focused question. Why did you suddenly return to being a hunter? Despite Gu Huixiu waiting for an answer, Ian casually returned to his desk, completely ignoring the old man's presence. Seeing himself being ignored, Gu Huixiu began to pull out gifts to entice him. He mentioned the limited edition black shoes that Ian had requested last time. He ceaselessly rambled about how hard he had to work to secure 3 pairs, the only ones in the world, from a subsidiary of the Suamon Guild, even getting caught up in rumors of abusing his power. The nuisance reached its peak, making Ian unable to bear it any longer. He slammed his hand hard onto the laptop and shouted out loud, "Hey, hey, hey." Then Ian frustratedly explained that he needed the gate's supporter identity to gather materials to write his story, which was why he accepted the comeback deal with Park Dae-han. Gu Huixiu was shocked to hear that Ian went to cooperate with the association president. Instead of approaching him, he bitterly asked why he didn't choose Suamon, only for Ian to casually throw a bucket of cold water on him. The Guardians are too strong. There's no realism. Before Gu Huixiu's bewildered face, Ian flashed a highly smug smile. He taunted that hunters, who were strong from the very beginning, like him, how could they possibly understand what is called the realism of the ordinary hunter world? If the editor heard this, his blood pressure would probably skyrocket again. A guy who was just heavily criticized by his editor for lacking realism was now acting high and mighty, preaching about authenticity. Gu Huixiu, although not understanding a single thing, still tried to win him over, promising to give Ian the position of successor at Suamon so he could freely gather materials. However, Ian only coldly cut him off. I already have a guild. That's right, Ian firmly asserted. I've already joined a guild, and please don't bring up the successor thing anymore. Faced with the blunt rejection, Gu Huixiu froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. It seems I've lost a round. He smugly thought that whichever guild managed to recruit even the Thunder Emperor must be truly formidable. He even joked about whether the Guardians should just bite out to save trouble. Ian immediately got angry and demanded that the old man stop using nerve-wracking matters as a joke, because he had just officially joined the guild, so he absolutely must not pull any weird stunts. Seeing his fierce attitude, Gu Huixiu could only laugh it off. All right, how would I dare to stop you? I couldn't stop you anyway. Suddenly, Gu Huixiu placed his hand on Ian's shoulder, his face instantly becoming unusually serious. But Thunder Emperor, no, Ian. Seeing this abrupt change, Ian couldn't help but wonder, what is it now? Gu Huixiu looked straight into his eyes and advised him with a deep hidden meaning that once he made his comeback, there would definitely be those who would recognize his true identity, and that would bound to bring about unpredictable dangers. The atmosphere was so serious that the coffee shop grew cold, while Ian was still confidently thinking that those things were nothing compared to his power. Gu Huixiu immediately threw a bucket of cold water. Not you. He thoughtfully explained that the real danger did not lie with Ian himself, but rather targeted the people around him. But the people around you, They aren't as strong as you are, and memories of a solitary past sitting on monster carcasses suddenly flashed through his mind. Seeing the old man hesitate, Ian pressed further. And what else? Gurisio sigid softly, his eyes full of tolerance as he looked at the young man. Ah, dear best kid. If it doesn't work out, just come to our guardians. After hearing that, Ian was just one step away from activating a fake death mode right on the spot. Just as he finished speaking, the old man reached out his hand to rub Ian's head, very affectionately, making the young man annoyed. As he hurriedly brushed the hand away, "Hey, I told you I already have a guild." Guhuiesio only chuckled, turning his back to walk away while waving goodbye. All right, I'm leaving." Guhuiesio smiled with satisfaction looking at Ian's back, thinking to himself that now his grandson had finally learned to live more fully than before. As he strode out of the shop, he casually asked Secretary Kim about the price to buy out that coffee shop. Upon hearing the figure of 1,000,000,000 won, he just gently said, "Is that so?" Then he continued to ask about the price to buy out the entire publishing house where Ian was working. The average way wealthy people handle business, just throw money at it and it's all done, brothers. Meanwhile, from a distance, a mysterious hunter was secretly monitoring every move. He held Ian's F-rank profile in his hand, reporting over the phone that the target had met with both the association president and the emperor. Master, he couldn't help but wonder why someone who was clearly just a useless F-rank could actually cause such powerful figures of that caliber to personally step in like that. However, just as he finished speaking, the hunter suddenly froze, his face changing color in terror. He connected the dots of the Emperor Master's special treatment and wondered, in absolute shock, if the rumors about that old man's beloved grandson were actually true. Seeing Ian just stepping out of the coffee shop, he realized the assassination operation had already begun to be executed according to plan. His brain at this moment must be automatically triggering red alerts continuously. He frantically screamed into the phone, ordering his accomplices to stop and call off the plan immediately. A horrific crash suddenly occurred right in the middle of the street, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Ian's nearsighted glasses and phone were sent flying into midair, then fell onto the pavement, shattered to pieces. Amidst the chaotic scene, the hunter's desperate screams rang out too late. The one we intend to kill is the Emperor Master's grandson, the one pulling the strings behind the assassination, frantically rushed toward the scene, trembling as he admitted that he had absolutely no idea about the target's true identity. Inside the wrecked car, the two assassins smugly believed that the crash just now was enough to finish off the opponent. However, their smiles instantly vanished when Ian loomed out from the cloud of dust, with glowing blue eyes full of absolute authority. Terrified by the horrific pressure weighing heavily down on them, one of them screamed in despair, "Who on earth is that monster?" Although he didn't understand why an F-rank supporter possessed this kind of power, he still frantically drew his knife and rushed forward. Kill him. Ian just calmly stood there, wondering why a car had suddenly blocked his path. He secretly told himself that this was true proof of what his mother used to advise about not looking at your phone while walking. Right at the moment the glowing red blade closed in, Ian gently dodged it, causing the assassin to completely lose his bearings, only managing to utter a baffled "huh" before being sent flying into midair by an extremely powerful strike. Ian stood tall in the middle of the ruined scene, his gold hair radiant, with dense streaks of lightning enveloping his body. Silently looking at the assassins lying motionless on the ground, Ian was stunned, realizing he had just unconsciously taken action without even thinking. Looking at the two assassins lying motionless on the ground, he anxiously asked, "Are you guys okay?" His panicked voice sounded more like a victim than the assassin's, trembling as he looked around, for fear that someone might witness his true power. Ian only truly breathed a sigh of relief when the crowd suddenly started shouting the Emperor Master's name. Ian softly clicked his tongue. Tish, occasionally he is useful. However, suspicion still enveloped Ian's mind. As he realized these two were clearly real hunters, he wondered to himself why they targeted him and decided, perhaps I should ask Daehan about this. Scratching his head in exhaustion from the pile of trouble that had just arrived, Ian silently observed the medical team putting the attackers on stretchers to leave, secretly offering an apology for his somewhat excessive strike. At the association office, Park Daehan sat thoughtfully with an extremely serious expression regarding the incident that had just occurred. He admitted he knew those people were inherently foolish, but he never expected they would dare to go this far. This had truly crossed the association's limit of tolerance. Faced with Ian's inquiry, "Do you know them?" Doan asserted that he knew very well about those people, who were infamous for these wretched deeds. This kind of reputation is certainly the type that no one wants to be associated with. He revealed the perpetrator's identity. The ones who attacked you were members of the Scorpion Squad. Instantly, a stream of cold, murderous aura along with brilliant blue electricity erupted powerfully in Ian's eyes, showing that the Thunder Emperor's wrath was beginning to rise. Part Daehan continued to explain that the attackers definitely belonged to the Scorpion Guild, a dangerous organization that had been notorious for many years. After Ian retired, the Korean Hunter Association faced serious financial problems, and it was precisely that guild and the assembly. This was one of the squads that stepped forward to provide subsidies in exchange for benefits. Their leader is Cho Jin-nam, a notorious individual who is willing to use any dirty tricks to get what he wants. Daehan assessed that this incident happening right on the day Ian appeared was precisely his despicable retaliation after he had flatly kicked him out of the meeting at the association. Part Daehan explained that because Ian only registered as an F-rank hunter, Cho Jin-nam dared to target him instead of the association. He regretted having accidentally sought help from him in the first place and sincerely apologized. Ian only coldly said, "Drop it," but a radiant golden lightning current suddenly erupted violently around his body. Standing right next to him, Park Daehan felt suffocated before the utterly terrifying energy pressure. Ian's eyes flashed with absolute authority as he secretly thought that this was exactly the time to brainstorm for his manuscript. Daehan frantically begged Ian to calm down. He promised to find every way to guarantee the safety of his current hunter team, and hoped he would let this matter go. Contrary to that anxiety, Ian flashed a highly sinister and excited smile. He realized that this was precisely the ultimate reality where hunters are willing to slaughter one another right outside the gate if they get in the way. Ian enthusiastically thought about how the male lead would develop if he could overcome these brutal difficulties, while Daehan and his secretary stood behind him in complete fear. Ian's eyes flashed with a spark of pure excitement. He cheered about how wonderful the new plot points were, even though Daehan was frantically pleading, "Don't add more plot points. It's already good enough." Ian, filled with enthusiasm, declared that from now on, things were only truly beginning to get interesting. Meanwhile, at the Scorpion Guild headquarters, Cho Jin-nam was frantically screaming at his subordinates. He roared, berating his useless underlings. "Good-for-nothings. You want to beat someone up but ended up hospitalized instead." Looking at his heavily injured soldiers, Cho Jin-nam insulted them. "You got beaten black and blue like this, and yet you say the opponent is an F rank. You don't deserve to be members of the Scorpion Squad." The subordinate with the crew cut tremblingly reported the incident back. He stammered that the target seemed to have a bodyguard with him. In a state of panic, he described a sudden flash of lightning that shot past, causing Ian to disappear in an instant right before their eyes. Hearing up to this point, Cho Jin-nam could no longer control his rage. He delivered a thunderous punch to his lackey's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Cho Jin-nam Zhao-in et dong fu sung, believing that the excuse about lightning or some imaginary bodyguard was merely a despicable cover-up for his subordinates' incompetence. He continued to shout at the lackeys kneeling on the floor, insulting them that they were all wearing the Scorpion Guild badge, but couldn't even take down a single kid. Faced with their cowardice, Cho Jin-nam could only slump down into his chair, sighing in utter disgust, as he called a whole bunch of pack of useless fools. However, deep down inside, he began to feel uneasy. Cho Jin-nam realized that if Ian was truly the grandson of Gu Huiyeseo, the legendary master of the powerful Descendant Squad, then that old man would definitely not let this matter slide. Looking at Ian's profile, Cho Jin-nam bitterly realized that, since he had already ridden the tiger, he had to see it through. His gaze became piercingly cold as he asked about the hunter team Ian was currently participating in. The moment he found out it was a C rank team named Everything's Peaceful, a malicious scheme began to form in the guild master's head. He ordered his subordinates to buy out every single gate that the team intended to participate in, while simultaneously putting on pressure so that not a single team would dare to hire Ian to work. With a sinister and cruel smile, Cho Jin-nam decided to go all the way by targeting every single family member of Ian. Their very first target was Jisoo. In the middle of the quiet night, the girl was casually walking home. After buying ice cream at a convenience store, Jisoo secretly marveled at the convenience of a modern world, thinking that ice cream could now be eaten even in the freezing winter, when you can buy snacks right in the middle of the night. Completely unaware that two assassins from the Scorpion Guild were secretly tailing her right from behind. Right at the moment, she was completely absorbed in looking at her phone. A black sack unexpectedly pulled tight over her head from behind. 2 free tickets to the afterlife. The kidnappers cheered with absolute smugness at having captured the target so easily. They quickly suppressed and dragged Jisoo away, much to her astonishment. In just a blink of an eye, Jisoo was tightly bound hand and foot and thrown onto a waiting car. Sitting in the car with the sack covering her head, she still couldn't believe the reality unfolding. Her eyes behind her glasses widened in complete shock. Jisoo gasped, wondering to herself if she was actually being kidnapped. The car sped away into the night, leaving Jisoo with a dazed face. Due to the absolute absurdity of the situation, she could only stare blankly into space, completely speechless upon realizing she was indeed the victim of a sudden kidnapping. Afterward, Jisoo was brought to a deserted area on the outskirts of the city where few people passed by. Right now, she was tied tightly to a chair, her head fully covered so she couldn't see anything. The boss, Cho-jin Nam, wanting to take revenge on Ian, had ordered his lackeys to kidnap his older sister. This was the consequence of daring to offend his Scorpion Guild. Jin Nam reached out his hand and pulled the cloth sack off Jisoo's head. He wanted to see the fear on her face, all because her younger brother had messed with the wrong person. The moment the cloth bag was lifted, Jisoo's cold face was revealed. At this moment, the whole bunch began to feel like something was wrong. Wait, why does this girl's face look so familiar, brothers? The whole bunch began to break out in a cold sweat. This deal was not looking good. It turned out that besides being Ian's older sister, Jisoo also had another identity. She was one of the 12 strongest heroes in South Korea, nicknamed the Scarlet Flame. They never expected they would accidentally kidnap a wild beast. This time, they were truly beyond saving. A while later, Ian received a text message from his older sister. In the photo, Jisoo was even smiling and striking a selfie pose, while behind her were the young men being punished, kneeling on the ground and holding their ears in deep regret, kneeling in repentance after getting beaten up by her. Unable to endure this humiliation, Cho-jin Nam's underling bitterly cried out in frustration, unable to understand why their boss had to be so terrified of such a young girl. They believed that Jisoo only possessed a pretty appearance, with nothing to be feared, and demanded to rush forward, risking their lives to regain their dignity. Cho-jin Nam immediately shouted out loud, berating his subordinates as fools for failing to recognize the Scarlet Flame's true identity. He, terrifyingly, recalled the destructive power of this S-rank fire-type mage, someone who, whenever she appeared, turned everything into ashes, with a horrific heat that could radiate even right outside the gate. Cho-jin Nam furiously scolded his foolish underlings for daring to look down on an S-rank hunter. Taking a puff of a cigarette, Jin Nam bitterly wondered why things had gone sideways to this extent. He never could have expected that the Scarlet Flame was actually the granddaughter of the powerful Emperor Master. Initially, Jin Nam only intended to put that arrogant gate supporter in his place, but now he reluctantly had to order a retreat, not forgetting to swear that one day he would return to settle this debt. Just as Jin Nam was about to leave, a cold voice rang out, "Hey, stop right there." He froze, his face still bearing bruises from the previous battle. The underlings tremblingly looked at the figure of the red-haired girl, who was slowly approaching. They stammered, begging for mercy, and even offered to escort her all the way home to make amends. However, Jisoo only softly replied, "No," she declared, "I've changed my mind. Burning down your place sounds more fun." With just a snap of her fingers, a fierce fire suddenly erupted, burning everything around down to the ground. The assassins screamed in agony as they were enveloped by the firepower. Jisoo nonchalantly explained that it was a rare occasion for her younger brother, Ian, to ask her for a favor, so she also wanted to see if there was anything interesting going on. Jisoo's face became terrifying as she growled, "How dare you people touch my younger brother?" Cho-jin Nam froze in his tracks before the terrifying pressure, realizing he had messed with someone he shouldn't have. Jisoo asserted that this was precisely the price to pay for daring to make her younger brother uncomfortable. as that was originally her own exclusive privilege. A colossal pillar of fire shot straight up into the night sky, burning down the entire Scorpion Guild base. Standing in the middle of the ruined scene, Jisoo gently brushed her hair with a triumphant smile, watching the assassins, sent flying into midair amidst the sea of fire. The girl couldn't hide her pure excitement. Jisoo struck an elegant pose, smugly thinking that at this moment she truly looked exactly like a main character in a comic book. The kidnapping of the Scarlet Flame by the Scorpion Guild finally concluded with a result that couldn't be more pathetic. The entire guild was wiped out, while the survivors lay scattered all over the hospital covered in bandages. The whole of South Korea was in an uproar over this unprecedented kidnapping of an S-rank hunter. In offices everywhere, people were ceaselessly gossiping and mocking it, saying it was no different from a mass suicide. They sarcastically remarked that perhaps because Scorpion was the strongest among the A-rank guilds, they let the power get to their heads, daring to poke the bear only to meet a bitter end. While public opinion was still in a frenzy, Ian was facing another nightmare called the manuscript deadline. He frantically texted apologies to editor Kyung Mo, promising that he would definitely submit it tomorrow. The horror of a deadline is indeed scarier than any monster. However, amidst this critical moment, his older sister, Jisoo, kept pestering him, screaming, and demanding to know the reason why he had personally asked her for a favor to handle the Scorpion Guild. Ian irritably shouted, telling her to get out so he could focus on his work. But Jisoo still lingered around with a highly curious face. Ian coldly told her to use her wish if she wanted to know. But Jisoo immediately dismissed the idea, watching his older sister reluctantly step out of the room. Ian muttered, complaining about the manuscript being delayed because of the Scorpion bunch, and now I'm even being bothered by some gorilla. Instantly, a spine-chilling murderous aura enveloped the room. Jisoo turned back with a terrifying face, directly choking Ian and roaring, "You've got some nerve! How dare you call your big sister a gorilla? Fine, let me show you what it's like to die by a gorilla's hands." Ian's eyes widened, his face turning blue from suffocation, only managing to groan and beg for mercy in vain. Despite her younger brother struggling, Jisoo still had no intention of loosening her grip. In the critical moment, Ian used all his remaining strength to blurt out the truth that it was the Scorpion Guild that had bullied his own guild. Hearing this, Jisoo finally let go, leaving Ian to collapse onto the floor. Slumped on the floor, Ian gasped for air and muttered, "I almost died before finishing my story." Jisoo was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears and stammered back, "Your guild?" Ian was still in shock. He clutched his neck and nodded, admitting, "Yeah, that's right. I don't like a fuss, so keep it a secret for now." However, before he could even finish his sentence, his older sister's scream echoed throughout the house. "Awesome. Ian joined a guild." Ian could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. "Ah, this gorilla is truly..." Instantly, their parents' scolding voice echoed from downstairs, cutting through their argument. "Ian, Jisoo, quiet down and eat your food. S-rank or F-rank, everyone fears mom." The next morning at the guild headquarters, Sung-ho looked in surprise at the items in Ian's hands. Ian politely held out a gift bag. "Ah, my parents asked me to deliver this to you. They said thank you for accepting their son into the guild." Sung-ho embarrassedly waved his hands. "Ah, no need. We should be the one saying thank you." Sung-ho mentioned that the eldest brother was asleep while Young-sik would be back late, so he would inform them later. Suddenly, Sung-ho curiously asked, "All right, have you heard about the Scorpion Guild kidnapping the Scarlet Flame?" Ian casually kept taking notes. "Ah, yes." Seung-go laughed delightfully because the one who dared to steal their guild's gate rating rights had met with divine retribution. Meanwhile, Ian could only smile wryly, secretly apologizing, because he himself was the cause. However, Sung-ho suddenly pondered, "But I find it a bit hard to understand. The ranks of the two sides are completely different, yet they are involved in the exact same matter. Could it really be a coincidence?" Ian was startled and broke out in a sweat. "What?" Sung-ho asserted that he felt there must be some hidden reason behind this. Seung-go continued to analyze the strangeness of how the Scorpion Guild, which was famous in the A rank, would suddenly go and steal the rights to the gates that their small guild intended to bid on, and then afterward cause such a shocking incident as kidnapping an S-rank hunter. Looking at his teammate's serious expression, Ian was trembling so much that sweat was pouring down, his hands tightly clutching his notebook. He was utterly terrified. "Oh crap, has he found out about me?" Ian while writing, anxiously wondered if he would be fired if he caused any hindrance to the guild. Sung-ho thoughtfully concluded everything. Summing all of this up, there can only be one unique conclusion. Seeing his teammate approach and call out his name, Ian was so scared that he shook violently. He frantically wrote in his notebook and cried out in tears, "I won't let this happen ever again. Please don't kick me out of the guild." However, completely contrary to Ian's anxiety, Sung-ho cheerfully declared, "With this deal, we are about to strike it rich, brothers." He held up a shiny card, asserting that high-ranking hunters suddenly, causing trouble definitely, had only one unique reason. Seung-go excitedly explained, "It's because inside the gate we intended to bid on, there lies a colossal treasure." He laughed delightfully because after Scorpion was wiped out, the gate raiding rights they had stolen were returned to the guild, while daydreaming about the prospect that now they just had to get rich. Sung-ho suddenly took a thunderous kick right to the face. The guild master, Sa-seong, irritably shouted out loud, "Let people get some sleep." Sa-seong scolded Seung-ko to stop daydreaming about treasures so that he could rest in peace. Despite that annoyance, Sung-ho still insisted that this card was a hard-earned result from the bidding. The guild master turned to urge Ian to depart quickly, because after finishing the job, he still had to go work as a mercenary to earn extra. Sung-ho muttered, hoping to find a treasure soon, to end his hateful mercenary work, leaving the guild master with no choice but to smile wryly. "I hope I can quit working soon." Ian breathed a sigh of relief because he wasn't fired. Right at this moment, his phone rang out, notifying him of a new message. Opening his phone, Ian was stunned by the message from editor Kyung-mo, requesting a brief meeting about the manuscript this morning. He was utterly anxious, breaking out in a cold sweat, believing that these would definitely be the next harsh criticisms. At the coffee shop, Kyung-mo was already waiting and initiated the conversation. "First of all, I've read your piece thoroughly. Your writing has improved. You almost got dropped." Ian was overjoyed, beyond measure upon receiving the praise from the editor. "Thank you so much." The author felt a sense of relief because his story wasn't dropped, but Kyung-mo immediately raised questions that turned the atmosphere serious. He wondered when a main character in the story would actually advance to B rank, although admitting Ian's writing style had become much more realistic and interesting. Kyul Montak still felt something wasn't quite right. The editor explained that the current content consisted only of everyday events, lacking the turning point, incidents for the main character to mature. But in my opinion, a typical masterpiece must start with an ordinary person who goes through countless trials and training to become stronger. That very journey of painful growth is what makes readers feel satisfied and relieved. Ian pondered, "Do I have to think of a plot to torture my beloved character again?" Kyung-mo took the legendary 12 Apostles as an example, asserting that they weren't strong right from the start either, but had to go through countless life and death battles to achieve the status they have today. That exact process of tempering is what makes the public so wild about them. He clicked his tongue and said that perhaps only the Thunder Emperor was an exception because rumor had it he possessed innate power right from birth. Hearing up to this point, Ian could only break out in a cold sweat, forcing a highly awkward smile in response. "Yeah, that's why I don't really know either." Kyung-mo put down his coffee cup, firmly asserting that it was time for Ian's main character to truly mature. He requested that in the next volume, Ian must add scenes of overcoming trials for the character to become stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyung-mo checked his watch and hurriedly excused himself because of his next meeting. Before leaving, Kyung-mo still didn't forget to leave behind a highly heavyweight piece of advice, hoping that Ian would think deeply about his own growth, because that was the starting point for the main character. Watching the editor's back gradually fade away, Ian rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. In his head, the question about the concept of growth that Kyung-mo had just mentioned kept repeating. He scratched his head and pulled his hair, wondering what on earth growth actually was that made it so important. In Ian's mind, images appeared of hunters struggling to fight amidst a pack of ferocious green monsters, where the line between life and death was just a hair's breadth away. In a pitch-black room, Ian was still diligently sitting in front of his computer screen with a deeply contemplative face, and then decided to visit a forum to look for help with his intractable problem. A post with the title, "Need Help Writing," about the main character's growth in a hunter story appeared, where Ian expressed his deadlock, as he didn't know how to describe the process of ranking up from C rank to B rank in a plausible way. Instantly, an account named Lamb replied that the matter was extremely simple. Just give the character more powerful abilities or have them gather overpowered items, and it's done. Ian rested his chin in his hand, thoughtfully wondering. So just sending him to lift weights is enough? However, another user named Hungry. Ian rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, wondering to herself. So, just sending him to the weightlifting station will solve everything? However, another user named Hungry brought up a contrasting viewpoint, arguing that if the story only focused on external strength, it would lack depth. He shockingly realized that merely leveling up was still not enough, but it also had to portray the internal growth of the character. With his hands flying across the keyboard, Ian hurriedly asked for the definition of internal growth. According to Hungry's explanation, it could be the process of overcoming psychological trauma, or simply a character who lacks social skills, learning how to connect with people, even pushing past limits with friends to mature together, is also a meaningful form of development. Those abstract concepts left Ian completely overloaded. He slammed his head hard onto the desk and shrieked in despair. I'm writing a hunter story, not studying psychology. Ian lay slumped over the keyboard, wearily admitting that he was completely clueless about these things. However, a sudden idea flashed, making him flash a highly confident smile. He realized that although he didn't fully understand it, he could absolutely, directly observe that process from the people around him right now. At a gate, the atmosphere suddenly became intensely strained as a warning shout rang out. It's here. A colossal monster bear with sturdy armor and glowing red, murderous eyes suddenly appeared, roaring frantically and rushing straight toward the hunter formation. Facing the ferocious enemy, Song and his teammates instantly drew their weapons and shouted, "Everyone, get into position," while Ian silently stood and watched from behind to gather materials. The monster swung its razor-sharp claws, delivering 1,000-ton strike down onto the ground. The extremely powerful impact created an explosion of dust, shattering the ground and generating a horrific pressure that swept across the entire scene. The bear monster frantically lunged forward, but Song timely used his broadsword to block the strike. 1,000-ton strike. Sparks flew as the sharp claws collided with the sword blade. He flashed a defiant smile. "Sorry, but I tend to get a bit rough." Instantly, Sung-ho roared, calling for reinforcement. The two teammates answered in unison. "We're on it right now," and simultaneously rushed forward to attack. Watching from behind, Ian disappointedly took notes in his notebook. Nothing. He broke out in a cold sweat, hopelessly, realizing he couldn't gather anything useful from this battle. For the past 3 weeks, from facing deer monsters, crocodiles to even pink rabbits, the whole team still only used the exact same outdated tactics without any change. Ian screamed in his mind, as he couldn't see any development or anything new to learn. The image of editor Kyung-mo coldly ripping the manuscript apart appeared like a nightmare, along with the declaration, "Since the writing is this boring, pack your bags and quit," leaving him completely devastated. He could only kneel on the ground and wail in despair. When the monster was completely defeated, Song breathed a sigh of relief and praised them. "All right, everyone did a great job," turning back to see the newbie still in a state of panic and muttering, "Please, this can't be happening." Song couldn't help but be bewildered, wondering what on earth was going on with this guy. With a sigh, he decided to conclude the hunt to head home. Just as Young-sik waved his hand and called out loudly, "Hyung!" Young-sik excitedly approached and asked Song if he had forgotten something. The guild master was confused, thinking it was about splitting the profits, but Young-sik immediately dismissed it. Clenched, fists raised, he shouted in pure excitement that while that was important, the whole guild still needed a grand party to celebrate his return and welcome the newbie, Ian, after nearly 2 weeks of joining. Even though Young-sik was enthusiastically hugging him, Ian just stood frozen with a face worn out from sleep deprivation. Song broke into a slight sweat, forcing a smile to decline. "Today I'm busy being a good dad, so I'll pass." Seong waved goodbye, promising to host a party another time, and then slowly walked away. Watching his back fade into the distance, Young-sik wondered what was going on with his senior. But Sung-ho just thoughtfully explained that Song is a family breadwinner after all. Under the brilliant sunset, the guild master stood quietly on a bus, heading toward a highly important place. Seong's gaze became unusually gentle as he looked out the window of the rolling bus. He dropped by a bookstore, meticulously picking out a new storybook, then dropped by a flower shop to look for the most vibrant bouquet. Holding the gift bag and the bright bouquet in his hands, the normally rough hunter's face now clearly showed a look of happiness and high anticipation. His destination was the Seoul hospital. Stepping inside, Song beamed with joy upon seeing his young son sitting on the hospital bed with his mother. The moment the boy saw the familiar figure, he cheered in pure delight. "Dad." Song smiled broadly, stepping over while affectionately asking, "My son, Minyu, have you been well lately?" The tough guy has transformed into a gentle father. Ji-hun excitedly bragged to his dad that he had eaten up all his food without leaving a single bite. Seeing his son behaving so well, Song then pulled out the special gift he had prepared beforehand to reward the boy. It was precisely the novel, Why You Shouldn't Seek Hunter Romance Stories by the author Na Megan. Ji-ho was overjoyed, his eyes shining with pure excitement as he received the long-awaited book from his dad's hands. Song affectionately asked, "This is exactly what you wanted, right, son?" The boy nodded vigorously, cheering in absolute happiness. He clutched the book tightly to his chest, smiling radiantly and continuously thanking him. "Dad is the best. This good kid didn't disappoint me. Other people's children never disappoint me." After comforting his son, Song turned to look at his wife with a deeply affectionate gaze. He embarrassedly scratched his head and suddenly held out the fresh, vibrant bouquet that he'd been hiding all this time. His wife couldn't help but be astonished and moved, gasping at her husband's unexpected romantic gesture. "Oh my, what is this?" Song gently took his wife's hand, tenderly explaining that although both of them had accidentally forgotten for years, today was actually their wedding anniversary. In the warm atmosphere filled with love, the husband and wife shared a passionate hug. However, the couple suddenly startled in panic and turned back, their intuition telling them that something terrible was happening. Striking their eyes was a horrific sight as drops of bright red blood were dripping down, soaking through each white page of the book. Ji-ho sat motionless on the bed, his face pale and his eyes wide open, lifeless, while blood from his nose continuously ran down his chin. Song and his wife were completely frozen in shock. Astonishment and absolute horror were clearly written on their faces as they witnessed their son's sudden, critical condition right before their eyes. Ji-ho gradually lost consciousness, his weak body collapsing onto the bed as his breathing grew fainter and fainter. The hospital room was suddenly enveloped in a dark, cold, and utterly desperate atmosphere. Gio. Inside the hospital room, Ji-ho's heavy, labored breathing echoed continuously from beneath the oxygen mask. The doctor stepped over to reassure Song and his wife that, fortunately, the medicine was working well, and everything would be temporarily stable for now. Looking at the wife, sobbing with her head buried by the hospital bed, the doctor lowered his voice to repeat a brutal truth. "But as you know, the rare illness related to Ji-hun worsens the more he is exposed to mana." The doctor looked at Song with concern, then straightforwardly offered his advice. "Although I know this is a difficult situation, Ji-ho needs to undergo surgery as soon as possible." Song lowered his head, his trembling hands tightly clutching each other in absolute turn. Utter helplessness when thinking about the colossal expense. "I know that, but where can I get the money?" The doctor could only sigh, promising to ensure that everything would be ready, so that the surgery could be performed at any time, as long as Song was ready. Standing alone in the middle of the hospital room, Song gritted his teeth, clenching his fists so hard they trembled. He pulled his hair, wondering if he should borrow more money, or accept diving into highly dangerous mercenary jobs to get enough money to save his son. Seeing his wife still sobbing continuously next to Ji-ho, Song suppressed his grief, approached her, and gently comforted her. "Why are you crying again? Don't worry, I'll find a way to make money." Faced with his wife's anxiety, he forced a smile, to be the pillar of support for his family. "Don't you trust me? The surgery cost is nothing." Suddenly, Ji-ho's faint call rang out, causing both of them to frantically rush over. "Ji-ho, are you okay?" Ji-hun weakly opened his eyes to look at his parents, faintly calling out with interrupted breath, "Mom, Dad." Song looked at his son with heartbreak, trying to keep the brightest expression possible to ask if the boy was feeling any better. He affectionately comforted him, saying that the doctor assured that he wouldn't be in pain anymore before leaving, but Ji-ho suddenly burst into tears. The teardowns rolled down as he uttered a heartbreaking apology. I'm sorry, if only I weren't sick. Sa-seong, choking up, asked him not to say things like that. But Jiho still sobbed, repeating his wish. If only I didn't have this terrible disease inside me. Jiho gasped through choked sobs beneath the oxygen mask. Mom and Dad wouldn't have to struggle this much. The boy felt pained, thinking that he himself was a burden, making his parents suffer. Song and his wife completely broke down. The mother tightly held her son's small hand, sobbing in tears. No, Jiho, why? Why are you apologizing? She could only bury her head by the hospital bed, choking up, as she uttered that it was the parents who should be the ones apologizing for making him suffer. Song couldn't suppress his pain. He clutched his forehead, his face distorted by the desperate desire to save his son. Mom and Dad will make sure that you won't be in pain anymore. We will make you better. We promise. Leaving the hospital, Song quietly stood in a long line among the crowd at the Hunter Manpower supply office with a worn-out and exhausted appearance. Inside the office, the bank employee concernedly looked at the profile and then delivered a harsh rejection. I'm sorry, you have too much debt. There is no way you can borrow more. Song walked away in hopelessness, his gaze blank. Upon realizing that every door to secure a loan had slammed shut before his eyes, he bitterly told himself that right now, the only choice left was to work as a mercenary. Shortly after, Song was present at a forest. He swung his greatsword, finishing off a colossal monster in exchange for a meager amount of money. After the fierce battle, Song sat down on a log, drenched in sweat and catching his breath in exhaustion. A nearby colleague stepped over, wiping his sweat, and offered praise. Hey man, you worked hard today. Song nodded slightly in response. Thank you. Seeing an A-rank guild master doing this kind of strenuous work, the man curiously asked if he was in urgent need of money. Seong could only flash a bitter, forced smile. Yes, I'm a bit short on cash. Seong hesitantly initiated a request to the senior sitting next to him. Hyungnim, I'm sorry, but could you? The moment he heard the colossal figure, the other man shouted out in shock. What? 200 million? He sighed and reminded Song that C-rank hunters were all in the same difficult boat together, so it was very hard to help out. Song could only lower his head, smiling wryly in utter helplessness. While in a state of deadlock, the man suddenly froze upon receiving a signal and told Song to wait a moment. He hurriedly picked up the phone to talk to the other end of the line. About a special job. Yeah, Hyung. Do you remember the thing we talked about earlier? Do you think a C rank can handle it? After confirming everything, the man thoughtfully put his phone away. Yes, I understand. Seeing Song anxiously asking if there was any good job hiring, he stood up full of hesitation. This deal is highly lucrative, but you could easily lose your life. Song immediately rushed over, his eyes burning with desperation. Oh, what kind of job is it? I could do anything. I don't mind at all. The man began to explain about a B-rank guild, composed entirely of mages who were looking for a tank to hold the defensive line while they cast spells. However, the place they intended to clear was a high-grade B-rank gate, which made the mission extremely dangerous for a C-rank hunter. He emphasized that if successful, the estimated profit would be over 500 million. And since there was only a single tank position, Song would receive 100 million for this job. 100 million? Count me in immediately. Despite being warned that he would have to fight against the monsters all by himself and could truly lose his life, Song still coldly replied, it's fine, with an unwavering, steadfast, Gaz, Saseong decisively requested. Please introduce me right away. Shortly after, he was present at the scene, standing tall to confront a colossal orc, carrying a terrifying battle axe that radiated a glowing red. Mule de Ruoha. Song tightly gripped his weapon and told himself, I must do this. Behind his back, the mages were concentrating their spiritual power into their staffs and shouting intensely. C-rank, you must hold your ground. If you don't, we will all die. Understood? The orc roared, its eyes glowing red and filled with murderous intent as it swung its colossal axe down. Saseong gritted his teeth, responding with a determined roar, understood, and used all his strength to raise his greatsword to block the horrific impact. He groaned as the pressure from the monster caused his legs to start sinking deep and sliding along the ground, on the line between life and death. The burdens of earning a living suddenly rushed back, enveloping his mind. The harsh shouting of the landlord, about why the rent was suddenly increased, along with the cold explanation that both the monthly rent and the deposit had gone up. If you don't have the money, pack your things and move out next month. It didn't just stop there. Even the rent for the guild office was notified to increase by another 200,000, one starting next month, cornering him into a dead end with no way out. But the most painful thing was the haunting reminder from the doctor that Jiho needed surgery as soon as possible. Saseong roared, sweat and blood flowing down his face, which was distorted with frustration. He told himself that it didn't matter what difficulties this world was weighing down on his shoulders, and boldly challenged reality. Did you think that much could make things hard for me? With an iron, while pushing past all the limits of a C-rank hunter, Song mustered all his remaining strength to push back the monster. A heart-wrenching scream echoed across the battlefield. I am the breadwinner of the family. Song braced himself to withstand the 1,000-ton strike from the colossal monster, but his great sword couldn't bear the pressure and shattered into 1,000 pieces. A severe, long wound slid across his chest, leaving Song only enough time to gasp in pain before collapsing under the overwhelming difference in power. While Song lay motionless on the ground, his teammates, the mage team, was frantically fleeing. They screamed, urging each other to pour all their mana into the final attack without paying the slightest attention to his safety. In his delirium, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, the image of Jiho's radiant smile suddenly appeared in Song's mind. Choking up, he secretly told himself, Jiho, Dad is sorry for making you bet on such a pathetic father. The morning light began to dawn through the window of the small room. Ian was now sitting blankly in front of his computer screen, with tired dark circles under his eyes, muttering about the word growth that his editor requested. He felt himself on the verge of completely breaking down after staying up all night amidst a pile of empty energy drink cans. Yet he still hadn't found a direction for his character. Right at that moment, his phone rang, breaking the silence. On the screen, a call from Sung-ho Hyung popped up. Ian hurriedly picked up. Yes, Sung-ho Hyung. I was just about to go to work. The combo of dark circles and energy drinks is a true deadline standard. However, his face suddenly changed color, his eyes behind his glasses widening in utter shock. As he heard the shocking news from the other end of the line, Ian stammered back in astonishment. Excuse me? Mansal. Song Hyung. The steady sound of the drip echoed in the quiet atmosphere of the hospital room. Man Song lay motionless on the bed, his face haggard beneath the oxygen mask, while his wife slumped beside him, tightly holding her husband's hand and sobbing. My love. Standing outside the door, Ian blankly stared at that heart-wrenching sight. He had understood everything. That man Song had chosen to risk his life with dangerous mercenary work just to get money for his sick son's surgery. Sung-ho, standing nearby, could only sadly confirm. Yeah, that's right. Sung-ho scratched his head in deep regret. Did this old man consider us strangers? Seeing his senior in agony, Ian scratched his head, hesitantly offering to lend man Sasong a hand. He asked in a low voice, how much is enough? Upon hearing that, Sung-ho's eyes brightened with hope. Really? That's right, you're the Thunder King. But then he suddenly froze, the smile on his lips vanishing. Sung-ho went quiet, lowering his head, his voice becoming resolute. I really appreciate the thought, but I must decline. Ian gasped in astonishment. Why? Sung-ho explained that if he truly wanted to rely on money, Man Sasong would have asked Ian for help long ago. But he didn't do that. Seung-go honestly shared that he had once tried to convince Man Sasong to bring Ian into the guild, hoping things would get better. But to the eldest brother, he never viewed Ian as some grand Thunder King. To Man Sasong, Ian was simply the youngest little brother in the guild. Right at that moment, Young-sik's shout echoed from the hallway. Hyung, I've gotten in touch with the B-rank guy that Sasong Hyung was working with as a mercenary. Sung-ho immediately replied, oh, I'll be right there. He slightly adjusted his hair, letting out a deeply thoughtful sigh regarding the stubborn and overthinking nature of their eldest brother. Seung-go placed his hand on Ian's shoulder, seriously reminding him that if they accepted help from his power right now, then he himself would feel disappointed in Ian. Keep your integrity intact, even in poverty, little bro. Seung-go asserted that the whole guild would find a way to solve this problem themselves, and then quietly walked down the hospital hallway. Sung-ho solemnly affirmed, that's right. Faced with his senior's resolve, Ian looked on with a deeply sincere gaze and replied, then don't make me bear the guilt as the Thunder King. Let me help you as the youngest member. Shortly after, the scene shifts to a gloomy gate where monsters begin to pour out like a torrent. The commander of the mage group, holding a blazing staff, screamed a warning. The monsters are coming. Everyone, prepare for battle. The skeleton soldiers equipped with shields and iron helmets aggressively advanced, making the commander lose his patience and shout out for support. Hey, where's the C rank? Get over here and hold the front line. Instantly, Sung Ho and Young Sik rushed to the front line, responding, "We're here. Why are you so tense, buddy?" Both of them threw themselves into the fray, starting a highly intense hand-to-hand combat to stop the advance of the skeleton monsters. The battle became extremely fierce. Seung-go gritted his teeth, bracing himself to withstand the sword slashes from Skeleton Knight. Behind him, the leader of the Mage Guild continuously shouted in fury upon seeing the defensive line. "Wobble, you bastard! Are you even trying? We're being pushed back. Don't let them get close to us." No matter what, despite being overwhelmed, Sung-ho still roared back to keep his spirits up. However, the pressure was too immense, causing them to still let one monster slip through. The commander continued to scold furiously. "You idiot! You let one slip through." Young Sik could only break out in a cold sweat, stammering an apology while still struggling to hold off the other enemies. After temporarily repelling the wave of attacks, the whole team stopped before a colossal, powerful gate. The commander ordered, "We've reached the boss room. Take a short break, and then go in to offer your lives, brothers." Sung-ho and Young Sik slumped to the floor in a state of exhaustion. Young Sik groaned in pain because his hands had gone numb after the heavy impacts. Looking at the gate in front of him, Sung-ho shockingly realized the difference in power was too massive at a B-rank gate, as he had only dealt with the small monsters and had already reached his limit, whereas their eldest brother, Sung, used to have to handle these entities all by himself. On the other side, the members of the Mage Guild started arguing anxiously that hiring only one C-rank tank was way too risky. They fearfully realized that in their current state, defeating the boss was an impossibility and the whole team would definitely be wiped out instantly. The mage commander lamented, "Hiring a B rank is too expensive, so let's just use a C rank to save money." He reminded them that last time the whole team was lucky enough to handle it well enough with just one C rank mercenary, even though that person gave up halfway through. Seung-go silently listened. He understood that they were anxious, because this time there were only two people providing support. But in his heart, he was also questioning himself about his own ability to endure. Clenching his fist in immense tension, Sung-ho feared the worst-case scenario where both he and Young Sik would get severely injured. Right at that moment, Ian loomed up from behind, making both of them jump in surprise. With dark circles under his eyes and a worn-out face, like a walking corpse, Ian called out, "Sung-ho, Hyung, Senior Young Sik." Witnessing the ragged appearance of their youngest member, Sung-ho and Young Sik frantically shouted, asking who on earth did what to make him end up in this state. He held his notebook, his eyes burning with sheer determination, and asked, "Everyone, are we going to hunt the boss today? Will you trust me and follow my lead?" The battle broke out, and the whole team frantically swept through the skeleton monsters with blazing and sharp attacks. However, after clearing out the underlings, the commander was shocked to realize the boss had vanished without a trace. The hunters began to suspect that someone had defeated it beforehand, but the guild leader instantly dismissed it, believing no one was foolish enough to risk their career by violating the association's regulations. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the assistant advised the guild leader to end the hunt here, because the whole team had depleted their energy. Although the boss didn't appear, most of the monsters had been eliminated. They decided to take a rest to recover before continuing the search. The guild leader looked at the pile of skeletal remains at his feet, secretly admitting that he himself no longer had enough strength to cast any more magic. If they truly wanted to inflict damage on the boss, then first the whole team had to put it into a stunned state. And he firmly asserted that those C-rank bastards with those poor skills could absolutely never do that, while the low-level grunts behind them were still absorbed in discussing food and looking down on their teammates. The guild leader coldly declared the end of today's raid. The hunters began packing up their gear to retreat. The guild leader regretfully promised everyone that they would return for revenge next time, since the boss still refused to show itself. However, just as he was about to leave, a nonchalant voice rang out from behind. We've only just begun. The guild leader spun around in shock. What? What do you mean? Before the other party could even collect themselves, Ian simply raised his hand. A colossal pillar of light along with dazzling lightning bolts shot straight into midair, blowing away everything around it and creating a terrifying shockwave that left the mages completely flabbergasted, gasping in astonishment. From amidst of that violent spiritual energy, a colossal, skeletal foot suddenly stomped down, crushing the ground, signaling the arrival of a terrifying entity. It was none other than the boss monster, a B-rank colossal skeleton, with blazing blue eyes and a highly threatening aura. The hunters shrieked in terror. The guild leader gritted his teeth, cursing because of this ill-timed appearance. But he still quickly regained his composure to order the entire team to pour all their strength into one final strike. A series of high-level magic spells were cast simultaneously. Fire arrows, thunder strikes, and ice spears, torrents of firepower, lightning, and frost simultaneously rained down upon the monster, creating a blinding explosion that enveloped the entire battlefield. However, as the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the guild leader completely broke down upon realizing the monster still stood tall, completely unfazed by their strongest attacks. The boss swung its colossal mace, sweeping across, while the mages had completely depleted their mana and fallen into a state of utter despair. Out of mana, prepare to right your wills. Right at that critical, hair-raising moment, Ian suddenly flashed a radiant smile and shouted loudly, "Everyone, now is our chance." Instantly, Sung Ho and Young Sik, with their eyes burning with sharp intent, rushed forward like two flying arrows. Sung Ho frantically swung his chain weapon while Young Sik utilized his agility to slip through the openings of the colossal monster. Their seamless coordination and terrifying speed left the mage guild leader gaping in utter astonishment. They're cheating, right? With only the status of C-rank hunters, both of them were completely overwhelming the B-rank boss, to the amazement of everyone witnessing it. Standing from behind, Ian quietly held his notebook, his eyes flashing with pure confidence, as he witnessed everything unfolding exactly as he had calculated. Sung Ho suddenly realized that all the current events were within his youngest brother's calculations. He swung his chain, powerfully attacking the monster's flank, secretly admitting, "It's exactly as that kid said." Turning back to a few minutes prior, both Sung Ho and Young Sik couldn't help but look at the notebook in his hand in amazement. Sung Ho spoke out in shock. "This is," Ian proudly explained, "that is the strategy one planned, based on the documents provided by the association, since it was his first time constructing a combat scenario for a battle below A rank. He had spent quite a bit of time thoroughly researching it." Ian pointed out that this boss was a giant bone skeleton, possessing horrific power in every single attack, yet was incredibly slow and clumsy. Its fatal weakness lay in its bone joints, and with their advantage in speed, Sung Ho and Young Sik could absolutely land strikes before it could even counterattack. "Yes," Ian signaled readiness. "I will give the signal," leaving Sung Ho completely frozen, asking back, "Wait, hold on, youngest bro." Seung-go shockingly asked if it was true that Ian had researched all of this in just a single night. Ian embarrassedly scratched his head, modestly saying, "Well, I do have a bit of knack for writing, you know. After all, I'm just an aspiring writer. As a writer, researching is the fundamental base." The image of Ian, staying up all night diligently at his desk to draw out the detailed diagram of the monster's weaknesses, came back impressively. Receiving excellent support, Sung Ho charged forward to attack with great excitement. He thought to himself, "Thank you, youngest bro." Then prepare to proceed to the next step of the plan, to bring home the 100 million to save little Jiho. The giant bone skeleton monster let out an earth-shattering roar, just like its usual habit, right before unleashing a crushing attack. Instantly, Ian signaled his teammates to focus on dodging to both sides, to distract the enemy. Dong Sik agilely dodged past the thunderous strike from the colossal mace, then aimed straight at its weakest bone joints to deliver a blow. He leapt high into the air, concentrating all his strength into the jump, and then shouted out a flashy move name, Super Double Ion. Thunder Slash, an extremely powerful slash, landed straight on the monster's leg, making it stagger and lose its footing. Noticing the enemy had been incapacitated, exactly like the research plan, Ian shouted from behind, urging Sung Ho, "Now is the time." Without a second of hesitation, Sung-ho rushed forward like an arrow, concentrating all his strength into the decisive. Attack aimed straight at the glowing blue energy core exposed in the middle of the skeletal chest to finish it off instantly. A blinding explosion of spiritual energy erupted right at the point of impact, but instead of crushing the energy core, a horrific pressure suddenly rebounded. The smile on Sung-ho's lips vanished, replaced by a look of shock as he was blown far away by the blue light. In the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of his teammates, both Sung-ho and Young-sik gaped in surprise at this unpredictable turn of events. Standing behind, Ian was equally shocked. He tightly clutched his notebook upon realizing that the full-force attack just now had been absurdly reflected back, looking at the monster still standing tall and radiating an even more terrifying murderous aura than before. Ian suddenly realized an important truth hidden beneath the white bones of the boss. Damn it, where did I calculate wrong? Ian shockingly realized a brutal truth. No matter how good a strategy is, it is only a method. Without the fundamental strength, these C-rank hunters could absolutely never defeat it. Looking at his teammates trembling in despair, as they realized this was an entity that was never meant for them, Ian gritted his teeth. Bright yellow sparks began to ignite on his hand as he told himself there was no other choice but to take action himself. However, at that very moment, Sung-ho suddenly roared Young-sik's name, demanding his brother to remember the tactic that the guild had always practiced every single day. Ian was stunned, freezing in his tracks, his eyes opening wide in surprise as he realized they seemingly still had another trump card outside of the calculations in his notebook. Even without Guild Master Sung here, Sung-ho clearly declared the whole team would combine their strength to fight on behalf of their eldest brother. Young-sik excitedly replied, "Understood, Captain," and immediately deployed the old move to draw the enemy's attention. He frantically rushed forward, hurling insults at the boss while running. "You eyeless skull." He even unleashed a provoking skill, "Taunt me," with sheer arrogance, making the monster fly into a rage. An extremely harsh verbal provocation skill. Being infuriated, the giant bone skeleton frantically chased after Young-sik while he ran and shouted to give the signal to Sung-ho. Just waiting for that, Sung-ho flung his chain, tightly wrapping it around the monster's leg, then pulled hard with all his might, causing it to lose its balance and tumble. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity while the monster was faltering, Young-sik immediately turned back, mustering all his strength to prepare for the final finishing blow. Young-sik flashed a confident smile, looking over at his teammate. "Are we using Brother Sasong's ultimate move too, Hyung?" Sung-ho immediately confirmed. That's right. In his heart, Sung-ho knew very well that if it were the guild master Sasong, just a single strike would be enough to destroy the core. But the current situation forced him and Young-sik to together put all their strength into a decisive strike. A slash, carrying a powerful surge of spiritual energy aimed straight at the glowing blue energy sphere in the middle of the boss's chest. The monster's colossal skull cracked as the blue light erupted violently from within the skeleton like a ticking bomb. A shocking explosion of spiritual energy occurred, blinding blue light enveloping the entire cave. The giant bone skeleton roared in agony as its body began to disintegrate into pieces. Its colossal body collapsed, gradually turning into particles of spiritual energy and completely vanishing into thin air before the unbelievable coordinated strength of the two C-rank hunters. The mages stared blankly at the ruined scene, a girl stammering in astonishment. The boss is vanishing. Upon realizing the threat was truly gone, everyone burst into absolute happiness. Then we're alive. We can get out safely. That was a close call. We almost kicked the bucket. Watching from a distance, Ian quietly lowered his notebook, his eyes behind his glasses, showing clear admiration as he thought to himself. Incredible. It surpassed even my strategy. Even in a life-or-death situation, they still didn't give up. Sung-ho smiled, stepping over to lend a hand to pull Young-sik, who was sitting on the ground, back up. Ian thought to himself that they had come up with a new tactic based on their own strength. A satisfied smile appeared on the Thunder Emperor's lips as he realized this was true growth. He immediately ran toward his teammates, who were exhausted but filled with pride after the victory. The scene shifts to the Seoul Hospital, where Guild Master Sasong was still lying in a coma, his face haggard beneath the hospital room lights, his mouth continuously murmuring his son's name, Ji-hun. In his delirium, Sa-sung was ceaselessly tormented. I'm sorry. It's because your father couldn't do better. He groaned softly and then slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. I haven't kicked the bucket yet. Sa-seong suddenly remembered his ultimate goal, which was to try and make money, to pay for Ji-ho's surgery. He sat up, holding his head and sighing in utter helplessness. It's over. Where will I get the money to save my son now? Despair enveloped the guild master as he thought all his efforts had gone down the drain. Right at that moment, the privacy curtain was suddenly pulled aside completely. Young-sik cheerfully cried out, Hyung, you're awake. Sung-ho and Ian, standing beside him, also spoke up to scold him with deep care. Ahem, a guild master ending up in this state? Do you have any idea how panicked we were? Sung lowered his head apologetically. I am sorry. But Sung-ho immediately interrupted. Hold on. Just rest easy now, Hyung. The three teammates stood closely together in a strong bond. Sung-ho smiled and affirmed. While you were resting, we did what we could. Now you don't have to worry about Ji-ho's surgery costs anymore. Sa-sung was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open in sheer shock at the unbelievable good news. What do you mean? Man Sa-sung shakily held the device, showing the balance in his hand. He stammered, unable to believe his eyes. So this is the money you guys made from doing mercenary work? Seung-go smiled and confirmed that the entirety of that money, combined with the earnings from the whole team's hard work, was enough to cover little Ji-ho's surgery costs. Faced with the immense generosity of his teammates, the guild master lowered his head, filled with guilt. I don't think I can accept it like this. Pride at this point is nothing compared to hospital bills. Man Sa-sung's words shocked Sung-ho and Young-sik. Masiak Ji left Sung-ho and Young-sik stunned. Sung-ho flew into a rage and shouted loudly, What do you mean by that? Are you crazy? Aren't you thinking about Ji-ho at all? Man Sa-sung hurriedly clarified that he didn't mean to refuse it at all. It's just that I can't nonchalantly take the money that my brothers had to risk their lives to get. He tightly gripped the device in his hand, resolutely, asserting that he would definitely repay everyone in full, even though Young-sik tried to comfort him by saying the whole guild understood his difficult situation. But Man Sa-sung still solemnly admitted that this was his own problem. The gaze of Man Sa-sung grew sorrowful as he reminisced about the past. He secretly tormented himself. It's because of my incompetence that you guys have to suffer too. Memories of those exhausting days came rushing back, when the members of the guild had to sit on the ground in a dark street corner with tired sighs. Someone lamented that they were about to go crazy. They recalled how Man Sa-sung had frantically conquered up to 4 gates in a single day. Witnessing that recklessness, the whole team worried that if they continued to work at such a high intensity, they would collapse first. In the midst of the internal shaking, the vice guild master with a well-built body suddenly appeared. He uttered instigating words, asking the juniors how long they intended to be the guild master's lackeys. With a gaze full of contempt, he asserted that with the current way of operating, this guild could absolutely never rise to B rank. While Sung-ho was still trying to defend them, saying everyone was putting an effort to keep up with the guild master, the vice guild master coldly pointed out the brutal reality that each member was being drained of their strength, to the point of hospitalization. He flashed a scheming smile and declared that was exactly why he acted that way. The memory of that bastard Richard sowing the idea of splitting the guild to pave his own way came back bitterly in the mind of Man Sa-sung. He lowered his head, self-tormenting. This is all my fault. Looking at the old photos from the dream of a newly started business to the small family that he himself couldn't fully protect, the pain tightened in the heart of Guild Masterman Sa-sung, who choked up and admitted, It's all because I forced that burden onto you guys, only for you guys to have to help me like this. Faced with a stack of money that instantly wipes away pride, Sung-ho immediately dismissed it. He angrily asserted that all the blame belonged to that bastard Richard, and it wasn't his fault at all. Young-sik also agreed, not wanting to see his senior keep blaming himself like that. Amidst the quiet atmosphere, Ian suddenly spoke up. I'm still here working on deadlines, you know. To the confusion of Man Sa-sung, Ian sincerely shared how recently he had received feedback that the main character in his novel didn't show any growth. He admitted that at first he didn't quite understand, because from a writer's perspective, the character was still leveling up steadily, learning new skills and becoming stronger. However, thanks to what he experienced with everyone, Ian finally realized that growth isn't simply just that. He looked straight at Man Sasong and asserted, "You didn't raid the gates to level up like my protagonist, but to protect something precious." And everyone entered the gates to help the guild master. Ian emphasized that very determination, demonstrated a kind of courage that went far beyond each person's hunter rank. He revealed that he had decided the theme for his story would be family is the most important thing. Standing in front of the guild office, Ian wondered if it weren't for this place, where else could he ever experience this kind of growth? He firmly declared that he would continue to walk alongside them for the growth of his protagonist and for the future of the entire guild. Man Sasong fell silent, completely moved by the deeply understanding words shared by the youngest brother. He bitterly realized that all this time he had been too selfish, only knowing how to fear being hurt, while forgetting that everyone was striving together for a common goal. He blamed himself for acting like a fool by only thinking of himself. The guild master's gaze suddenly became resolute. He looked toward his loyal teammates and then softly uttered, "All right, from this moment on, can I also be a little selfish? A risky but high-reward deal is about to happen." Faced with the sincere request of their eldest brother, Sung-ho and Young-sik excitedly replied, "As much as you want is fine." Man Sasong was moved to tears, wiping them away, while laughing at his own sentimentality. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold when Ian flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing beneath his glasses with a dark intention. "So, that means it's fine no matter how much I help, right?" That terrifying appearance made his two teammates could only tremble, wondering why does it sound so scary for some reason. Right at that moment, in the city center, a series of terrifying explosions suddenly occurred, turning high-rise buildings into burning ruins. Monsters were frantically pouring into the residential area. The hunter forces, in white armor, quickly deployed their formation, swinging swords and spears to repel the threat. Standing in the middle of the fierce battlefield, the president of the Hunter Association, Duhong Guwaiso, with his majestic white hair, ordered, "Stand firm and take the hit. No running away, everyone." The hunters replied in unison, "Yes," and then bravely rushed straight into the encirclement of the ferocious purple demons. A monster opened its mouth wide, condensing a colossal fireball, intending to incinerate everything instantly. A guardian hunter with a large steel shield rushed forward to block the front and shouted loudly, "No chance." A shocking explosion occurred when the fire collided with the sturdy shield, creating violently erupting pillars of fire. Amidst the battlefield covered in thick smoke and fire, Shanghan Sung Hongje, nicknamed Wild Mountain, was bracing himself to hold the colossal shield to protect the elder. He anxiously asked about his well-being. "Elder, are you still breathing?" "But Gu Waiso only tiredly replied with a groan. The elder shockingly realized that despite deploying an elite army, number 1 and number 2, their forces were still being pushed back in a pathetic manner. Right ahead, an entity with black wings and red eyes, brimming with murderous intent, was looming forward, forcing Gu Waiso to admit, "Yes, that is exactly a true monster." That was none other than the boss, Diablo, a terrifying entity possessing SS rank power. Realizing the critical situation, Gu Waiso immediately ordered Hyo Jun to quickly tend to the other members of the guild. Ishang Honsu Hyuyun, known as White Sunflower, instantly unleashed a brilliant blue spiritual energy to heal his severely injured teammates. He spoke decisively. "No need to worry about this place. Go on, Gu Waiso." Clutching his staff, a deep purple energy surged violently around his body as he told himself, "This time, I might have to risk my own life." On the opposite side, the monster Diablo began opening its mouth, condensing a colossal fireball, preparing to unleash a destructive attack. However, at that very critical, hair-raising moment, Waiso suddenly froze in utter shock as he witnessed a strange phenomenon in the sky. A colossal pillar of lightning with earth-shattering power struck straight down from the high heavens, engulfing the boss Diablo in blinding light and a succession of explosions. Witnessing that divine power, Gu Waiso flashed a faint, deeply satisfied smile. "Haha, living long enough does have its perks. I never thought I would see a day like this." Stepping out from the smoke and dust, Ian, in his Thunder King form with radiant blonde hair, stood proudly amidst the lightning bolts, crackling across his body. The elder looked affectionately at his grandson, thinking to himself that although Ian could be rude at times, he always believed in him. "My dear grandson, You came to save your grandpa, right? Contrasting with the old man's emotion. Ian only coldly threw a bucket of cold water. No, I only came to ask you to do one thing. An appended grandson, saving people, is just secondary. The overly practical answer left Gu Waiso sulking in complete disappointment. Can't you just say yes? Ignoring his grandfather, who was muttering and scolding him for being an insolent brat, Ian still nonchalantly hovered in midair with a completely indifferent expression. At the same time, at the international airport, a completely different, bustling atmosphere was unfolding with long lines of fans frantically cheering and holding high signs with Kanzuya's name. Amidst the sea of camera lenses and the ecstatic screams of the crowd, a blond man with an elegant demeanor was leisurely pulling his suitcase along. The guy slightly took off his sunglasses. It's been quite a while, hasn't it, Korea? I wonder how he is doing now. That was none other than Sato Kanzuya, one of the 12 apostles of God with the illustrious title of Martial God, who had just officially set foot back on this land. At the association office, Park Dahan couldn't help but be astonished at the sudden appearance of Kanzuya. While sipping a cup of tea, the martial god casually apologized for this abruptness, and at the same time handed over an urgent letter from the president of the Japan Hunter Association. Park Dahan anxiously received it, secretly wondering how important the contents inside must be for one of the 12 apostles to personally deliver it. The moment he opened the letter, Park Dahan was so shocked that his eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain. He couldn't believe the lines written before his eyes. Have 2 top server accounts been deleted? Kanzuya coldly confirmed that 2 members of the 13 Sky Stars had indeed been defeated. It should be noted that this is the group of 13 hunters topping the global rankings, possessing power that borders on legendary status and are considered the strongest entities in the world today. In a state of shock, Park Dahan pressed for information about the individual capable of finishing off hunters of that caliber. Kanzuya solemnly uttered the name. Who else could it be but the Black Sphere? This truth left the president of the Korean Association dead silent, as he understood all too well that they were the ones behind the recent series of riots, economic crises, and bloody civil wars occurring across the world. The Black Sphere is not merely a terrorist organization, but an extremist slaughtering force with a mad ideology. They believe that only ability users are the true, new human race, while ordinary people are merely subjects to be ruled over. Kanzuya stood up, solemnly, extending his hand to propose an alliance between the 2 nations. He emphasized that after this tragedy, no one could take the threat from the Black Sphere lightly anymore, and hoped that the Korean side would not hesitate to cooperate in facing this dangerous organization. Together, Park Dahan and Kanzuya officially confirmed the alliance with a trust-filled handshake. The martial god asserted that the Japanese side was always willing to cooperate and hand over all the detailed documents regarding this incident. However, Kanzuya suddenly lowered his voice, remarking that his president seemed to be overly vigilant. Before Park Dahan's bewildered expression, Kanzuya nonchalantly thought that those Black Sphere guys were no match for him. He lightly touched his neck, flashing a deeply confident and arrogant smile. Park Dahan could only laugh it off, secretly thinking that only those possessing absolute power could utter such wild words so casually. Kanzuya whistled as he left the office, secretly planning in his head to go find that kid. Ian immediately. At the same time, in a hospital room, the atmosphere was incredibly lively and warm. The entire guild was holding a small party, together, complete with pizza and fried chicken, to celebrate the recent major events. Young-sik eagerly stood up, holding his glass high, loudly urging everyone to fill their cups to get ready for the feast. With a radiant face, he began his speech, congratulating himself on finishing his training to return to the guild, while warmly welcoming their youngest brother, Ian, to officially join the big Vansu Ra Hoa family. Finally, Young-sik solemnly sent wishes of peace and health to Guild Master Sa, Song, and Little Jiho. Everyone shouted in unison, "Brothers, let's go conquer the fried chicken," and simultaneously clinked their glasses in overwhelming joy. Dong-sik frantically stuffed chicken drumsticks into his mouth, with a deeply satisfied expression, making Sung-ho sitting next to him look on in utter dismay. Seeing that Jiho also wanted to try it, the mother kindly advised the little boy to try another, lighter dish first. Witnessing the scene of Young-sik eating rudely and munching, to the point that his cheeks puffed up, scattering food everywhere, The blue veins on Sung-ho's forehead began to bulge with fury. Unable to bear it any longer, Sung-ho yelled, demanding him to eat a bit more like a human being, and then directly shoved Young-sik off his chair, making the guy tumble down. Sung-ho still hadn't finished lecturing Young-sik for his reckless eating habit, while Young-sik, who had just dropped his chopsticks, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, I'm so full." However, Young-sik, with his bloated stomach, still refused to stop. He yelled, "What are you talking about? There's still ice cream left." Sung-ho, infuriated, punched his greedy brother's stomach. "You're still not full yet, bro." Despite being stopped, Young-sik was still eager to go buy ice cream for dessert no matter what. Sung-ho could only sigh and go along to help digest his food. Back in the hospital room, Ji-ho grimaced and pouted when he had to take his medicine. "I hate medicine." His mother kindly told Sung to go outside first, saying she would give him the medicine and come out right away. Sung and Ian began cleaning up the trash together after the party. Sung said, "Put everything in here. I'll go throw out the trash." While working, the guild master suddenly grew contemplative. I heard your grandfather is Du-hong." Seeing Ian wondering why, Sung revealed he had heard about it from his nephew, and couldn't help but be dumbfounded upon learning that the illustrious Du-hong was actually Ian's grandfather. Ian hurriedly corrected him. "That old man is just claiming it without base." Young, faced with Sung's confusion about the old man calling him grandson, Ian explained, "That's just an affectionate way of speaking. The two of us have absolutely no blood relation whatsoever." Sung still hadn't overcome his astonishment. He listed the series of favors that Du-hong had brought, from transferring the father and son to a VIP room, covering all the hospital fees, to refunding the money already paid, and even promising to gift an entire house. Looking at the old man's gentle smile in his memory, Sung felt like everything was just a dream. Sung looked at Ian with absolute sincerity. "Youngest bro, no, Ian. You said the way to repay you is to make Vansu our Ahoa develop more, right?" He gave a thumbs up with deep determination, declaring that right after Ji-ho's surgery was done, the whole guild would start recruiting more members to rebuild their career in the most serious manner. "This time, let's start over seriously." Ian also excitedly replied, "Yes, I'll also try my best." As Ian smiled with excitement, inside his head, new ideas began to pop up for his draft. Recruiting more teammates. What kind of story will there be this time? While bending down to clean up a stain on the floor, Ian suddenly froze when he sensed an unusual mille de ruoha. His eyes grew sharp and coldly glowed with high vigilance behind his glasses. Without a second of hesitation, Ian turned and told man Sung, "I have urgent business to attend to. I'll be right back." Ignoring the bewildered guild master calling after him, he rushed into a deserted forest, stopping to observe his surroundings suspiciously. They hid their aura already? Ian thought to himself. Clearly, just a moment ago, he had very distinctly sensed that person's presence. Suddenly, an immense pressure surged from behind, forcing him to spin around and deliver a kick to neutralize the surprise attack. The ground shattered beneath the horrific pressure, creating deep cracks. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure moved at an unbelievable speed, continuously launching tricky strikes aimed at Ian. Ian growled coldly, "Get your filthy hand off me." The opponent slightly curled his lips, uttering sarcastically, "Your skills are just as they used to be, and here I thought they had completely rusted away." That person was none other than the martial god, Sato Kanzuya. He looked at Ian with an arrogant smile and asked, "How have you been lately?" Under the quiet crescent moon, Kanzuya and Ian sat next to each other on a fallen tree trunk. The atmosphere suddenly became somber. Kanzuya softly spoke up, breaking the silence. "So, in order to write an authentic novel, you returned to this circle to research materials?" Ian casually admitted, "That's right. The world's top one became a rookie, all for a deadline." Seeing his friend's indifferent attitude, Kanzuya sighed. "Seriously, how many more times do I have to say this? The hero of humanity suddenly vanishes and then returns. How could I not care?" Kanzuya rested his chin on his hand, looking at Ian, his face showing a hint of contemplation as he confessed, "To be honest, I was really surprised. The martial god sincerely shared that he used to think Ian would give up soon because, back in the day, the guy did nothing but grumble all day long." In Kanzuya's memory, Ian always appeared with a gloomy demeanor, lacking motivation, and was always filled with pure laziness. Ian embarrassedly scratched his head, covering his awkwardness with a forced smile. "The job chose me. It's not like I wanted to." However, his gaze suddenly became resolute, as he asserted that despite the hardship, he felt very happy, and he genuinely wanted to write even better. Witnessing this positive change, Kazuya smiled slightly, secretly remarking, "Looks like someone has changed." He stood up, preparing to leave, not forgetting to leave behind words of encouragement. "Then work hard on your writing, okay? Don't give up." Seeing Ayan ask in confusion, "You have to leave already?" Kazuya waved goodbye, explaining that today he only dropped by to see you since it was on my way, before completely vanishing into the night. The martial god looked back with an inside smile. "As long as you're still the Thunder Emperor, we'll definitely have another chance to meet again anyway." Ayan could only sit silently, watching him leave with a face full of question marks. Meanwhile, at the association office, President Hart Dahan was standing frozen by the window, looking down at the city with an incredibly heavy heart. He sighed anxiously as he thought about the brutal truth that as many as 2 of the 13 Sky Stars have been killed. Park Dahan realized that perhaps humanity's last hope at this moment could only rely on the 12 apostles. However, the most difficult problem lay precisely with the legendary Thunder Emperor himself. At this moment, Ayan was leisurely resting his chin on his hand, with his usual lazy demeanor, thinking to himself, the Black Sphere, Sounds like a pain, but with Kazuya around, it should probably be enough, right? He was even planning to procrastinate on his responsibility. Alright, this month's request batch is done anyway. Maybe I'll just do it next month. Witnessing that completely indifferent attitude, Park Dahan could only shed tears in helplessness, silently praying, will the Thunder Emperor even agree to help? Oh no, the worst-case scenario might be that he, Park Dahan, was drowning in his worst nightmare as he imagined the scene of Ayan casually declaring, "I'm done with my research, so I'll probably go back to retirement now." Thinking about how that crazy guy could absolutely follow through with those words. The association president screamed, "No!" He desperately pleaded, "Don't quit the game, brother. Save me." Inside the office, Secretary Wu felt completely fed up, not wanting to step in upon hearing the frantic screams echoing out. "Please don't say that." Waiting until his boss calmed down and sank into the sofa, Wu finally dared to step closer to check on him. Park Dahan covered his embarrassment with a few coughs, saying that he was just practicing his vocals a bit, then requested a report on today's situation. Secretary Wu announced that the Hunter side had just published a ranking of promising rookies, and Hunters of Korea had excellently claimed the first position. Park Dahan instantly guessed it was the magic sword, leaving Wu quite surprised. The president thoughtfully admitted that among the rookies he knew, he was definitely the best, praising him endlessly in hopes of finding someone to carry the weight. That was none other than the magic sword, Cha Song-gu, a highly mysterious hunter possessing a colossal sword that radiated a threatening, bright red, murderous aura. Cha Seong-gu, the glowing red gas filled Cha Seong-gu's menace, is currently the most talked about hunter in Korea, after reaching S rank, the fastest post-awakening. More exceptionally, he is the one who formed a pact with the Dark Moon, one of the 7 divine artifacts, which is dubbed the strongest weapon. Since the Great Gate era, Park Dan was secretly calculating because of history. There were only exactly two people, who formed a pact with the Dark Moon and reached the legendary level. Thinking of the scenario where the magic sword ranks up, Park Dahan couldn't suppress a highly scheming smile. He believed that Korea would then possess as many as 2 legendary hunters and officially rise to #1 in the world. Park Dahan laughed frantically on the sofa, fantasizing about the day he becomes the president of the top association, making the Indian Association president tremble in pure terror. He joyfully realized that from now on, he would no longer have to depend on, or humor, the volatile temperament of the Thunder Emperor for a single second longer. That bastard does nothing but demand to retire all day long. "I'm finally debt-free." Park Dan was laughing triumphantly, gloating because he thought he would no longer have to humor the volatile temperament of the Thunder Emperor anymore. However, Ayan had silently appeared behind him out of nowhere. Resting his chin on his hand with a highly sinister smile, he said, "Keep going. I'm listening." Park Dahan was so terrified that his face turned completely pale, instantly changing his tone and awkwardly trying to cover it up. "That's not what I meant. It's just old age confusion." Turning around faster than an X changing faces. Seeing Ayan only sigh, yeah, I get it. He finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Right at that moment, in a main lobby of the association building, a mysterious figure, in a black cloak was quietly stepping inside. That was none other than the magic sword, Cha Song-gu, who had just reached rank S and was thinking about completing the registration procedures. From the dark moon, sword on his back, a deep, muffled voice echoed in reminder. You've reached S rank already? This kid grows up fast. But do not forget, to become a warrior worthy of me, you must become even stronger than you are now. The dark moon promised that when Song-gu could tap into its full power, he would become invincible and could carry out his revenge in the way he had always desired. When Song-gu brushed past Ian and Park Da-han, the dark moon sword suddenly vibrated violently. Song-gu froze, his face showing clear astonishment. What's wrong? He turned his head to look back at the guy with glasses who looked quite ordinary, just walking past, secretly wondering, why does that guy with glasses look so harmless? And while Park Da-han was still clinging to Ian, begging, believe me just this once, that guy is a monster that must absolutely never be confronted. Song-gu stood frozen. He knew very well that the dark moon had never reacted so strangely before. A thought flashed through the magic sword's mind. If that guy is truly a monster, he will definitely be helpful for my growth. Without a moment of hesitation, he turned around and walked straight toward Ian. Seeing the opponent approach with exploding murderous intent, Park Da-han hurriedly tried to stop him. Calm down, I don't think this is a good idea. Hello. The moment the greeting ended, Song-gu already swung the dark moon. His eyes were glowing with defiance as he made an abrupt proposal. How about a little sparring match, brother? The jet black tip of the dark moon pointed straight at Ian's face. Impure provocation. Song-gu coldly repeated his proposal. Let's have a fight, shall we? Faced with that suddenness, Ian didn't show any respect. He casually used his hand to swat the tip of the sword aside and replied flatly, I don't feel like it. This action left Song-gu completely stunned. He was dumbfounded, wondering how the opponent could so easily push the dark moon aside like that. Because an ordinary person, just by touching, this sword would be enough to pass out from the pressure, from its immense magical power. A sinister smile appeared on Song-gu's lips. He was convinced that the person in front of him was indeed different. Song-gu tried to explain, I know it's a bit abrupt, but I really want to... But Ian immediately interrupted in a deeply sarcastic tone. I already said I don't feel like it. Do we even know each other for you to pick a fight? Being labeled as someone weak, Song-gu slightly curled his lips in excitement, thinking that Ian was genuinely looking down on him. He hurriedly lowered his voice to apologize for his hastiness, then took off his hood, flashing a confident smile to introduce himself. Let me introduce myself. I am a magic sword, Cha Song-gu. Surely you've heard of me. However, the response to that glamorous introduction was merely a completely indifferent question. That indifferent question was just an indifferent question. So what? Ian casual turned his back and walked away, leaving the magic sword rooted to the spot in utter bewilderment. Magic or whatever, move aside so I can go home. Observing from a distance, Park Da-han finally snapped out of it and recognized that it was indeed the illustrious magic sword, Cha Song-gu, in the flesh. He secretly wondered, why would an S rank rookie ask to spar with the Thunder Emperor? But he soon understood the situation. According to his experience, usually for a hunter to reach the next rank, they always need a major turning point. Song-gu still didn't give up. He hurriedly called after him. No, please hear me out first. Park Da-han secretly analyzed that although everyone is different, the fastest way to grow is to fight against a stronger opponent. Ian remained firm in his attitude of heard and refused. Recognizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to execute his plan, Park Da-han believed that just a little experience from this match would be enough for the magic sword to grow leaps and bounds. He hurriedly rushed forward to stop Ian and shouted loudly, Wait, stop! With a radiant and deeply scheming smile, the president reminded him of their old agreement. You still have this month's mission left, don't you? Ian froze and turned his head to look back with a highly suspicious gaze. So what? Park Da-han emphasized that this was exactly the reason he was at the association today, then questioned whether Ian intended to use his recent action to evade it. Seeing Ian startled and flustered, the president shifted to a gentler tone, admitting that he himself was also at fault for not behaving properly, so he would only make a simple request, in hopes of receiving his help. Ian reluctantly accepted. I get it. What is it? Park Da-han's eyes lit up as he made the proposal. Beat this kid up for me, will you? While pointing his finger toward Cha Song-gu, who was standing there waiting. All three moved to a special area where Park Dahan proudly introduced it as the association's best sparring facility. To ensure safety, he explained that this place was surrounded by dozens of sturdy barriers to prevent aftershocks from spreading outside. Park Dahan firmly asserted that whether it's S rank or even beyond that, it could not be destroyed, so both of them could rest assured and fight with all their might. Standing behind, Cha Songgu secretly recognized the identity of their guide. No wonder he looked familiar. It turns out he's the association president. Songgu couldn't help but wonder when seeing a high-profile figure like Park Dahan, having to lower himself to flatter Ian, looking at the president desperately begging, Hey, I don't want to. Just once, please. The president's begging looks so hilarious. Songgu grew even more suspicious about the true background of the person opposite him. When everything was ready, Park Dahan ordered both of them to take their positions to get ready to begin. Songgu leisurely walked out to the center of the arena with the magic sword in his hand, thinking to himself, well, the truth will soon be revealed anyway. The two opponents stood, facing each other under the supervision of the association president. The atmosphere grew thick with murderous intent as Park Dahan shouted loudly, Now get ready. Right as the shout to begin rang out, Songgu shot forward like an arrow. He swung the Dark Moon sword, creating a powerful sword strike aimed straight at Ian, who was standing motionless. In his heart, the self-satisfied magic sword thought that this kind of ordinary-looking person was only worthy of being a training dummy for him, nothing more, nothing less. However, at the very moment he closed in to deliver the decisive blow, Songgu swung the Dark Moon with immense force, confident it would hit the mark, but Ian evaded it effortlessly. The magic sword couldn't help but be astonished as he saw his opponent easily neutralize his strike like that. Realizing the person before him was not simple at all, he decided to demand the magic sword to go all out right from the start. A bright, red, spiritual energy began to erupt from the sword. The synchronization process between the hunter and the divine artifact officially began. The synchronization rate increased steadily from 12%, 34%, and then up to 47%, causing Songgu's speed and power to skyrocket. Jet black sword strikes continuously swept through, but Ian, still calmly, shifted his body to dodge through the narrowest gaps. Ian slightly raised an eyebrow and remarked that his opponent had gotten a bit faster than before. The synchronization rate continued to hit the 54% mark, turning Songgu into a glowing red phantom frantically attacking. The pressure from those swings made the surrounding space feel as if it were about to shatter. Park Dahan, standing outside the barrier, also broke into a cold sweat. He shockingly realized that this magical power was even more terrifying than anything he had ever imagined for an S-rank hunter. Songgu, at this moment with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent, and his entire body enveloped in a dark energy, coldly declared that from now on, the battle will be completely different. Park Dahan observed from the outside, sweat pouring down like rain as he noticed the murderous aura from Cha Songgu was unceasingly skyrocketing. He secretly worried that this time, even the Thunder Emperor wouldn't be able to take it easy anymore. Inside the arena, Songgu moved at a terrifying speed, creating radiant red streaks of light that surrounded his opponent. But despite being heavily attacked, Ian still maintained an unbelievable calmness. On the contrary, Songgu began to fall into a state of panic as he realized the brutal truth. Why do I keep hitting nothing but thin air, no matter how much I attack? Even after going all out, the magic sword still couldn't trouble his opponent. He stood there panting in exhaustion, his face clearly showing utter shock. Is the gap really this huge? Seeing his opponent show signs of exhaustion, Ian casually adjusted his glasses and uttered a provocative remark. So weak, little brother. Tired already after just that? With his pride wounded, Songgu gritted his teeth and ordered the Dark Moon sword to increase the synchronization immediately. The evil sword's voice rang out full of sarcasm. You know your limit only goes this far, right? Flashing a frantic smile, Songgu growled, I don't care even if I lose my soul. Let's risk it all. The Dark Moon coldly replied, Understood. But do not forget, if you lose consciousness during the synchronization process, your soul will be devoured by my power. Ignoring the deadly warning, Songgu, despite the death warnings, his car roared in agony as a bright red, dark aura erupted violently. The synchronization index shot up to 58%. His eyes glowed fiercely with murderous intent as the evil power began to take over his body. Songgu roared in agony as the power of the evil sword exploded violently, surpassing all limits of his body's endurance. He thrust the dark moon fiercely into the ground, creating a radiant red storm of energy with terrifying destructive power that engulfed the entire arena. Witnessing this horrific power, Park Dahan recoiled in terror, sweat pouring down like rain, because he couldn't believe his eyes. With glowing red eyes, full of murderous intent and a sinister smile, Songgu declared that this time, Ayan would have no way to escape. Surges of violent dark aura continuously swept through, turning the surrounding space into a deadly wasteland. Standing at the epicenter of the attack, Ayan still maintained an extraordinarily calm demeanor. He slightly raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Oh, that's actually not bad." Ayan decided to let his opponent see a glimpse of his true strength. Radiant yellow, lightning bolts began to ignite and envelop his body. Songgu was dumbfounded, sensing the presence of thunder and lightning right before. Ayan launched a counterattack. A colossal pillar of lightning struck straight down from the high heavens, engulfing the magic sword in a blinding light. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, shattering all of the association's sturdiest defensive barriers in an instant. Park Dahan held his head, crying out in utter despair, as he watched the expensive facilities completely destroyed into a pile of ruins. He painfully realized that all the money invested for so long had vanished into thin air under the power of the Thunder Emperor. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a deep crater right in the middle of the sturdy arena. Songgu collapsed, severely injured, his breath coming in exhausted gasps. Yet he flashed a satisfied smile. He looked up at Ayan, who was leisurely approaching, and weakly admitted, "So it turns out you are the Thunder Emperor. No wonder you're so different." On the following day, Songgu bowed his head and pleaded earnestly, his voice full of sincerity. "Please, brother, please take me as your disciple." However, in response to that sincerity, Ayan kept his eyes glued to his laptop screen, his hands typing away continuously, accompanied by a cold reply, "No way." Ignoring the Thunder Emperor's dismissiveness, Songgu still persistently stood right next to him, pleading, "Please, I have a reason why I must become stronger." Songgu began to tell the story of his eventful past, when his family, though poor, still lived very happily alongside his younger sister. However, tragedy struck on the day his sister's immense hunter potential was discovered. She was almost kidnapped by an evil organization. Right at that desperate moment, the Dark Moon Sword appeared, along with a deeply cheesy line, to form a pact with him. Although after many hardships, Songgu managed to save his sister, she can now only lie bedridden, in a state where her soul seems to have left her body. With eyes burning with resentment, Songgu asserted his determination to destroy that organization for revenge and find a way to save his younger sister. Ayan casually interrupted, "So that's why you need to get stronger, right?" Before Songgu's astonishment, Ayan snapped, irritably, letting him know that he had to listen to this story over and over again all week long to the point of memorizing it. Ayan at this moment was exactly like an NPC forced to listen to quest dialogue every single day. He emphasized that Songgu was already strong enough and just needed to accumulate experience for a few more years to reach a higher realm. Hearing the words "a few years," Songgu suddenly slammed his hand hard on the table and shouted loudly. "That's too long," he stated. That he himself had only awakened 2 years ago and already reached S rank. But to progress even further, he absolutely had to learn from someone stronger. Through the recent match, Songgu asserted that there is no one stronger in this world than Ayan, and only the Thunder Emperor could help him. As Songgu once again began, holding his head in misery, bringing up his younger sister who was lying in the hospital room, Ayan could only shout out in complete exasperation, "Ah, good grief. I get it, that's enough." Ayan grimaced with absolute finality. "I'm very sorry about your situation, but right now I'm busy with my main job. I don't have time to guide you." The magic sword asked back in confusion, "Main job? What do you mean?" While typing and smiling triumphantly, Ayan revealed that being a hunter was just a side job, whereas in reality, he was a web novel author. This earth-shattering revelation left Songgu frozen on the spot, looking at the back of Ayan as he walked away leisurely in the sunset. Songgu couldn't help but be dumbfounded, wondering why a person could give up peak power and fame just to go write stories. While he was drowning in despair, the magic sword, Dark Moon, suddenly spoke up thoughtfully. I understand now." Faced with his master's confusion, the Dark Moon assessed that Ayan was like participating in a lonely race, where he advanced far ahead all by himself, with no opponent catching up, nor anyone strong enough to follow. The dark moon continued to analyze the emptiness, when someone kept endlessly running on that path, only to look back one day and realize there was no one beside them. It wondered, could that be the price of loneliness for the strongest one? According to the sword's experience, there had been those who, because they were too outstanding, gradually lost their own purpose in life. Looking at Ian walking leisurely ahead, Songgu suddenly called him back. Hey. Ian discovered he had been stalked all the way to his doorstep. He turned around to look at the magic sword standing silently behind and asked, "Did you follow me all the way home?" Seeing Songgu still looking bewildered, Ian pointed at the convenience store ahead. "This is my home." Songgu scratched his head, embarrassedly denying it. "No, I'm not that shameless." However, the sound of his hungry stomach growling right at that moment betrayed him. Ian recognized the issue right away, so he clicked his tongue and proposed, "Hungry? Come inside to eat before heading back." A sumptuous dinner table filled with traditional dishes was served, leaving Songgu deeply touched. "Thank you for the meal. This meal is enough to instantly touch the hearts of university students at the end of the month." The moment he sat down at the table, Ian looked around and immediately asked about his older sister. "Where's that gorilla, Jisoo?" Jihoon casually replied that she had gone to work overtime. Hearing that, Ian let out a sigh of relief. "How lucky. I almost showed you something you shouldn't see." Instantly, Ian's mother walked out from the kitchen to remind him. "Ian, why do you keep calling your sister a gorilla? Stop it right now." Ian still stubbornly argued back that his sister was indeed a gorilla, leaving his father with nothing to do but chuckle. Ian got slapped painfully by his mother for talking back, making him cry out. Songgu sat in the middle of the dining table, his heart filled with turmoil, because he felt too shameless for following someone all the way here just to get a free meal. Seeing the young guest looking a bit shy, Ian's father kindly said, "Haha, make yourself at home, kid. Eat as much as you like." Songgu politely replied, "Yes, thank you, uncle." He curiously asked more about the relationship between the two, since this was the first time he had seen Ian bring a friend home. Ian immediately corrected him. "We're not friends, we just met by chance." Yeon, hearing this, secretly admired his older brother's badassery for daring to introduce an S-rank hunter, like the magic sword, as a complete stranger. Seeing Ian cluelessly ask if his younger brother knew him, Jihoon firmly asserted that lately, Songgu had been incredibly famous, so everyone knew him. Ian's mother gently picked up a fried egg and placed it on his Songgu's rice bowl. The young man was flustered. "Ah, thank you, auntie." She smiled gently, saying that Ian's friend is just like her own son. So from now on, whenever he's hungry, he must come here to eat often. Receiving the warmth from his new friend's family, Songgu's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He choked up, "Thank you. Please excuse me." The family meal took place in an incredibly warm atmosphere. Songgu quietly bowed his head to eat, emotions welling up as he realized how long it had been since he last had a genuine brupe almakogamel. That simple, delicious taste made him unable to hold back, secretly exclaiming, "It's so delicious." Then he suddenly froze due to an awkward wave of emotion. The entire dining table suddenly fell into silence. Everyone was startled when they saw tears starting to roll down Songgu's face. He awkwardly wiped them away quickly, stammering an apology for his sudden rudeness. Understanding the young man's feelings, Ian's family tactfully covered his embarrassment by blaming it on the kimchi stew being too spicy. The father and Ian competed to hiss at the spiciness, pretending to shed tears so that Songgu wouldn't feel out of place. Ian's mother also quickly chimed in, kindly apologizing for accidentally making a bit too spicy, then hurriedly went to get some water for him. Receiving such sincere care from strangers, Songgu smiled softly, secretly thanking everyone for a truly meaningful day. After dinner, standing in front of the convenience store, the young man sincerely confessed to Ian that it had been a very long time since he last got to experience family warmth like this. Songgu intended to say something more, but then hesitated. Looking at Ian, suddenly remembered the words of the Dark Moon about how those who are too talented often gradually lose their purpose in life. Songgu realized he had been too selfish by continuously tailing and bothering Ian, so he decided to drop the idea of becoming his disciple and said goodbye to head back. Ian watched the back of the magic sword, feeling a bit conflicted, wondering if he had been too cold-hearted, but he then shrugged it off upon receiving a call from Sung Ho right at this moment. Ian discussed over the phone about recruiting new members for the guild. Hearing the words recruiting members, Song-gu suddenly froze. Listening to Ian excitedly talk about the new beginning of Van Su Ra Hoa, Song-gu slightly curled his lips, telling himself that if he gave up now, it would truly still be way too early. The guild interview day officially began, but the atmosphere at the Van Su Ra Hoa guild office was turning into something incredibly bizarre. Sung-ho and Man Sa-sung sat on the sofa, holding a stack of profiles, with full anticipation as the first candidate walked in. The moment he appeared, a middle-aged man in a glaringly yellow suit, along with sunglasses, confidently declared, "Hello, I'm the man faster than light. The lightning, Choi Hoon. Surely the fuel price must be too high this time. Running out of money to fill up gas to sail a ship to catch pirates, so in Navy. Admiral also has to jump jobs, guys." But faced with the opponent's overconfidence, Sung-ho could only force an awkward laugh and reply, "Haha, faster than even light, huh? Quite confident." Receiving the polite compliment, the guy immediately bowed his head in rapid gratitude. However, the moment he looked at the resume, Man Sa-sung had to freeze for a few seconds. With stats like 41 years old, F rank, and a special skill of running 100 meters in a whopping 23 seconds, his most outstanding experience was having participated in a tournament in track and field during elementary school and working as an apartment security guard for 3 years. The guild master could only sigh in deep frustration, then coldly declared him rejected. Man Sa-sung read the profile while his eyes gradually lost the light of life. Next up was a young man with a bizarre wuxia style, clutching his left arm, which was radiating a deep purple, dark aura. He smiled sinisterly. "Haha, I'm sealing the black flame dragon inside this left arm. The moment I release the seal, whatever crimson flame." Man Sa-sung stared intently at his smoking head and casually reminded him, "It looks like your head is catching fire." Immediately, the fire flared up, making the guy panic and scream, hysterically, forcing the hunters to order him to be taken out the door immediately. The interview nightmare still didn't stop, as a young boy with fluffy bright green hair, dressed like he just stepped out of some hero manga series, confidently declared, "I am an unawakened person, but if you guys accept me, I will become an S-rank hero." Man Sa-sung was completely left speechless, thinking to himself, "It seems like you entered the wrong genre." After delusional people of grandeur came a guy bragging about his rock-hard body. All of them were kicked out without mercy. There was even someone who dared to impersonate the secret disciple of the Thunder Emperor, hoping to get special treatment, making Man Sa-sung roar in anger. "Get out." After a long day of receiving all sorts of undesirable characters, both hunters collapsed from exhaustion. They whined about the fact that there wasn't even a single decent candidate on the first day of recruitment. While feeling gloomy, Man Sa-sung suddenly remembered and asked about Ian's whereabouts, but Sung-ho could only shake his head as he still couldn't contact him. He guessed that the youngest bro had stayed up late writing, and then oversleeping, exactly like the image of Ian, lying flat on the floor, sleeping so soundly that even the alarm clock would feel completely helpless watching him. Sung-ho decided to just keep on interviewing, but right when he glanced over the profile of the next candidate, he suddenly froze, his face changing expression in utter shock. Seeing his teammates' strange behavior, Man Sa-sung curiously asked what was so urgent to cause that. But then he himself also had to widen his eyes upon seeing the identity of the applicant. Right at that moment, the office door slowly opened. "Please excuse me for coming in." Man Sa-sung and Sung-ho shockingly looked at the resume, unable to believe their eyes when seeing the B-rank indicator. A B-rank hunter actually sought out this tiny guild. Right at that moment, a muscular man with a long scar on his face, carrying a colossal hammer on his shoulder, silently stepped inside. He confidently introduced himself. "I am Nam Du-ban." Sitting opposite the giant, Man Sa-sung was still full of questions about why a B-rank hunter would lower himself to come here. Not keeping the other party waiting for long, Nam Du-ban directly cut straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush. How much are you guys paying?" He made a money gesture with a highly scheming smile, Gonzing Su Kotoveri, and whispered to ask the guild master what this guy's intention was. Man Sa-sung instantly understood that this was precisely the commonly seen trick of acting as a front, where small guilds agree to spend a large amount of money to recruit high-rank hunters in order to upgrade the guild's tier, based on the strongest member, Namdo, Bon Boshi, deeming this a rare opportunity and demanding the guild to quickly close the deal. Man Sa Sung fell into contemplation. He understood perfectly well that this guy actually just wanted to come here as a front, to collect money without having to lift a finger to fight. After a moment of consideration, Man Sa Sung casually replied, then let's settle this quickly. Thinking that the prey had taken the bait, Nam Du, bon smile triumphantly. But that smile instantly froze when Man Sa Sung coldly declared, rejected. The B-rank hunter, shocked, slammed his hand hard on the table, making the stack of papers fly everywhere to the utter terror of Sung. Faced with the other party's wrath, Man Sa Sung still maintained a calm face and firmly asserted, no way. He coldly pointed his finger toward the exit. The door is over there. Please step outside. Being insulted right on the spot, Nam Du Ban went berserk. He swung the colossal hammer, smashing it into the office floor and roared, you dare to act cocky with me? You want to die, don't you? The B-rank hunter, Nam Du Ban, roared in fury. You son of a bitch. Seungo stood beside him and watched his attitude, which was enough to understand how this would end. But right at that moment, he jumped, in startle as a strange hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder, making him gasp in surprise. Man Sa Sung still maintained a cold face. He bluntly declared to put an end to the matter. If the applicant doesn't understand, I will make it clearer. Our guild doesn't need people like you. So get the hell out through that door over there. Being insulted right on the spot, Nam Du Ban completely went insane. He swung the colossal hammer, screaming in a fit of rage. Fine, I'll kill you guys. However, right at that critical, hair-raising moment, a hand was casually extended to block the 1,000-pound strike of the B-rank guy, Nam Zoban Wus Dumbao, freezing up as he saw his attack get neutralized easily by a mysterious figure in a black cloak. That person coldly spoke up. Since you've been rejected, just go home obediently. Man Sa Sung and Sung Ho turned pale as they recognized the identity of the uninvited guest. The magic sword, Cha Sung Gu, slowly removed his hood. Both of them froze on the spot, unable to believe their eyes as they saw the illustrious S-rank rookie appear in this tiny office. Why is the magic sword here? Faced with everyone's astonishment, Cha Sung-gu casually replied, I came for the interview. The three of them then sat down together on the sofa. Man Sa Sung began to piece together the whole reason. In short, to find a way to cure your sick younger sister, you need to get stronger. But you got stuck at S-rank. Then you met Ian, so you decided to follow him into this guild, right? Cha Sung-gu bowed his head and admitted it. He was worried because his sister was still fighting alone in the hospital, so he didn't have much time left to wait. Mun Sa Sung fell into a thoughtful hesitation, causing Suoko to hurriedly pull him to a corner and whisper in complete panic, what are you still hesitating for? Reject him right now. Reject him immediately. If the magic sword joins, our guild will become S-rank. Can you even carry that weight? Sung Ho feared the horrific troubles from the outside gates that would rain down upon involving a high-profile figure like this. Man Sa Sung was caught between responsibility and pressure. Despite the guild master's hesitation, Cha Sung-gu still resolutely bowed his head and pleaded, please accept me. I must absolutely get stronger. Looking into Cha Sung-gu's earnest eyes, Man Sa Sung thoughtfully reminisced about himself from years ago. He recalled the moment he himself once screamed in utter despair while facing a colossal monster, just to protect the honor of a family breadwinner, not wanting to see another young person have to embark on the same reckless path he once did. Man Sa Sung let out a soft sigh and firmly declared, all right, you passed. Seungo panicked, rushing forward to grab the guild master's shoulders and screaming, brother, have you gone crazy? Man Sa Sung immediately brought up the main point, reminding him that Sung Ho was the one who convinced him to accept Ian into the guild before, and asserted that the current situation was not much different. No, magic sword. Let's just call you Sung. Good to be comfortable, all right? Mun Sa Sung proactively extended his hand with a radiant smile. Looking forward to your help, Sung-gu. Sung-gu also politely responded with a firm, trusting handshake, looking forward to everyone's help. Gripping his new teammate's hand tightly, Man Sa Sung sincerely shared that because he himself also had a son who was sick, he deeply understood the despair that Sung-gu was currently bearing. Yes, he kindly advised, if there's anything you need help with, just let us know, leaving Sung-gu deeply touched. Yes, thank you, brother. Right at that moment, the office door suddenly burst open. Ian rushed inside breathlessly, shouting, Sorry for being late. Seeing the scene before his eyes, the writer asked in confusion, is it all over? Man Sasong pointed his finger towards Song-gu and announced the youngest. Not anymore. Ian, our guild has a new member now. Ian shockingly blurted out, what? But Ian still couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, asking, a new member? Who? Ja. Song-gu flashed a radiant smile, running his hand through his hair with utter confidence. I am Cha Song-gu, looking forward to your help. Seeing the familiar face of the magic sword, Ian was so shocked his jaw dropped. He let out an ear-piercing scream that startled the whole neighborhood. Why are you here? Since that day, the rank of the Vansu Ra Hoa Guild officially skyrocketed to S rank, to the utter amazement of all its members. Contrasting with the chaotic atmosphere of the guild, Cha Song-gu was looking ahead with eyes full of hope. He secretly told himself that he would definitely learn a lot of things from this Thunder Emperor. Only the magic sword was full of high expectations for the future ahead of the entire guild. The scene shifts to a dense forest. Man Sasong roared loudly, run, as the whole team was frantically chasing a target in the deep forest. The guild master urged in an absolute hurry, the time has come. Young Shik and the youngest bro also immediately replied with high spirits. Yes, big brother. However, the major target that forced the whole team to use all their strength to corner was just a tiny pink rabbit with a horn on its head, even though Sung Ho clicked his tongue in regret because he missed a creature that was unbelievably fast. The rabbit accidentally ran straight to the toe of Song-gu's shoe. Hearing his teammates shout a loud warning, it's heading your way, the tiny monster could only let out a clueless, pitiful squeak under the cold, expressionless gaze of the magic sword. Witnessing the scene of his seniors struggling to play a childish game of tag with a rabbit, Song-gu completely broke down inside. What on earth am I looking at? He could not understand why these people could possibly defeat a B-rank boss. And in the end, why on earth would the Thunder Emperor agree to stay in this bizarre C-rank guild? Utterly puzzled, Song-gu went to find Ian to ask for a clear explanation, but he only gave a cold and clear statement that he joined the guild just to find writing inspiration. So who cares about fighting bosses at a time like this? Right at that moment, his phone vibrated with an urgent notification from Park Dahan about an SSS rank gate that had just appeared in Brazil, requesting him to quickly head there immediately. Ian put on his backpack, preparing to set off. He told Song-gu to just observe for himself to find the reason, while not forgetting to entrust an important task. Please look into the documents and take care of the guild. For me, all right? Song-gu listened to the task and felt as if he was suddenly forced to be an intern manager. Returning to the forest, Young Shik stood frozen, staring blankly at the short sword in his trembling hand. He stammered speechlessly. His frustration welled up, and the C-rank hunter fell to his knees on the ground, holding his face while crying out miserably, Man Sasong and Sung Ho could only stand there looking at their crying junior, beside the tiny rabbit with an utterly exhausted look. Good grief, are you all right? Observing from behind, Song-gu was completely speechless. He sighed in disappointment. A mistaken expectation indeed. Even so, remembering Ian's instruction, Song-gu leisurely approached to comfort young Shik. Hey, stop crying. He looked at his seniors and suddenly made a proposal. Seniors, are you all free in a little bit? Let's go upgrade a bit. The whole team together sought out a hunter shopping center that was incredibly luxurious and magnificent. Young Shik was so excited his eyes lit up. Up until now, I've only heard rumors about this hunter shopping center. While absorbed in admiring the magnificence of the building, the young man suddenly froze, pointing his finger toward the colossal statue in the middle of the lobby and shouting, "Oh, look over here, guys. That's the Thunder Emperor's statue." Standing before the statue of the legendary hunter, young Shik exclaimed in admiration, so cool. My dream is to meet the Thunder Emperor just once. Witnessing his teammates' naivety, Song-gu could only stand frozen, wondering, is it possible that everyone still doesn't know? Man Sasong glanced over and clicked his tongue, thinking it was just because young Shik was too unobservant. The guild master turned around and patted Song-gu's shoulder, sincerely thanking him because thanks to him, the guild had received an upgrade support fund from the association. Looking at his phone screen, Man Sasong was so shocked he almost dropped his device when seeing the notification. For a whopping 10 billion won, Song-gu casually replied that this could be considered a small token of his gratitude for everyone accepting his entry into the guild. Song-gu temporarily set aside his questions about the reason why the Thunder Emperor join this guild, thinking to himself that just being near him was already enough. The magic sword smiled softly and then excitedly proposed that the whole group go check out some new weapons. Just as they entered the booth, Yongshik was immediately drawn to a sword inside a glass display case. He put his hand to his ear with a highly mysterious look. It's echoing so much. There's a voice calling out to me. Yongshik excitedly wondered if this was the rumored Ego Sword. Meanwhile, Sung-ho was holding a colossal greatsword, thinking about switching to a magic sword style to look cool. Contrasting with his junior's excitement, Guild Master Man Sa-sung merely held up a crude axe and asked the staff member if this was the cheapest one. Man Sa-sung cheerfully called Sung-gu over to pay the bill since the whole team had finished picking. Looking at the pile of bizarre weapons in his senior's hands, Sung-gu could only hold his head and let out a frustrated sigh. Sigh, please put them all down for me. That remark left all three of them startled, shouting in unison, what? Sung-gu was at a dead end, not knowing how to begin explaining to these teammates who lacked proper knowledge. He turned to tell Yongshik, first his brother Yongshik. Logically speaking, there's no way an ego sword would be on display for sale at a shopping center, despite Yongshik still insisting that he clearly heard a calling voice from the sword. Sung-gu still maintained a firm attitude. Terning to suko Seo-gu bluntly pointed out the mistake in choosing the greatsword. Brother Sung-ho, I don't know what you were thinking, but your strength lies in mobility. That weapon will completely kill off your strengths. He then looked over at the guildmasters, axe, and asked with sarcasm, as for the guildmaster, where exactly do you plan on chopping wood? Man Sa-sung scratched his head awkwardly, explaining that he just wanted to choose whichever was most economical. The three of them still stubbornly defended their views, deeming that they didn't need to spend a lot of money on weapons to still get stronger. Sung-gu coldly threw cold water on them. I guarantee you, if you keep thinking like that, you'll stay C rank forever. A hunter's talent is indeed important, but equipment must also be fitting. Sung-ho immediately shot back, asserting that he had weighed his options and thought very carefully before choosing this sword. He reminisced about the moment he almost lost his life in the battle against the B-rank boss monster last time, just because he lacked a decisive finishing blow. Seung-go emphasized. That's why I chose this one to make up for that lacking power. Mentioning the past battle, Sung-gu suddenly became thoughtful. He looked straight into the eyes of his seniors and asked a highly focused question. Speaking of which, how on earth did you guys defeat that boss anyway? Sung-gu firmly asserted that with the guild's current actual strength, defeating a B-rank boss monster was inherently an impossibility. Sung-ho replied testily with a defensive look. What do you mean by that, kid? Yongshik also immediately chimed in, reminding the newly arrived junior that, even though they might look ordinary, they were actually hunters with quite a reputation. Man Sa-sung fell into contemplation, admitting that a C-rank guild taking down a B-rank boss monster was indeed hard to believe, causing Yongshik to also nod along, admitting that at the time, he himself found it shocking. Seung-go sighed, honestly confessing that without Ian's support, that victory would definitely only exist in dreams. Hearing this, Sung-gu froze, his hands clenching tightly in pure frustration. In the magic sword's mind right now, there was nothing left but utter disappointment, as he believed the whole guild had lied about achieving the feat on their own, when in reality, they were just riding on the coattails of the Thunder Emperor's strength. Sung-gu coldly looked at the backs of his teammates, secretly wondering why a legend like Ian would accept staying with such useless people. He let out a cold sentence. Let me pick out the suitable weapon for each of you, and then listlessly walked away with a face full of contempt. Sung-gu's sudden change in attitude left the remaining three looking at each other in bewilderment. Man Sa-sung worriedly wondered if he had accidentally done something wrong to displease him, while Sung-ho and Yongshik were still arguing whether Sung-gu was angry or actually looking down on the whole guild, when a familiar figure suddenly loomed behind them. Well, look who it is. Richard Bear's arrogant laughter rang out, shattering the atmosphere. He casually threw out insults, calling the whole guild a bunch of ragged beggars who somehow found the money to dare venture into this luxurious place. Seeing the guild master of the Polar Bear Guild, all three hunters shockingly blurted out, Richard Bear, not letting the other party react in time. Richard continued to utter disgusting sarcasm, asserting that low-class people, like them completely, did not deserve to appear in a high-end place like this. He sarcastically asked about their well-being, then wondered why Yongshik was walking alone without seeing any of his old teammates around. Responding with a deeply subtle smile, Yong-shik softly said that Richard used to be the person he thought was the coolest. However, Yong-shik's gaze suddenly became cold and glowed fiercely with murderous intent. He growled, asking why Richard had now become such an utterly hopeless piece of trash. Yong-shik sharply exposed the truth about the gate transfer incident years ago when Richard had ruthlessly pushed all the guild members to their deaths just to flee and survive on his own. He furiously roared, asking how a traitor to the trust of those who used to follow him could have the right to be a guild master. Having his dark secret exposed, Richard flew into a rage, his face distorting with anger, and swung a 1,000-pound punch toward Yong-shik. But unexpectedly, a firm hand blocked the attack, right in front of his face, to everyone's astonishment. The one who stepped in was none other than Guild Masterman Sasong, with a face full of resolution and resentment. In a deep voice, he declared, "One of the greatest regrets of my life is not getting rid of this bastard sooner." Without a single wasted motion, he immediately used an over-the-shoulder throw technique, flipping Richard far away, leaving him only enough time to let out a painful groan before collapsing onto the ground. Richard scrambled to get up, a sinister smile still playing on his lips. Despite his pathetic state, he sarcastically mocked that a bunch of C-rank hunters still didn't know their place by daring to touch someone who had found a new backing. Richard triumphantly declared that the thing they should regret the most right now was messing with a member of the B-rank guild named Kalma. Right at that moment, a pair of shiny dress shoes appeared along with an overwhelming aura. That was precisely Choi Dong-hoon, the guild master of the B-rank Kalma guild. With an intellectual appearance behind a pair of glasses, he nonetheless exuded a cold, threatening presence. He looked down at the scene and demanded, "What do you think you are doing to a member of my guild?" In another place, Song-gu was testing a new sword in the training room. He secretly assessed that its length was truly a perfect fit, and the weight was also extremely suitable for him to execute his most flexible moves. The more Song-gu swung it, the more right it felt in his hand. While deeply absorbed in training, Song-gu's eyes suddenly caught sight of a strange object dropped right at his feet. He bent down to pick it up and realized it was none other than a notebook of the Thunder Emperor, Ian. Flipping open each page, Song-gu was stunned when seeing that inside was the entire strategy to take down the B-rank giant skeleton that the whole guild had defeated earlier. Each fighting step was written down by Ian in an extremely detailed and meticulous manner, making Song-gu think to himself, just as I predicted, they were just riding on the coattails of the Thunder Emperor. However, as he continued reading the lines below, Song-gu shockingly realized that Ian himself had admitted his own strategy was an utter failure, because he hadn't accounted for the actual strength of Sung-ho and Yong-shik. While Ian was still hesitating whether to step in or not, it was the seniors themselves who re-evaluated and came up with a new plan of their own. They proactively disrupted the boss, then struck straight into the core at the same time. To finish it off, to the utter amazement of the Thunder Emperor, the note concluded that in the end, the two seniors had successfully taken down the boss through their very own efforts. Song-gu was stunned, realizing that this was what true growth meant, making him feel that each passing day was something incredibly exciting to look forward to. He softly muttered, "If what's written in this note is true, it seems I've misunderstood them." Right at that moment, the sound of a horrific crash suddenly rang out from behind, making Song-gu turn around alertly in startle. Choi Dong-hoon loomed forward with a face full of murderous intent. He coldly questioned, "You guys dare to insult a member of my Kalama guild?" The guy, Richard, standing behind, also triumphantly chimed in, "Do you C-rank trash think you're all that?" Without a single warning, Dong-hoon violently grabbed Man Sa-song by the collar, leaving the guild master only enough time to let out a painful gasp. Ugh. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Just a bunch of C-ranks, yet you dare to touch a member of this guild?" Right when the tension reached its peak, a manager of the shopping mall hurriedly ran over and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute, what is all this commotion about?" Seeing Choi Dong-hoon, he turned pale and reminded him, "Even if you are a VIP guest, you are not allowed to cause a riot in a place managed by the association hunters, because if we let the higher-ups intervene, things will get incredibly complicated." Choi Dong-hoon clicked his tongue and let go of his grip, mouthing an apology, but immediately shifted all the blame onto the shoulders of Man Sa-song's group. But they were the ones who started trouble first. A bunch of lowly C-ranks actually dared to insult a member of my guild. While Man Sasong was still holding his neck and gasping for breath. What on earth are you talking about? However, Dong-hoon coldly placed a hand on the manager's shoulder, giving a highly suggestive reminder about performance reviews and how to treat VIP guests. He leaned close to the manager's ear with a highly malicious smile. Between that pile of trashy C-ranks and a VIP guest like me, I'm sure you know which guest is more important, right? Dong-hoon threw out a deeply subtle threat, asserting that he trusted the manager would know how to handle this in the wisest way. Backed into a corner, the man could only swallow his saliva in fear, then suddenly pulled a complete 180 in his attitude, laughing it off and claiming he had misunderstood. Witnessing such blatant favoritism, Yongshik and his teammates roared in fury. Hey, they were the ones who started the trouble first. You guys don't even bother to listen to us speak, siding with them just because they're a higher rank. The shopping mall manager, dripping with sweat, tremblingly declared he would call the hunter police to intervene if Man Sasong's group continued to be uncooperative, while the members of the Van Su Ra guild could only grit their teeth in resentment. Richard and Choi Dong-hoon laughed triumphantly, mocking that low rank hunters should know their place and accept reality. Right at that moment, Song-gu silently appeared from behind with a magic sword on his back. He coldly asked the manager back, does being a low rank automatically mean one must face unfair treatment? Song-gu looked straight at the smug group of people in front of him and calmly declared a shocking truth. But too bad, we are not C-rank. The statement left both the manager and the guild master of the Kalama guild stunned. Richard, flying into a rage, screamed that this was just a blatant lie, as he knew the old guild's actual strength all too well. He then rushed forward to grab Song-gu's hand, intending to use force to intimidate him. However, Song-gu only gently locked his opponent's wrist, leaving Richard trembling from the overwhelming, irresistible power. He coldly warned him to just wait and see who was actually talking nonsense, then demanded the manager to immediately check the guild's registration info again. Richard turned pale, his expression clearly showing the exact look of someone who just realized they messed with the wrong person. While the manager was awkwardly preparing to do as told, Man Sasong unexpectedly stepped up to stop him and casually admitted, we are indeed C-rank. The guild master bowed his head to apologize to the manager for causing a commotion and asserted that they would leave right after finishing their business here. The overly submissive action of Man Sasong left Song-gu completely stunned and furious. He yelled, asking why the guild master had to endure humiliation while he was trying to help. Man Sasong just quietly walked away. In a deep voice, he admitted that Song-gu's help would make things a lot easier, but there seemed to be something else that made him unable to accept this method. Man Sasong looked straight at Song-gu and asserted, the S rank isn't us, it's you. He explained that everyone could absolutely support one another to grow together, just like the case with Ian, but he firmly stated, but at least I don't want to play that game of showing off things that aren't mine like he does. Looking toward the dazed Richard, Man Sasong concluded with absolute contempt. It's truly shameful. The guildmaster's righteous words left Song-gu frozen. Song-gu thoughtfully said to himself, I really did misunderstand these people. As Man Sasong urged the whole team to leave, Song-gu bitterly realized that he had placed too much importance on ranks without seeing things through thoroughly. This time, the magic sword felt deeply embarrassed in his heart. Right as they turned their backs, Choi Dong-hoon roared insolently again. Hey, you C-rank trash. Didn't you hear me? Get the hell out. He frantically threatened, or else I will teach you guys a lesson. Song-gu's eyes suddenly became sharp, cold, and extremely dangerous. Not letting the opponent react in time, he directly and forcefully slammed his head down onto the floor. Try moving, and then we'll see who teaches him a lesson. He coldly declared that those who dared to threaten the guild master right in front of him had best be subdued. Witnessing Dong-hoon trembling in fear, Man Sasong panicked and called out, Song-gu. Song-gu turned to look at Man Sasong with an inquiring gaze. It's still fine for me to help everyone like this, right? While the whole guild was still in shock and hadn't reacted in time, Richard Bear unexpectedly drew a knife and rushed forward to attack from behind. He roared in madness, you bastards die. But the guild master noticed in time and delivered a strike to take down the fat guy. He casually slammed the bear guy onto the floor, making him cry out in pain, ugh. Richard lay flat on the ground, frantically screaming, demanding the manager to quickly call the Hunter police to kick Man Sasong's group out. The manager, standing beside him, could only tremble, sweating bullets in the face of the tense situation. However, the moment he recognized the true identity of the person in front of him, the manager instantly pulled a complete 180, bowing deeply to apologize in utter shock. "I'm sorry for not recognizing you sooner, Magic Sword." Richard Bear was struck dumb, his eyes rolling back in disbelief upon hearing that illustrious name. Faced with the opponent's terror, Songgu still maintained his composure. He gently said, "It's fine," as he fully understood this kind of situation. But right after that, his voice suddenly turned cold as he offered a condition in return. Songgu pointed his finger toward Richard and Choi Dong-eun, demanding the manager to handle this piece of trash properly on his behalf. Then he turned around to urge his seniors in the Vansu Ra Hoa guild to quickly leave. Hoa quickly left, leaving Richard and Dong-hoon kneeling on the floor and continuously bowing their heads to beg for forgiveness. In utter despair, Songgu leisurely returned to the group and announced he had finished selecting all the suitable weapons for everyone. Yongshik couldn't help but marvel at the godlike working speed of his new junior. The whole guild strolled together past the statue of the majestic Thunder Emperor in the middle of the central lobby. Songgu quietly looked up at the statue, still constantly wondering in his heart why a legend like Ian would accept hiding himself in this bizarre guild. While absorbed in his thoughts, Yongshik's voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. When asked whether the sword just chosen was truly an ego sword that possessed a soul, Songgu only smiled softly and replied in a highly mysterious manner. Sungho brushed it off, scolding Yongshik to stop talking nonsense so the whole team could move out in time. Even though his junior still insisted, he had heard a voice coming from the sword. Sungho kept teasing him. An ego sword would also know how to choose a master with vision, not a fool. Watching his seniors happily joking around, Songgu flashed a radiant smile, secretly feeling that he had truly found an incredibly interesting place to stay. At the same time, at the guild's office headquarters, a mailman had just delivered a mysterious letter. Seeing the letter lying on the floor, Man Song thought it was a notification about the weapons they had just ordered. However, when holding the luxury letter that exuded a special vibe in his hand, one look at the envelope was enough to know it wasn't a normal cash-on-delivery invoice. Right when he opened it and read the contents inside, the guild master's face suddenly changed expression, his eyes widening to the max in sheer shock. In a late-night room, Ian was working diligently at his desk when he received a call from his editor with an unexpected compliment. "Your story has gotten really good lately." Hearing that, Ian scratched his head and chuckled in absolute satisfaction. "Hee, thank you." The editor laughed delightfully on the other end of the line and continued to suggest that just by finishing the manuscript for the next volume, they could aim for the next step. While Ian was still asking back in confusion, the editor explained that it was precisely to begin the evaluation process to prepare for the official debut. Ian froze, his heart pounding as he asked back in utter amazement, "A debut?" Editor Kyung Mo further explained that even though the final result still depended on the evaluation from the platform, the company's internal assessment was currently very positive. Full of motivation, Ian replied, "I see. Yes, I will keep trying my best." After ending the call with a final piece of advice, to try just a bit harder from the editor, Ian tightly gripped his phone, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he cheered, "All right." He could not hide his absolute joy, because his brainchild had finally met the requirements. Even though it was only the evaluation stage, that much was already too good for someone who used to face constant criticism like him. Ian frantically typed on the keyboard with a mind ready for an explosive debut. Fantastic, fantastic. However, the joy was short-lived. Just a short while later, Ian lay slumped over the desk in a state of total exhaustion. He let out a bitter laugh, realizing that he was now completely stuck, unable to squeeze out a single word more, realizing that all the recent events happening at the guild had already been fully exploited by him. Into the story, there was now no more worthwhile material left for the next volume. He looked out the window at the city at night, secretly wishing, if only something dramatic would happen right now, for me to use as reference. That would be so great. Meanwhile, at the association office, Chairman Park Dahan was scratching his head in absolute, extreme stress. He buried his head on his desk in exhaustion, his mouth constantly complaining about the troubles that were truly making his head spin. Park Dahan gritted his teeth in immense tension. Park Dan gritted his teeth in tension. Never did I expect that nonsense party would arrive so quickly. This is precisely the party of the top 10 guilds. In South Korea, an annual event. In a hunter community that takes place once every 2 years. It's a place where the major guilds gather to socialize with one another. But the reality now is that everyone has not only forgotten the original purpose, but is also busy fighting and keeping each other in check, causing the party to suddenly turn into a fiery battlefield. Just thinking about having to step in to mediate and resolve these troubles is enough to give Park Da-han a stomachache. He secretly blamed the association, wondering why they always have to step up to host this troublesome event. He told himself that the center of the party inherently only revolves around the big 4 guilds. Even though this year has a new rookie, Gwang Maese non-target guild, it still seems insufficient to create a breakthrough. Mr. Park Da-han flipped through the stack of documents, feeling weary at the familiar names, faces, and rankings that have topped the South Korean hunter community for the past dozens of years. He wondered how he could possibly be interested when everything just repeats itself in such a boring way. However, the moment he scanned the list of the top 10 guilds, Park Da-han's gaze suddenly froze in utter shock. A deeply calculating and sinister smile gradually appeared on the chairman's lips. He secretly gloated. Perhaps this year will be more interesting. Chairman Park Da-han immediately stood up, ordering Secretary Wu to quickly begin preparations for the party right away, leaving his subordinate bewildered as to why the boss changed his attitude so quickly. He firmly asserted that this time, the party seemed like it would be very different, because right below the name non-target, the 6th position on the prestigious guest list was none other than the Vansu Ra Hoa Guild. In another corner, a man with long, green hair sat quietly by the window. He slightly curled his lips in high anticipation as he secretly thought, I was just curious to see how they were doing, so this is perfect timing. On the other side, a high-ranking monk, with small dots on his forehead, was sitting quietly in front of a colossal dragon painting, his hands constantly moving along the deep red prayer beads. The clicking sound of the beads echoed steadily throughout the serene space. But the face of the monk clearly showed a look of disgust as he blurted out, It's that time to look at those disgusting faces again. Amidst the majestic mountains, a white-haired swordsman in traditional clothing was slowly walking along a dirt trail. He gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, secretly praying in his mind, I hope that at this year's party, there will be someone for me to test this new sword on. Meanwhile, a female hunter with black hair was standing amidst a crowd of people lying scattered on the ground. She annoyedly pulled out a cigarette to light it up, muttering with a completely bored look, Damn it, I really don't want to go at all. All of these powerful hunters were heading toward a momentous event. At the office of the Vansu Ra Hoa Guild, a luxury invitation letter with the stamp of the hunter association had been delivered. The contents of the letter clearly stated a respectful invitation sent to the guild master of Vansu Hua, the guild currently ranked 6th in South Korea, to attend the top 10 guilds party of South Korea at the Royal Platinum Hotel. Sung-ho stammered back in utter shock. Are we really going to that famous party? Man Sa-sung, at this moment, was completely shocked to the point his face distorted and sweat poured out like rain while looking at his guild's unbelievable rank. Is this real? It's not a dream, right? Rank 6? Us? In South Korea? He tremblingly held the invitation letter. How did things turn out like this? I'm just a C-rank hunter. How can I possibly go there? Sung Ho cheerfully teased Man Sa-sung about how he was about to sit at the same table with a lineup of illustrious S-rank guild masters at the upcoming party. However, instead of feeling honored, the guild master drowned in pure terror. The chairman was once again consumed by grief of terror, imagining himself becoming the main dish on the banquet table of the powerful. In his mind, the S-rank hunters with glowing red eyes were aggressively holding knives and forks, seeing him as someone who didn't know his place and had to pay a heavy price for showing up. The extreme fear caused Man Sa-sung to foam at the mouth and instantly fall flat on the floor, losing consciousness. Yongshik and Sung-ho panically rushed over to shake their senior, who was lying stretched out on the ground in bewilderment. Witnessing the familiar chaotic scene, Ian could only let out a bitter laugh, admitting that in this guild, not a single day was peaceful. However, he secretly felt pleased, thinking that this was a good sign because the upcoming party would be a goldmine of material for him to get inspiration to write his story. Seeing that, Sung-gu suddenly remembered an important detail and realized that the Thunder Emperor had actually attended this event a very long time ago, even though back then he hadn't officially joined any guild yet. Thinking back to the memories that weren't very pleasant from his previous attendance, Ian suddenly pulled a 180-degree turn in his attitude. With a grimacing face full of disgust and determination, he decisively declared, "I'm not going." It all started from the previous party. In an elegant white suit, Ian was lost in thought, amidst the praises for his achievement of clearing 10 SSS rank gates. The crowd ceaselessly called him a hero, the strongest hunter in the world, even though he was only of high school age. They believed that it wouldn't be long before this young boy would become the greatest hunter of mankind. However, amidst the glamorous sounds of raising glasses to congratulate him, Ian only felt that it was incredibly tedious. The strongest hero? What meaning do those things even have? He secretly thought, while the people around him were still fanatically cheering for the status of South Korean hunters. He let out a weary sigh as he remembered those meaningless parties. To him, all of that glory only brought utter boredom. "No, I'm absolutely not going," Ian decisively asserted to Song-gu at the office. "Oh really? Then I'm not going either." But right at the moment they intended to give up, a terrifying dark aura suddenly rose from behind. Both Ian and Song-gu turned pale, asking tremblingly in fear, "When did you wake up, brother?" The guild master growled, demanding answers. "Why exactly did our guild manage to get up to S rank? Thanks to whom does the Van Su R.A. Hoa Guild stand at the 6th position on the South Korean guild rankings, huh?" Under the terrifying pressure from the guild master, Ian stammered, explaining that he had been a bit busy lately. But Man Sa-song roared in a fit of rage. "Even if you don't want to, you must attend the party, got it?" With his face distorted in anger, he questioned one last time, "Are you going now or not?" Ian and Song-gu could only hold each other tightly and cry out, "I'll go. Of course I have to go. Yeah, wise choice." Witnessing the guild master's wrath, Ian and Song-gu could only hold each other tightly and shake violently in fear. After Man Sa-song left, Ian wearily leaned back on the sofa, his gaze blank as he unconsciously recalled those unpleasant memories from the past. He let out a sigh and said to himself, "Well, there's no other choice anyway. Since things have turned out like this, I'll just go find some material for my writing." The party of the major guilds officially opened at the luxurious hotel with a long red carpet rolled out. The camera shutters went off continuously as reporters gathered in large numbers to welcome high-profile figures. The media workers were working at full speed right now, everyone afraid of missing a hot moment. The association chairman, Park Da-han, was busy shaking hands and socializing with officials, not forgetting to express his hopes for receiving their support. This year, after finishing welcoming the A-rank guilds, he wiped away beads of sweat and exhaustion, thinking to himself that the real main characters were about to show up. The 3 S-rank guilds were entering. The announcement rang out, making the atmosphere hotter than ever. Park Da-han watched with bated breath, thinking, "Speak of the devil, and they appear." Leading the way was the Parthenon Guild, ranked second, featuring hunters who carried a mythical aura in classical attire. Following them was the Buryeon Guild, ranked 4th, with the appearance of deeply mysterious high monks. Not to be outdone was the Infinite Guild, ranked 3rd, exuding an elegant look with long hair and pure white garments. Finally, in this group was the Non-Target Guild, ranked 5th, featuring hunters in extremely cool black suits that carried a heavily modern style. The crowd of reporters couldn't help but marvel at the distinct class of the big 4 guilds. They chatted excitedly about how the Non-Target Guild was increasingly solidifying its position thanks to Gwangma's prestige. However, the true centerpiece of the party at this moment officially made its appearance. The dignified footsteps on the red carpet belonged to the members of the Suhamin Guild in matching, highly authoritative white suits. Leading this elite group of hunters was none other than Elder GWISCO, who possessed an aura that completely overwhelmed all the other guilds. Present here, the guild rankings appeared, with Suhamin sitting proudly in the #1 spot. The reporters couldn't help but marvel at the sheer might of the king of the hunter world, as they possessed up to 4 S-rank hunters. While the atmosphere was heating up, a luxury car pulled up to the red carpet under the tracking of a barrage of camera lenses. However, in stark contrast to the glamorous exterior, inside the car was a scene of a highly chaotic argument. Man Sa-song flew into a rage and yelled, "Jolly Jong-si, I told you to let me drive. But I just got my license, so I wanted to try it just once. He even added a highly convincing reason. Besides, people say that the main characters usually show up late. Sung-ho could only respond with speechless sarcasm. Well, thanks to you for making me a main character then. The late arrival of the entire team quickly captured the attention of everyone. Everyone's attention. Hunters and reporters present at the scene, feeling countless eyes gathering upon them. Sung-ho and Man Sa-sung began to break into a cold sweat, anxiously wondering, we're being watched. Are we that late? Seung-go tremblingly replied, probably. While Young-shik still naively said to himself, it's not because we're the main characters, but they're looking at us, right? The crowd began to buzz with gossip. Hee. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting show. Is that the newly emerged S-rank guild? Many couldn't help but doubt if this was a gutsy move, or just the foolish recklessness of upstarts. One should know that Suimin is a powerful force that has always maintained the #1 position for the past 55 years, possessing immense pride, and make their entrance last. An official event, like this biennial party, was no different from an act of insult. Then Young-shik tremblingly admitted, brother, I'm so scared. And Sung-ho could only nod in agreement. Me too. This action clearly sent a heavyweight challenge to the status of Suimin. However, contrary to everyone's predictions, the old man, GWISEO, unexpectedly flashed a deeply mysterious smile. The surrounding hunters were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. What? He's smiling. They assessed that although he looked gentler than before, it was unbelievable that he would accept this. Suddenly, everyone realized that the person the elder was looking at was none other than a magic sword, Cha Song-gu. So that's how it is, the old man secretly assessed. An S-rank hunter is a highly valuable strategic card, fully capable of completely changing the situation for an entire force. Especially magic sword Cha Song-gu, a rare genius who took a mere 2 years to climb to S-rank, making any guild desperate to have him. Even though on the outside, he always acted coldly and rejected every invitation. If there really was some secret connection between these two that outsiders didn't know about, there is a secret connection between these two people, something that outsiders don't know. Then the entire plan that had been mapped out for so long could very well be completely ruined. Witnessing this unexpected presence, the old man couldn't help but feel surprised to see that Ian was also appearing at a prestigious place like this. In the distance, the white-haired swordsman was also quietly observing the magic sword. Though acknowledging Song-gu's talent in his eyes, the boy was still just a genius, who hadn't truly broken through his own limits, and still had far too many shortcomings to be worthy of crossing swords with him. He unexpectedly found himself with the sword. The disciple beside him tremblingly gripped his master's clothes. Master, who is that person over there? The swordsman casually reassured him that although the magic sword was very strong compared to his peers, it wouldn't be long before the disciple would reach that level too. However, the young boy pointed in terror toward Ian, who was standing next to Song-gu, and stammered. Not that person, but the person beside him. It's him. The disciple shockingly asserted that he was sensing an overwhelming, terrifying power radiating from that ordinary-looking young man wearing glasses. A horrific pressure made him shudder, assessing that even if all the most elite hunters currently present at this party were to simultaneously charge forward, they would absolutely never be able to defeat that unparalleled power. Amidst the brilliantly lit hall, the association representative solemnly delivered the opening remarks. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the gala dinner. He emphasized that this party was organized to honor the tremendous efforts and contributions of the 10 representative guilds, the names that were the pride of the entire nation of South Korea. Amidst the resounding applause of the guests, the representative with a smile sent a message. I hope that today you will cast aside all complicated worries and enjoy a night of joy and happiness. He did not forget to remind them of the spirit of solidarity. Please remember that we are all colleagues. Let's have fun together and strengthen our bonds during this gala dinner. Thank you. Right after the speech, the MC turned to the stage and invited the guild masters to move to the private dining area that had been specially prepared, while the other members would remain in the main hall to enjoy the party. Hearing this, Man Sa-sung began to shake violently, sweating bullets from attention. Seeing his senior hesitating, Sung-ho softly reminded him that it was time to go but the poor guild master was drowning in extreme fear, thinking to himself, if I go, will I end up dead? Or should I hand over the guild master position to Sung-ho right now and run away? Seeing that, Yong-shik reassured him, brother, don't worry too much. This place is famous for having very delicious food. Once you eat delicious food, all your worries will just fly away. Even Magic Sword Song-gu spoke up in a calm tone. That's right, it's just going to have a meal. Just relax. Mun. Sa-song let out a soft sigh, trying to force a tight smile to reassure himself. Yeah, it's just going to have a meal. Nothing bad will happen, right? However, his hopes for a peaceful dinner instantly vanished into thin air. The high monk of the Giryong Guild violently slammed the table, sending food flying everywhere, and roared in a furious rage. Are you tired of living, you brat? Facing him, a short-haired female hunter was not to be outdone as she radiated an overwhelming, glowing red, murderous intent. She yelled back defiantly, bring it on, let's see who's afraid of whom. Man Sa-song stood in the middle of that miniature battlefield, his face distorted in horror, as he realized the thing he feared most had actually happened. Something bad is happening. 10 minutes earlier, at the luxurious banquet table, the clicking sound of knives and forks echoed amidst deeply cordial social chatter. Man Sa-song sat among the big bosses, listening to them laugh and talk about good news, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This moment was so peaceful that he even thought he had walked into the wrong tea party. He thought to himself, as it turns out, the atmosphere is a lot easier to breathe in than I thought. Perhaps I was just worrying over nothing. However, the peace was just a cover for a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. Watching the powerful guild masters silently having their meal, Man Sa-song felt sweat begin to pour. Suddenly, the bald high monk softly spoke up. Oh, perhaps we've been too indifferent to the newcomer. Man Sa-song turned pale, frantically hoping in his mind that the old man, GWISCO, would step in to introduce him, since he was completely clueless about these high-profile figures. The high monk turned to ask GWISCO if he could lend a hand with the introduction, but the old man just casually ate while replying, why are you asking me that? I also just met this person today. Not giving up. The bald guy brought up the fact that the magic sword seemed to know Ian, then suddenly leaned close to Man Sa-song with a suggestive smile. Then surely there must be some connection. With his guild master too, right? GWISCO still coldly asserted that he himself had absolutely nothing to do with the magic sword or the guild master sitting here. Receiving the answer, the high monk slightly curled his lips. My apologies for the misunderstanding. I understand now. Man Sa-song at this moment was so terrified that his whole body froze, his throat dry and choked up, unable to utter a single word. Witnessing his pathetic state, the bald guy pushed even further with a challenging demand. Then would you mind introducing yourself? Park Da-han quietly observed the confrontation, secretly amused. Oh, is he playing a mind game with Beat Myong? How truly interesting. Even elder GWISCO couldn't help but be impressed by Man Sa-song's mettle. Assessing, it seems he's showing dissatisfaction because Beat Myong presumed to speculate about his relationship with a member of my guild. This fellow has quite some nerve. Meanwhile, the high monk of the Giryong Guild was gritting his teeth in anger, veins popping all over his forehead as he barked. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Man Sa-song at this point could only sit motionless. In reality, he was just choking on his food and couldn't swallow, which was why he couldn't speak. A black-haired female hunter burst out laughing in delight. Ha 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 ha. This Juicy has a sense of humor, doesn't he? Thanks to you, I got to see a great show. She continued to add harsh, sarcastic words. I told you to fix that bizarre temper of yours. I swear, every time I look at your face, I want to kill you so badly. That monk's rage exploded. The high monk channeled a brilliant blue spiritual energy, crushing the glass in his hand, growling, Are you tired of living, you brat? His eyes flared with murderous intent behind his sunglasses, not flinching in the slightest. The female hunter stood up abruptly, a glowing red, fiery energy, enveloping her body as she yelled defiantly, Bring it on. Let's see who's afraid of whom. The moment both sides opened their mouths, they instantly turned the atmosphere into a battlefield. How do things turn out like this? I have to clear up the misunderstanding first. He tried to raise his hand to stop them. Earlier it was, but he was immediately cut off by a cold voice. A hunter, with elegant long, silver hair, was slowly wiping his mouth, throwing out words of contempt, not knowing the time or place at all. How vulgar. The female Hunter and the high monk simultaneously turned around in utter shock. Huh. A middle-aged man in traditional clothing sitting nearby also spoke up, taunting the silver-haired swordsman. Good for you. Always acting so pure and noble. But you're just a butcher yourself, having his pride wounded. The swordsman quietly drew his katana, which was radiating a powerful, deep blue spiritual energy. His gaze was as sharp as a razor as he growled. Come out here. I would like to receive a lesson. The opponent was not to be outdone either. A surge of blue spiritual energy erupted powerfully around his body as he solemnly replied, Fine, I will take you on. Today, we shall decide the winner right here. The neighboring dining tables probably just wanted to ask for a refund on their buffet. Amidst the atmosphere thick with spiritual energy, Elder GWICO let out a soft sigh and then coldly shouted, Stop it! The illustrious S-rank hunters, who were just acting aggressive a moment ago, now turned pale, sweating bullets, because they couldn't resist this overwhelming power. GWICO calmly sat back in his position, because they could not resist this overwhelming power. Gujiso calmly sat back down in his seat. He slowly took a sip of wine and then reminded them, The atmosphere seems a bit too heated. No one likes that. Drop it. Under the pressure of the elder, even the most arrogant individuals had to obediently back down. Park Dahan stood watching, and couldn't help but marvel at the level of the Slaughter Emperor. But then he suddenly froze, when he saw a figure, still sitting firmly amidst the surge of pressure. Park Dahan realized in shock that his entire body felt as if it were being crushed by the horrific pressure. Yet that person over there didn't seem to flinch at all. No way. Even the power of the Slaughter Emperor makes S-ranks back down. Yet he can withstand it. Park Dahan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the guild master of the newly emerged 6th-ranked guild, sitting tall with a face full of determination. He secretly admired the aura, which made him look like a final boss. But in reality, the CPU had disconnected 10 minutes ago. Man Sasong had actually been unconscious for a long time, with his eyes rolled back, and a stream of snot running down unconsciously. Meanwhile, Ian could only sit spinning his pen in total boredom next to his notebook. Ian let out a weary sigh and said to himself, I knew I shouldn't have come. There's no material worth writing about at all. How boring. While he was feeling bored, sounds of astonished admiration suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Wow, so amazing. How can anyone be that beautiful? The surrounding hunters were all blushing furiously at Giselle's glamorous beauty, as she leisurely enjoyed her wine in a radiant aura. However, from Ian's perspective, his sister was just someone showing off excessively, leaving him to only stare with a soulless expression before turning back to spinning his pen. Beside him, Magic Sword Cha Songgu couldn't help but comment, She really is quite beautiful. Instantly, Ian flew into a rage and snapped, What? Are you planning to say some cheesy words too? Songgu frantically denied it. No, that's not it. In the Magic Sword's mind, at this moment, a completely contrasting image appeared. She wears glamorous makeup when going out, but upon returning home, she transforms into a messy sister with thick glasses, casually telling him to go buy bread just because they are now family. Looking at Giselle's current splendid appearance, Songgu could only break into a cold sweat and say to himself, I'm just wondering if this is the same person I saw at home. On the other side, Giselle was still smiling triumphantly, thinking she was being admired. Fortunately, there is still one sane person. Taking a sip of red wine, Giselle pondered in thought. Ian has always hated these places. Why did he suddenly come? She realized that lately, her younger brother had been constantly doing things he had never done before. Looking at the hunters, who were rushing into a chaotic brawl right before her eyes, Giselle casually commented, Wow, it's really lively. Suddenly, the crowd parted in fear as a large, heavily tattooed figure swaggered forward. Terrified whispers echoed everywhere. Look, it's Fighting Dog. This ferocious hunter carried a highly threatening, murderous intent. Walking straight toward Giselle's table, he looked down on her disdainfully and uttered sarcastically, Still playing the queen game today, huh? With a face full of contempt, he growled, Drop that flirtatious act with those useless guys. How about having a match with me instead? Giselle coldly glanced at him, a scornful smile clearly visible on her lips. What? How ridiculous. Not stopping there, he continued to hurl insults, calling her a sissy type, who only knew how to show off, and taunted that her title as the strongest among the S-ranks was just an empty name. He disdainfully compared her to a little brat who only knew how to play with fire, making Giselle so angry that her entire body trembled. from the insult. Seeing the tense situation, Magic Sword Songgu intended to step in to intervene, but was immediately stopped by Ian. Ian casually explained, "No need. That gorilla, old lady, doesn't like anyone interfering in her business." At this moment, Giselle was gritting her teeth and enduring, her sharp eyes filled with rage, as her hand gripped so tightly that the tabletop seemed ready to shatter. She secretly reminded herself to endure, because the opponent was Fighting Dog, the action team captain of the Girion Guild. A conflict between high-level executives at this moment was not merely a personal matter, but could completely ignite a bloody war between the leading major guilds. Giselle coldly dropped a line, "Suit yourself," then stood up and walked away to avoid trouble. However, Fighting Dog still wouldn't let it go. He continued to shout sarcastically, calling her a coward who was about to run away, due to a lack of confidence in her own strength. Right at that moment, two other S-rank hunters, Yong Hongchong and Hyo Jun, unexpectedly stepped in to intervene, demanding that it must stop, because this was not the occasion to do such things. Despite the presence of high-profile figures, Fighting Dog still arrogantly laughed out loud, insulting Giselle for having to hide behind old men, and even uttered disgusting, flirtatious words, challenging her to hide in his arms instead. Giselle's footsteps abruptly froze. Her patience had reached its absolute limit. She roared in her mind, "I've had enough." However, right at that moment, the two S-rank hunters, Tae-Sin Hongchong and Baekui Hyo Jun, simultaneously moved to suppress Fighting Dog instantly. With suffocating pressure, Zhong Hongjiang growled, repeating his final warning. "I told you to stop it, didn't I?" Black Leopard Kim Do-jin walked over and coldly reminded him, "That's enough, Fighting Dog." Instantly, Magic Sword Cha Songgu couldn't sit still either. "I've heard enough. I can't stand this anymore." Seeing two other S-rank hunters intervening, Fighting Dog, instead of being afraid, laughed with sinister delight. "Ha! Both Black Leopard and the highly promising new Factor 2, huh?" A dark blue surge of spiritual energy erupted violently around his body. He roared with excitement upon seeing that the S-ranks had all gathered in full force. With his aggressive and reckless nature, Fighting Dog challenged everyone. "Great, then let's have a real fight." He frantically roared in utter excitement. "Finally, we can clearly determine who stands above whom." Fighting Dog expressed his long-held dissatisfaction. He believed that just by being an S rank, one was naturally cheered for as a hero, but in reality, the skill levels among them were inherently very different. While the other guild masters were looking at him with expressions full of gravity and annoyance, Fighting Dog still arrogantly declared that he wanted to use this opportunity to determine who the truly strongest one was. Both Cha Songgu and Kim Do-jin had already moved into ready combat stances. Murderous intent radiated, making the surrounding space incredibly tense. Witnessing the chaotic scene right before his eyes, Ian let out a weary sigh. Good grief, how exhausting. He secretly thought that in the past, there were plenty of people who only cared about showing off their power in a meaningless way like this. To someone who had already stood at the absolute peak like Ian, titles such as the strongest or hero were truly not worth bothering about, and he couldn't understand why people had to care so much about those things. The crowd of guests also began to panic. They frantically looked for a place to hide, knowing that once these S-rank entities made their moves, no one could stop their terrifying destruction. Murderous intent grew dense, enveloping the hall. As the S-rank hunters prepared to plunge into a horrific brawl, right as the tension reached its peak, a powerful shout unexpectedly rang out, shattering the atmosphere. "Stop it!" Association Chairman Park Dahan stepped out. He coldly reminded all the bloodthirsty hunters that today was not an occasion to gather and fight. Park Dahan signaled demanding everyone to sheath their weapons and issued a final warning. "If you don't stop, the association will officially hold your respective guilds accountable for this disturbance." Before the authority of the chairman, Beep Myong could only lower his head in silence and softly nod, acknowledging his mistake. He clicked his tongue and walked away, but did not forget to leave behind an apology. The tongue left, but not without leaving behind an apology, belatedly for causing a nuisance, making Park Dahan coldly remind the guilds to pay more attention next time. Elder GWISEO also spoke up to take his leave, to avoid further awkwardness for both sides after the unnecessary clashes. However, right when he turned his back, another guildmaster, with long gray hair, and a sinister smile uttered words of sarcasm regarding the interesting events that had just unfolded. He taunted that GWISEO was being overprotective of Crimson Flame Giselle, and suggested that he should abdify sooner rather than later. GWISEO froze. He calmly thanked him for the advice, and then suddenly radiated a horrifying, deep purple pressure to return the favor. GWISEO growled, asserting that someone who always fantasizes about others abdicating inherently lacks the qualities of a king. He demanded the opponent to immediately give up his delusional ambitions for the throne and know exactly who he is in terms of his own standing. The horrific pressure from the elder left that person rooted to the spot, standing completely still as if hit by 999 ping. GWISEO coldly walked away, leaving behind a fierce warning that left the opponent gritting his teeth. In helpless resentment, he anxiously realized that the plan of his faction seemed to have been seen through, but beat Myong beside him appeared quite calm, since he had anticipated this. Even though the situation seemed disadvantageous, the gray-haired guy still gritted his teeth frantically and asserted that there was no turning back anymore. He decided that their sinister plan would still proceed exactly as initially scheduled. The old man Masong and his aggressive disciples left with utterly spiteful faces. He gritted his teeth and cursed quietly. Humph. That damn old man. If he has no intention of stepping down from the throne, then we will just have to drag him down ourselves. On the other side, Elder GWISEO continued to stroll casually with a relaxed demeanor, but his sharp eyes had long since seen through everything. He thought to himself, those guys seem to be harboring some foolish thoughts. I don't know if they're stuck in their own ego and failing to see reality, or if they're just pretending not to know anymore. Amidst the tense atmosphere of political conspiracies, Pe Van Su Zahua Guild was facing a situation that was both funny and tragic. Guild Masterman Sasong was still lying unconscious after the psychological shock, forcing Sung Ho to frantically shake and call his big brother. Brother, are you okay? GWISEO brushed past Ian, a deeply meaningful thought arising in his mind about the hierarchy and order within the hunter world, that above even the powerful kings, there still existed supreme gods. Realizing they couldn't stay any longer, Sung Ho hastily ordered, Yong Shik, go start the car. We have to get him out of here right away. Yong Shik quickly replied, yes. Then together with everyone helped the guild master leave the hall. While everyone was worrying about the guild master, Ian was drowning in a completely different crisis. A deadline breathing down his neck was even scarier than an S-rank flying into a rage. He clutched his head and pulled his hair, in despair, realizing this trip had yielded absolutely no decent material for his manuscript. The goal, in the end, I got nothing at all. There's only a bit of time left before the deadline. What am I supposed to say to the chief editor now? While he was lost in his lamentations, the sound of slow footsteps approached. Hey, friend. Ian turned around with a start. Catching his eye was the white-haired swordsman with an elegant, otherworldly demeanor. Seeing someone approaching, Song-gu asked guardedly, excuse me, what's the matter? He thought the opponent was targeting him, but the white-haired hunter immediately corrected him. Excuse me, not you. He pointed toward Ian and asserted, but the person beside you. I have a little matter to discuss with him. Ian froze. Me? Amidst the quiet space of a traditional mansion, the heavenly sword softly expressed his gratitude to Ian for leaving the lively party to follow him out here. Ian casually replied that he was already planning to head out anyway, then went straight to the point, asking if the opponent had any important matter. The heavenly sword did not beat around the bush. He immediately introduced his disciple, Seo Yun, who was standing right behind him. The elder revealed that Seo Yun possessed a secret ability called Demon Eyes that no one else knew about. The boy's eyes flared with a deep blue spiritual energy, having the ability to capture all stat information, and even the fatal weaknesses of an opponent within a single glance. The clearest evidence was Magic Sword Cha, Song-gu's detailed stat window appearing, in full from skills to easily exploitable vulnerabilities when using a greatsword. The heavenly sword emphasized that seeing through an opponent before a battle was an immense advantage, enough to break the balance among the big four guilds. If the information gathered from tonight's party were to be used for malicious purposes, however, he asserted that he didn't care at all about those political calculations. After years of honing his sword between the line of life and death, the only thing he desired at this moment was to find someone strong enough to withstand his sword strikes. It was precisely thanks to Seo Yun's demon eyes that the heavenly sword realized the horrific strength hidden inside Ian. With an attitude of utmost respect, the legendary hunter bowed, requesting a spar to receive his guidance. Ian secretly breathed a sigh of relief because, as it turned out, the opponent only saw that he was strong, but hadn't actually realized his identity as the Thunder Emperor. He said to himself that if he unluckily got discovered, he would probably have to ask this heavenly sword to keep the secret safe for him. Ian thought to himself, if these demon eyes were put into a novel, it would definitely be extremely interesting. The disciple, Seo Yun, softly called out to his master in worry. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Ian closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then smiled, accepting the challenge. Sure. However, he immediately laid down a condition. But in return, you must do me a favor. The two stood facing each other in the middle of the massive courtyard of the mansion's large garden, preparing for a top-tier duel between two generations of hunters. Ian leisurely put his hands into his pockets, his face full of confidence as he looked at his opponent. Anytime you want to start is fine. The heavenly sword slightly frowned in surprise at the unusually casual attitude of his opponent. Looking at that calm demeanor, the elder commented in a low voice, hands in pockets. Are you that confident? He closed his eyes to focus his spiritual energy, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he declared, then I won't hold back. A surge of deep blue, cold aura suddenly erupted violently from the sword as it was drawn from its scabbard. The heavenly sword coldly declared, let's begin. Instantly, he dashed forward at a horrific speed. The heavenly sword closed in on Ian in a split second. Ian secretly marveled. The speed of this elder is indeed a lot faster than Songgu's. The heavenly sword continuously pressed forward with unpredictably shifting techniques, making Ian unexpectedly blurt out, whoa, gave me a start. Realizing that the opponent had anticipated his path of retreat, Ian assessed that he probably had to take his hands out of his pockets to fight seriously. The heavenly sword looked at his somewhat playful attitude, only gritting his teeth and dropping a disdainful remark. Ridiculous. The heavenly sword rushed forward like a whirlwind, unleashing a highly skilled two-hit combo with the intention of seizing the upper hand. He was confident that this technique would not only give him the advantage, but also completely control every action of his opponent. The heavenly sword firmly believed that Ian would have to move exactly in the direction he guided, making it completely impossible to evade the second strike. However, Ian left the elder astonished as he lightly glided through the razor-sharp sword lines. He landed casually and softly muttered, interesting. He quietly observed his opponent and secretly admitted that the title of heavenly sword was indeed well-deserved. As those sword lines, that's not wrong, when the sword strokes were not only fast and precise, but also carried an extremely admirable power. Witnessing the high-level match, Seo Yun couldn't help but marvel as he noticed his master's swordsmanship seemed to have reached the supreme realm. Even the Dark Moon Evil Sword spoke up to remind him that although they were not of the same lineage, these movements were highly valuable for reference and demanded that he memorize every single technique carefully. The heavenly sword channeled all of his deep blue spiritual energy, unleashing giant slashes that blanketed the entire courtyard, creating a suffocating pressure aimed straight at Ian's position. The sword lines moved freely and shifted unpredictably, making it feel as though Ian was being fiercely attacked from all sides with no way to retreat. However, amidst that dense siege of spiritual energy, Ian still calmly assessed that no matter how perfect an attack might be, loopholes always existed. He lightly dodged a fatal thrust by a mere hair's breadth, then smiled softly in excitement. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen a sword this fast. Is it impossible to fully evade it? Ian braced his body as he felt the pressure from his opponent. In less than a minute of clashing, the illustrious heavenly sword had to bitterly come to a conclusion. After assessing his opponent's true strength, I can't win. Even though this was the first time in his life experiencing such an overwhelming sense of helplessness, the only reason he stubbornly gripped the hilt of his sword was to break through his own limits. The heavenly sword charged forward with all his might, a satisfied smile on his face, asserting that he only wanted to be able to swing his sword and fight until the very last moment. Instantly, brilliant yellow Lightning bolts began to erupt violently around Ian's body. His hair turned into the radiant golden color of the Thunder Emperor. Ian coldly extended his hand and declared, "This is the reward for keeping me entertained This is a reward for helping me entertain myself." A massive, thunderous spiritual energy erupted from his hand, transforming into the shape of a great lightning bird that lit up the entire night sky. The skilled Thunderbird descended with divine power, creating destructive pillars of light that shook the entire area. The heavenly sword collapsed to the ground, blankly, looking up at the dazzling aura, and feebly admitted that he had accidentally forgotten an important thing. He bitterly realized that even if the great hunters were currently dominating the hunter world, there was still a god above them. Inside the quiet, traditional room, Ian was enjoying a sumptuous meal, together with the heavenly sword and Songu. Yesterday's combat shook heaven and earth, but today they pulled a U-turn straight into a mukbang. Seeing Ian eating heartily, the elder kindly asked, "Does it suit your taste?" The writer replied enthusiastically while munching away, "It's completely my style," leaving the heavenly sword to silently marvel in his mind. How strange. Looking at Ian right now, the heavenly sword couldn't help but reminisce about yesterday's spar. At that time, the characteristic, overwhelming spiritual energy of the Thunder Emperor made him feel that he was extremely difficult to approach. Yet right now, he looked no different from an ordinary young man. Seeing the elders staring at him intently, Ian asked in curiosity, "Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me like that?" The heavenly sword hastily apologized, explaining that the feeling right now was completely different from yesterday, and just imagining it was already interesting. Ian asked blankly, "Huh? Imagining what?" The heavenly sword pondered, wondering to himself, if the other guilds found out that the Thunder Emperor has returned, how would they react? Faced with Ian's innocence, is there any difference? The elder asserted that there certainly was. According to him, the fact that Ian joined a guild and attended the banquet of the 10 major guilds was the signal announcing that the Thunder Emperor would officially make his comeback and restart his hunter activities. The heavenly sword believed that once Ian showed himself, everyone would realize that the battle for the throne, all this time, was actually just a farce. Ian broke into a cold sweat, smiling awkwardly as he told himself the opponent was making a disastrous misunderstanding. He softly corrected him that while it was true he had returned, it was entirely for personal reasons. Faced with the heavenly sword's bewildered expression, Ian casually revealed that he was busy writing, and the reason he agreed to the spar was simply because he wanted to hear about the demon eyes to get good material for a series. The heavenly sword looked directly at Ian, asking in a low voice, "Are you planning to just stand by and watch the current South Korean hunter world?" Within the hunter world, jostling for power was an everyday occurrence. But unlike the current chaos, the past used to be an era where everyone had to hold their breath and endure. It was all because of the presence of a god named the Thunder Emperor, who used absolute strength to suppress all ambitions of the big 4 guilds and other powerful factions. However, when the strongest suddenly disappeared, those hungry for power began to reveal their true nature that they had hidden for so long. Those desires grew bigger over the years, turning into an uncontrollable, greedy monster. The leaders of the major guilds began to emerge. With calculating and cruel eyes, the heavenly sword asserted that war was unacceptable, as the association and public opinion would definitely not let the big 4 guilds run rampant. The elder softly poured tea and confided that he had chosen the path of righteousness, so he didn't care for fame or fortune. However, people like Ma Sung or Beat Myong were completely different. They always craved the throne and were ready to collude with those in power to clean up the aftermath. Though not knowing the exact timing, the heavenly sword was certain that an attack aimed at the Suho Gate was inevitable. The heavenly sword reminded Ian about the deep relationship between him and the Slaughter Emperor, then asked if he really intended to stay out of it. But despite the senior's anxiety, Ian just casually sipped his tea and replied coldly, "Everyone should just mind their own business. I have no reason to take responsibility or care about those things." Witnessing that indifferent attitude, the heavenly sword could only look at Ian in silence, secretly assessing that behind that divine power there was still a strange immaturity to him. He decided to change the subject. "Fine. Can I ask a different question then? Why did you decide to retire? And for what reason did you start writing? I want to hear your story." Ian was momentarily taken aback, repeating in doubt, "My story." The heavenly sword suggested that opening up to someone might help Ian organize some of the thoughts that were weighing on him. Ian let out a soft sigh, took a sip of tea, and began to tell. It's not a very interesting story. When I was born, memories rushed back with the sound of a newborn crying in a hospital room. Because when he was a child, Ian could not control his lightning ability, so his parents always had to wear thick rubber gloves whenever they took care of him, or held him in their arms to avoid being electrocuted. By the time Ian began to control his power, his gorilla sister, Giselle, awakened her fire ability. One child emitting fire, the other discharging electricity. But his parents always taught them both to grow up normally, and told them not to use their abilities carelessly. However, the two siblings were by no means obedient children. In the middle of a ruined street, the corpse of a giant wild boar monster, burnt completely black, lay right in a corner, handled by the two siblings' own hands. A tiny Ian urged his sister, "Sister, let's go home. I'm hungry," making Giselle, who was still full of adrenaline, say regretfully, "So soon? I still want to play more." Right at that moment, a trembling, surviving man approached, suddenly gripping Ian's small hands tightly. The man burst into tears in utter emotion. "You two, thank you so much. I really thought I was going to die right then and there." Behind him, other citizens were also bowing, thanking their young saviors. The man choked up, asserting that thanks to the two siblings, everyone here was safe, and he truly didn't know how to repay such an immense favor. "Yes, you two are everyone's heroes." Those words left Ian stunned, the young boy's eyes widening in complete bewilderment. In Ian's immature mind at the time, the word hero echoed, feeling completely foreign and shocking. "I'm a hero." Whenever a gate suddenly opened, the two siblings, Ian and Giselle, would compete to wipe out all kinds of monsters, even though at that time they both were just an elementary schooler and a kindergartner. Precisely because of this innate talent, it was only natural that scouts from the association or private guilds constantly came looking for them. At the T-Zone convenience store, Ian's father wearily faced the crowding reporters surrounding him. He pleaded, "Please go home, everyone. I've said it many times already. I still don't want the children to step into the hunter world just yet, at least until the two of them are truly grown up." Looking down from the window, Ian's mother grew worried seeing the curious crowd growing larger by the day. She secretly thought that although she had anticipated it to some extent, she didn't expect the information about the two children to be leaked so quickly. She feared that though they could stop them for now, they would approach the children even more aggressively in the future. Between the two, she worried about Giselle the most because the girl always acted on impulse. With just a single question, "Mom, is being a hunter a good thing?" she would immediately douse it with cold water. "No, it's not." On the contrary, she didn't worry much about Ian because he was inherently someone who absolutely hated trouble. However, right when she turned away, Ian's figure beside her vanished without a trace. She panicked, "Huh? He was just standing here. Where did he go?" Suddenly, Ian, with his hair shining bright yellow, leapt out of the window. The young boy shouted excitedly, "Mom, I want to become a hero." This reckless action left Ian's parents completely rooted to the spot in utter shock, while the reporters below frantically snapped pictures to capture this shocking moment. Ian landed right in the middle of the surrounding crowd, officially and publicly declaring his desire to embark on the hunter's path. Though it was a bit noisy and chaotic, in the end, his parents decided to respect Ian's opinion. Standing before the association representative, Ian obediently listened to the advice. "You must always be careful and listen to adults, okay?" The boy gave a firm reply, "Yes." And then he officially started his life as a hunter under the management of the association, standing before a massive gate, radiating a powerful, dark blue spiritual energy. Ian innocently asked the representative to be sure. "I go in here, right?" Starting with the S-rank gate that Ian entered for the first time, his strength continuously advanced by leaps and bounds. From those grueling challenges, he went on to conquer SS rank gates, and then even the SS rank gates could not pose a challenge to the future Thunder Emperor. As an innate genius, Ian casually admitted, these things are as easy as eating candy. To him, the deadly lands that other hunters were terrified of were no different from an exciting playground. Conquering an SSS rank gate entirely by himself turned Ian into a living legend, making the crowd constantly scream in excitement, "Hero! Hero!" This was the glorious emergence of the Thunder Emperor, where attention and cheers flooded in from everywhere. That radiant glory was more than enough to make a child's heart flutter intensely, and so Ian couldn't help but lose himself in the hero game inside that glamorous playground. However, as time went on, every child had to grow up, and any game played for too long would eventually lead to burnout. Sitting alone on the corpse of a giant monster, Ian quietly stared into the void, realizing it was a sign, showing that it was time for him to leave this playground. However, he still had to stay in the place where now only endless boredom and emptiness remained. Looking down at the cheering crowd below, Ian only muttered softly with an exhausted look, "Hero, how boring." Space. Gates continued to appear without warning, bringing along rampant monsters that devastated everywhere. Amidst the catastrophe, the world once again screamed for heroes, forcing the Thunder Emperor to throw himself into battle to wipe out the darkness. Ian quietly looked down at his hand burning with lightning, secretly telling himself that he had lived as a hero for all this time. Amidst the luxurious banquets, within the sound of toasts and praises from the elite who worshipped him, he didn't feel any joy at all. The child from back then had now grown up, no longer moved by the crowd's attention, and no longer feeling any excitement when playing in this hunter playground filled with hypocrisy anymore, because Ian never had to truly put in effort to become a hero. He also couldn't feel what is called achievement, as that endless emptiness kept accumulating. Over the years, his soul seemed to have grown cold. Sitting in the middle of a deserted forest, the old wizard softly spoke up. "Sorry for suddenly asking you to spar." Ian casually replied, "It's fine. It's been a long time since I moved my body, so it's good too. Lately, it's been nothing but boring things." The answer made the old man unexpectedly burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Ian frowned in confusion. "Why are you suddenly laughing?" He stared at him thoughtfully and gently. Explained, "A child who is supposed to be enjoying life, yet has the eyes of someone who has lived a whole lifetime. That's why I find it funny." Ian immediately countered, "I'm not a child anymore." The old man softly asked, "Don't you find a hunter's life fun anymore?" Ian quietly lowered his head, admitting that everything right now was just ordinary. He wistfully reminisced. "When I was small, maybe I wanted to become a hero, but when I actually became one, I didn't feel anything at all." The old man smiled softly. "Perhaps that is only natural. Look at that night sky over there." The elder thoughtfully explained that everyone has to face worries without seeing a way out, just like that dark night sky. However, they never stop. Everyone will try to walk in any direction to resolve those worries and find their own meaning, so as to light up the darkness like those stars over there. He thoughtfully advised the Thunder Emperor, "You should find your own meaning too. That way, at least you won't lose your way in the darkness, and can decide which star you should follow." Ian fell silent, pondering upon those words' own meaning. Looking at the elder's face, he thought to himself that it was unfair, because after hearing those words, he had no choice left but to try until the very end. However, right when he made up his mind, an emergency situation struck. The alarm rang frantically through the communication device. "Emergency situation. Thunder Emperor, an SSS rank 8, has erupted right in the center of Seoul." Witnessing the disaster before his eyes, Ian realized that not long after he had given up on trying to find that vague meaning. He immediately replied, "Yeah, I'll move there right away," because at this moment, he had with his own eyes seen the true heroes throwing themselves into danger. In the city center, a catastrophic battle was taking place between the hunters and the pitch-black monsters. Screams and alarms rang out incessantly. "Hyuyun, when is the support team arriving?" Hyuyun desperately replied that they couldn't get in touch with anyone because the signal had been cut off. Faced with being backed into a corner, a hunter panicked and shouted out loud, "Slaughter Emperor! If this keeps up, we will all be wiped out. We must retreat first to regroup our formation." However, Elder GWICO immediately dismissed it and roared in fury, "Nonsense! If we retreat like this, who will protect the citizens?" Right in front of them, a giant monster with glowing red eyes was preparing to launch an attack, aiming straight at the exhausted hunters. In that critical hairbreadth moment, Ian suddenly appeared from midair, coldly calling out his skill, Thunder Wheel. A massive pillar of thunder, with earth-shattering power, descended straight down, engulfing the monster in a dazzling light and explosions that shook the entire city. Down on the ground, the citizens looked up with eyes full of hope and cheered. "Ah, it's the Thunder Emperor." Cheers echoed across the streets. "The hero Thunder Emperor has arrived. We're saved." However, amidst those praises, Ian thought thoughtfully to himself, questioning the definition of a true hero, looking at Hunter, Hyo-jun trying his best to treat his teammates and urging them, please hold on just a bit longer, and the two elders gasping for breath from exhaustion after the battle. He thought to himself, isn't it those people over there who don't give up and fight until the very end? Ian questioned himself whether he truly deserved to be called a hero, given that he was born stronger than everyone else. Countless thoughts flashed by, but he couldn't sort out the contradictions. In his heart, hovering in the middle of the smoke-filled city sky, Ian quietly made his final decision. From that day on, he gave up on becoming a hero and would no longer act as one. The phone from Association Chairman Park Dahan rang continuously, but Ian still ignored it to focus on his computer screen. From that day on, he decisively abandoned the title of Thunder Emperor, or the life of an illustrious hero, only accepting to support Gates with extremely high danger levels, in exchange for his own freedom. However, that comfort soon became tedious too. He muttered softly in boredom, this is too boring too. Just like that, a year passed. Ian had now grown more mature, but his mental state hadn't improved at all, only becoming more sluggish. Standing in the middle of a ceremony honoring him, Kazuya softly smiled and commented that the current Ian was much tamer than before, because in the past he inherently didn't care about any manners or rules. Kazuya patted his friend's shoulder, asserting that Ian was no longer a child anymore. The martial god believed that inherently every human being would eventually change over time. Looking at Kazuya's back, as he casually walked into the pitch-black gate to continue his journey, Ian suddenly felt a little anxious. He wondered to himself if he was the only one standing still in one place, while everyone else was continuously moving forward. However, Ian quickly cast those complicated thoughts out of his mind, since he inherently absolutely hated things that caused a headache. He returned to his normal daily life. As usual, right at that moment, his sister, Giselle, who was lying nearby, suddenly exclaimed in excitement while looking at her phone, "Oh wow, this is really interesting." Ian raised his head curiously, not forgetting to ask for the link to watch together. He took the phone completely, unaware that an important turning point was about to hit his life. Ian stared intently with a skeptical look. A web novel? He began to scroll and read, and then had to admit, it's better than I thought. It wasn't exactly that Ian was overly impressed by this genre. It was just that he felt as if he had just found a new pastime to fill the boring days. However, right when he was most immersed, the chapter ended, making him shout out in disappointment. Left hanging right at the good part. How am I supposed to wait until tomorrow? With nothing left to read, Ian had no choice but to switch to scrolling through YouTube. Guess I'll just watch YouTube today instead. Catching his eye was a series of tutorial videos, with highly inviting titles such as, Anyone Can Become a Writer, or Writing Web Novels is as Easy as Pie. Ian stared thoughtfully at the computer screen and wondered, anyone could do it? With pure curiosity and excitement, just like when he was a child, Ian decided, maybe I should try writing too. The clacking sound of typing echoed continuously in the dark room. He just kept writing out whatever he wanted, without having any knowledge of writing techniques, but Ian still felt doing this is pretty interesting too. Just the act of writing down the thoughts in his head alone was enough to make him feel immensely satisfied. He decided to publish his debut work, titled, I Am Not a Hero, under the pen name Convenience Store Owner's Son. Naturally, with such an impromptu piece of writing, the views and comments both stood still at around number 0. Ian clicked his tongue and mocked himself. Well, who would bother reading this anyway? He still continued, typing away until a sudden notification popped up on the screen. It was the very first comment, from a user named Guest1, with the brief content. This is great. Ian froze, his eyes widening in utter amazement. Oh, a strange emotion rushed down his spine. He suddenly felt fired up and frantically typed at a dizzying speed. Let's write a little more and see. At the moment the attack on the Chaos Gate ended successfully, Ian stood among his comrades and began to think deeply about the future. When the world was no longer on the brink of destruction, he realized he also had no reason to continue the job. I also have no reason to continue working of a highly exhausted hunter anymore. A sudden idea popped up, making Ian wonder, maybe I should take writing seriously, from saving the world to saving a deadline. That career change is a bit extreme. Even though he found it a little interesting, he quickly clicked his tongue, intending to pass it up, because he thought that he would soon find it boring, just like always. Right at that moment, a comrade calling out Thunder Emperor suddenly rang out, shattering his train of thought. It was a question from old man Temu about what he wanted to do in the future. This made Ian reminisce about the entire story from before, even though his heart was still full of doubt about whether writing would help him find the true meaning of life or not. Ian still told himself that at least he should try his best for once. With eyes shining bright with determination, he proudly declared the biggest goal of his life. I will become a web novel writer. Ian, secretly, he made up his mind that this time he must definitely go until the very end of the chosen path, and not allow himself to give up halfway. Returning to reality, Ian shyly handed over the laptop containing his manuscript to the Heavenly Sword and nervously asked, "Oh, what do you think?" Because he was inherently not good with words, he had decided to write all of his feelings into this, while also flusteredly telling the opponent, "If you don't find it good, you could just skim through it too." After attentively finishing reading, the Heavenly Sword sighed softly. He secretly realized that even the terrible disasters to humanity were only a playground in the eyes of someone possessing innate, overwhelming strength like Ian. He understood that the image of the hero Thunder Emperor in everyone's eyes and the thing that Ian felt himself were inherently too different. It was precisely that disconnect that had made him always feel confused and lost all this time. The Heavenly Sword smiled softly, asserting, "So that's how it is. I feel like I've understood your heart now." He casually sat at the computer, his hands gliding over the keyboard with the thought that once he has read a great piece of writing, he must definitely leave a comment. Lines of deeply empathetic words were typed down by the elder, expressing a profound sympathy for Ian's reason for writing and his feeling of being unable to sort out his state of mind. The Heavenly Sword conveyed his absolute support, wishing that Ian could firmly walk until the very end of his chosen path, without being bound by any chains or responsibilities anymore. He sincerely advised that if he bravely faces his struggles and unties each complicated knot, one day he will be able to accept his true self. He asserted that Ian is doing very well right now, and wished for him to go until the end of the path he has chosen. The long conversation finally came to an end. The Heavenly Sword stood up to bid farewell and didn't forget to tell Ian to ask Xiaoyun more about the demon eyes. Before leaving, the elder smiled softly with anticipation. "Ah, and next time, I want to read more of your writing." The conversation with the Heavenly Sword closed without anything changing, because Ian knew well that this was not an issue that a person could resolve right away. However, knowing that someone had actually read and appreciated his writing made his heart feel a lot lighter. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A young hunter anxiously asked the guild leader, who was sitting thoughtfully, "Do you really intend to do that?" The reply was just a sarcastic question. "Why, are you scared?" Despite asserting that his superior's wish was also his own, the hunter still wondered if this was the only way. The guild leader with gray hair slightly curled his lips maliciously, asserting that it was too late to say those words now. He revealed that he had just received an information report saying that they had officially set foot here. Right at that moment, a private jet landed on the runway, bringing along highly dangerous figures. That was none other than Beast, one of the 3 largest mercenary groups in the world. Stepping down from the private jet were individuals carrying overwhelming aura, dressed in highly stylish outfits. Leading the mercenary group was a man with long silver hair, wearing an iron mask that covered half of his face with a threatening, glowing, red electronic eye. He looked around the scene, letting out a cruel smile and leisurely asking, "Is this the new place of business?" The meeting took place in a quiet atmosphere. A suitcase filled with wads of large denomination bills was opened right on the table, radiating a tempting smell of money. "Is the amount correct?" He took a puff of his cigarette, then replied curtly, "Yeah, close enough." The guest continued, asserting that if everything goes smoothly, the remaining amount, along with the promised things, will be paid on time, while also emphasizing that they are entirely relying on the brutality of these mercenaries. Taking another puff of his cigarette with complete indifference, the silver-haired guy began to flip through the file to learn about his prey. He muttered an inquiry, "Who is the target?" right when he saw the identity of the opponent in the document. His glowing red eye narrowed in absolute astonishment, mixed with amusement. The 13 stars of heaven. He admitted that previously he had only heard the targets were a few S ranks, and didn't know at all that he was about to confront world-class entities like this. Realizing that the danger level of the mission had increased significantly, The leader did not hesitate to demand a price increase. This might require double the reward. However, before the silver-haired guy could bargain further, the gray-haired guild leader casually made an even better offer. No, triple is fine too. This sudden generosity made the leader of Beast freeze for a moment, and then laugh arrogantly. He admitted it had been a very long time since he met an interesting client who was so willing to spend like that, making the assassination mission become more appealing than ever. The silver-haired guy stood up, preparing to leave, promising to contact him back as soon as they got to work. But then he suddenly froze, turning to look straight at the client and asking suggestively whether everyone present here were all accomplices of one another. The client only slightly curled his lips in a mysterious smile, asserting that no matter who it was, this was their own business, and the client could have it however they wanted. Before walking away, the leader of Beast coldly placed his hand on the table and left a heavy warning. Just don't get in the way. He casually waved goodbye, then turned around and walked away, leaving the bald man standing there, breaking into a profuse sweat out of fear. He worried that a madman who couldn't tell friend from foe like him was no different from an uncontrollable rabid dog. However, the gray-haired man only slightly curled his lips maliciously, asserting that this hunt didn't need a trained pet dog, but a bloodthirsty, hungry wolf was what truly suited it. While dark conspiracies were being plotted, Ian was on cloud nine. Upon receiving a call from editor Kyung-mo, hearing the other party praise the plotline of the new manuscript, the guy chuckled contentedly, "Thank you." However, Kyung-mo immediately pointed out the weakness that the newly introduced Demonize ability was being overly buffed, making every event get resolved way too easily. Ian panicked and intended to delete this detail right away, but the editor stopped him, finding it a rather interesting element. Witnessing Ian's gleeful appearance while talking on the phone, Song-gu couldn't help but feel skeptical, silently wondering if the person smiling foolishly in front of him was truly the world's strongest Thunder Emperor. The image of the ultimate boss was now completely gone due to the call with the editor. At this moment, Kyung-mo suggested that Ian should show the process of acquiring the demon eyes in a more dramatic way through a typical motif. That is, having a powerful enemy appear and force a comrade to sacrifice themselves, thereby helping the main character awaken their ability and rage to confront the enemy. Yes, Ian blankly repeated the editor's suggestion. So, I have to kill off the main character's comrade? Kyung-mo noticed his hesitation, so he hastily reassured him. It seems you don't really like this idea, huh? You don't necessarily have to write it that way. I was just throwing out an idea. Just use it as a reference. Ian softly replied, "Yes, I'll think about it more." "Yes, thank you." Hanging up the phone with a weary sigh, he agonized over the plotline of killing off a comrade. Though knowing that a novel needs such incidents, his heart still felt extremely conflicted. Ian pondered thoughtfully. Up until now, I've always written based on experience, but I've never gone through that. I don't even want to imagine it. Looking at familiar faces like Min Seo-gu or his sister Giselle, he felt at a dead end since he couldn't bear to let them meet an unfortunate fate on the pages. But if he dropped it, it would be such a waste of the Demon Eye's potential. Seeing his senior slumping his face on the table from running out of ideas, Song-gu immediately suggested, "Why don't you try going for a walk somewhere? Maybe a good idea will pop up." Ian wearisomely accepted. "Yeah, sounds good." Right when Ian stood up, intending to leave his desk, he accidentally knocked his laptop to the ground, seemingly signaling that something very bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, at the headquarters building of the Suho Group, the meeting of high-ranking hunters had also just come to an end. Elder GWISEO stood up and announced, "Well, let's end the meeting here for today." GWISEO excitedly suggested, "Right, it's rare for a meeting to finish early. Why don't we go grab a bite?" However, Giselle coldly turned her back and walked away without a moment of hesitation. "I'm Busa. I'll take my leave first." The old man could only watch her go, lamenting the cruelty of his junior, while other comrades took the opportunity to mock his excessive nagging. When GWISEO intended to invite the remaining three out for a meal, the hunter, dressed in traditional attire, immediately poured cold water on him, reminding him about his business trip to Taejun today. The elder could only sigh and complain about not being able to retire at his age because of the hectic workload. GWISEO sat blankly in his office, sighing softly with a look of loneliness after being stood up by his juniors and abandoned by his friends. He told himself, Well, I guess I'll just work while I wait. Meanwhile, Giselle was driving frantically with a face full of rage. It turned out Ian dared to send a threatening text message, saying he would turn her precious sunglasses to dust if she didn't lend him her laptop. Giselle gnashed her teeth and roared, "Daring to use my sunglasses to threaten me? Just you wait." The rage made her want to immediately teach her damn brother a lesson without noticing that. On the other side of the road, a car was rushing toward her at a very high speed. The red car was smashed to pieces, with thick smoke and dust enveloping the scene. Giselle struggled to crawl out from the wreckage, holding her head and groaning in pain. Right at that moment, Fighting Dog stepped forward imposingly with a sarcastic smile. "Oh wow, Red Leaf, what a pathetic state you're in." He looked down at her, mocking the fact that today, there weren't those old men to protect her like at the party. In another place, Giselle's two comrades were also being targeted. A hunter with long green hair and armor appeared, coldly declaring that he held no grudge against the two, and that this was merely his older brother's wish. At the office, GWISCO calmly continued, reviewing documents despite knowing uninvited guests had arrived. He thought to himself, they certainly didn't come to invite me to lunch, and realized the enemy had finally made their move. The ferocious mercenaries burst into the room, confronting the elder face to face. In this critical hairbreadth situation, the faces of Giselle, Jisoo, and Min Seogu all showed clear signs of shock and anxiety. In the dark space, the gray-haired guild leader, with a cruel and complacent smile, asserted, "The day will come when you have to leave that position. Aolifique explosion." Suddenly, occurred right inside the Suho Group headquarters building, causing thick smoke and fire to rise fiercely in the middle of the city center. From above, figures frantically leapt down into the ruined wreckage, initiating a bloody raid. Elder GWISCO was immediately caught in the enemy's encirclement. He swung his cane to fend off the sharp sword strikes from the mercenary leader, who was rushing forward at a terrifying speed. Despite being in a perilous situation and his breathing gradually becoming rapid, his eyes still shone bright with determination, following every movement of the enemy. Hovering in midair, looking at the face of the man opposite him, GWISCO pondered. "Beast, huh?" The silver-haired guy curled his lips arrogantly. "Oh, you know us, old man." The elder calmly listed the identities of the most notorious mercenary organizations: Blue Lion, Thousand Miles, and Beast. How could I not know one of the three great mercenary groups in the world? Hearing that, the assassin smiled maliciously and boastfully, considering that being known by the Slaughter Emperor was a great honor. However, GWISCO coldly exposed their nature as the type that only cares about money, ready to carry out any brutal assassination. Acts like no other. GWISCO looked straight at the crowd surrounding him and remarked, "But I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to have to call this whole gang here." The demon triumphant divine spear immediately appeared with an ice spear in his hand. He casually challenged the Slaughter Emperor, "Go ahead and say your last words. After all, from today onward, the Suho Group must disappear." In another place, Giselle stood amidst the smoke and dust, her bright red hair flying beside the violently burning car. She stared straight at the tattooed hunter and growled, "I knew you were crazy, but to this extent." "Giselle, I know it's crazy, but is it really this bad?" Giselle demanded to know whether he was trying to start a guild war or not. But Fighting Dog only laughed out loud arrogantly. "Ha ha, don't misunderstand, Red Leaf." He slightly curled his lips maliciously and asserted firmly, "This isn't a battle at all. It's a hunt." Giselle's eyes blazed with deep murderous intent. She secretly realized the abnormality in this madman's actions. Giselle analyzed that if he dared to make a move, he must have definitely received permission from the Nine Dragons Guild, and they were highly likely colluding with the Parthenon Guild to target the Suho Group. Whatever. Thinking too much gives me a headache. Giselle decided to brush aside all complicated thoughts. She concentrated her spiritual energy, and a ferocious flame violently erupted, enveloping her arm, as she told herself that she would act in her own way. Without a second of hesitation, Giselle rushed out like a fire arrow, aiming straight at the enemy. However, right at the moment she closed in, Giselle realized with shock that something was wrong. The torrent of firepower on her arm suddenly went out and vanished completely. Where did the fire go? Seizing the opportunity, Fighting Dog moved at an unimaginable speed, closing in and delivering a powerful knee strike to Giselle's stomach, sending her flying back in pain. Flying far back, Giselle collapsed, her breathing becoming rapid as she realized the spiritual energy in her body was being abnormally stifled. She gnashed her teeth and questioned, "Ugh, could this be a magic suppression barrier?" Fighting Dog slightly curled his lips maliciously and replied, "Close but wrong." Behind him, a female hunter with purple hair was tightly grasping a necklace radiating a strange spiritual light, officially revealing herself as the one casting the magic seal. Giselle glared at the enemy in resentment, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she growled, "Damn it, did you really hire mercenaries?" Fighting Dog proudly admitted, "The results are beyond expectations." "Yeah, you're a genuine coward. A car crash and even a magic seal. That's quite a thorough preparation. Are you that scared of fighting me?" Having his true color exposed, he became extremely infuriated. Grabbing her hair, he was furious and grabbed her hair, roared frantically, "Let's see how long you can keep bragging." Meanwhile, on another street, Ian was looking at his phone in annoyance, which continuously notified him that the subscriber could not be reached when he called his sister. He muttered in great irritation because Giselle promised to arrive in 10 minutes. Yet there was still no sign of her. Standing in front of the guild office, Ian even came up with the idea of taking a photo pretending to vandalize the place to retaliate against his sister's lateness. He didn't know at all that from the top of a high-rise building, two strangers were using binoculars to silently monitor his every move. A bald guy grumbled contemptuously, "That gate support guy over there has been loitering around this whole time, one eyesore. There's still no sign of the magic sword, leaving us to just stare at useless guys." His accomplice reminded him to complain less because the assigned mission was to monitor the magic sword in this entire guild. He analyzed that if the magic sword had ties to the Suho group, he might intervene in the battle with all his might. So the whole team had to keep a careful watch until everything was over. He suspected that the All Is Well Guild was actually a new unit that the Suho group was nurturing. While pointing his hand at Ian, he mockingly gave an example. "For example, that gate support guy over there is actually a master." However, before he could finish his words, Ian had vanished from their sight. But before he could finish speaking, the Hyen has disappeared from sight. This caused both of them to scream in astonishment. Right at the moment they were still looking around in bewilderment, Ian had unexpectedly appeared right behind them with his brilliant yellow hair and blue eyes radiating a cold, murderous intent. The aura of the Thunder Emperor left the two monitors utterly paralyzed with fear. He coldly demanded, "Explain yourselves clearly." Fighting Dog rushed forward with a cruel smile, roaring and demanding Giselle to grit her teeth to receive a thunderous punch. A direct punch sent Giselle flying back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. While she was struggling to defend herself while her magic was sealed, she forced herself up beside the red car, trying to raise her hands to shield herself, but still couldn't stop the relentless onslaught from the ferocious hunter. Giselle clutched her wound in pain, her breathing becoming fragmented. Even so, Fighting Dog still had no intention of stopping. He smiled maliciously and asserted, "Everything hasn't ended here yet." A powerful punch struck straight at Giselle. The horrific impact sent her flying, slamming hard into the car body, creating a shocking collision sound. Fighting Dog walked imposingly closer to his motionless prey. He threw out a sarcastic remark full of mock regret. He complacently thought that he should have let everyone witness this pathetic state, so they would realize the illustrious Red Leaf title actually amounts to nothing at all. Despite being exhausted, Giselle still gnashed her teeth and called him a coward for being afraid to lose in a one-on-one fight, which was why he had to drag along accomplices to help. Having his sore spot touched, Fighting Dog's face instantly distorted with rage. He frantically swung his leg, kicking Giselle hard, and roared in a fit of fury, "This crazy woman! I will take this opportunity to make sure your mouth can't speak anymore." Watching from afar, the brown-haired female hunter could only sigh in exasperation at her comrade's meaningless, stalling actions. Instead of quickly finishing it to regroup with the main company, she casually stood and watched, believing that no matter what happened, the company commander would handle everything smoothly. Right at the moment Fighting Dog intended to deliver the finishing blow, Ian unexpectedly appeared, blocking his arm and coldly asking, "What do you think you're doing?" Ian stood imposingly in the middle of the battlefield, his blue eyes shining terrifyingly cold behind his glasses. He lowered his voice, repeating the question with suffocating pressure. "I asked, what do you think you're doing?" The sudden appearance of the Thunder Emperor made the atmosphere instantly freeze up, making everyone present shudder in absolute terror. Giselle forced herself up, clicked her tongue softly, mocking her own pathetic state. Yeah, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Fighting Dog completely froze, breaking into a profuse sweat as he realized that he hadn't felt even a single trace of the opponent's presence until he appeared right before his eyes. The brown-haired female, Hunter standing behind, was also pushed into utter shock. Every single nerve in her body was frantically screaming warnings that the man in front of her was a completely different existence, an entity bearing a power that went far beyond human comprehension. Seeing the crowd remain silent, Ian growled in complete impatience. Didn't you hear my question? I asked, what do you think you're doing? The pressure from him made the brown-haired female Hunter flinch and step back in fear. He walked imposingly toward her, causing the female Hunter to panic, gather purple spiritual energy in her hands, and scream, "Don't come near me." However, Ian moved at an unimaginable speed, slipping right past her, attack in the blink of an eye. The female Hunter collapsed. She never expected the magic ceiling barrier that she spent so much effort casting to be completely useless in front of this young man. The bald guy trembled, wondering how the opponent could use his power so casually like that, but then realized that knowing it right now was no longer important anymore. Ian slowly drew closer, extending his hand glowing with spiritual energy toward Fighting Dog, with blue eyes full of murderous intent. Hey, Ian coldly placed his hand, which was crackling with lightning, onto Fighting Dog's head. He growled threateningly. Now, it's your turn to answer. Witnessing this overwhelming power, the ferocious Hunter from earlier could now only tremble in despair. I'm screwed. However, Giselle, despite being injured, still forced herself up to stop him. Hey, stop it. That guy's mine. She wanted to personally reclaim this debt, but didn't forget to ask her younger brother. Since you're already here, give me a hand. Ian sighed softly and closed his eyes. I get it. Then he asked where he should start. Giselle, while leaning against Ian's shoulder, anxiously reminded him. Ian, do you still remember Hyo Jun? Go take care of things over on that side for me. They're probably being raided just like I was. Faced with his older sister's anxiety, Ian only smiled with absolute confidence. Don't worry about that side. I've already asked someone to handle that errand for me. At another battlefield, Giselle's two colleagues had been completely subdued. The green-haired guy threw out a sarcastic remark full of contempt. Both of you are getting up there in age, aren't you? I anticipated that subduing you wouldn't present any difficulties, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. Looking at the heavily injured opponents, he coldly stepped forward to end it all. Let me send you two to your final resting place, in peace. However, right when the blade was about to come down, Magic Sword Songu appeared just in time to rescue the two. The demon triumphant was utterly shocked to recognize the identity of the person standing in front of him. He trembled and uttered in sheer terror, "You are." After sorting everything out, Ian casually waved goodbye. Well, I'm off then. Take care. Giselle was no softy either. She waved her hand and replied bluntly, Yeah, please leave. Watching her younger brother's figure gradually vanish, Giselle cast a brief glance at the bleeding wounds on her arm. Her eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp, and a dangerous smile appeared on her lips as she told herself, Now let's begin Act 2. Opposite her, Fighting Dog was gasping heavily for breath from exhaustion. He suddenly burst into frantic laughter. Ha ha ha. Fighting Dog clutched his head, laughing while questioning the unimaginable strength of the blonde monster who had just left. He casually threw out a sarcastic remark, considering that he had escaped death by a hair's breadth thanks to the intervention of Giselle, and suggested they should send a word of thanks. However, Giselle only coldly clenched her fist tight. Flames began to spark around her body as she growled. What's that? You're about to be beaten to death by me for real. Fighting Dog kept laughing, still unaware that he was about to be obliterated. Looking at his opponent's bruised and battered appearance, Fighting Dog sneered, full of contempt. Huh? Just look at the state you're in. He mocked that even though the magic seal had been lifted, with her current body full of injuries, Giselle was no different from a dying person. However, right at that moment, a terrifying torrent of firepower suddenly erupted violently, enveloping Giselle's entire body. Within the brilliant red glow, the wounds on her body instantly vanished without a trace. Fighting Dog stepped back in shock, his eyes widening in sheer terror as he realized the absurd truth. The wounds are healed. A giant pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky, creating an earth-shattering commotion that left Fighting Dog only able to clutch his head and howl in despair. What is this? Again, in the middle of the ferocious sea of fire, Giselle stepped forward imposingly with an aura that completely overwhelmed everything around her. Her eyes blazed with intense murderous intent as she looked down at the enemy trembling beneath her feet. Giselle coldly declared, "I didn't expect to have to use this on someone like you." Fighting Dog was astounded, breaking into a profuse sweat as he witnessed all of his opponent's wounds vanish in an instant. He couldn't believe his eyes, secretly questioning whether Red Leaf, who was originally an offensive type mage, was actually secretly hiding a top-tier healing ability. Seeing the hunter frozen in shock, Giselle slowly drew closer with a highly provocative smile. "Confused now, are you?" Surrounding them were giant fireballs that were radiating a terrifying heat as if wanting to burn everything to ashes. She growled, demanding an answer. "Did you think you were the only one with a trump card?" Witnessing his opponent's spiritual energy continuously skyrocketing, Fighting Dog gnashed his teeth frantically upon realizing that Giselle's ability was even being enhanced to be many times more powerful. He howled in helplessness. "Damn it, this is insane." Then, defying everything, he gathered his strength and rushed straight into the sea of fire to seek a slim chance of survival. Fighting Dog could not understand why someone who was just heavily injured to the point of collapsing could generate such a horrific destructive power. All of a sudden, he swung his fist, putting all his strength into the attack, his mouth continuously shouting, with complete disdain for the sparks that were surrounding him. Fighting Dog's face suddenly distorted in terror as he realized something was wrong. He roared defiantly, "Just try it, Red Leaf." Then he rushed into an explosion of firepower that shook the whole neighborhood, causing the road surface to shatter under the horrific pressure. Standing amidst the blinding glow, Giselle slightly curled her lips into a malicious and confident smile. Driven into a corner, Fighting Dog frantically screamed, asserting that he would never accept ending in such a pathetic way like this. He concentrated all his remaining spiritual energy into his tattooed arm, unleashing a desperate punch with the intention of turning the tables in the nick of time. Giselle coldly blocked Fighting Dog's punch right in the middle of the blazing sea of fire. He roared with disdain, asserting that her trivial tricks were only like an itch to him, thinking he was a tank-type build with full armor and immune to magic damage. Fighting Dog frantically released his spiritual energy. The tattoos on his body glowed brightly as he proudly declared his identity. "I'm the war dog of the 9 dragons." Giselle secretly noted that even though he was a madman, his strength was undeniable, since he dared to charge straight into her firepower like that. She quickly flipped backward, landing lightly on the roof of a red car to create some distance. Seeing the opponent back away, Fighting Dog laughed delightfully, mocking her for acting casual, only to end up running away. However, Giselle only coldly replied that she had no intention of running away at all. She stood tall on the roof of the car, raising one hand high to accumulate a giant fireball, shining bright like a sun, blanketing the entire sky. Giselle slightly curled her lips sarcastically. "I just wanted to show you something better, you baldy." Sensing the terrifying pressure from above, Fighting Dog was not one to be outdone as he summoned a giant, ferocious, green python phantom surrounding his body. "Great, now that's interesting. Let's end it right here." Giselle decisively swung her hand, pouring the entire giant fireball down below. Fighting Dog also put in all his strength, the python's spirit rushing up. The clash between the blazing firepower and the deep green spiritual energy reached the peak of fierceness. Fighting Dog gnashed his teeth, resisting in despair. He howled frantically, not accepting defeat at the hands of someone he had always looked down upon. The deep green torrent of power erupted powerfully as he proudly asserted his identity. "I am 9 dragons." However, before Red Leaf's terrifying pillar of fire, all of his resistance became meaningless and was completely submerged. Giselle casually walked through the sea of fire, coldly throwing out a sarcastic remark. "You've been going on about 9 dragons this whole time. So noisy." However, right when the enemy had been subdued, she suddenly froze, her breathing becoming rapid, and, damn it, Giselle wearisomely realized that she had consumed too much spiritual energy for that last attack. It really was a bit too much. Then she staggered and collapsed onto the dusty ground. Meanwhile, on another front, Magic Sword Cha Song-gu, was also engaging in a fierce confrontation. The one confronting him couldn't help but be astonished at the young man's true strength. I've heard of the Magic Sword's name for a long time, but your talent is even more horrific than what I heard. He secretly admired seeing that Song-gu, despite his very young age, could already do to this extent. The contest of skills still continued extremely intensely with unpredictably changing moves. The long-haired hunter sighed softly in his heart with a look of regret. Long hair sighed softly, her heart filled with regret. What a waste of talent. It's a pity that I have to personally snap this young sprout. He coldly issued a warning about the downfall of an empire this very day. Hey, Magic Sword, the Suho group will disappear today. He considered that Song-gu was wasting his strength fighting in vain. Fighting like this means there won't even be a path back to the guild anymore. The enemy suddenly made an attractive offer of enticement. Why not come to the Parthenon Guild to let your talent flourish and see? Faced with that offer, Song-gu slightly curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. He coldly replied, I already told you. I came here just to run an errand, and it has nothing to do with the Suho group. A torrent of dark energy from the Dark Moon Blade began to erupt violently. Song-gu's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent as he proudly declared his true identity. And by the way, let me make this clear. I am a member of the All Is Well Guild. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful slash, clashing violently with the opponent's weapon, creating a blinding explosion of spiritual energy in the middle of the street. The enemy was astounded by Song-gu's sudden surge in power. While the two blades were locking tightly against each other, Song-gu slightly curled his lips sarcastically. It seems that last attack was quite tough for you to handle, wasn't it? The opponent is no less formidable. He smiled faintly and replied, True, it's better than earlier. Then he unexpectedly pivoted and moved at an unimaginable speed. He coldly declared, But you're still only barely keeping up with my movements. A two-hit combo, the representative and proud technique of the Heavenly Sword, was suddenly unleashed at a terrifying speed. The user to completely seize the initiative with lightning-fast attacks, cleverly baiting every movement of the opponent to follow their will, forcing the opponent into a situation where they cannot evade the decisive strike, painfully bracing himself to resist. Only upon directly confronting it did he truly comprehend the dreadfulness of a top-tier class technique like this. The opponent was not to be outdone either. With the Dark Moon Magic Sword immediately, he would definitely be crushed under the horrific pressure of the enemy. However, forcing the synchronization brought an extremely heavy burden, leaving him not knowing how much longer his body could hold out. That also meant he absolutely had to end this battle as quickly as possible. Song-gu concentrated all of his remaining spiritual energy, roaring to execute the heavenly slash technique. Immediately, he countered with a torrent of deep green spiritual energy, creating a giant tsunami that enveloped the entire battlefield. Standing before the furious power that seemed to want to submerge everything, Song-gu still maintained a razor-sharp, determined gaze, focusing all his mind for the final life-and-death clash. Facing Song-gu at this moment was the Water Dragon Man, standing imposingly on top of a majestic, giant green water dragon. He coldly looked down at his exhausted opponent and remarked that, even though he didn't know how Song-gu could use the technique of the Heavenly Sword, that absolutely did not mean he had truly become a legendary Heavenly Sword. Not letting his opponent compose himself, the Water Dragon Man swung his weapon, summoning a giant water dragon head to rush straight towards Song-gu with a challenge. Let's see if you can imitate this. In the midst of danger, Song-gu frantically shouted, demanding Dark Moon to execute the Heavenly Slash once more. But everything was too late as the torrent of deep green spiritual energy completely swallowed him up. Submerged deep under the terrifying water pressure, Song-gu shockingly realized he couldn't execute the technique, and his body had truly reached its ultimate limit of endurance. Looking down from above, the Water Dragon Man acknowledged the astonishing strength of a young man, but he asserted that he himself was the Water Dragon Man, so I must follow the path of the Water Dragon, while the Magic Sword must follow its own path. He coldly pointed out that Song-gu was focusing too much on the immediate victory and missing out on the most important thing. Those awakening words made Song-gu suddenly realize the obvious truth that he had inadvertently forgotten for so long. He secretly admitted that the Heavenly Sword's technique, although very powerful, was completely different from the path of swordsmanship he was pursuing, the path of growing together with Dark Moon. With an iron will, Songu demanded the magic sword to raise the synchronization level to the maximum, even though Dark Moon warned that his soul could be devoured once his magic power was depleted. Songu still flashed a confident smile, asking the sword to trust him, then prepared for the final explosion of power. Songu's power continuously advanced as the synchronization index, with Dark Moon continuously skyrocketed from 62% to 70%. His face turned dark, his eyes blazed with intense murderous intent amidst the violent water pressure. The water dragon man sensed the changing of the tide. He coldly decided that he must end the battle immediately instead of dragging it out any longer. Right at that moment, Songu officially reached a synchronization level of 77%, a terrifying demon king state. With black wings and a sinister smile, he proudly declared, "Now is the real beginning." The water dragon man slightly curled his lips and replied, "Good. I will also go all out." The battle exploded in midair as the water dragon man urged his dragon to rush forward. Songu, in his demon king form, was not to be outdone either. He shouted loudly, "Let's go, Dark Moon!" Both of them frantically exchanged moves at an unimaginable speed, creating powerful aftershocks that swept through the high-rise buildings. A blinding energy explosion occurred when the two forces clashed head-on, light enveloping the entire battlefield. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, the water dragon man was completely subdued. He collapsed, heavily injured. "Let me ask you one last question," the water dragon man astoundingly asked once more. "Do you really have no connection to the Suho group?" Songu had now returned to his normal appearance. He casually scratched his head and replied, "Absolutely not." He decisively asserted that he only accepted a request from a member of his guild. The answer left the water dragon man completely frozen in shock, unable to believe that someone would plunge into this battle just because of a request. On the rooftop of the building, a tragic scream rang out as an attacker had one of his arms severed by Gwiseo. The leader of the antagonist faction astoundingly uttered, "Impossible." He could not believe his eyes before the absolute defensive power of the old man. Standing in the middle of an energy vortex, Gwiseo coldly warned, "If you want to get close, you must be prepared to lose at least one arm." He asserted that anyone who dares to step into his domain will be cut down immediately, making the enemy begin to fear that their long-held plan would vanish into thin air. Driven into a corner, the leader frantically shouted, "Not confident enough to confront me head-on, slaughter Emperor." He insulted the elder who held the title of king, but had to rely on despicable tricks to hold out. In contrast to that agitation, Gwiseo still maintained a calm expression and replied steelily, "You are the one who should face me fairly. I will use those very tricks to personally sever your head." A brilliant purple barrier enveloped the elder, separating him from the hunters besieging him outside. Realizing they could not hesitate any longer, the leader ordered the entire army, "All of you attack at once. We must break through his defense." A barrage of skills from green firepower to frost poured down simultaneously. The hunters frantically rushed in to find a way to pierce through the solid defense of the Slaughter Emperor. The battle between the great hunters entered its fiercest phase when Gwiseo was surrounded by a barrage of destructive attacks. The demon triumphant frantically rushed forward along with a torrent of deep green spiritual energy, roaring with absolute smugness. "You might as well give up." On the other side, the bald hunter also continuously unleashed vicious spheres of dark green energy aiming straight at the elder. A earth-shattering explosion erupted right on the rooftop of the building, causing fierce smoke and fire to envelope the entire sky, while the leader of the mercenaries still silently observed from afar. The demon triumphant began to break into a cold sweat. He could not believe his eyes when he saw the Slaughter Emperor still standing firm amidst the enemy's encirclement. He uttered in sheer terror, "Impossible!" to this extent, as he witnessed Gwiseo's deep purple barrier, without even a single crack, standing before the royal aura, an absolute defensive power of the elder. The beast leader slightly curled his lips in excitement, as expected of the Slaughter Emperor. Truly respectable, truly interesting. Seeing the mercenary just standing there watching the drama, the demon triumphant flew into a rage and shouted loudly, Hey, what have you been doing this whole time, huh? Hurry up and attack, or do something." The silver-haired guy only curled his lips slightly. Although he really wanted a proper one-on-one match, he reminded himself that he was on a job, so he had to focus on completing the work. Then he gave a signal to his accomplice standing next to him. With just a casual snap of his fingers, he activated a glowing red magic circle with ancient runes appearing beneath his feet. A brilliant pillar of red light shot straight up from the ground into mid-air, piercing through the clouds via a giant magic vortex in the shape of a death clock that blanketed the entire city. In the sky, a giant fireball, blazing like a meteor, was frantically rushing down toward the city center. Amidst the shock of the crowd below, standing on the rooftop of the building, Elder GWICO gnashed his teeth in absolute fury as he witnessed the madness of the enemy, these crazy bastards. Meanwhile, even those who, conspiring, could not help but be terrified before the scale of the disaster. They stammered and trembled, because this was completely outside of the original plan. However, the beast leader only curled his lips slightly, full of cold blood. He casually thought that he just needed to complete the commission, and that was it, without needing to care about anyone's life. Before that horrifying cruelty, GWICO could only growl. I knew well enough that you were scum, but I didn't expect you to go this far. The silver-haired guy still didn't stop throwing out sarcastic remarks. He mockingly asked why the elder had to fly into a rage, since as long as he maintained his domain, he himself would be safe. He contemptuously challenged whether GWICO intended to do something foolish, like plunging in to save people. Looking at the sphere of fire radiating terrifying heat, GWICO also had to admit its level of danger. At this life-and-death moment, a piece of a beautiful memory suddenly returned to his mind. It was the image of an innocent boy running around beside him, clearly declaring that he wanted to become a hunter like his grandfather. When asked for the reason, the boy flashed a radiant smile and asserted, because Grandpa is a hero who always protects and helps everyone. GWICO smiled softly, patting his young grandson's head and modestly replying that he himself was no righteous person at all. The boy snapped back decisively, liar. Whenever someone is in danger, you go to help them. Looking at his grandson's small back, GWICO only smiled softly and gently, secretly realizing that he inherently couldn't ignore those innocent words. Returning to reality, his eyes blazed with determination, dispelling all exhaustion. He released all the spiritual energy in his body. Then he concentrated all his strength, swinging the great glaive to execute the ultimate move, One Chop Infinite Way. With destructive power, a giant, glowing slash cut straight into the sphere of fire that was threatening the city. A shocking explosion immediately occurred, crushing the entire firepower right in midair. Amidst the shock of the enemy, standing in the middle of the ruin scene, GWICO silently watched the dense smoke and dust gradually dissipate, his entire body completely exhausted and no longer having enough strength to maintain his combat state. Suddenly, he sensed a cold, murderous intent closing in right behind his back. Not giving the elder time to react, the beast leader rushed forward, unleashing a slash across his chest, inflicting a heavy injury on him. GWICO collapsed onto the ground in ultimate helplessness, standing over the dying legendary elder. The masked assassin laughed out loud frantically. Ha! The leader of the mercenaries threw out a biting, sarcastic remark. Knowing clearly it would end up like this, yet still doing it. How admirable. I truly admire that foolish choice. He intended to deliver the finishing blow as a reward for that interesting performance just now, but a hand suddenly stopped him. The gray-haired client coldly stepped forward and demanded, "Wait, let me finish him." The mercenary casually gave way. If the client says so, then so be it. GWICO forced himself to look up at the traitor. He slightly curled his lips contemptuously. Humph. Only willing to step up now, are you? To the very end, you are still as foolish and ugly as ever. The words touched a sore spot, making the gray-haired guy's face change color. He coldly shot back. What a pity for the water dragon to have been loyal to a person like you. His rage erupting, he roared frantically, "You damn old man." Then he swung his blue energy weapon, aiming straight at the elder who was tightly shutting his eyes, awaiting impending death. At that life-and-death threshold, GWICO serenely reminisced about the image of his happy family. He told himself that at least he could go with his head held high to soon reunite with everyone. However, an unexpected voice rang out, breaking the silence. Why are you just standing still there? A powerful hand grabbed the enemy's arm right before the attack could hit its target, causing him to completely freeze in astonishment. GWISCO widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe the presence of the savior. Right in front of him, from behind the traitor, the figure of Ian imposingly appeared with a terrifyingly overwhelming aura. Ian casually stood as a shield in front of GWISCO, who was heavily injured. He slightly turned his head back, offering a nonchalant apology. I arrived a bit late, didn't I? Recognizing his savior, GWCO nodded slightly in relief. Right, of course. You saved me. Thank you. Just rest for now. Leave everything else to me. The exhausted elder could only utter his words of entrustment. All right, I'm counting on you then. Before completely blacking out, Ian's eyes suddenly blazed with blue spiritual energy. He coldly looked toward the enemies who were standing frozen in astonishment. The villains were in utter confusion, seeing reinforcements appear from the direction where the water dragon and magic sword were fighting. They thought the magic sword would be the one to come here, but the person before them was a complete stranger. But who is this guy? His rage erupting, Ian growled, "You damn scum!" Brilliant yellow lightning began to burst violently around his body. Ian's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent as he declared, "Now is the time for you to pay for your sins." His black hair gradually turned into the brilliant yellow of the Thunder Emperor amidst shocking pillars of thunder. Witnessing the powerful transformation, the demon triumphant and his accomplices astoundingly uttered in sheer terror. Impossible. Is that guy the Thunder Emperor? They couldn't believe their eyes. That one of the 12 legendary hunters would appear right here. In contrast to the hunter's panic, the leader of the beast mercenaries flashed a frantic smile. He clutched his face, his crimson eyes showing clear, ultimate excitement as he uttered, I didn't expect to meet one of the 12 apostles here. Time rewound to the past, right when he had just lost his left eye. Clutching his face covered in blood, his eyes wide in pain and resentment, he frantically screamed in his mind, "Poison Emperor, I will definitely kill you. At least you. I will definitely kill you." However, faced with that pathetic rage, the long-haired man, with glowing red eyes, only looked down coldly. He threw out a harsh, insulting remark. "Know your place, you piece of trash." Switching to the beast leader, he burst into a mocking laugh when facing the Thunder Emperor. He noted that the 12 apostles were actually just a bunch of similar individuals, which made him unable to hold back his laughter. He remembered that look forever, those eyes that always looked down on others like a lowly creature not worth bothering with. It was because of that humiliation that he craved to possess power, just to gouge those eyes out. And now he asserted that he finally possessed it. The assassin tightly gripped his weapon, declaring that this was the very power he had been craving for so long. He frantically rushed forward, swinging his death scythe in a relentless onslaught. He agilely dodged to the side and then unexpectedly unleashed a powerful kick, knocking away his opponent's attack. Being repelled, the masked guy still laughed triumphantly. He mockingly told Ian not to think that he would fall as easily as the others. He howled, "Don't be too shocked. This is only the beginning." A torrent of glowing red dark energy burst out. He swung his scythe, creating a giant wave of energy that crushed the ground. Ian quickly leaped up into midair to evade the enemy's devastating finishing blow. Maciam stared intently at the grotesque weapon that had just appeared, his eyes rolling back in terror. Impossible. Is that? He shockingly recognized the identity of the great scythe bearing a hideous form with sharp teeth and a glowing red eye, staring intently at him. The side of gluttony, Chris? The beast leader slightly curled his lips in absolute smugness. "Oh, so you recognized it right away? This must be the first time you've seen it with your own eyes in the flesh, right?" He flashed a cruel smile. "Then do you know about this?" The assassin casually introduced Greed, one of the mythical grade weapons that possessed many special abilities. But the most terrifying part was only now truly beginning to reveal itself. He coldly revealed that Greed had the ability to absorb all the power of anything it cut down, precisely because it had accumulated too much energy from countless previous victims. The weight of the great scythe had become incredibly horrific, crushing the very ground beneath it. To be able to control this murderous weapon, the leader's muscles began to swell violently, tearing through his garments and radiating a suffocating pressure. In a giant form with bulging muscles, The mercenary shouldered the great scythe, which was glowing with red spiritual energy, along with his burning, bloodthirsty eyes. He put all his strength into swinging his weapon and rushed forward, unleashing a decisive strike aimed straight at the Thunder Emperor, forcing Ian into a position of continuous defense. Amidst the blinding explosions of spiritual energy, Ian backed away slightly. He looked with astonishment at the small wound on his arm that was trickling blood. However, those streaks of blood were suddenly sucked back toward the great scythe in a highly grotesque manner. Looking at the glowing red eye on the scythe, which was blinking in pure satisfaction upon absorbing his spiritual energy, Ian secretly noted, "So that's how it is. This is how it absorbs power? It truly is a type of ability I've never seen before." Normally, with his nature as a writer, he would really want to stop to research and carefully take notes on this strange power. But Ian coldly clenched his fist tight as brilliant yellow electricity began to accumulate powerfully. But today is not the day for that. Immediately, Ian unleashed the Heavenly Thunder Descent technique. A giant pillar of thunderous light from high above pounded down with destructive power. However, the mercenary leader was not afraid at all. He flashed a highly sinister smile and howled loudly. He swung the great scythe to take the lightning strike head-on, frantically absorbing the entirety of the brilliant yellow energy into the scythe, causing the eye on the weapon to blaze violently. Ian uttered in shock, "What?" The assassin slightly curled his lips in sheer arrogance. "It would be such a pity if you thought everything ended here." Not letting his opponent react in time, he released all the energy he had just absorbed, forming a counterattack, named Rebel Heavenly Thunder. A shocking explosion occurred right on the rooftop of the high-rise building, dense dust and smoke blanketing the entire area. Amidst the desolate ruins, the beast leader let out a smug chuckle. He looked toward Ian, who was standing in the middle of the smoke, and coldly declared, "This is the true power of Chris." Below the building, Songu sat with his back resting against a utility pole, musingly asking about Chris. Dark Moon spoke up to confirm, "It is a mythical grade weapon, just like me, and right now, it is radiating an extremely powerful aura." Faced with its master's nonchalant attitude, the magic sword reminded him, even if you brought out all the mythical weapons, you might not necessarily be an opponent for that person. But Ian's true strength was inherently on a different level. However, Dark Moon also warned that if it came to the special ability of Chris, the outcome of the battle would still remain an unknown. That murderous weapon had the ability to absorb the opponent's skills, and then counterattack with many times more power. Because of this, when Ian had to face his very own torrent of lightning, the situation became extremely unpredictable. This battle was truly not easy at all. For the Thunder Emperor, Ian shockingly looked down at his heavily injured arm, sparks of electricity still flickering around the wound. He was secretly astonished, as this was the first time in his life he had been struck by the Thunder Wheel attack unleashed by his own hands. Witnessing the effective counterattack, the beast leader threw his head back, laughing frantically in complete smugness. He roared in sheer excitement. Ultimate excitement upon noticing that Chris's power actually worked, even against the legendary hunters among the 12 apostles. With his eyes blazing with bloodlust, he threatened that after finishing off the Thunder Emperor, it would be the Slaughter Emperor's turn to pay for his sins. He declared that he would hunt down one by one all the remaining apostles to rule this world like a supreme god. Ian stood there, looking at the mercenary with an expression of utter boredom. "What have you been muttering about this whole time?" Not letting his opponent react in time, he reached out his hand, and brilliant yellow sparks of electricity began to accumulate powerfully at his fingertips. Ian coldly unleashed the Thunder Cannon technique. Witnessing the attack, the beast leader still laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, you still don't know that it's useless?" He swung the great side greed, using the demon eye on the blade to completely absorb that giant torrent of spiritual energy, absorbing mana, even faster than a vacuum cleaner. He frantically swung his weapon, returning the entire attack back at Ian and howling, "No matter how powerful a skill you use, I just need to return it." Facing the counterattack, Ian's gaze remained strangely calm. He slightly curled his lips and continued to accumulate a sphere of energy many times larger right at his fingertips. Ian coldly declared, 10x-fold. A pillar of thunderous light with terrifying power pounded down once again, causing the assassin to still laugh frantically in pure excitement. The great scythe Chris once again swallowed the giant torrent of energy, The mercenary triumphantly challenged. Feel free to keep trying. However, Ian did not seem to want to stop there just yet. Brilliant yellow sparks of electricity erupted violently, enveloping his entire body. Ian concentrated all his spiritual energy to unleash a decisive blow. A giant pillar of light with ever-changing, unpredictable power descended, submerging everything within a blinding torrent of light, leaving the assassin completely overwhelmed. But the beast leader still laughed frantically. He was absolutely convinced that the stronger the skill Ian used, the more powerful the great scythe Chris would absorb it and become more powerful than ever before. However, right at that moment, he shockingly noticed that cracks began to appear on the mythical murderous weapon. The demon eye on the blade bled as if it had begun to exceed its limit of endurance under such immense pressure. Seeing that even a mythical grade weapon could not withstand this terrifying power, the assassin couldn't help but be astonished, wondering to himself if this was the true strength of the Thunder Emperor among the 12 apostles. However, he assessed that after putting all his strength into that last attack, Ian must have definitely reached his own limit as well. He roared frantically. The time to end this hunt is coming soon. He howled. These are the fireworks celebrating my victory. And the attack created a giant torrent of spiritual energy that illuminated the entire city's night sky. Ivan Berlin frantically asserted that this was the signal he was sending to the entire world about the rise of a new order. In the midst of the blinding energy explosion, he roared his name with sheer arrogance. Ivan Berlin, starting from today, will become the god of this world. Facing that arrogance, Ian still maintained a cold expression without any change. He gently raised one finger high, aiming straight at the enemy and decisively declaring, 1000x-fold, a giant pillar of thunderous light. With ever-changing, unpredictable power descended straight down from the high heavens, completely crushing the defense and blasting Ivan Berlin far away within a horrific torrent of destructive light. Ivan Berlin roared frantically. He believed that if it ended that easily, he wouldn't be the Thunder Emperor. He ordered the great scythe greed to devour all of that giant torrent of spiritual energy to become even stronger. The demon eye on the blade glowed brightly as it frantically absorbed the energy. But right after that, Ivan shockingly realized something was wrong. He realized that Chris seemed unable to absorb anymore, but he still tried to stay calm, believing that Ian had also reached his ultimate limit. However, Ian only silently raised his finger high and declared an unimaginable number, 100,000x-fold. A giant source of energy, far exceeding all limits, began to accumulate, radiating a blinding light that blanketed the entire sky. Ivan could only utter what? An ultimate astonishment before being completely swallowed by the destructive torrent of light. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, shaking the entire city and causing the citizens below to shield their eyes in terror before the blinding aura. Everything around was leveled under the divine power of the Thunder Emperor, holding the heavily injured elder Gwico in his arms. He secretly felt relieved that there was no damage to civilians and realized that the old man himself was the one who risked his life to stop that giant fireball. Looking at the deep wound on the old man's chest, Ian secretly admitted that true heroes were actually people like him, not someone like himself. Ian realized that in this world, there were still many people who, regardless of their power, deserved the title of hero more than he did. Though he still had doubts about himself, witnessing the sacrifices today, he decided he would not let these tragic situations repeat ever again. He told himself to just think simply and keep walking on the path ahead for now. Ian believed that one day he would find his own answer. Below in the city, the citizens were still in shock, discussing the strange light and a meteor that had just vanished right before impact. Amidst the bustling crowd, a girl looked up at the sunny sky, secretly calling out the name of the silent savior, Thunder Emperor. At a high-tension press conference, Association President Park Dae-han proudly declared, before the lenses of numerous reporters, on the 5th, an unprecedented war between guilds broke out. He publicly criticized Parthenon and Nine Dragons are the ones who caused this war, asserting that they not only caused damage to the nation and the citizens for personal gain, but also dared to mobilize foreign mercenaries, a highly dangerous third-party force, to interfere in the country's internal affairs. Bringing in foreign factions is no different from treason. Park Dae-han steelily asserted that enticing foreign forces for personal gain is an act of serious violation of the national hunter law. Because of this, the association has decided to proceed with the procedures to dissolve and completely expel these two guilds from the hunter community. Amidst the heating atmosphere, a reporter suddenly raised their hand to ask a question about the rumors revolving around the Thunder Emperor. This person wondered whether the legendary hero had taken action because he saw that the situation was too serious, and whether the association had received any private notice from him regarding this incident. Flashing an implicit smile, Park Dae-han admitted that it was a good question and revealed that the Thunder Emperor had just sent him a letter to be made public before the entire general public. He slowly read the contents of the letter addressed to all South Korean hunters. Because of the greed of foolish people, I have decided that I will no longer remain silent. The Thunder Emperor asserted that he would not turn a blind eye to the current situation, and threatened that if a similar thing happened again, he would personally step up to directly confront the masterminds. The Thunder Emperor's message quickly spread everywhere, from the big screens in the city center to the phones of citizens traveling on the subway. He left a very warm message. Please remember that the light is always by everyone's side, and so am I. He is like the white moonlight for all citizens like us. Starting from today, I, the Thunder Emperor, officially announce my return. Park Dae-han folded the manuscript and ended the press conference with a single word, "End." It was major breaking news, and the shouts of the reporters echoed through the entire auditorium. Press conference. Immediately after Park Dae-han's declaration, everyone went wild, typing furiously and urging each other to publish articles immediately with the shocking headline, "The Thunder Emperor's Glorious Return." Meanwhile, at the office of the Everything is Better in Harmony Guild, Song-ho was also going crazy with astonishment. Unbelievable. Didn't you hear anything just now? The Thunder Emperor has returned. That person named the Thunder Emperor. Gu, looking exhausted, raised his head and replied, "Why the big fuss? That person named the Thunder Emperor is actually in our guild." What a lunatic. Yet this guy was acting as if the house were on fire. Gu was deeply lost in thought, worried about Ian. Seeing that the kid called in today, saying he couldn't come to work, he secretly thought, Ian is close to the Slaughter Emperor, so he must be heartbroken because of the recent attack. In contrast to that worry, Song-ho excitedly suggested to him, "Let's take this opportunity to go get the Thunder Emperor's autograph." His anger erupting, Gu rushed over and put his foolish younger brother in a headlock, scolding him, What's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with you, kid? Are you asking for a beating on purpose?" Returning to the press conference, a female reporter asked a highly realistic question about the instability caused by the collapse of the great guilds. The four major guilds originally played the role of guardian deities. The dissolution of Parthenon and Nine Dragons, I think, could cause great anxiety for the citizens. Are there any countermeasures prepared for this issue? Park Dae-han calmly adjusted his glasses, asserting that the association was fully aware of that, and proudly declared. Therefore, right now, Park Dae-han proudly declared the South Korean Hunter Association will officially announce the new four major guilds. This shocking piece of information threw the entire room of reporters into a frenzy. Everyone was hurriedly taking notes, knowing for sure that this would be the hottest news of the day. First, the non-objective guild was officially promoted from 5th rank to the 3rd rank. Park Dae-han explained that due to the dissolution of the two guilds, previously in the 3rd and 4th positions, this guild would automatically be ranked 3rd. Park Dae-han, this association will automatically be ranked BA North Dahan, asserted that with the remarkable fighting prowess of the guildmaster, the non-objective guild completely deserved to stand among the ranks of the new four major guilds. However, the remaining position was the true unknown that made everyone hold their breath in anticipation. Then, Park Dae-han pressed the remote control button, and the screen behind him displayed the shocking words, "Rank 4, everything is better in harmony." Right at that moment, at the office, Gu, Song-ho, and Young-sik were gluing their eyes to the phone screen, witnessing their guild's name being announced. Gu was so shocked that his eyes rolled back. Park Dae-han continued to explain that everything is better in harmony played a major role in supporting the Suho group, helping to end the war swiftly. The association highly evaluates the fact that they joined the battle immediately upon realizing the dangerous situation. demonstrating actions worthy for all other hunters to follow. In particular, the fact that the magic sword Songgu belonged to this guild was also a key factor in helping them get selected as a new 4-major guild. Under the immense pressure of the new title, Masiaku completely collapsed. Used to a miserable life, now he can't handle the good fortune, haha. While Masiaku could only mutter in delirium, asking if this was a dream. In contrast to his teammates' chaos, Songgu looked at the phone screen and flashed a helpless smile, secretly thinking, indeed, in this guild, there isn't a single peaceful day. The scene cuts to a coffee shop. Editor Kyung-mo was sitting across from Ian. He intently stared at the laptop screen with an extremely serious and pensive expression. Ian anxiously wondered if writing based on feedback was fine, but then he reassured himself that the current plot developments weren't forced at all. While lost in thought, the editor flashed a smile of admiration. This is fantastic. Ian asked back in surprise, really? Kyul Montak excitedly commented. The work not only clearly reflects the feedback, but the way the setting is built and the sense of crisis created are also extremely captivating. He praised Ian is gradually possessing the aura of a true author, making the guy only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Suddenly, Kyul Montak looked straight into Ian's eyes with absolute seriousness and announced, therefore, this time, I will submit your work to the platforms. Review round. Whoa, how should I describe this feeling? Success beyond expectations? Or is luck finally turning around? Kyung-mo advised that the results would be available in about 3 months. So Ian should take the opportunity to rest and relax. Ian bowed his head in deep gratitude and emotion, secretly cheering in his heart because finally his spiritual child had advanced to the most important review round. Meanwhile, in a secret room with a virtual reality screen, the Thunder Emperor's warning message was being replayed. Not only will I not turn a blind eye to this situation, but if a similar thing happens again, I will personally step up to confront you. A mysterious female hunter softly wondered whether that statement was meant for them. Immediately, a creature bearing the form of a beast growled in pure excitement, craving. I must absolutely test my skills against the Thunder Emperor at least once. Those in the shadows smiled sinisterly, asserting that they would have to face each other someday anyway, and declared that for the sake of the great cause, they absolutely must eliminate the 12 apostles. The leader with long white hair proudly asserted, that's right, we are the representatives of the deities, and the blade of judgment. He declared that in the process of judging this world, the 12 apostles would, of course, also be pierced by their blade. The image of Ian on the radar screen was targeted and shattered into pieces under the hostility of this mysterious organization. This organization is also quite formidable. Let's see if they can actually pull off something big. The sound of party poppers went off, echoing brilliantly throughout the office of the Everything is Better in Harmony Guild. Everyone shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Ian." Song-ho and Young-sik endlessly showered him with praise. Our Ian is so cool. Amidst the bustling atmosphere with a banner, congratulating author Ian on launching his work, the F-rank hunter of my street. The writer guy blushed, scratched his head, and emotionally replied, "Thank you so much, everyone. It's all thanks to you guys." Masiaku, holding a glass of beer, decisively denied it. "Thanks to us? No way. You achieved this completely because of your own hard work." The guild master nostalgically reminisced. "It feels like just yesterday when you joined the guild to do research. Yet now you have truly made your debut." Songgu looked at his senior and softly reminded him, "By the way, since you also work as a hunter, you will be quite busy racing against deadlines every day." Ian, still full of confidence, asserted, "I'm used to shouldering both. It's fine. Besides, no matter what happens, I just need to handle it quickly and come right back." Ian excitedly shared further, "Actually, maybe it's thanks to the debut that I've been feeling much more energetic lately, so doing both jobs doesn't feel tiring at all. Mental power is no joke. It's like drinking an energy drink." Hearing that, Songgu could only click his tongue and exclaim, "That's only possible because you are the Thunder Emperor." Amidst the joyful atmosphere, Young-sik suddenly became pensive. He looked into the distance and poured his heart out. "Little brother, the world will probably be a bit more peaceful since the Thunder Emperor returned. But we must not forget our duties." Young-sik proudly declared, "We are the proud hunters of the Everything is Better in Harmony Guild." But right at that high-spirited moment, he accidentally slipped his hand and spilled beer everywhere. "Oops, my hand slipped." Song-ho burst out laughing and brushed it off. "Okay, Okay, let's stop with all that boring talk. Let's toast. Messiah Gu stood up abruptly, raising his beer glass high, and loudly cheered. On a joyful day like this, we must drink. Congratulations on our little brother's successful debut. The whole guild gathered together around a feast full of pizza and fried chicken, enjoying a moment of complete happiness. Cheers! The loud shout marked the highly excited celebration of the entire. Everything is better in Harmony Guild. Let loose and enjoy to your heart's content. It's not often we get an occasion like this, However, amidst that bustling atmosphere, a camera lens from high above was silently recording every detail. In a dark room filled with surveillance screens, a mysterious person was closely monitoring every action of Ian's group through the electronic screens. He slightly curled his lips, letting out a highly dangerous, sarcastic remark. Having quite a celebration, aren't you? With a sharp, cold gaze hidden behind long hair that obscured his face, the mysterious hunter coldly declared, "Well then, let's begin." The next morning, the radiant morning sunlight blanketed the peaceful Tehran convenience store. Ian, at this moment, was immersed in ultimate bliss, his face flushing with excitement. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that his novel had officially made it onto the platform and received a barrage of comments from readers. An overwhelming feeling of joy was filling his entire body, looking at the lines of praise like a pretty decent series. "Thank you, author. I like it a lot," or "so interesting." Ian was overjoyed, to the point that he lay, rolling around on his bed, laughing uncontrollably in sheer contentment. He secretly asked himself, in that overflowing bliss, is this what happiness feels like? Ian's triumphant giggles drove his older sister, Giselle, in the next room, completely mad. Without a single word of warning, she roughly kicked the room door open and roared in a fit of rage. "Hey, apprentice, can't you shut up for a moment? What do you keep giggling about?" Faced with his sister's fury, Ian still maintained a cheerful expression, holding up his hand in a victory sign and proudly correcting her. No, apprentice. You should call me Lord Author instead." Giselle walked into the room, looking at Ian lying lazily on the bed with his eyes glued to his phone, and sighed in exasperation. "Oh my God, look at him. Just debuted, and you've already forgotten about the world." She didn't forget to mock the title of her younger brother's novel. What was the name of it again? The F-rank hunter of my street. Giselle laughed out loud. Giselle burst out laughing, scoffing at Ian's terrible naming taste, and asserting that no one would bother reading something with a title like that. She laughed out loud, claiming, "Your naming taste is truly F-rank," while Ian tried hard to explain, "That's exactly the trend these days. People are following that trend. You're being so annoying, sis." The battle between the two siblings ended with Ian getting a painful beating. He frantically pleaded, Isudin." The phone, fallen on the bed, was still displaying the cover page of the series along with a barrage of positive comments from readers. While adjusting his clothes, Ian grumbled, "Seriously, you really are a gorilla, sis. You have nothing but brute strength." Instantly, a purple murderous aura flared up from Giselle again. She growled, asking if he wanted a round two, making Ian scream in fear, "No." Right at that moment, Ian's phone suddenly rang with an alarm sound. An emergency notification appeared on the screen. "Emergency disaster warning. Seoul, Super Monster Gate area. Appearance within 5 minutes." Ian immediately changed his attitude. He hurriedly prepared to head out. "I'm leaving," leaving his sister bewildered. He briefly explained about the disaster notification and asserted that since the Thunder Emperor had returned, he had a responsibility to step up. Brilliant yellow sparks of electricity began to burst violently. Ian took off his glasses, his hair gradually turning into a majestic, brilliant yellow. He has returned, and he's more formidable than ever. Seeing her younger brother preparing for battle, Giselle waved her hand, playfully cheering. "All right, go get him. The F-rank hunter of my street." Ian could only snap back helplessly. Seriously, stop calling me that." Present at the scene of the Supergate while the monsters were wreaking havoc, Ian was unusually impatient. His eyes blazed with excitement as he told himself, "I must end this battle quickly so I can go back and check the story comments." At the same time, at the office, the computer screen suddenly turned off, leaving the busy editor completely bewildered. "What's this? I'm busy to death. Why'd it turn off?" He repeatedly tapped on the screen to check. Then the female colleague behind him softly spoke up. Senior, the team leader is looking for you." When asked for the reason, she revealed, "It seems the matter is related to the new novel that you recently launched." The guy was extremely puzzled, since he had already fully reported everything early in the morning. But the girl hesitantly said, "For what I heard, the comments section is currently in total chaos." What on earth? It was just doing so well. Returning to the scene of the disaster, a giant dragon monster was radiating a highly threatening, deep purple spiritual energy, leaving the citizens with no choice but to cry out in despair. In the midst of that critical moment, Ian, in his glowing Thunder Emperor form, rushed forward like a flash of lightning. Before the monster could even collect itself, it took a powerful, thunderclad punch right in the middle of its face, leaving it completely dazed. Ian roughly grabbed the monster, his eyes blazing with rage as he roared, "Don't you dare disturb my potential readers. Get lost." A horrific explosion of thunder burst out, wiping away every single obstacle in the way of the furious Thunder Emperor. But he didn't stop there just yet. Ian immediately spun around, aiming straight at the next target, and shouted loudly, "You too, Goldie. I have so much stuff to take care of at home." Ian stared blankly at his phone screen in absolute shock, his hands trembling uncontrollably as a barrage of malicious comments caught his eye, savagely attacking his work. The joy of his debut had turned into a nightmare. Before it could even settle, as readers simultaneously accused him, "Isn't this a complete plagiarism? So shameless to dare make a debut with a plagiarized work. Wow, what a thick face." Ian felt as if he were struck by lightning. He stammered in ultimate astonishment. "What on earth is this? My novel." Each line of words feels like a knife stabbing into my heart, leaving Ian completely devastated. He numbly questioned himself in pain. "I'm being called a plagiarist?" Immediately, Ian went to meet editor Kyungmo at the coffee shop to clarify the situation. "It's not plagiarism," Ian earnestly pleaded, for trust from the only person who clearly understood his writing process. "Editor, you saw it all, didn't you? You know how hard I worked." He sighed softly and admitted, "Yes, I know. The problem is that only the two of us know that." "Oh, so upon launch, you didn't register for copyright, sir?" Looking at Ian's distracted expression, the editor assessed that something very strange was going on, because no one could point out exactly which work Ian had plagiarized, nor where this public opinion originated from. He realized that everything seemed to have been manipulated by some invisible hand, with malicious intent, to ruin the rookie's career, while the culprit was still hiding behind the computer screen, flashing a highly sinister smile. Ian was at a complete loss. He asked in trembling despair, "Then what should I do?" Kyungmo regained his professionalism. He sternly reminded Ian that no matter what happened, the serialization had already begun, and an author's duty was to ensure meeting the deadlines. He asserted that his role was to help Ian finish the work in the safest way possible amidst the storm of public opinion. Montake's gaze became sharp and full of determination. He delivered a final, impactful sentence to lift Ian's spirits. "In other words, just ignore those controversies. You just need to write, author. That's right, let them say what they want. Just sit tight at your desk." Just as dawn was breaking, inside the room cluttered with empty energy drink cans, Ian sat blankly in front of the computer screen, his eyes bearing dark circle from staying up all night. He scratched his head and pulled his hair in ultimate frustration. Or, how am I supposed to write like this? I couldn't write a single word the entire night. Even though his hands were still on the keyboard, Ian's mind, at this moment, was completely focused on the phone, placed right next to him. He had a fierce internal struggle. Absolutely do not look at the comments. If I do, I won't be able to write. Ian tried hard to brush that thought out of his head, to focus on his work. But then a fragile ray of hope suddenly flashed, causing him to waver. He told himself, but by this time, maybe the misunderstanding has been cleared up and people are cheering me on. Though his mouth said no, his hand unconsciously reached toward the phone. In the end, curiosity triumphed over reason. Ian tremblingly picked up his phone with an anxious face. "I'm too curious. I can't take it anymore." However, the moment he looked at the screen, his eyes instantly went blank upon seeing a malicious comment, making a debut with a plagiarized work. Fury erupted. He howled in ultimate grievance. "I did not plagiarize." The thunderous, murderous aura caused the entire room to shake. As he made up his mind, "I can't write like this. I must catch the person who is spreading these rumors and lock him away. Or something." Ian decisively stood up. He told himself that first, he had to go change his mood to regain his composure. He headed to the headquarters of the Everything is Better in Harmony Guild, which he always considered the most ideal place to look for ideas whenever he hit a block. However, the moment he stepped through the door and greeted them, "I'm back," Ian froze before a scene of absolute chaos. Look at this just once. Despite Masiaku and Songho trying to hold him back, Yongsik still roared in fury. "How can I stay calm? We need to find the people who wrote these comments and teach them a lesson. It's even more chaotic here than at your house." Masiaku tried to reassure Yongsik, who was burning with anger, advising his younger brother to stop, as these negative reactions were already anticipated by the entire guild. He sighed with exhaustion, asserting that the most important thing right now was to focus on strengthening the guild's foundation instead of wasting energy worrying about negative words on the internet. Right when Ian walked in, Songho immediately showed him the malicious comments targeting the article reporting that everything is better in harmony had become one of the 4 major guilds. Songho sighingly explained that they originally intended to ignore it, but Yongsik was the one who made a big fuss and forced the whole guild to read the insulting lines such as, "Who are these nobodies? South Korea is doomed." Or did they bribe the association? Ian silently read each line, while Masiaku began to feel regret for letting the members indulge in this toxic content. The more they read, the more the fury in the members' hearts erupted violently. Masiaku had veins popping on his head when he saw the name "Everything is Better in Harmony" being mocked as reeking of old people. Seongo also couldn't contain his anger when they were called the lackeys of the magic sword. The climax was when a comment aimed straight at the appearance of the whole team, claiming that apart from the magic sword, they all looked like mediocre neighborhood hunters. Even though Ian tried to advise everyone to stop reading, Masiaku had completely lost control. The guild master roared in a sea of fiery anger. He frantically demanded to bring those bastards here immediately and howled, "What is wrong? With everything is better in harmony. Catch them and beat their mouths in at this point. There's no more holding back." Yongsik triumphantly waved his phone, asserting that he already found a way to track down and punish all those who wrote the malicious comments. He excitedly boasted that he had stepped up to reveal his true identity, like a gentleman to confront them face to face. On the phone screen was a fiery back-and-forth exchange, as Yongsik publicly exposed his name and demanded the insulter to give an address so he could come settle the score. Yongsik was absolutely certain that there would soon be a response for the whole team to go find them. But this naive action only left Masiaku and Songho speechless. Songho sarcastically asked if Yongsik really thought they would give away their address. "Why don't you just threaten to crawl into the phone and catch them instead?" Masiaku held his head in disappointment, asserting that even the Thunder Emperor couldn't do such an absurd thing. Songho slightly curled his lips implicitly. Who knows? Maybe the Thunder Emperor can actually do it. He turned to ask for Ian's opinion, causing the writer guy to suddenly fall into silence. Ian put his hand to his chin, pondering. He secretly told himself that looking at it that way, perhaps tracking down the identities of those hiding behind keyboards was actually a possible thing. Inside a dark tech room, a muscular man with chains wrapped around his body majestically stepped in and asked in a deep voice, "Report the situation." A young man with disheveled blue hair was intensely focusing in front of an array of modern computers. His hands glowed with a bright blue spiritual aura, as if he were manipulating the entire system. He casually replied, "We have just completed the preparation phase." The leader continued to question the progress of the campaign targeting the Thunder Emperor to see if there were any obstacles. Myumong slightly curled his lips with confidence, telling him not to worry because he had already distracted Ian with the plagiarism controversies, forcing the world's strongest hunter to be distracted by trivial troubles. In his heart, Myumong couldn't help but feel contempt, seeing that a legend could so easily get caught up in a noise surrounding a novel not worth a single dime. Out of curiosity, he asked why the master paid so much attention to Ian like that, but immediately had to pay the price for his curiosity. "None of your business, so don't ask, honey." The leader went mad, roughly grabbing Myumong tightly by the neck and lifting him high into the air. He growled with absolute murderous intent. "That is not something an inferior being like you is allowed to discuss." He coldly asserted that Myumong was merely a tool to find the location of the divine artifact and demanded him not to be smug about his pathetic ability. Faced with the terrifying intimidation, Myumong could only breathlessly plead in pain, "Ugh, I am sorry." The leader threw Myumong hard onto the floor and delivered a final warning. If you fail to find the location of Mjolnir, remember that your life will also end there. After receiving a promise to remember from his trembling subordinate, he coldly turned his back to walk away and ordered him to continue proceeding exactly according to the set plan. Mjolnir knelt on the floor, his eyes blazing with deep hatred upon being insulted. As the possessor of a pathetic ability, he gnashed his teeth and roared in anger. A pathetic ability? This time, I will definitely show him. A deep blue spiritual aura erupted violently around Mjolnir's body, frantically wanting to prove to the leader how special his ability was. He manipulated the entire satellite system in Earth's orbit. From outer space, a giant satellite suddenly locked onto the target and released an earth-shattering torrent of energy. A pillar of deep blue light poured straight down from the upper atmosphere to the ground at a terrifying speed. The impact created a horrific tremor, crushing the towering cliffs and causing the ocean waves to roar violently. Rock dust flew blindly across the entire sky. At a deserted sea area, a fishing bobber gently bobbed on the water surface. On a small fishing boat in the quiet night, the man wearing a yellow hat excitedly boasted to his friend, "How about it? This place is beautiful, isn't it? The view is also fantastic." The friend wearing a red hat smiled slightly and replied, "Yeah, finally. You've done something useful." He further explained that because. Then you've done something useful. He further explained that because. Around here is all uninhabited islands, which is why the space is so quiet. Looking up at the sparkling night sky, the friend softly exclaimed, "No wonder the stars look so bright. So that's why. Oh, the scenery is truly wonderful when letting oneself loose in a space like this." However, the smile of the man in the yellow hat suddenly vanished when he noticed something unusual high above. But is that a real star? A blinding aura soudainly érupted. A giant pillar of energy from the satellite poured down like a destructive torrent right next to the boat. The man could only look up in ultimate horror before the entire space was submerged in the deep blue light along with desperate shouts. The horrific impact created an extremely powerful tremor. The tiny boat was swallowed by giant waves in an instant, leaving them only able to cry out in terror. Amidst the blinding smoke, dust, and violent waves, one person struggled to surface on the water. That bright star almost sent us to meet the Dragon King. As soon as he collected himself, he hurriedly asked his teammate, "Are you okay?" Upon receiving a safe response, both of them looked ahead in absolute shock. They tremblingly looked at the scene of devastation before their eyes, unable to understand what on earth had just happened. This shocking incident was immediately reported to the Japanese military command room, standing before the satellite screen, recording the scene of the explosion. The official anxiously asked about the estimated level of damage. The subordinate quickly reported that because the impact area was an uninhabited island, no human casualties were expected. But due to concerns about a tsunami from the impact of the collision, we have proactively issued an emergency evacuation order for residents in nearby coastal areas. Hearing about the evacuation order, the Japanese Prime Minister suddenly flew into a rage. He roared in absolute anger, fearing that the media would catch wind of the true cause behind it. They have noses like hounds, it will be hard to cover up. He frantically ordered that information must be controlled immediately. Absolutely no details must be leaked out. Faced with the fury of his superior, the assistant could only bow his head and apologize, promising to report that this was a top-secret military test to blind the public. The Prime Minister gnashed his teeth in resentment, bitterly cursing whichever unknown entity suddenly appeared and caused this horrific mess. A loud explosion echoed, making the Japanese Prime Minister jump in terror. "Huh? What on earth is that?" Poised footsteps approached, radiating a suffocating pressure that left him with eyes wide open, trembling, as he realized the person who just barged in was none other than the martial god, Kanzuya. Kanzuya coldly questioned whether it was true that the satellite weapon had its control taken over, but only received a stammering no. His fury erupting, he roared violently, "What kind of job are you guys doing?" Right at that moment, Matsushita, the president of the Japanese Hunter Association, stepped in to intervene, asking Kanzuya to calm down, since handling the situation right now was the top priority. The Prime Minister hurriedly clarified that this was not his fault, but was immediately doused with a bucket of cold water by Matsushita. "Cut those excuses out, Prime Minister." He demanded to know if they had found the mastermind behind this attack yet, and the answer received was the organization named Black Spear. a name that tells you just how pure and innocent it is. A mysterious video clip had just been sent, causing the central screen to glitch violently. With a bizarre symbol, the anonymous perpetrators made an extremely simple demand. Hand over Mjolnir. The Japanese prime minister howled in utter shock. Unbelievable. How do they know about the existence of this divine artifact? The final threat delivered was absolutely brutal. If Mjolnir is not brought to the destroyed island within 24 hours, they declared that the next target would no longer be a deserted island, but the entirety of Tokyo. Kazuya gasped in shock. Wait, what? He could not believe his ears. He couldn't believe his ears upon hearing the mention of the divine artifact, Mjolnir, and demanded to know whether the Japanese government was secretly holding that legendary weapon. The Japanese prime minister, sweating profusely, wiped his forehead and embarrassedly admitted, well, we found it about half a year ago, but we've been so busy lately that we haven't had a chance to report it to the association yet. His irresponsible attitude made Kazuya furious, roaring, what? This guy is truly beyond words. Getting a divine artifact and daring to keep his secret like that. President Matsushita immediately intervened to defuse the situation. He asserted that they would definitely hold the prime minister accountable later. But for now, they had to focus on the main issue. Kazuya turned to ask the assistant about the possibility of regaining control of the satellite, but received a highly pessimistic response. All available personnel are currently working on it, sir. But we cannot guarantee anything. When Kazuya suggested the option of blowing up the satellite to solve the problem for good, the assistant explained that with their current capabilities, they could absolutely and easily take over the control of another satellite weapon immediately. Matsushita thoughtfully muttered to himself, damn it, what a headache. He realized that everything they had done so far was probably to seize the divine artifact. When asked for his opinion, Kazuya coldly asserted that the most important thing right now was that they dared to target Japan, where he was present. They clearly showed absolutely no respect for his reputation whatsoever. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Ian was scratching his head and pulling his hair in front of the computer screen. He blankly realized that he couldn't even find the specific comment that had actually sparked those groundless plagiarism controversies. Comments like, is this a highly anticipated work? Or, but what exactly did they plagiarize? Kept popping up. Ian gnashed his teeth, assessing that this was clearly an attempt to manipulate public opinion with highly malicious intent. He frantically typed away on the keyboard to fight back against this injustice. He proudly declared in the comment section, I am not the author, but I will track down anyone who continues to post malicious comments. Immediately, brilliant yellow sparks of electricity began to burst violently around Ian's body and keyboard. His hair turned into the radiant yellow of the Thunder Emperor. Ian roared in a fit of rage. The only way left is to track them down myself. A giant torrent of thunderous spiritual energy exploded, causing the entire Terong convenience store building to light up brilliantly in the night. When the light faded away, the room was left with nothing but silence, an empty chair, and faint, hazy trails of black smoke lingering behind. Where did he evaporate to, everyone? Infiltrating the digital space, Ian stood dumbfounded before a massive network of microcircuits glowing with a brilliant blue light. He realized this was the server, the source of all the trouble. However, amidst this endless maze of data, Ian couldn't help but feel bewildered, wondering what he should do next. Suddenly, he noticed streams of spiritual energy circulating endlessly along the paths. Ian wondered if this was the running data, and then silently observed the flow of information rushing towards the distance. With a determined gaze, he decided he had to venture deep inside to find out the truth. Meanwhile, at the association office, Park Dae-han was having a secret discussion via a virtual reality screen with Matsushita, receiving the earnest plea for quick assistance from the Japanese side. The president calmly replied, I understand. Park Dae-han assured that he would immediately relay the information to the Thunder Emperor so the other side could rest assured. Why is their workforce so lacking that they have to seek help from another country? After receiving a firm promise from Matsushita to return the favor, the communication screen abruptly turned off, leaving Park Dae-han all alone. He let out a soft sigh of relief and flashed an implicit smile about the conversation that had just taken place. But Park Dae-han couldn't hold back and burst into a hearty laugh. He repeatedly slammed the table as he recalled the earnest plea from President Matsushita, who was notoriously rigid. Unbelievable. for a person like that to humble himself and say the word favor to me. However, Park Dae-han quickly regained his serious composure. He told himself, the issue this time is truly monumental, so I must quickly get in touch with Ian immediately. As he picked up the phone, he smiled triumphantly, secretly feeling extremely fortunate that the Thunder Emperor had decided to return at this exact moment. However, 2 hours passed, and Park Dae-han was now kneeling on the office floor in a state of utter exhaustion and despair. He wept bitterly, calling out Ian's name, not understanding where on earth this kid had vanished to at such a critical, burning moment. Like this. At this moment, even if he were told to rise from the grave to find the Thunder Emperor, he would probably do it. Meanwhile, in a completely different space, Ian was peeking out from behind a tree in the digital maze. With a highly vigilant expression, Ian observed the massive torrent of data rushing towards one side and secretly assessed. It seems like all the information is gathering over there. Suddenly, a hideous mechanical spider monster with glowing red eyes appeared, its sharp legs tightly clutching a deep blue data orb. Ian wondered in shock what on earth that bizarre creature was, as he witnessed it frantically processing the streams of information inside that orb. Right after that, Ian stepped closer and picked up a data orb. To inspect it, he puzzledly asked himself whether this thing was also a form of data, but the moment a virtual screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, Ian froze in astonishment. He shockingly realized that all the content displayed inside was none other than the comment section of the web novel he had just launched. Here it is. The rumor monger is definitely right here. Plagiarists get lost. He was astonished to realize that the content of the comments was being altered abnormally right before his eyes. While he was still in shock, a giant mechanical spider with glowing red eyes loomed out of the darkness. As Ian intended to observe more closely to investigate, it suddenly swung its sharp leg to attack, leaving him only able to dodge by a hair's breadth as he gasped, wondering when it had gotten so close. Ian quickly backed away into a defensive stance, secretly blaming himself for being too complacent to notice the enemy was already right behind his back. He noticed that in this digital space, his status stats seemed to be displayed much lower than they actually were. Before he could find a cause, from the electronic tree canopies, a barrage of other mechanical spiders began dropping down by their silk threads, surrounding him from all sides. Looking at the spider nest growing denser around him, Ian slightly curled his lips. Oh, so this is their nest. You have stepped right into the spider's den, sir. Without a moment of hesitation, he immediately released the power of the Thunder Emperor, his hair turning into a radiant yellow as lightning bolts began to spark violently. Ian asserted that no matter how many there were, he only needed one strike to incinerate them all. A brilliant yellow torrent of thunder erupted powerfully, submerging the entire horde of mechanical spiders in a destructive light. Amidst the debris where electrical sparks still lingered, Ian let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that his skills still functioned stably in this virtual environment. However, looking back at the remaining lightning sparks on his hand, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy and wondered if the accuracy of his strike was being reduced. Right at that moment, a surviving mechanical spider frantically rushed forward, intending to sneak attack from behind. Ian maintained a cold expression. He delivered a powerful kick, deflecting the enemy's attack, before casually using his bare hand to grab the head of a spider that was trying to ambush him. Ian confidently asserted that he could completely handle these small fry without needing to use any skills, then channeled his strength to smash the target down onto the digital floor. All those little brats were gone in a heartbeat. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had cleared the battlefield, Ian suddenly froze at the ear-splitting screech of a giant mechanical spider that had just emerged from the darkness. He slightly curled his lips in excitement upon seeing that there was still a survivor, and promised to give it a special gift. Ian accumulated a glowing orb of thunder right in the palm of his hand and launched a direct strike aimed straight at the enemy. But he realized in utter shock that his seemingly powerful attack did not seem to cause even the slightest damage to the monster. Ian began to suspect whether the output of spiritual energy in this virtual space was being restricted. The giant spider rushed forward, delivering a powerful bash, forcing him to brace himself to withstand it as he was pushed back a long distance. Ian realized in pain that the sensation of being injured here was terrifyingly real, forcing him to quickly leap high into the air to try to gain some distance. He secretly clicked his tongue, admitting that fighting with stats distorted from reality was indeed not easy at all. They dared to mess with him, so he would reduce them to pulp right here and now. Instead of being afraid, Ian turned out to be extremely excited, noticing that this experience was no different from entering a top-tier virtual reality game. He excitedly enjoyed the rush of dopamine exploding in his veins, while continuously dodging the deep purple venom that was melting everything around him. Ian reminded himself that as interesting as it was, he still had to be extremely careful, because he had absolutely no idea what consequences the damage sustained in this virtual world would cause, how terrible it would be for his real-world body. Ian froze in bewilderment upon realizing he had gotten tangled in a web of deep blue silk without even noticing it. He struggled in vain, asking in shock, "What is this?" Despite trying his best to snap them, the silk threads still clung tightly without letting go. Ian gnashed his teeth, realizing they won't break, but electricity is running through them. A sudden speculation crossed his mind, leaving him stunned. Could the reason why those attacks just now had no effect be? From the darkness, the giant mechanical spider, with glowing red eyes, slowly lowered itself, locking onto its prey that was hanging helplessly right in the center of the giant spiderweb, standing before the hideous entity bearing its fangs and claws as it closed in. Ian unexpectedly let out a calm laugh. Haha, looking at this, it's a bit scary, isn't it? He slightly curled his lips, looking straight at his enemy, and asked back, "But you know what?" The Thunder Emperor casually explained that the previous attacks having no effect was absolutely not due to a lack of power or missing the target. I just needed a path to conduct the electricity. Brilliant yellow sparks of lightning began to burst violently, enveloping Ian's entire body. He flashed a confident smile and delivered the final word on the most ideal conductor right now. It's exactly your spider silk. Immediately, an earth-shattering torrent of thunder erupted from his body, submerging the mechanical monster in a radiant yellow aura. Thus, the spider met its demise due to the very trap it had set up. Returning to his normal appearance, Ian breathed a sigh of relief, secretly exclaiming that it had been a very long time since he last got to enjoy such a refreshing battle. However, he quickly froze as he remembered his main purpose for infiltrating. This place was not to play around. Looking down at his feet, Ian discovered a glowing red orb and curiously picked it up, thinking it was the eye of the spider from just now. He intently observed the orb, which bore a strange pattern of two snakes twined around a staff, and couldn't help but wonder about its true origin. At the association office, Park Dae-han was sitting, scratching his head and pulling his hair, his legs trembling nonstop from extreme anxiety. He secretly prayed that nothing bad had happened to Ian while the situation was incredibly urgent. Right at that moment, an announcement from the intercom echoed, confirming the Thunder Emperor had arrived, making the president overjoyed. He frantically ordered to invite him in immediately. The office door swung open, and Ian leisurely stepped inside before the astonished gaze of Park Dae-han. Seeing the pile of missed calls on his phone, he casually asked, "A whole bunch of missed calls, huh? What's going on?" Immediately, the president broke down, rushing forward and weeping bitterly. "Why couldn't I get in touch with you? If anything happened to you, I'd probably die first." Despite Park Dae-han crying while hitting his shoulder out of worry, Ian only calmly replied that he was just busy taking care of some personal matters. Park Dae-han rested his head on the table, sighing in relief because he thought Ian had also encountered some kind of mishap. Hearing the word "also," Ian furrowed his brows, wondering about the events that had just occurred. Realizing the situation was extremely pressing, Park Dae-han immediately put on a serious face and announced, "Damn it, now is not the time to talk about this. This is an emergency, Ian. You must go to Japan right now." He looked straight into his eyes and revealed a piece of shocking information. Japan has had its satellite weapon stolen. Ian gasped in shock. Huh? A satellite weapon? While Ian was still bewildered with a face full of questions, Park Dae-han clicked his tongue, realizing he needed to explain everything thoroughly. He began to tell the story of ancient history when legendary hunters were the ones who held the destiny of an entire nation. Although their strength brought immense benefits, it simultaneously made the leaders wary. Precisely because of that, countries continuously researched to develop advanced weapons, with a destructive power even more horrific than a legendary hunter. And the pinnacle of that research was the satellite weapon with power far exceeding nuclear bombs. It's the absolute peak. More than nuclear weapons, huh? Park Dae-han pointed his finger toward the screen, which was displaying a strange pattern, and announced that this dangerous weapon had now fallen into the hands of bad guys. Seeing the symbol of two snakes twined around a staff glowing on the screen, Ian was stunned to realize that it was the exact same pattern he had just seen in the digital space. Park Dae-han asserted that it was the mark of Black Spear, also known as the Spiders, a notorious multinational terrorist organization. Ian shockingly connected all the pieces together. He realized that the one behind the manipulation of public opinion and spreading plagiarism rumors to ruin his novel was indeed this Black Spear organization. Park Dae-han cleared his throat to pull Ian back to reality. He emphasized that because of their alliance and the horrific destructive power of the satellite weapon, the situation was extremely urgent. The moment he heard that the Black Spear organization was behind this, Ian clenched his fist in absolute anger and decisively declared, "I will go." The sudden decision of the Thunder Emperor left Park Dae-han stunned, unable to believe his ears. But Ian maintained a determined gaze, asserting that he would set off for Japan immediately to settle the score with those who dared to touch his hard work. They dared to make his spiritual child unable to eat or sleep in peace, so they better watch out for him. Meanwhile, in Japan, the atmosphere at the high-level meeting room was as tense as a guitar string, with the estimated casualty numbers reaching up to 6 million people, among which it was projected that nearly 700,000 people would lose their lives if the satellite weapon was activated. There were only a mere 3 hours left, yet the association was still at a complete dead end, because they couldn't find any trace of the enemy, leaving the officials sweating profusely in fear. Faced with this critical situation, President Matsushita thoughtfully made a shocking decision. He coldly announced that the association and the Japanese government had decided to completely terminate the pursuit of the Black Spear organization. This declaration caused the entire meeting room to explode in astonishment and outrage. An official howled, questioning whether they intended to meekly hand over the divine artifact, Mjolnir, to the terrorists. Another opinion counter-argued that it was better to sacrifice the divine artifact than to let the people of Tokyo die, but it was immediately opposed out of fear that Mjolnir, falling into the hands of bad guys, would create an even more horrific disaster. Amidst the fiery arguments, he requested everyone to calm down and listen to the whole plan, as stopping the pursuit did not mean surrendering, but was actually to prepare for a large-scale general offensive. Although the officials were still skeptical about the feasibility of this plan, Matsushita asserted that they would first bring Mjolnir to the exact requested location to lure the enemy out. Right at that moment, the martial god Kazuya, with blonde hair and an overwhelming aura, stepped into the room. He coldly declared that he himself would be the one to directly bring the divine artifact to confront the Black Spear organization. An official panicked and yelled out, "Martial God!" Kazuya ignored everyone's astonishment. Kazuya calmly analyzed, "If we consider the content of their provocation and demands, it's clear that their goal is not merely terrorism. They are in dire need of Mjolnir." Hearing this, the Prime Minister of Japan turned pale and trembled. Could it be? Kazuya slightly curled his lips mysteriously and declared, "Precisely because of that point, I will use Mjolnir as bait to launch a general offensive against them." This caused the Prime Minister to slam the table and stand straight up in protest. "Isn't that plan far too reckless? The satellite weapon is in their hands, yet you want to launch a general offensive? High risk, high reward. Human lives are still important, aren't they?" He frantically demanded to know, what if Black Spear fires at Tokyo? Kazuya still maintained his calm demeanor. He looked straight into the opponent's eyes and asked back, "If we meekly hand over Mjolnir to them, what guarantee is there that they won't shoot Tokyo?" The tough question made the Prime Minister sweat profusely, only able to stammer in helplessness that Kazuya asserted that Black Spear was an organization that would have to be uprooted sooner or later. So this was exactly the opportunity to take advantage of this situation to counterattack. He proudly reassured him, "And don't worry about the safety of Tokyo. I didn't make this plan without any countermeasures in place, because I've already invited a reliable person over." At the same time, Ian in his Thunder Emperor form, was frantically rushing through brilliant yellow sparks of electricity. He secretly wondered, who was talking about me? Despite that, the Prime Minister still didn't stop rambling, while following Kazuya and Matsushita along the high-tech corridor. But there's no need to bring the real Mjolnir, right? You also know how important this thing is to national security. Not bringing the real thing is no different from playing with the lives of the citizens. Only now did President Matsushita speak up to remind him, hey, Prime Minister, the Japanese government's possession of Mjolnir and the successful development of the satellite weapon are top secret, right? The Prime Minister could only bow his head and admit, that's true. Matsushita continued to press him with a sharp gaze. How do you think Black Spear could have known about these national secrets to cause a situation like this? He raised suspicions about a spy or that the entire Defense Department had been hacked, though the method used was still unclear for now. Matsushita asserted that if they brought a fake item, it might even backfire, and decisively declared, we have to light a fire under them to make them crawl out of their cave. The whole group stopped in front of a reinforced steel door. A sentry guard immediately stood at attention and saluted, reporting, we have arrived, Prime Minister. Matsushita looked at the extremely anxious Prime Minister and asked if he was ready to open the storage area. Realizing there was no other choice, the Prime Minister had to accept. All right, there's no other way. He stepped up to the control panel, placing his hand on the screen to perform security authentication. The system immediately recognized him, and the giant steel doors began to move and slowly opened up. Kazuya, along with Matsushita, stepped inside amidst the hazy smoke, delving deep into the most secretive storage area of the Japanese government. Impressive, even with security like this, those guys still managed to find out. Before their eyes was a vast space with a high-tech pedestal sitting right in the center. Kazuya stared intently at the object, radiating a brilliant spiritual light, and secretly confirmed, this is indeed the 8th divine artifact. That was Mjolnir, the legendary hammer floating within a highly powerful purple vortex of energy. In another place, Mjolnir bowed his head to report to Titan that the divine artifact, Mjolnir, was currently present at the deserted island exactly according to the plan. However, he couldn't help but feel concerned as he revealed that the one directly escorting this treasure was none other than the martial god, Kazuya. Contrary to his subordinate's caution, Titan suddenly burst into a frantic and arrogant laugh. He, scornfully, wondered if the government side intended to struggle until the very last minute, and then excitedly asserted that his own hands and feet were also itching. For this campaign, Mjolnir suggested they should activate the satellite weapon to guard against any mishaps and advised Titan to send other members to the meeting point instead. However, the giant leader decisively refused. Titan, while tightening the chains on his body coldly, declared that he would personally take action to settle this matter for good. At the same time, amidst the vast ocean, a ship was frantically cutting through the waves, rushing toward the mysterious island. On board were 2 reporters currently on duty. The long-haired young man anxiously asked his senior if merely trusting the information from the fisherman was far too risky. The accompanying reporter calmly explained that the martial god's sudden cancellation of all his major schedules, even though no gate was broken, is an extremely rare event. He asserted that the government was definitely hiding an earth-shattering secret, and this island was exactly the place containing a one-of-a-kind scoop. Ugh, these journalists have a nose sharper than hounds. At the deserted island, amidst the devastated scene, with deep craters, the martial god, Kazuya, was standing quietly beside the briefcase containing the divine artifact, Mjolnir. Suddenly, the communication device by his ear sounded about an unidentified flying object that had just appeared in the sky. Kazuya slightly glanced up into the air and coldly confirmed, the target has revealed itself. Sensing a strange object rushing down with a wind-cleaving speed, he asked himself, a missile? No, this aura is not something like a missile, but an earth-shattering explosion echoed. Dust and dirt flew blindly as a giant man with swelling muscles and chains wrapped around his body landed right in front of him. Kazuya asked in a deep voice, who are you? The stranger slightly curled his lips into a brutal smile. He stared intently at his opponent and asked, the martial god, right? Facing the suffocating pressure, Kazuya secretly assessed, where did this monster come from? Not only does he have a massive physique, but the aura radiating from him is also truly formidable. Despite that, he still maintained his calm demeanor and asserted, "Yes, I am a martial god. I don't change my surname when I go, and I don't change my name when I arrive. That's me." Standing beside the briefcase containing the divine artifact, Kazuya proudly questioned, "I have brought Mjolnir, which you guys crave so much here. What on earth do you plan to do with this thing? All those terrorist attacks lately were ultimately to get the divine artifact?" Before he could finish his sentence, the giant man coldly cut him off. "You ramble too much." He looked scornfully at the martial god and let out a sarcastic remark. The martial god personally shows his face, just to ask those nonsense questions. To him, all reasoning in this world was meaningless before absolute power. He roared arrogantly, "If there is something you want to achieve, isn't the logic of life that you must seize it with power?" With those words, the giant slammed his foot hard onto the ground, shattering the rocks. He channeled all his strength into his giant fist and rushed forward to launch a fierce attack. But Kazuya agilely sidestepped to dodge within a hair's breadth. He slightly curled his lips and commented, "Faster than you look?" And here I thought he was just heavy and clumsy in his movements, not giving his opponent time to collect himself. The martial god moved at an unimaginable speed. Kazuya closed in and unleashed a powerful punch aimed straight at the giant's stomach. Kazuya was stunned to realize that his attack didn't even budge. The giant titan coldly raised his massive arm, mocking him. "With only that much power, you cannot get what you want." A heavy punch slammed down, shattering the ground, but he managed to escape just in time. Immediately, Kazuya delivered a lightning-fast kick aimed straight at his opponent's face. But the giant still stood firm as a mountain. The martial god frantically unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast punches and kicks, trying to find a weakness on Titan's massive body. How is this situation any different from him practicing on a punching bag? Even though taking a punch straight to the face, Titan casually grabbed Kazuya's leg. Midair, he gnashed his teeth, looking at the restrained martial god and mocked him. Without a single shred of mercy, Titan violently swung his arm, smashing Kazuya's body straight into the ground with a horrific force of impact. The impact left Kazuya severely injured. Titan brutally dragged Kazuya's exhausted body across the rocky ground. He looked down at his prey, who was gasping for breath, and expressed his disappointment. The martial god is only worth this much, feeling that the battle was far too tedious. The giant turned his back and walked away, striding toward the briefcase containing the divine artifact, Mjolnir, which was lying abandoned in the distance. Titan suddenly froze in complete astonishment as he sensed a massive wave of pressure from behind. Immediately, a figure rushed down with a wind-cleaving speed, unleashing a heavy punch aimed straight at the giant's head. The horrific impact made the ground shake, forcing Titan to brace himself as he backed away, his feet plowing through the rock to maintain his balance before the sudden counterattack of the martial god. Oh, is he only now unleashing his moves? Or is this just a final burst of energy? Titan gnashed his teeth, admitting that both the speed and power of his opponent had clearly increased, even forcing an arrogant person like him to take a step back. He looked at Kazuya, who was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and offered a word of praise. "I admit your ability to take a hit." In response, Kazuya slightly curled his lips and asserted, "I'm not someone who gets excited this easily." He touched his ring, activating a radiant yellow spiritual energy that began to burst violently. He coldly warned, "From now on, prepare yourself for real." In his shining golden armor and fiery gauntlets, the martial god's aura had now reached its absolute peak, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. At the same time, at the Ministry of Defense's server, a technological entity in the shape of a sphere was floating amidst a highly mysterious digital space. Mjolnir was frantically controlling threads of spiritual energy to manipulate the entire data system. Mjolnir focused intensely as the energy level reached 97%. He secretly wondered why all the preparations for firing were nearly complete, yet he still hadn't received any news from Titan. He hasn't even finished fighting yet. How could he reply? While wondering if that brute was actually having a hard time in the battle, he couldn't believe his eyes that light could pierce into this deepest depth, until the image of the Thunder Emperor glowing within a wave of electricity appeared right before his eyes. He gnashed his teeth and gasped. "The one who altered my reader's comments turns out to be you?" Rewinding to a few minutes prior, at the command center, The atmosphere was tense to the point of suffocation. Looking through the glass window toward Earth, the Prime Minister could only utter in hopelessness, "No way." Right at that moment, a technician panicked and shouted, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. They have genuinely begun preparing to fire." The nightmare was gradually becoming reality as the charging energy level hit the 30% mark. The Prime Minister trembled in fear, sweating profusely as he thought of the prospect of Tokyo being wiped out. He whipped around and howled in absolute rage at Association President Matsushita. "Hey, President, what on earth is that person you claim to be reliable doing right now?" Meanwhile, the system continuously warned that the energy level had skyrocketed to 40%. At this rate of increase, the Prime Minister might just suffer stroke. In stark contrast to the Prime Minister's panic, Matsushita still maintained an uncharacteristically calm composure. He slightly curled his lips and replied, "Didn't I already tell you not to worry? That person is probably in the skies above Tokyo by now." However, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. "I'm not too late, am I?" Matsushita turned around in shock, his eyes widening in astonishment as he saw Ian casually walking in. He stammered, unable to believe his eyes. "The Thunder Emperor, why are you here? Have you not received the operational plan yet?" Ian calmly replied that he had received both the plan and the current situation updates. The Prime Minister looked at Ian with a highly skeptical gaze, unable to believe that a kid who looked so ordinary could be the legendary Thunder Emperor. He demanded to know why Ian had shown up in this place, instead of being present in Tokyo to avert the disaster. Ian silently looked out into the vast space beyond the window and asserted, "Because there's a better way than stopping the satellite weapon." The answer left Matsushita stunned as he asked back, "A better way?" Without a word of further explanation, Ian suddenly turned around and dashed off at a terrifying speed. While readjusting his glasses, Ian called back, "Please excuse my rudeness." Before the bewildered Prime Minister, Ian began to release his thunderous spiritual energy, causing the entire room to light up brilliantly. His hair gradually turned into a radiant yellow, along with yellow lightning bolts bursting violently around his body. Ian put everything else aside and decisively declared, "Since there is no time, I will explain the details after I return." He officially transformed into the Thunder Emperor with a suffocating pressure and then vanished in a blinding flash of lightning. Muyamong was focusing intensely on controlling the system, streams of deep blue binary code flowing and swirling around him. He muttered impatiently as the preparations to fire the satellite weapon were almost complete, yet there was still no news from Titan. He wondered if that brute was actually having a hard time in the battle. Suddenly, couldn't believe his eyes. That light could pierce into this deepest depth until the radiant figure of the Thunder Emperor, Ian, appeared right before his eyes. Ian coldly stared straight at the enemy and uttered, "So, it turns out to be you. That's right. Surprised yet, old buddy Muyamong?" Muyamong trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, wondering how the Thunder Emperor could have infiltrated this place. Ian proudly questioned the guy who was both his anti-fan and the thief of his satellite weapon about the reason for causing this whole mess. In response, Muyamong suddenly burst into a frantic laugh. He howled that he was the one who wanted to ask why someone possessing a mighty power like the Thunder Emperor kept clinging to those nonsense novels. Before the astonished Ian, Muyamong frantically released a deep blue spiritual energy, enveloping his entire body. He declared that although he didn't know how Ian got in here, he would take this opportunity to kill him to prove the true value of his own power. Muyamong roared, activating the skill World Spawn, creating a deep blue domain that enveloped the entire digital space. Ian was stunned as he was swept into the swirling spiritual energy. He secretly assessed, is this something like domain expansion? Sensing the instability of the surroundings, Ian told himself that he must quickly escape. As soon as possible, he immediately channeled thunder and lightning into his hands, preparing to unleash a powerful counterattack. "This time, I'll let you know what the right-hand rule feels like." Ian shouted out, "Thunder Cannon!" firing a brilliant yellow pillar of light with terrifying power straight at the enemy. However, Muyamong still stood there with a sinister smile, without any intention of dodging. With just a gentle snap of his fingers, he caused the giant torrent of lightning to bend and completely vanish into thin air amidst the smoke and dust. Witnessing his dedicated attack easily neutralized, Ian could only freeze in astonishment. He shockingly gasped, The thunder cannon vanished. Muyumong threw his head back, laughing frantically in triumph. Haha, how is it? He proudly declared. This is the stage, where all my desires are realized. And within this domain, the Thunder Emperor's prestige is absolutely nothing. With a brutally distorted face, Muyumong roared, the god of this place is me, the Thunder Emperor, then released a massive, deep blue spiritual energy that poured down like a torrent. Ian took the direct hit. In pain, he coughed up blood and was sent crashing down to the ground miserably. Witnessing his opponent struggling to get back up, Muyumong laughed loudly in mockery. Ha! How is it? He scornfully looked down at the severely injured Thunder Emperor and asserted that a so-called god like him would also have to become pathetic. In his world, Muyumong frantically declared that the power Ian was wasting must be used this way, and this is the true power that I have always yearned to possess. Ian silently stood there with blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes exuded a certain majesty that made the one facing him shudder. Muyumong backed away in shock. He couldn't bear that gaze and howled. Ugh, what is it with those eyes? You're already weak, so don't look at me that way. In a fit of madness, Muyumong released a massive, deep blue spiritual energy that poured down like a destructive torrent, the pillar of energy crushing the digital ground into countless shards. Muyumong stood amidst the debris, his breath coming in short gasps, but his face clearly showed a smug expression. Did I get him? As expected, only in this place am I the strongest. I have defeated the Thunder Emperor. He complacently declared that from now on, no one would ever be able to look down on him again. However, a sudden call of "Hey!" echoed right behind him, leaving Muyumong stunned. Ian was completely safe and sound. He coldly asked, from just now? Until now, what kind of nonsense have you been rambling about regarding true power? Ian looked straight into his enemy's eyes and solemnly asserted, strength is not something like that. He recalled the images of his comrades like Baek Gi or the elder Wu Gi Suk, who had resiliently fought between the line of life and death. Ian proudly declared, true strength is, no matter what kind of crisis occurs, not giving in, but protecting your own faith until the very end. Radiant yellow sparks of lightning began to burst violently from Ian's eyes. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion of thunder occurred, submerging the entire space in a blinding. Oha! He howled in pain and frantic denial. Ugh, that kind of faith is completely useless. Muyumong screamed in a fit of madness. Stop struggling in vain. Kneel before me, Thunder Emperor. He frantically released streams of deep blue spiritual energy to suppress his opponent, but Ian still stood firm amidst the energy encirclement. With a calm demeanor, Muyumong completely lost control, his face distorted with envy and resentment. Shut up. I must be the strongest. Keep dreaming, honey. In response to that arrogance, Ian only slightly curled his lips. Immediately, a brilliant yellow thunder explosion burst violently, crushing the enemy's entire illusion. Looking at Muyumong, who was gradually fading into nothingness. Watching Mumyon gradually fade into nothingness, Ian coldly commented, true strength is not something that needs to be shown off. In his dying breath, Muyumong still stubbornly muttered, I'm his strongest. Sensing that the digital space was starting to crack and collapse piece by piece, Ian realized the situation was extremely pressing. He told himself, I have to get out before the entire server collapses. At the command center, the alarms echoed loudly as the satellite screen displayed a bright red error message. The Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief. The satellite has stopped operating. It seems the Thunder Emperor has done it. Ian suddenly appeared amidst brilliant yellow sparks of electricity, making Matsushita exclaim in deep gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, Thunder Emperor. Thanks to you, I can finally lift this burden off my shoulders. Matsushita anxiously asked about the remaining front. How was the situation on Kinzuya's side? Immediately, a staff member rushed in to report in utter panic. Something terrible has happened to the martial god. Matsushita and the Prime Minister froze in front of the surveillance monitor, unable to believe the devastating scene unfolding before their eyes. The image of Kinzuya, lying defeated amidst the debris, his entire body covered in injuries, made the atmosphere in the command room heavy with despair. However, everything had actually started 10 minutes prior to that. Amidst the earth-shattering battle on the deserted island, Titan frantically braced himself to block the relentless attacks from Kinzuya, unable to help but ask himself in terror, why? He shockingly realized an absurd truth. The more the opponent swings his fists, the more his speed and power become many times more horrific. What's amazing is that the more he fights, the better he gets. Each of Kazuya's punches shrouded in brilliant yellow, spiritual energy. Slammed down, forcing Titan to struggle to back away, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. The giant gnashed his teeth and assessed. It's getting even faster and heavier like this. He knew very well that if he didn't go all out immediately, he would definitely be crushed. Then I myself will definitely be crushed. Crushed under this suffocating pressure. Titan's eyes glowed with utter madness, and he roared a sound that shook the entire sky to regain his morale. Come at me, martial god. Answering the challenge, Kazuya, with his fiery gauntlets, rushed forward like a god of war. Two giant fists clashed, head-on, creating a blinding energy explosion that shook the entire island. Kazuya concentrated the entire essence of martial arts into the final blow, pushing the power to its absolute peak to crush all of the enemy's resistance. Kazuya proudly stepped up to the kneeling giant. He grandly declared, I am a blacksmith sword. The more I am forged, the stronger I become. Witnessing the terrifying pressure radiating from the martial god, Titan trembled in despair. He secretly assessed that the situation had truly hit a dead end, and the only way left was to steal Mjolnir. At all costs, Titan frantically searched for an opening to turn the tables. Right at that moment, a camera suddenly fell right in front of him, making the giant look up at the top of the cliff in astonishment. Kazuya was also shocked to realize that two civilians were secretly filming from above. The young hunter panicked because he accidentally dropped the camera due to the shaking ground. Sensing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Titan flashed a brutally sinister smile. Without a single shred of hesitation, he swung his heavy fist, smashing the base of the cliff, causing the entire giant rock mass to collapse. The two civilians only had enough time to utter desperate screams as they free fell amidst the devastating debris. Seriously, these good-for-nothings, dying for money, completely unaware that this place is a death trap. Kazuya gnashed his teeth and dashed off at an unimaginable speed. He managed to fly over just in time to catch both of them mid-air and landed safely on the ground. As he set them down, the martial god snapped anxiously. How on earth did you guys get in here? Evacuate to a safe place immediately. The two uninvited guests could only bow their heads to apologize to the marshal god and mumbled their thanks in extreme terror. Kazuya scanned the area vigilantly. He gnashed his teeth in worry. Damn it, where is he? Right at that moment, from within the cloud of dust and smoke, Titan loomed into view with a frantic smile. In his hand was the divine artifact, Mjolnir, which was radiating highly powerful purple sparks of lightning. He laughed out loud arrogantly. Ha ha! One overwhelming aura. Sensing the boundless source of power flowing through his veins, the giant was secretly thrilled. Is this the power of a divine artifact? Witnessing that scene, Kazuya's eyes widened in utter astonishment. He shockingly realized the horrific truth. To think he could establish a direct contract with Mjolnir, well, it's completely ruined now. Titan roared demandingly. Come at me, martial god. He frantically declared that he would turn Kazuya into the very first sacrificial offering for Mjolnir's power. Faced with his enemy's arrogance, Kazuya channeled all of his radiant yellow, spiritual energy into his gauntlets and shouted out, Shut up, put that thing down right now. Without a single shred of mercy, Titan swung the giant hammer straight at the martial god and bellowed. Try blocking this move. However, the exact moment the opponent swung the hammer, Kazuya suddenly noticed something wrong. He shockingly realized that the true target wasn't him. The giant slightly curled his lips, revealing a brutally sinister smile. Instead of aiming at the martial god, Titan suddenly whipped around, putting all his strength into swinging Mjolnir, smashing it straight down at the location of the two civilians hiding behind the boulder. To protect those innocent lives, Kazuya did not hesitate to throw his body out as a shield, taking the destructive attack head-on with his own body. Titan stood, watching from above. He casually let out a sarcastic remark full of contempt. I knew it. Utterly pathetic. The martial god was now completely exhausted. He collapsed amidst the debris, with bleeding wounds all over his body. It's all because of those two sinful human beings, who completely ruined everything. Titan strode forward. He mocked Kazuya for being a fool. to turn around and directly block Mjolnir's strike, just to save a couple of worms, only for the sake of those who only know how to hide. He scornfully looked down and deemed that the martial god had wasted far too much effort to protect the lives of such mediocre things that weren't worth a single penny. To Titan, the unawakened people were inherently merely objects for the strong to rule over, and he asserted that precisely because he didn't understand that simple truth. Kazuya had fallen into such a pathetic state as the present. Despite currently gasping for breath, Kazuya still tried to reach his trembling hand out to stop him and feebly mumbled, "You're not allowed to pass." Faced with that stubbornness, Titan only coldly looked down with complete apathy. Titan raised the hammer Mjolnir high, mocking that even if he were a blacksmith's sword, if he kept getting struck blindly, he would end up shattered anyway. However, right at that critical moment, brilliant yellow sparks of lightning suddenly burst out, intercepting the attack. Just because you got a hammer, you think you're the center of the universe. Watching his dedicated attack easily neutralized, the giant panicked and shouted out in terror. A cold voice echoed from above. "You've gone a bit too far with your recklessness." Titan tremblingly looked up and recognized the glowing figure, the Thunder Emperor, Ian, currently floating in midair with bloodlust-filled blue eyes. He shockingly stammered in absolute dread. The Thunder Emperor? Titan sweated profusely, completely unable to comprehend why the Thunder Emperor was present here at this time. He secretly cursed his partner, who had failed to misdirect the opponent, causing the plan to be suddenly turned upside down. A giant fiery bird with glowing red eyes appeared. Ian slightly frowned as he noticed there seemed to be someone else still hiding nearby. Taking that opportunity, the guy Titan jumped up, grabbing onto the firebird's talons to make his escape. Seeing Titan attempting to find a way to flee from the scene, Ian immediately roared, "Where do you think you're running to?" But surprisingly, this move had absolutely no effect on the firebird. Ian was astonished when his attack was intercepted. What? It blocked it. A mysterious figure, wearing a cloak, loomed out from the smoke. He calmly advised, "Don't be in such a rush." Thunder Emperor, with a highly mysterious smile hidden beneath the hood, he left behind a challenging promise to meet again, because we will see each other again soon, and then immediately vanished midair in just a split second. Ian shockingly looked after the stranger's figure, but he immediately had to cast his astonishment aside when he saw Kazuya lying motionless amidst the debris below. He hastily rushed over to support his comrade, who was gasping for breath in a pool of blood. "Kazuya, are you okay?" Kazuya forced his eyes open to look at Ian. He feebly asked, "You're here? I'm sorry, despite having your help. I lost Mjolnir." "It's okay." He asserted that thanks to Kazuya's sacrifice, both civilians were safe and sound. "And to me, that is more than enough." Kazuya slightly smiled peacefully as if lifting a burden. He feebly mumbled his final words of gratitude. "Thank you." And then his hand went limp, completely passing out in the Thunder Emperor's arms, leaving a gloomy and mournful atmosphere enveloping the entire ruined island. Ian silently walked into the hospital, holding a gift box filled with daily necessities. In his heart, he still couldn't help but worry about his comrade. "It's the first time I've seen Kazuya beaten up to that extent. I wonder if he has woken up yet." Just as he approached the hospital room, Ian suddenly froze when he saw a crowd of nurses and fans crowding around the door. They kept cheering excitedly. "Ah, he's insanely handsome in real life. So charming." Looking at that bustling scene, Ian asked himself in bewilderment, "Wait, isn't that Kazuya's hospital room over there?" Inside the room, the martial god Kazuya, even though wearing patient clothes, still radiated. "Aspakinoha." He casually handed out signatures and flashed a deadly charming smile. "Now the next lady, please." Witnessing his friend's highly professional fan service, Ian could only freeze, his face clearly showing speechlessness. The fan meeting ended in regret for the crowd as Kazuya waved his hand goodbye. "All right, that's it for today. We will meet again at this time tomorrow." Looking at Kazuya's gleeful face, Ian let out a weary sigh, telling himself that he had wasted his effort worrying about this guy. The man is fit as a fiddle, signing autographs for beautiful girls, and you were worried out of your mind. Ian laughed it off and then commented, "Seeing someone doing that fan service or whatever like always, it looks like you've completely recovered." Kazuya confidently asserted that when it comes to being healthy, he is #1 in the world. When asked about his upcoming plans, Ian said that since the requested mission was done and the plagiarism rumor issue had also been settled smoothly, He had to go back to focus on, continuing to write his backlog of novels. Kanzuya looked at Ian with a sincere gaze. He expressed his deep gratitude. Because thanks to you, Tokyo is safe. Seeing Kanzuya suddenly become serious, Ian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly acting so solemn?" The martial god's voice suddenly became sharp and cold when mentioning the ones who had attacked him. He asserted with certainty that they possess abilities on par with the 12 apostles. Kanzuya gnashed his teeth in resentment when thinking about the divine artifact. Mjolnir, falling into the hands of dangerous individuals like Titan and that mysterious cloaked guy. He anxiously wondered if they were plotting to seize any other divine artifacts. Ian pondered, asking himself what on earth their true purpose was in doing these things. Kanzuya slightly shook his head in exhaustion. He couldn't comprehend it either, as they only left behind incomprehensible excuses and then vanished without a trace. Looking out the window, Kanzuya asserted, "This is definitely not the end of everything." A bad premonition struck, seemingly for the first time since the event of the primordial gate. The 12 apostles will have to gather once more to face the upcoming storm. Meanwhile, at a dark and highly mysterious sanctuary, a figure wearing a black cloak was diligently reading ancient inscriptions in a giant book. Before him was the statue of a blindfolded goddess holding a scale. Right at the foot of the statue, the divine artifact, Mjolnir, which was being enveloped by thick black smoke, began to shake violently, amidst the sounds of magic echoing throughout the space, as if resisting an evil ritual. The highly toxic purple magic frantically coiled around Mjolnir, trying to swallow up the breath of the ancient god contained within. The cloaked figure fell to his knees, devoutly declaring the waiting of the first servant for the so-called that day. The high priest with snow-white hair appeared, his eyes glowing with absolute fanaticism as he offered a word of praise, wholeheartedly dedicated to his master. Right at that moment, one eye of the statue suddenly glowed with a highly eerie red light. Like a response from the dark realm, a harsh clashing sound echoed as Mjolnir was flung out of reach. Titan collapsed to his knees, his entire body in agony as if pierced by thousands of needles, while dark purple blood vessels spread across his chest and arms. The priest coldly explained that the divine artifact inherently carries the breath of an ancient god. So once an unauthorized person touches it, its divine nature will be defiled, and their power will be significantly reduced. He looked at the struggling giant and asserted that without the protective imprint, everything would have already vanished into thin air under the power of the divine artifact. Titan writhed in pain, the dark purple blood vessels spreading across his body, making him tremblingly gasp. "I apologize, Lord Anonymous. The martial god's power was stronger than I thought." Ignoring his subordinate's agony, the high priest closed his eyes and clasped his hands in deep reverence. "The first servant offers a prayer. Please forgive our weakness." Titan's heartbreaking scream echoed throughout the dark sanctuary as the devastating magic frantically crushed his body right at the foot of the blindfolded goddess statue. This time the old man left with stone-cold feet. Right at that moment, another cloaked figure silently entered for an audience. "The eighth spear, Signet, requests an audience with you, Lord Anonymous." The priest glanced at the newcomer and asked in a deep voice, "Signet, can I place my expectations on you?" With an arrogant demeanor, this hunter asserted that he was completely different from the inferior sort lying miserably on the floor over there. He revealed a glowing red tattoo, like an eerie symbol, on his neck and flashed a sinister smile. "I've already set the bait beforehand. Sooner or later, they will bite. This time, I, Signet, will show you clearly." Back at the editorial office, Kyung-mo was closely monitoring the readers' reactions toward Ian's series. He secretly asked himself if he should even be happy in this situation, as the plagiarism controversy accidentally turned into a highly successful marketing campaign for the work. Looking at the enthusiastic comments of support and demands for new chapters from the readers, Kyung-mo breathed a sigh of relief. It's a relief that it was resolved well. Now, the author doesn't need to worry either. However, rapid footsteps, along with an angry shout, calling out his name, suddenly shattered the peaceful atmosphere. "Cool Montauk." Kyung-mo blankly raised his head to look up and saw a man aggressively barging in. He violently slammed his hand on the desk and barked, "Stop publishing author Ian's work immediately." Cool Montauk stood up in shock and asked back in astonishment, "What? Director, What are you talking about? Even though he tried to explain that, the plagiarism controversy had been settled smoothly. The director, still frantically, howled that the plagiarism label would stick and ruin the company's image in the long run. He pointed his finger at Kyungyemo's face threateningly. If the company's image is ruined because of a plagiarized work, will you take responsibility? Kyungmo slammed his hand on the desk, his voice full of resentment. What is the reason for you suddenly doing this? You said we could continue publishing. The reader's response is also rising. However, in response to the editor's enthusiasm, the director just brushed everything off with a fierce look on his face. He brutally poked Kyungyemo's head with his finger, hurling condescending insults. Just do what the director tells you to do. Is that head of yours just for decoration? If you don't want to get fired, stop it immediately. He leaned his face in close, his eyes cold, growling as he delivered the ultimatum. The deadline is today. With those words, he turned his back and walked away amidst the astonishment of the entire office staff. People started whispering and gossiping, as this was the first time they had seen the director behave in such a crazy and unreasonable manner. However, the moment he stepped out of the room, the director's face suddenly became blank. He blankly asked himself, "What on earth am I doing?" He must be sleepwalking or possessed. However, the moment he turned his head, a glowing red brand in the shape of a lightning bolt appeared clearly on his neck. That was precisely the signet, the evil magic that was silently manipulating his mind to carry out the plot to ruin the Thunder Emperor's career. Ian gasped in utter shock and horror. What? Suspension of publication. He couldn't believe his ears. How can that be? We already made it clear that it wasn't plagiarism. Kyungmo could only bow his head in complete helplessness. He admitted, even though all the controversies have ended and the reader's response is bouncing back very well, the decision from the higher-ups is unshakable. Kyul Montak painfully explained that the company's internal management had decided to temporarily suspend publication until the situation stabilized a bit more. Hearing this, Ian was so devastated that his soul felt like it was leaving his body. He feebly mumbled in despair. But suspending publication like this is truly... Kyungmo choked up. I'm sorry for letting things turn out this way. But he quickly lifted Ian's spirits by, reminding him that the contract terms were still valid. He made an unexpected proposal. How do you feel about preparing for your next work? Well, if you lose this round, you set up another one. Write something new to annoy them to death. Baekhyun asked back in bewilderment. What? Kyungmo clearly asserted that he would take responsibility for helping with Yun's next work. He frankly admitted that the debut work was inherently constrained, produced according to the company's direction. So this time I want Yun to write the story that you truly want to tell. Those words left Ian in silent contemplation. In his heart, a deeply introspective question gently echoed, the story that I truly want to tell. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Odd Jobs Guild, a girl with white hair and sparkling blue earrings was casually walking up, looking at the familiar sign in front of her. She slightly smiled and told herself, so that guy is in this place. Inside the office, the whole group was sitting and waiting for the Thunder Emperor to buy food and return. The doorbell rang. Ma Suk-gu raised his head with a look of high anticipation. Is it fried chicken? Is Ian back? However, walking into the office was not the writer guy with a bag of fried chicken, but a young girl with white hair and sparkling blue earrings. Ma Suk-gu was bewildered. A young girl? The girl silently looked around and then pulled a piece of paper with an address out of her pocket. The address is clearly right here. Number 3, Hanger Road, Mapo District, Seoul. Perhaps this place wasn't what she expected. Before the astonished members, the girl clearly asked, where is the Thunder Emperor? The question made Baek Gi, Sung-ho, and Song-gu all freeze. They secretly assessed that a child suddenly barging in and looking for the Thunder Emperor was definitely no ordinary person, and she even looked quite fierce. The young girl also looked a bit familiar, like a high-ranking hunter. Right when the atmosphere was getting tense, Young Sik lightheartedly stepped up to pat her head and teased. Hey kiddo, why are you here? Where's your mom? Being touched, the girl coldly ordered. Hey, take your hand off me right now. Young Sik was still unaware of the danger. Just as he was about to argue back, Song-gu rushed over to cover his mouth and drag him away. Bro, please sit still for a second. Baek Gi also frantically bowed her head to apologize. Please understand, the kid in our guild is a bit foolish. Allow me to apologize to you on his behalf. Despite that, the girl still looked extremely annoyed. She secretly warned that she would only tolerate it once because she looked young. But if Young-sik still dared to call her a kid one more time, the consequences would be unpredictable. The moment he escaped from Sunggu's grip, Young-sik howled in absolute rage. Hey, that kid over there, do you want to get scolded? How dare you use such an insolent tone with an adult? Oh boy, this time I bet he won't get a second chance to call her a kid, haha. Her patience had reached its limit. She declared, Today I must teach you a lesson. Then she suddenly released an extremely powerful stream of deep blue frost energy. In the blink of an eye, Young-sik was frozen, completely inside a giant block of ice, to the utter horror of his comrades. The girl coldly asserted that her patience also had a limit. Looking around the office with a sharp, cold gaze, she casually asked herself whether she should freeze everyone here right now, since the Thunder Emperor had still not shown up. Witnessing this terrifying ice magic, Sunggu could only freeze in astonishment. I remember now. Sunggu shockingly realized that if someone used ice magic to this powerful extent, it had the appearance of a young girl that didn't match her real age, then without a doubt, this girl was one of the legendary 12 apostles. Right at the moment of extreme tension in the air, Ian casually strode in, right when the atmosphere was at its most tense. Ian Luong Thuong pushed the door open and walked in with a bag of fried chicken in his hand. Everyone, the fried chicken is here. However, the smile on his face immediately froze when he saw Young-sik frozen and a strange young girl standing in the middle of the office. Ian stammered in astonishment. Hey Lena, why are you here? While Young-sik was still desperately calling for help inside the block of ice, Lena casually sat at the table and opened up the box of fried chicken. The young girl closed her eyes, enjoying the aroma with deep satisfaction. I miss the smell of fried chicken so much. I traveled to South Korea just to eat this. While eating away deliciously, Lena excitedly invited everyone to join the feast. However, Ian immediately lost his temper when he saw that the young girl had devoured both of the chicken drumsticks. Wait a minute. Eating both drumsticks is a crime. Lena casually replied while still chewing. Then go buy some more. I'll give you however much money it costs. Then go buy it yourself. The young girl's contrary attitude made Ian gnash his teeth in frustration. Baek Ji and Sung Ho were eating while tremblingly whispering, asking about the young girl's true identity. Sung Ho explained in a deep voice that she is one of the 12 apostles, as well as the leader of the Leviathan Guild, ranked number 1 in the world. The shocking information made the members of the Odd Jobs Guild gulp in absolute terror. Ian, while chewing on chicken, questioned Lena about the reason she suddenly showed up here and worried about the situation of the Leviathan Guild. He asked suspiciously, Did you ask Hina for permission before coming? The question hit the right spot, causing Lena to startle, her face suddenly changing color due to a guilty conscience. Lena stammered defensively, Of course I did. Looking at that awkward demeanor, Ian slightly curled his lips in absolute smugness. You didn't ask for permission. You definitely didn't ask for permission. Backed into a corner, the young girl howled defiantly. Well, it counts as having permission anyway. If you think you're so tough, go ahead and call her. I'll freeze you too. While the two were still engrossed in their argument, in a luxurious first-class cabin on a private jet, the vice guild master of the Leviathan Guild, Hina, was leisurely enjoying some wine. She coldly asked her subordinate about the estimated time of arrival in South Korea, receiving the answer that it was about 2 hours left. Hina brought the wine glass to her lips, her sharp eyes looking out the window as she ordered, Speed it up a bit more. Oh boy, that kid can't escape even if she runs to the ends of the earth. Hina stared at the piece of paper with the words, Don't look for me, that Lena had left on the table. She secretly thought, this brat thinks she can hide her tracks. But in reality, she hadn't hidden anything properly at all. Lena had kept talking repeatedly about wanting to go to South Korea, plus her card transaction history and immigration records had sold her out immediately. Hina told herself that children are truly so simple, and she would definitely give Lena a piece of her mind for suddenly running away from home like this. Right at that moment, Kai, her close assistant, stepped closer and politely said, Miss Hina, it will still be a while before we arrive in South Korea. Please have another glass and rest for a bit. Hina slightly smiled in gratitude and then instructed, Kai, tell everyone to just rest comfortably until the plane lands. However, right behind the ear of Kai, a glowing red signet brand suddenly appeared with utter eeriness. Taking a sip of wine, Hina secretly thought that perhaps Lena also needed to take a break, and she also wanted to take a vacation in South Korea while she was at it. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck, causing her vision to become blurry. Hina shockingly realized something was wrong. "Okay, what did you do to the wine?" She collapsed onto the floor, the glass in her hand falling and shattering to pieces. At the same time in South Korea, Lena, suddenly startled in dismay, as if sensing that something bad had happened. Her sixth sense is incredibly accurate, isn't it? The young girl's eyes flared up as she realized. This was a danger signal. Up in the sky, the private jet of the guild, Leviathan, was experiencing a critical malfunction. Inside the cockpit, the red alert systems blared rapidly, driving the pilots into an absolute panic. They could not comprehend what was happening in the passenger cabin where Miss Hina was, but right at that moment, a terrifying sight, right ahead forced the captain to freeze in sheer horror. A giant raven with glowing red eyes and an evil aura was diving straight toward the aircraft at an unimaginable speed. This monstrous creature spread its wings, blotting out the sky, carrying an overwhelming bloodlust targeted directly at the cockpit. Amidst the vast ocean, a lush green island emerged. But that tranquility was swiftly shattered by a terrifying incident. A massive orb of water energy plummeted from the sky, like a meteor, creating a shocking explosion that rocked the entire forest. The escort hunters were flung far away by the horrific pressure of the rushing water. Amidst the smoke and dust, Hina forced herself up in exhaustion. She anxiously asked her subordinates, "Is everyone all right?" Fortunately, crashing into the water probably mitigated the damage. Thanks to the timely protection of a water shield, the hunters were all safe and sound. But they instantly grew worried upon seeing Hina staggering. She had just replied, "I'm fine too," when a sudden wave of pain struck, causing her to collapse in agony. Her subordinates rushed over in a panic. "Lady Hina, are you injured somewhere?" Hina tried to reassure them that she was fine, just slightly weary from having to force herself to stay conscious in order to make a landing on this nearby island. However, she secretly realized that the magic power in this place was incredibly sparse, and the pain of betrayal was still agonizing her mind. Why would Kai do such a thing? What on earth is going on? A violent shaking suddenly echoed from deep within the dense forest, putting Hina instantly on high alert. Heavy footsteps caused the ground to rock, leaving the accompanying hunters completely bewildered. Then, from out of the pitch-black darkness, a multitude of dark figures with glowing red eyes slowly appeared, surrounding them from all sides. A giant, long-horned monster roared terrifyingly, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust, aimed straight at the exhausted group. These monsters sure are opportunistic, paying a visit right when people are down and out like this. The three captains immediately ordered the formation to adjust. "Protect Lady Hina." The hunters drew their weapons simultaneously, ready for a life-or-death battle to protect their master. But at this moment, Kai, the person who poured wine for Hina on the plane, suddenly returned covered in wounds. "Lady Hina, you must quickly escape." Seeing Kai in such a tattered and bloody state, Hina's Hotkidligasped, the giant crow with eyes glowing red as fire plummeted from above. Like a phantom, Kai looked at his master with a deeply apologetic gaze and feebly mumbled, "Lady Hina, I am sorry." But before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly murdered by the crow. Hina could only desperately scream in agony. Kai, from within the thick fog, a stranger with a malicious smile, casually strode out. He scornfully looked at the scene and let out a sarcastic remark that for a pet, to dare act on its own was truly insolent. Hina gnashed her teeth in absolute rage, realizing this was the person behind everything. "Is it you? The one who caused everything from earlier until now?" He casually replied, "Ah, that's right. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Signet, the 8th Spear of the Black Spear." He smugly declared himself to be the Grim Reaper who came to punish those who dared oppose the laws of nature. After his highly arrogant introduction, Signet spread his arms wide, revealing an army of giant magical beasts with glowing red eyes. Looming into view from behind him, he triumphantly challenged, "My introduction is done. So now, shouldn't you guys also say hello to my lovely pets?" Amidst the critical moment, Ian, in his Thunder Emperor form, curiously asked, "By the way, Lena, how do you know Hina is in danger?" While flying at a terrifying speed, Lena explained that she and Hina were wearing a pair of ring-shaped artifacts, wearing a pair of ring-shaped necklaces, earrings capable of sensing each other's status. Lena explained about the signal from the pair of earrings, which helped her not only notice the abnormality, but also accurately sense the other person's location. Gnashing her teeth in rage, Lena couldn't understand who would dare lay a hand on Hina, a hunter, who was originally among the top ranks of the 13 Empyrean stars. Flying right behind her, Ian was also deep in thought about the commotion in Japan not long ago. He grew anxious as he recalled Mjolnir being stolen and wondered if that mysterious organization was aiming for other divine artifacts as well. These guys are as greedy as ghouls. They have one, and now they want two. Ian asserted with certainty that this was not the end, but merely the beginning of a grander conspiracy. Suddenly realizing something, he called out to her, "Lena, is Hina currently holding a divine artifact?" Lena was astonished as she asked back, "How did you know?" The look on his face changed, his voice straining with rage. "It really is them. We can't hesitate any longer." Ian shouted loudly, "Lena, we need to hurry up." Then he suddenly released an earth-shattering surge of lightning to accelerate, leaving Lena struggling to catch up behind him. On the island, Signet kept hurling insults as he watched the hunters straining to hold their ground. "How long do you plan to just stand there like meat shields?" He laughed arrogantly, mocking that the illustriously famous Leviathan Guild was actually just an empty shell without Lena. Signet appeared bored because the battle was unfolding too dully, making him unable to even enjoy it as a pastime. Standing in the center of the monster encirclement, Hina could only gnash her teeth, resentful of the enemy's provocation. Looking at her subordinates risking their lives to protect her, Hina secretly assessed that even though they were elite members, it was still very difficult to fight back against such a massive number of monsters. She clenched her bleeding hand tightly. Despite her injuries, Ma clearly ordered, "Everyone, get back," and then proudly stepped forward. Her reckless action sent her subordinates into a panic, trying to stop her out of fear that her current health condition could not handle any more overexertion. Hina gnashed her teeth, asserting that she was fine. She told herself that she just needed to hold her ground until Lena arrived, because at this moment, surviving at all costs was the top priority. Faced with the approaching giant monsters, she clearly shouted out, "Chiana, release!" A surge of deep blue spiritual energy burst out. The legendary trident glowed brilliantly in her hand, witnessing the divine artifact make its appearance. Signet could not hide his excitement. He was thrilled because he finally got to admire the power of Chiana with his own eyes. Without giving the enemy time to react, Hina slammed the trident hard into the ground, unleashing her ultimate skill, Sea God's Descent. A massive phantom of the sea god with suffocating pressure emerged right behind her. With burning eyes, Hina ordered the spirit of the ocean, "Swallow them up." Signet was astonished by the horrific scale of the attack. The look on his face changed when he saw the surging tidal wave crashing down heavily. There, now he can admire it to his heart's content. The tsunami of spiritual energy poured down like a torrential flood, sweeping away the entire beast army in an instant. The destructive power of the water crushed the monsters, leaving them completely submerged deep in the forest, without a chance to fight back. After the explosion of power, the forest returned to a state of tranquility with fallen trees. Amidst the gradually receding water, Hina collapsed, using the trident to prop up her completely exhausted body. Gasping for breath, she scanned the debris and secretly wondered if everything was truly over, or if Signet had cowardly run away. However, a sinister voice suddenly echoed right behind her. "I finally caught you." Hina shockingly turned around only to find Signet standing amidst a glowing red aura of evil with a brutally vicious smile. He blocked all her efforts to resist and roared, "Where do you think you're going?" He immediately cast a subordinate blood magic, causing Hina's eyes to suddenly turn into a highly eerie, glowing red color. Under the manipulation of the evil art, not far from there, Lena instantly sensed Hina's reaction on the island, but her more specific location still couldn't be clearly determined. While she was feeling conflicted, an arrogant laugh suddenly echoed throughout the forest, making the young girl startledly realize the direction of where the enemy was hiding. Ian shouted loudly, "Let's go." The closer she got to the scene, the more astonished Lena felt. Her eyes opened wide in sheer horror as she sensed a terrible change taking place. Signet threw his head back and laughed frantically in absolute triumph as he finally held the divine artifact, Chiana, in his hands. Looking at Hina desperately screaming the name of her weapon, he slightly frowned as he heard the frantic shout of Lena rushing in from behind. Signet casually turned around to welcome the uninvited guests. With a highly sinister smile, he was quite surprised to see the Thunder Emperor also appear here alongside the Ice Queen. Lena, Ian, glowing with raging lightning, demanded in a strained voice. As expected, is this incident also your doing, Black Spear? Signet slightly curled his lips. He acknowledged meeting the Thunder Emperor sooner than anticipated, and wondered if there was some kind of location sharing artifact that he had overlooked. Lena trembled in absolute fury, her hands tightly clenched as she witnessed her close sister being harmed. She howled in deep resentment. You bastard! What have you done? To Hina, contrary to the young girl's rage, Signet kept a mocking smile on his lips. He casually replied, Don't be so angry. I didn't have any other choice either. A divine artifact is no ordinary thing. It's highly selective. He placed his filthy hand on Hina's head and explained that a divine artifact will never respond if the user is not the one who formed a covenant with it. With a face distorted by evil, Signet asserted that the only way to seize the power is to directly dominate the mind of the contractor. Witnessing Hina with lifeless eyes, being controlled like a puppet, Lena frantically howled, Get that filthy hand off her for me. Lena immediately unleashed her ice needle technique, forming giant ice arrows aimed straight at the enemy. However, Signet only coldly ordered Hina, block it. Immediately, Hina swung the trident, Chiana, creating a terrifying, swirling torrent of water, spiritual energy to completely neutralize Lena's attack. This guy plays dirty, using our own ally against us. Looking at her close sister, who was now turning her weapon against her, Lena shockingly gasped in pain. Hina. She realized the situation was extremely dire as Hina's eyes were completely dyed red by the evil art. Damn it, Hina is completely controlled. Right when Lena was about to rush forward again, Ian intervened in time. He placed his hand on the young girl's shoulder and reminded her in a deep voice, Lena, I understand how you feel, but calm down first. This island is currently enveloped by a barrier that suppresses magic power. Ian warned that if she kept unleashing large-scale attacks, Lena's magic power would soon be completely depleted. Lena shockingly realized that the magic power in her body was indeed leaking out uncontrollably. Signet slightly curled his lips, praising the Thunder Emperor for realizing the barrier so quickly, while also revealing that the entire island had been enveloped by a glowing red trap aimed at seizing the divine artifact, Chiana. Within this barrier, no mage can use their power, which made Lena extremely furious at the enemy's reckless actions that disregarded even themselves. Standing in the center of the magic circle, Signet casually declared, even though the plan deviated a bit, everything is still within expectations. But since I have already seized what I need, I will take my leave here. His body gradually vanished in a thin air along with a highly sinister smile, before disappearing completely. He even left behind a vicious parting word, asking Ian and Lena to just take their time catching up on old times with their close friend, Hina, who was currently being manipulated. Witnessing the enemy attempting to escape, Ian roared in a fit of rage. Who allowed you to leave? The Thunder Emperor immediately released his power, firing a massive surge of lightning straight at Signet's location to intercept the escape attempt. Immediately, a giant black crow named Blackbird with glowing red eyes dashed out from the dark purple aura to block the attack. The two energy sources, the brilliant yellow lightning and the dark purple evil aura, collided head-on, creating an earth-shattering explosion that rocked the entire island. Ian clicked his tongue in absolute frustration upon realizing the giant crow was still looming in front of him. Damn it, it's this thing again. He couldn't believe how it could be completely unscathed after taking the full force of that horrific attack just now. That's the second time it has blocked Big Bro's attack. Wow. Ian was still in astonishment. A surge of deep blue magic power began to build up powerfully once more, right in the hand of the manipulated opponent. Hina, with her lifeless red eyes, coldly swung her hand to unleash a technique right beneath the dark shadow of the Blackbird. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Lena frantically called out, Brother Ian. The young girl clearly asserted that with the magic suppressing barrier enveloping the island, Signet certainly couldn't flee very far. Lena decided to stay behind to hold back her controlled sister and urged Leave this place to me. Go after him. Understanding her point, Ian immediately released brilliant yellow lightning. Got it, I'm going. The entire lush green island had now become a deadly trap under the coverage of the evil magic. In the middle of the dense forest, Signet's glowing red magic circles began to emit crackling sounds. Signet was collapsing to his knees, in agony from his severe wounds. He gnashed his teeth in resentment, upon realizing he had expended far too much magic power compared to his initial calculations, causing his body to suffer severe damage that could not be recovered immediately. With his face distorted by hatred, he secretly cursed the unexpected appearance of the Thunder Emperor, which had forced him to exert himself to the point of exhaustion. Looking at the drops of blood constantly dripping at his feet, Signet bitterly realized that with his current condition, he didn't even have enough strength to move to the location of the airship to escape. Clutching his wounds, Signet sluggishly walked through the deep forest. He gnashed his teeth and told himself that he must quickly find that thing. Meanwhile, Lena was struggling to block the attacks from her sister. She howled in despair. Wake up, Hina! With their own ally attacking like this for the moment, she didn't know what to do. Lena shockingly realized that the situation was extremely critical, because due to the barrier, Hina's magic power was rapidly dropping. Looking at her sister's lifeless and bloody face, the young girl was worried to the absolute limit. If she keeps enduring like this, Hina will be in grave danger. But I can't attack her either. Amidst the internal conflict, Lena screamed loudly. What on earth am I supposed to do? Right when she was losing her focus, the black bird suddenly plummeted from above to attack. However, right at that critical, hair-raising moment, the hunters of the Leviathan Guild managed to rush over in time, using their shields to intercept the sneak attack. A female hunter clearly barked to snap her comrades out of it. Are you guys just going to stand there blankly like fools? Witnessing the appearance of the hunters, Lena emotionally gasped. Everyone, the subordinates, simultaneously surrounded the young girl to protect her and apologized. We are sorry, Lady Lena. We should have lent a hand sooner. I thought they had all turned into stone statues. They bravely asserted their absolute loyalty. Even if today were our final day, we would have no regrets. Hearing those pessimistic words, Lena angrily snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Who permitted this to be the final time? Lena narrowed her eyes to observe, noticing that the attacks from the opposing side had suddenly stopped. She secretly guessed the attacks were heading head-on toward the giant crow that was spreading its wings and blotting out the sky. She shouted loudly and provocatively to draw the enemies' attention. Over here, you old bird brain. The black bird, with its glowing red eyes, frantically flapped its wings. Lena raged. How dare you bully my little ones? She channeled all her deep blue spiritual energy into her staff, unleashing her ultimate skill, Ice Wave. The blackbird howled in agony as the freezing ice began to spread and freeze, its wings right in midair. This time, it has become a clipped-wing bird, haha. Lena looked scornfully at the enemy struggling to resist. Do you even know who I am before daring to rush in? You unworthy piece of trash. The crow was completely frozen, falling freely into the deep forest and creating a terrifying explosion of rock and dust upon colliding with the ground. However, Lena slightly frowned as she noticed that the attack had not achieved its desired power. She secretly told herself, Fisk, is my power falling short because of the barrier? She realized that the very magic-suppressing spell enveloping the island had significantly stifled her strength. Standing beneath a sky full of dark clouds and flashing lightning, Lena made up her mind that she must finish the battle with a fatal blow. She secretly calculated a new tactic. If magic becomes weakened because of the magic barrier, then I just need to strike with something extremely big and powerful. Lena raised her glowing staff high, frantically accumulating a massive source of spiritual energy that went far beyond all limits, to prepare to bring down a devastating punishment. Immediately, a giant block of ice from above plummeted down like a meteor. The blackbird only had time to let out a terrified cry before being completely crushed into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of rock and dust. Looking at the enemy lying flattened under the debris, Lena scornfully scolded, Humph, a bird brain, and yet you dare to act so recklessly. She annoyedly realized that she had wasted too much time on these worthless things. Lena's gaze turned toward the distance in deep worry. She secretly told herself, if this keeps up, Hina will collapse. So I must quickly go back and find a way to resolve this immediately. At Hina's front, the female hunter was straining to hide behind her shield. Secretly assessing that Hina seemed to have depleted her magic power, she hoped the opponent would stop attacking. But right after that, Hina suddenly pressed her hand against the ground, activating a highly powerful, deep blue magic circle. The hunters were astonished when a massive vortex of water suddenly erupted, surrounding them from all sides. A hunter gasps in terror. I can't believe she can still deploy an attack with this much power. The whole team couldn't believe their eyes, thinking that Hina had already completely used up her magic power before. The violent, swirling tidal wave left the hunters utterly helpless. They realized this attack was impossible to block. Amidst the despair, a pair of eyes suddenly showed absolute shock at an unexpected turn of events. Right at the moment the hunters were about to be submerged, giant blocks of ice suddenly appeared, encasing them to their utter astonishment. Realizing that this was the protective ice realm, everyone burst into joy, knowing that their savior, Lena, had truly returned. Lena landed on the ground with a face full of anxiety. She stepped closer to her sister, who was being controlled by the evil art, and choked up. Lena, I'm back. Say something to me. Why did you leave without saying a single word? Do you even still realize that you are the leader? Witnessing Hina gradually grow exhausted and collapse, Lena frantically rushed over to catch her. Holding Hina tightly in her arms, she sobbed in regret. I'm sorry, sister. It's all my fault. Lena began using ice magic to freeze Hina's entire body, to stop the devastation of the brainwashing curse. She softly whispered, it will hurt a bit, but please bear with it for a moment. This is only a temporary measure. Lena looked toward the deep forest with a worried gaze. She secretly urged Ian to hurry up and eliminate the mastermind to break the curse on Hina. But meanwhile, Signet was struggling to crawl through the deep forest. He gnashed his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it! He frantically dug under the base of an ancient tree, his mouth constantly mumbling in regret for burying the item too well. The moment he found the wooden box, his eyes lit up with hope. Found it! The secret medicine. Signet tremblingly held the medicine vial in his hand, convinced that, as long as he drank it, his strength would be restored immediately. However, a cold voice suddenly echoed right next to him. What are you doing here? Big Bro Ian, in his Thunder Emperor form with brilliant yellow electricity surrounding him, slightly smiled with utter sarcasm. It looks like you're playing a game of treasure hunt all by yourself. He didn't forget to give a word of praise to his Thunderbird for helping him locate the enemy's position. Signet turned pale with terror, completely unable to comprehend how the opponent could track him all the way to this remote and desolate corner of the mountains. Once I put my mind to something, there are plenty of ways to do it. Terrified, Signet quickly tried to change the subject. Since the story ended recently, you must have a lot of free time. Huh? I didn't expect you'd still be tailing me. Hearing the words story ended, Ian's gaze suddenly became sharp and cold, full of raging fury. He demanded in a strained voice. How do you know about that? Could it be that the ending of the story was also your group's doing? Backed into a corner, Signet frantically waved his hands in vehement denial, asserting that he himself had absolutely nothing to do with confidential reports or plots to sabotage the story. Looking at the thunder bird hovering over his shoulder, Ian thought deeply. Though there were many suspicious things, right now there was an even more important matter that needed to be resolved. Sparks of brilliant yellow electricity began to erupt violently, causing Signet to frantically beg, wait a minute. Hear me out for a second. To preserve his life, the mercenary immediately put forward an exchange proposal. Just spare my life, and I will hand over Chiana right away. Before Ian's astonishment, Signet continued to play his final card. Aren't you curious what the identity and purpose of our Black Spear organization are? Seeing that the opponent seemed to waver, he hastily asserted that he would confess the entire truth, since he himself was only someone following orders. Ian coldly demanded, in that case, bring that weapon over here first, and then reached out his hand to take the divine trident from the enemy. However, at the exact moment Ian's hand just touched Chiana, Signet's face suddenly distorted with absolute viciousness. Right now, a glowing red magic circle suddenly erupted right beneath the Thunder Emperor's feet, making him only able to gasp in surprise. A trap? Signet frantically howled, ordering the monster, hidden beneath the ground, swallow him whole. A giant, Mechanical worm with razor-sharp teeth suddenly surged up, swallowing Ian amidst the malice-driven triumph of the villain. Signet laughed out loud with utter arrogance. There's no way I would give up that easily. You fool. Ian was swallowed by the giant mechanical worm, but he quickly broke free and snapped irritably. TSK, that bastard. Always using these annoying tricks. Signet, while fleeing into the forest, flung the divine artifact far away with absolute smugness. Here is the Chiana you wanted. Seeing the monster frantically attacking the magic circle, Ian shockingly realized the enemy's true intention. He was aiming for this from the very beginning. Looking at Signet frantically, running toward the glowing red magic circle, Ian told himself, things like this will be dealt with quickly. However, Ian was instantly stunned upon seeing Signet frantically chugging the blood medicine vial. To restore his power, he gnashed his teeth, realizing he was falling into a dilemma. To eliminate both of them, there isn't enough time. In Ian's mind, the obsession of having lost the divine artifact Mjolnir re-emerged. Mjolnir into the hands of the cruel Black Spear organization before. Ian was worried, not knowing how many more divine artifacts they intended to seize. As his fury erupted, Ian roared in sheer frustration. Damn it. Then, targeting the enemy directly, he declared, "You're the one I won't let escape." The Thunder Emperor released his full power, dashing away like a lightning bolt as he shouted, "You bastard!" Seeing the Thunder Emperor closing in with suffocating pressure, Signet frantically howled, "Damn it!" He frantically activated a series of glowing red magic circles and repeatedly screamed, "Summon! Summon! Summon!" An army of giant magical beasts simultaneously emerged from the magic circles. Signet ordered them to protect him at all costs. "Everyone, get out here and protect me, understand?" However, a massive pillar of lightning with destructive power brought down, submerging the entire enemy force in a dazzling aura. Signet was astonished, his face distorted with terror as he realized that the entire army of monsters he had painstakingly summoned had been completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. He howled in utter despair. This can't be. However, the suffocating pressure from above forced him to only tremble and collapse to the ground. Ian, in his Thunder Emperor form, leisurely stepped down from midair amidst brilliant yellow sparks. He looked at the enemy with cold, lifeless eyes and flatly uttered a single phrase. "Begone." Realizing that death was near, Signet frantically howled and begged in vain, "Wait a minute. Information or anything. I'll give it all to you. Please spare my life." However, that plea could not sway the author, who was in a raging fury, stealing a divine artifact and daring to sabotage his story. This youth's written ending was taking a toll's Thunderbird ultimate skill, turning to gold right then and there. A dazzling beam of light enveloped the entire island, completely erasing every trace of the villain. This time, his chances of stealing other people's things are totally gone. Meanwhile, in the forest where Lena was keeping watch by the block of ice, the atmosphere was extremely quiet and anxious. Looking at her sister, who was frozen to suppress the curse, Lena worriedly told herself that if this continued, Hina's body wouldn't be able to withstand the cold, and being frozen forever would definitely cost her life. Unable to patiently wait for Ian's return any longer, Lena made up her mind. "I'll release the seal on Hina." The young girl clearly ordered the Leviathan guild hunters, who were standing guard around her. "She's going to attack again. Everyone get ready." The subordinates immediately drew their swords and shields, highly focused to face the worst-case scenario. The block of ice slowly melted, revealing the face of Hina, who was gradually waking up. Her eyes slightly opened, and miraculously, the evil red glow had completely vanished, returning her brown eyes, full of exhaustion but completely clear. Seeing Lena standing right in front of her, Hina feebly called the young girl's name in weakness. Lena, overjoyed to see her sister free from the manipulation, Lena burst into tears and rushed forward to hug Hina tightly. "Hina, do you recognize me, Hina?" Hina slightly smiled, though her face was still covered with wounds. She still gently teased, "You're way too late, Lena. Presumably, since that Signet guy died, the curse vanished too." The subordinates cheered in pure delight. Lady Hina, looking at the familiar faces, Hina slightly smiled in utter relief. "Everyone, it feels like it's been so long since we last met, doesn't it?" Lena still hadn't moved past her regret. "I'm sorry, Hina, because I suddenly disappeared without saying goodbye." And on top of that, arrived late, you ended up getting hurt like this. Hina warmly comforted her. It's fine, Lena. She deeply realized that after this incident, perhaps, both of them truly needed a quiet moment to rest after a long, tiring chain of days when they did nothing but blindly rush forward. Just hearing about resting, Lena's eyes suddenly lit up with absolute excitement. Ah, so it'll be an official vacation. However, Ina immediately changed her attitude. What vacation? Haven't you already rested comfortably? In South Korea? So now you can get back to working hard, right? The young girl frantically howled in protest and despair. I don't want to. I haven't even finished eating all the chicken yet. Serves you right for running away from home so disruptively. Witnessing the childish bickering between the two sisters, Ayan could only burst out laughing, ha, and then quietly left through the deep forest. Meanwhile, at Seoul Hospital, the atmosphere was buzzing, with the latest news broadcasts playing continuously. A mysterious figure, clad in a black cloak, stood quietly in the waiting lounge, keeping his eyes glued to the TV screen, which was broadcasting breaking news about the attack on the Leviathan Guild's private jet, confirmed to have been caused by the Black Spear organization. The broadcast continued to praise the cooperation of the two apostles, the Thunder Emperor and the female Ice Mage, which helped quell the incident swiftly. At that exact moment, the mysterious figure's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie purple light, and then he quietly vanished into the shadows. Returning to his normal appearance, Ian leisurely walked along the empty street, under the flickering streetlights as the night grew late. In another place, editor Kumo was still brooding over his young friend's career. He secretly hoped that the recent events would be the perfect opportunity for Ian to write his own true story. I think you should write something truly grand and distinct, so that no one can nitpick anymore. He told himself that the true story only he could tell was the one he knew best and had experienced firsthand. At that exact moment, a surge of chilling bloodlust suddenly struck from behind. Ian looked up with a start as a mysterious dark figure plummeted from above, attacking at a terrifying speed. He looked on in shock as the ground was crushed under the horrific power of the stranger. The attacker moved like a phantom, continuously unleashing Grim Reaper-like sword strikes aimed directly at the Thunder Emperor. However, Ian managed to extend a single finger in time, blocking the razor-sharp blade in the blink of an eye. To him, it's as simple as pie. Ian snapped in absolute anger, suddenly swinging a sword like that. Who on earth are you? He narrowed his eyes to look closely at the weapon and was shocked to recognize a terrifying familiarity. But where have I seen this sword before? On the opposite side, the attacker was trembling with horror as their finishing blow was completely neutralized by just a single finger. Beneath the hood, a pair of glowing red, evil eyes appeared, causing Ian to freeze as he recognized the identity of the person in front of him. Ian gasped his comrade's name in absolute astonishment. Chongu, he demanded to know, are you being controlled too? However, Chongu coldly asserted, this is entirely my own will, and then decisively demanded, so, fight me seriously. Faced with this sudden challenge, Ian could only scratch his head in utter bewilderment. You and me? Right now? Why? Go ask the stars in the sky. Without letting the opponent compose himself, Chonga gnashed his teeth and roared in a frenzy. I must become even stronger. Though he didn't understand why Chonga had suddenly become so rushed, Ian still calmly sidestepped to dodge the fatal sword strike and decisively accepted. Fine, if that's what you want, let's have a real match. Right after a powerful snap of his fingers, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted. Ian casually explained that he had turned this place into a special space, completely isolated from the outside world. So, no matter how much havoc you cause, it won't harm the surroundings. With a highly confident smile, the Thunder Emperor clearly declared, so just go ahead and run wild with all your might. Right then, the magic sword Dark Moon suddenly spoke up, urging, Chongu, risk everything, because this opportunity only comes once. Turns out he has been possessed by an evil sword. Chong! Gu roared with absolute determination. I intended to do that from the very beginning. Chongu, with his eyes glowing red from the synchronization, strained his voice to assert, this time will be different from earlier. Looking at his opponent's highly confident demeanor, Ian only slightly curled his lips and smiled to himself. That line, I think I've heard it somewhere before. Immediately, Chongu swung his sword, creating a shocking impact, and then shouted loudly to unleash his skill, Dark Flash. However, the Thunder Emperor still moved extremely fast, spectacularly gliding through the gaps of the attack. But, meanwhile, the moment Changgu landed, he was stunned by the disappearance of his target. He broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. This can't be. He dodged my ultimate skill that easily. At the exact moment Changgu was still in astonishment, Ian suddenly appeared right behind his back. Now it's my turn, okay. Changgu was terrified to the absolute limit, his pupils dilating, because he couldn't sense when Ian had closed in. Without giving his opponent time to react, Ian unleashed highly powerful punches and kicks wrapped in lightning. Each fast and heavy blow constantly pushed Changgu back, leaving him only able to strain himself to resist in vain amidst the explosions of dazzling electric light. Backed into a corner and continuously getting hit, Changgu gnashed his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it, is the difference in power still this vast? He realized that despite trying his absolute best, the gap between himself and the Thunder Emperor was still an unbridgeable abyss. Noticing his opponent was growing exhausted, Ian suggested in a deep voice, Changgu, let's end it here for today. However, those words struck Changgu's painful spot. And his pride. He stood frozen, immersed in absolute torment. What on earth have I been doing all this time? The memories of his determination to avenge his younger brother rushed back, making him bitterly realize that whether in the past or the present, he couldn't do anything right. In a fit of despair and frenzy, Changgu tightly gripped the magic sword and howled loudly. Dark Moon, release 85%. Witnessing Changgu frantically releasing the power, the magic sword, Dark Moon, tried to stop him in a panic. Stop it. If you go any further, your body will be destroyed. You can't. Your current condition is already at its limit. You will really lose your life. However, right at the highest climax, Ian suddenly appeared right behind his back and coldly declared, that's enough. A decisive strike to the back of the neck made all the evil aura vanish. Changgu lost consciousness and collapsed instantly. Ian caught his comrade in time, secretly reminding him, putting all your effort into winning is good, but you can't let your emotions carry you away and lose yourself like that. As the twilight fell, Changgu faintly woke up on a park stone bench. Ian stood right beside him, handed him a bottle of water, and warmly asked, are you feeling a bit more clear-headed now? Here, drink some water. You've come to your senses now, right? You were this close to suffering a deviation. Changgu softly replied, yes, thank you, big bro. Ian thoughtfully went straight to the point. So, why were you suddenly in such a rush? He asserted that Changgu had become much stronger compared to when they first met, and assured that in just a few more years, he would become an elite expert counted on the fingers of one hand. However, Changgu lowered his head in deep melancholy. If I don't become stronger right away, it won't do. He asked if Ian still remembered the organization he had to take revenge on. Ian casually recalled, of course I remember. You came to ask me to take you as a disciple and said that. He revealed that the organization that kidnapped his younger brother was indeed Black Spear. According to the account, they brought the selected children there to perform countless brutal experiments aimed at turning them into killing weapons in a plan called the Gretel Project. Standing by the hospital bed looking at his comatose brother, Changgu painfully confided that his poor younger brother, after enduring all kinds of experiments in that place, still couldn't wake up. An emergency announcement echoed throughout the hospital corridors. If any family members of patient Changgun are in the hospital, please come to the ward right now. Changgu frantically rushed away in despair. Inside, the doctors were doing their best to resuscitate his younger brother. Once more, administer a 200-joule shock. Witnessing that scene, Changgu could only freeze up, praying no. The desperate scream still haunts Changgu's mind to this very day. The doctor helplessly shook his head, announcing that further treatment would be extremely difficult, and advised the family to prepare for the worst. Changgu clenched his trembling fists, tears streaming down his cheeks. My younger brother doesn't have much time left now. I can't delay my revenge any longer. Seeing his comrade's absolute agony, Ian pondered for a moment and then suddenly spoke up. Actually, there's a way to cut down the time. What a surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier, big bro? Changgu was astonished. He rushed forward, tightly grabbing Ian's shoulders and asking urgently, what? Is that true? Ian looked straight into his eyes and gave a cold warning. In exchange, you might die. However, death didn't make Changgu falter at all. With eyes burning with determination, he firmly asserted, it doesn't matter. My life, basically, came to a halt the day he was kidnapped. Chongo lowered his head, earnestly pleading, "Please." Chongo choked up. "I'm begging you, big bro." Ian, faced with that unwavering resolve, sighed and took out his phone. "All right, wait a moment." He immediately contacted a friend named Rick. "Do me a favor." On the other end of the line, Rick was stunned by the sudden request. What's with the suddenness? Did something happen? Distorting time and space? Ian clearly asserted. "Yeah, we have to open up again." Chongo curiously asked about the true nature of the time-space distortion that Ian had just mentioned, so Ian thoughtfully explained that this was originally a prerequisite gate that must be cleared when conquering the Chaos Gate. Later on, it was remodeled by Rick Weber, one of the 12 apostles, and also a brilliant magic engineer, for training purposes. Ian announced that from now on, Chongo would have to enter that place, a place where he would exist in a spiritual state, and would feel absolutely no hunger, thirst, or fatigue. The most unique feature is that the flow of time here is completely different from reality. 15 full years of rigorous training inside this space is equivalent to a mere 3 months in the real world. However, the price to be paid for this rapid advancement in power is extremely brutal. In that time-space distortion, Chongo is forced to confront the entity that he fears the absolute most. The very moment he steps inside, a suffocating pressure along with brilliant yellow lightning erupts. Appearing before Chongo's eyes is the majestic silhouette of the Thunder Emperor, Ian. Unexpectedly, the person he fears the most is the strongest one. A massive pillar of lightning with destructive power immediately brings down, forcing him to embark on a life-or-death battle with no way back. Ian coldly asserts that the gate will never be conquered until Chongo truly defeats that opponent. In other words, this will be an endless war where Chongo must continuously push past his own limits, on the fine line between life and death. Returning to reality on the park bench, Chongo was still in utter shock upon learning about the existence of such a terrifying place. He tremblingly realized the reason why Ian had warned that he might lose his life. However, thinking of the unavenged debt and his younger brother who lay waiting for death, Chongo gnashed his teeth and made up his mind. He stood straight up, clearly asserting to Ian, "Brother Ian, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make it happen." Seeing his comrade's iron will, Ian slightly smiled in satisfaction. With that level of determination, there's no need to worry anymore. But whether he can beat the Thunder Emperor or not is the real big issue here. At a luxurious villa hidden amidst the mountains and forests, the female cleaning staff member leisurely started her new working day with a highly enthusiastic mood. However, the moment she just stepped into the living room, the smile on her lips instantly vanished, witnessing the sight of bottles and jars strewn all over the place, along with a heap of debris on the floor. She could only howl in sheer exasperation. "I really can't stand this anymore. Messing up the house like a battlefield again." Then, completely infuriated by this massive mess, she sluggishly headed toward the private room. Her anger erupting, the cleaning lady pushed the door wide open and stormed in with absolute determination to have a real showdown. "Now, I truly cannot tolerate this any longer. Today we are going to settle this clearly." However, the bucket in her hand suddenly dropped to the floor. Her entire body trembled in absolute terror as a gruesome scene caught her eyes. In the middle of the dark room, Hunter Logan was lying motionless in a pool of blood, his breath completely extinguished. It was unbelievable that an illustrious master could meet his end in such a tragic manner. This shocking news was immediately brought up for discussion in an online meeting among world leaders. With a face full of melancholy, Colin, the president of the Canadian Hunter Association, announced in a deep voice, "Logan, an S-rank hunter, and one of the 13 national-level stars, is dead." The atmosphere in the meeting room grew thick with tension as he revealed an even more horrifying piece of information. And the divine artifact he possessed, Gungnir, has vanished. Hearing this, Nikolai, president of the Russian Hunter Association, slightly frowned. He questioned the identity of the one behind the incident. Is this also the work of that Black Spear group? The president of the Italian Hunter Association, Lorenzo, slightly nodded in acknowledgement. It could be considered so. This statement caused the other representatives to break into a buzz of anxiety over the succession of disasters striking one after another. They shockingly realized that after Mjolnir and Chiana, now even Gungnir had fallen into the hands of villains. Deeply concerned questions echoed throughout the meeting room regarding their true purpose in collecting a series of such supreme divine artifacts. In response to that confusion, Colin could only let out a completely helpless sigh. If we knew that, we wouldn't have been attacked so helplessly. Like this. Faced with the deadlock among international organizations, Nikolai coldly declared that the Russian side would no longer place their trust in the 12 apostles, but would instead proactively summon all national-level hunters to directly confront this dark force, determined to bring them to light. We won't let them stay like mice in a hole. However, Nikolai could not hide his ambition, believing that if Russia could handle Black Spear on its own, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a country that originally didn't possess a legendary hunter like them to rise up strongly. However, this crazy idea immediately met with vehement opposition from other leaders. Bogdan snapped with utter disbelief. Even the 12 apostles are no match for them. So with just ordinary hunters, how on earth can we manage? Though someone put forward a hypothesis about gathering S-rank hunters to create a miracle, the representative of Japan just sat there sighing in exasperation in front of the screen. He assessed there's no way we can confront them with just S-rank hunters, and believed that because they didn't know the enemy's true strength, the association presidents were doing nothing but making foolish dialogue. Right when the atmosphere was in chaos, a deep, heavy voice suddenly echoed, "That's enough." Everyone was astonished, turning around as the majestic silhouette of an elder, holding a staff, appeared on the live broadcast screen. One of the 4 legendary great mages among the 12 apostles, Tamurish Maron, officially revealed himself with a sharp, overwhelming gaze. He asserted that the enemy is indeed in existence. That poses such a horrific threat. So cooperation between nations at this time is extremely crucial. Temu bluntly criticized the Russian Association president for not trusting the 12 apostles. Seeing Nikolai about to clumsily justify himself, the great mage coldly cut him off. He acknowledged that perhaps those were just words spoken out of extreme anxiety for the general situation. But right after that, Temu exuded suffocating bloodlust and questioned with utter sarcasm, could it be that amidst such a global crisis, you actually intend to use this catastrophe as an opportunity for personal gain? The steel-hard question left Nikolai only trembling. He was just talking so big, and now, being threatened by Mr. Temu, he's about to pee himself like this. How pathetic. In his capacity as the sole great mage of this era, and a core member of the 12 apostles, Temurus Merton clearly put forward a historic proposal. Starting from today, I demand the resummoning of all 12 apostles. This shocking message was like a wake-up call, sent to the entire world. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the All's Well Guild, Macau, G, after hearing Chang's wish, slightly nodded in approval. He asserted that once it was Chang Gu's decision, he would always support it with all his heart. Changa bowed his head in deep appreciation. "Thank you, guild leader." However, Sung Ho still couldn't help but worry as he asked, "But is just 3 months really going to be fine?" Dong Suk only laughed, "Ha," and then explained that one has to struggle for 15 years inside there to become truly strong. Yongwon, while eating, casually assessed that Changgu currently needs self-enlightenment more than pure training. So there's no need to use that much time. Hearing the F-rank youngest brother make such an eloquent statement, Young-sik could only hold his head in exasperation, believing that Ian was seriously underestimating the hunter world. But COG just burst out laughing and chimed in. "If our Thunder Emperor has already said so, then it's fine, little bro." The guild leader's joke made Young-sik unable to hold back his laughter. Spitting out all the water in his mouth, he held his stomach, laughing hysterically, sarcastically saying that if Ian were truly the Thunder Emperor, even a passing dog wouldn't bother to believe in such far-fetched words. Everyone was speechless. This fool still doesn't know a single thing about his colleague. Big bro Ian unconcernedly continued to munch on his pizza, laughing it off, thinking that his seniors were taking the joke too far. Seeing his comrades' dazed expressions, he innocently asked, "Huh? What's wrong with you two?" After hearing the seniors tell the whole story, Ian froze as if he had just been struck by lightning. He jumped up and howled at the top of his lungs. "Vuvu what? Ian is really the Thunder Emperor?" Macau, G. Only now was completely astonished, as he pieced together all the absurd events that had happened over the recent period. From the fact that an illustrious S-rank hunter, like magic, Sword actually agreed to join this mediocre C-rank guild, to the fact that the All's Well Guild suddenly leaped into the list of the country's 4 largest guilds, even the sudden appearance of the Ice Queen. Lena, not too long ago, all those scattered pieces of the puzzle now had a single explanation. It was all because Ian was indeed the legendary Thunder Emperor. While Young-suk was turning to stone from the massive shock, Young-won calmly enjoyed the final slice of pizza with an extremely satisfied expression. Let you guys turn to stone. Eating and drinking is my business alone. Macau G tried to regain his composure to return to the main topic. He asked about the upcoming trip that Chang'e would be taking, right? Is your luggage all packed? Chang'e decisively asserted that he didn't need to bring anything along, since once he entered that training space, luggage would become completely useless. Seeing that everything was ready, Ian stood up and signaled, "All right, now that the pizza is all finished, let's get ready to head out, Chang'e." Chang'e clearly replied, "Yes." However, right amidst the bushes behind the building, a tiny blackbird with glowing blue eyes was quietly observing their every move. Ian decisively said goodbye to prepare to set off. "Well then, I'm heading out now. All right, take care." Right at that moment, a creature possessing the shape of a penguin suddenly dashed straight into the room amidst the astonishment of all the members. Ian instantly recognized the uninvited guest and gasped, "That's Nero." He excitedly hugged it tightly to his chest and caressed it. "It's been a long time, Nero." "Phew, it's fine, just an old acquaintance." Seeing Macau G still bewildered, pointing his finger and asking what was going on, Ian introduced, "This is Nero the 10th, the spiritual beast of great mage Temu." Macau G was shocked, to the point of being left utterly speechless, upon hearing the identity of the owner of this creature. "Don't tell me you mean that great mage Temurish Marone?" Ian wondered, not knowing what was going on. That brought the bird all the way here. The bird quickly presented a letter, leaving him quite puzzled. A letter? Why would that old man send a letter? The moment he opened the letter, a burst of blue light erupted, revealing a hologram of Temurish Marone right before his eyes. The great mage offered his greetings, and immediately got straight to a serious matter concerning the Black Spear organization. Witnessing the only great mage in the world manifesting right before their eyes, Macau G and the rest of the group were completely rooted in shock. Temu stated in a deep voice, announcing that after observing the recent series of incidents, he concluded it's impossible to deal with the enemy using conventional methods. With a gaze full of majesty, the elder clearly declared his plan to reassemble all 12 apostles. "Therefore, I demand that you answer the summon, Thunder Emperor." The summoning of the 12 apostles left the members of the All's Well Guild in utter shock. Macau G and Sung-ho gasped. The 12 apostles are gathering once again. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Young-suk, too shocked by the true identity of Ian, was foaming at the mouth and passed out on the floor, mumbling, "Ian is really the Thunder Emperor." Ian thoughtfully realized Kenzuya's prediction was right. He looked at Temu's hologram and decisively replied, "All right, I'll go." However, the great mage still had another request. Before that, Thunder Emperor, I have a request for you." Sitting in the car heading toward the airport, Ian couldn't help but dwell on the secret mission Temu had entrusted to him through the message. The elder's voice echoed with absolute gravity regarding the disappearance of the Poison Emperor, along with horrific rumors about him massacring civilians. Baziong Gapet in shock. What? Uncle Poison Emperor? Though hoping it was just a false rumor, Temu still earnestly requested, "Ian, please go to China to personally meet and verify the Poison Emperor's situation immediately." Faced with this unbelievable information, Ian couldn't help but remember the uncle he had always respected. "The Poison Emperor, I know, is not that kind of person." Memories took him back to the final days of the Chaos Gate, amidst the desolate, sun-drenched, and windy wasteland of the past. At that time, Poison Emperor Waisugo had suddenly asked about Ian's reason for becoming a hunter. He just casually replied that it was because he was stronger than others, and this world needed someone like him to protect them. "I think so too. If you're strong, you just step forward to protect the weak." Waisugo thoughtfully asked about Ian's plans. If one day peace was truly restored to this world, Ian scratched his head in confusion, admitting that he had never thought about that before, because since childhood, he only knew how to fight according to everyone's expectations. He wondered if the Thunder Emperor was no longer needed, then he himself wouldn't know what to do next. Looking at the course of life, Waisugo secretly remarked, "Everyone stands in a flowing river. Some people go with the flow, but there are also those who resiliently choose to swim against the current. Waisagu thoughtfully advised Ian that neither choice is wrong, as long as in the end, he doesn't have to regret it. He asserted that the current Ian chose would become his very own life. From now on, you have to find that answer for yourself, because that is the answer. Only you can decide. Returning to reality, Ian was present at a towering skyscraper in China to attend a top-secret meeting. Upon meeting, the man in the luxurious suit proactively shook hands and earnestly said, "We have an honorable guest, but the situation is urgent. Please forgive us for hosting you in a meeting room." This person introduced himself as Li Xiaoqi, the president of China. Right when he sat down in his chair, Ian went straight to the point. "It's about the poison emperor, right?" Li Xiaoqi solemnly confirmed and emphasized that what he was about to reveal was a top-secret matter. The president requested Ian to look at the screen, which displayed the image of a devastated land. He revealed that this was the very location where two legendary hunters fought to the death, and those traces belonged to the poison emperor, along with the sword saint. Ian gasped in astonishment. The sword saint? Li Xiaoqi painfully announced that the Chinese side had completely lost contact with the sword saint after that battle. Ian slammed the table, stood straight up, and yelled in anxiety. "So we don't even know if the sword saint is dead or alive." The president tremblingly admitted the bitter truth. "And that is exactly why we had to earnestly invite the Thunder Emperor here to verify the sword saint's condition." However, the true objective of this mission was even more brutal than that, and eliminate Poison Emperor Waisagu. At the exact same time, at a horrific scene in the middle of the night, a poor hunter was trembling and begging, in utter despair, "Please, spare me." Standing before the last survivor, Poison Emperor Waisagu had glowing red, evil eyes and blood splattered on his face. The final survivor trembled in despair. He sobbed, unable to believe the horrific truth. How can someone among the 12 apostles be so ruthless? In response to that grievance was only a terrifying silence. To Waisagu, at this moment, the noble title of the 12 apostles seemed to no longer carry any meaning. Looking at the corpse collapsed at his feet, Waisagu casually declared, "For my purpose, such a title can be discarded at any time." He sluggishly walked away, leaving behind the debris and death. Right at that moment, a mysterious voice echoed from behind. "Let's go, Sagu." A stranger, wearing a luxurious feather coat, appeared. On her collar hung a small bell that softly emitted crisp sounds with every step. She slightly curled her lips into a highly sinister smile, her eyes glowing with calculation. Now that she had completely manipulated one of the strongest hunters in the world, the ringing of the bell from the mysterious woman's collar echoed throughout the dark space. Even one of the legends got manipulated. So this is seriously getting tough, guys. The moment he set foot on the scene of the death match, Ian couldn't help but be shocked by the horrific scale of destruction. Mountain peaks were flattened. The ground shattered under the power of the legendary hunters. Looking at the massive hole piercing right through the mountain, he secretly gasped in astonishment. Wow, that was a truly fierce fight. This desolate scene made Ian suddenly recall old memories of the Poison Emperor. Back then, Wajin had once aggressively approached him to vent her anger. "Ian, listen to me. You shouldn't associate with that Waisagu guy anymore." To the bewildered Ian, she ranted endlessly, accusing Waisagu of daring to tell her that she should have some self-respect and stop overdoing things while inside the gate. Wajin howled in frustration that she was only taking the lead in fighting to protect everyone, yet she was labeled as a nuisance. Ian could only stand there frozen, secretly wondering why Wajin changed so drastically whenever Uncle Poison Emperor was mentioned. Seeing his sister fuming with anger, Ian had to choose his words to play along. That's right. Uncle Poison Emperor was wrong. But immediately after, he clumsily corrected himself. But maybe that was just a somewhat thoughtless remark from Waisagu, that's all. He'd try to make an excuse, but it didn't count for much. While Wajin was still huffing and puffing, not knowing what to do, Kanzuya approached from out of nowhere and pointed out the truth. He said that because he was worried Sister Wajin would get hurt. Those words hit the nail on the head, making Wajin blush and clumsily deny it instantly. But Kanzuya still didn't let it go. He reminded Ian of the time Wajin got hurt before. At that moment, the Poison Emperor's expression was truly terrifying because of his worry. Kanzuya asserted that if Ian or he got hurt, the Poison Emperor would react in the exact same way, though her mouth still stubbornly shot back. That's completely different. Although she still spoke defiantly, her response was completely different. But Wajin's gaze softened, and her face suddenly flushed deep red with embarrassment. She recalled the moment she was cared for and softly mumbled, "Is that how it looks in your eyes?" Trying to act indifferent, Wajin dropped a playful scolding and hurriedly made an excuse about an appointment to flee from her two younger brothers' teasing. Looking at his sisters retreating back as she left in a hurry, Kazuya watched his older sister's hurried departure, softly asked if she had calmed down, and Ian firmly asserted, 120%. She's just a bit feisty, but actually quite easy to coax. Kazuya recalled the days when the whole group had just completed their mission to protect the Earth. He still couldn't help but wonder why Wajin had such a bizarre habit of retreating straight into a stone cave and refusing to come out whenever she pouted. The stone refuses to come out. Ian leisurely walked through the night. He tried to recall the state his older sister once mentioned, a realm like a wall, where there are no more worries or delusions. He clicked his tongue and told himself, this old lady must be sitting somewhere miserably in some corner right now. The scene shifts to a high, treacherous mountain. In the quiet of the night, deep inside a dark cave, flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the rock walls, creating a desolate space. Amidst the sharp stone pillars, Poison Emperor Wajin was sitting in meditation, her eyes tightly closed as if she were trying to find peace within her mind. However, sorrowful memories still continuously besieged her. The silhouette of a man with glowing red eyes turning his back to walk away, along with his heartless words, "Don't ever look for me again," made Wajin's heart wrench. She bowed her head in pain, trying to mutter to herself to discard all worries, to escape from this obsession. Truly, discard it all for some peace of mind. Living while overthinking lines your face with wrinkles. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, shattering the silence. Wajin startled awake in alertness and asked loudly, "Who's there?" Ian calmly walked in with a gentle smile on his lips, comfortably greeting her. "It's me, sister." Ian walked in leisurely with a slight smile on his lips. "As expected, you're here." Seeing her younger brother finding his way all the way here, Wajin was both surprised and annoyed, asking how he knew about this place. Ian casually sat down right next to her and teased that after that massive fight, resembling a married couple's quarrel that day, her being here was just too obvious. Being absurdly shipped like that, Wajin snapped in protest. What married couple? Ignoring his sister's anger, Ian looked straight into her eyes and asked in a deep voice about the most important matter. What on earth happened to Uncle Poison Emperor anyway? Wajin recalled that upon hearing the absurd rumors about Sago massacring civilians, she had immediately set off to find him to verify the truth. Crossing through the dense forests in the dark of night, she told herself that surely Sago was not that kind of person. The moment his familiar silhouette appeared ahead, she called out his name. Sago. He leisurely turned around, his glowing red eyes looking at her, and then said in a deep voice, "So you finally arrived, Wajin?" Without a second of hesitation, Wajin demanded to know in resentment. "I've heard the rumors that you're massacring civilians. It's all a lie, right? Answer me." However, what caught her eyes at this moment was an unbelievable sight. An unfamiliar woman was standing close beside him, her hand coquettishly grasping the arm of Sago. She slightly curled her lips. "Nice to meet you, Sword Saint. I've heard a lot about you from Sago." Wajin was stunned, her heart wrenching as she questioned herself in bitterness. "What? Sago? What is the meaning of this? Who on earth is that woman?" Sago coldly turned away, indifferently dropping a line. "I'll explain later, Wajin. Now is not the time." Her wrath erupting, Wajin drew her sword and roared, "Shut up. Explain it right now." In response to her anger was only a heartless rejection. "I can't." Witnessing the man she had always trusted leisurely walking away with someone else, Wajin clearly delivered her final warning. "This is your last chance. Sago, I told you to answer me." Returning to reality inside the dark cave, Ian shockedly asked for clarification. There was someone else beside Uncle Poison Emperor? Wajin resentfully confirmed that. It was a woman who was completely different from her in every aspect. A woman who gave off a strong scent of powder, wearing a highly seductive smile, like a rose blossom. Wajin furiously yelled, "No matter what, how could he hide behind a woman's skirt and cause such an atrocious thing?" Ian tried to reassure her that maybe there was some misunderstanding, but Wajin immediately brushed it aside. What misunderstanding? I heard it very clearly. The memory of that night came back. The mysterious woman gently caressed and whispered, "Yes, Sege, let's create a world of our very own together." Truly the words of a homewrecker stepping out. Returning to reality, Wajin made up her mind that she must stop the Poison Emperor before it was too late. She firmly asserted, "Something big is about to happen at Demon Extermination Valley." Wajin decisively gripped her sword. She looked at Ayin and asked, "Thunder Emperor, will you come with me?" Ayin and Wajin stood amidst a vast library of ancient books, both uttering in absolute doubt. Demon Extermination Valley. The elder, addressed as Uncle Vong, thoughtfully stroked his beard, admitting that though he had spent his whole life buried in ancient texts, even he had never heard of this place name before. Seeing that even the most erudite person didn't know, Wajin disappointedly prepared to leave, not forgetting to apologize for troubling him. Uncle Vong humbly replied that he was actually the one who felt embarrassed for not being able to help the Sword Saint. As Ayin and Wajin turned their backs to walk away, Uncle Vong suddenly paused, murmuring about a place that he faintly guessed. He hurriedly waved his hand, telling them to act as if they hadn't heard anything, believing that place couldn't possibly be the location they were looking for. However, his hesitation caused Ayin to curiously turn back and demand to know, "Where on earth is that place?" Faced with the young man's persistence, Uncle Vong deep-voicedly revealed, "A place with a similar name, Night Extermination Valley." Wajin shockingly repeated the name, Night Extermination Valley. With eyes gleaming with utter suspicion, Uncle Vong explained that this is not an official place name on the map, but just a neighborhood that locals call by a slang term. He warned that this is not a place worth the effort to go looking for and advised them to just treat it as a slip of the tongue and forget about it. Looking at the elder's silhouette fading away behind the bookshelves, Ayin muttered the name Night Extermination Valley with skepticism, while Wajin firmly asserted that something is definitely hidden there. Memories suddenly flashed back to many years ago in a peaceful ancient village. Amidst a bustling marketplace, a mother was struggling to pull a handcart loaded with goods. "So Ayin, Mom is tired, hurry up and get down." The innocent boy replied that because Gu was helping out, Mom wouldn't feel tired at all. While diligently pulling the handcart through the busy streets, little Ayin suddenly cheered in excitement when he saw a sweet stall. "Look, Tanghalu, Mom, buy me some candy." Seeing his younger brother begging, Sege frowned and scolded him. Ayin, seriously, stop begging. Do you want to get yelled at by me? However, the mother still gently defended him. "It's fine. Sege, do you want to eat candy?" "Yes, I like candy a lot." Leaving the two brothers by the handcart, the mother instructed, "Sege, watch your brother for a moment. Mom will be right back." After mischievously teasing, "I love Mom the most. You're a dummy." Looking at his mother's retreating back, Sege still didn't stop grumbling. "Ayin, if you keep whining like that, Mom will get tired." "But Mom said it was fine." "Even if Mom says it's fine, it's not allowed." The boy seriously thought to himself that from next time, he wouldn't let his younger brother act spoiled like that anymore. But a gunshot loudly echoed through the sky, suddenly cutting off his train of thought. The entire marketplace instantly fell into chaos. The crowd frantically trampled over each other to flee, with shouting echoing everywhere. "Damn it, don't get in my way. Get lost. Hey, lady ahead. Move out of the way." Amidst the panicking crowd, the mother just stood there with a dazed look, her hand still tightly gripping the Tonghulu skewers she had just bought for her kids. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Sege howled in despair. "Mom, watch out." The men, dressed in black suits, coldly drew their guns and aimed straight at the crowd, causing the mother to collapse onto the ground right before the two children's eyes. Sege froze, his eyes wide open, in terror as he witnessed the tragic scene unfolding. Why Sege startled awake, sweat pouring over his body covered in old scars. In the dark space, a woman in a purple outfit casually sat observing and spoke up to ask, "Did you just have a nightmare? Why Sege?" He looked at the intruder with a highly wary gaze and demanded to know, "Who permitted you to enter here without permission?" The mysterious woman smiled softly, sarcastically mocking the Poison Emperor's coldness, which could easily lead outsiders to mistake them for enemies. She leisurely explained that since she called out repeatedly, without getting an answer, she took it upon herself to walk in. Why Sege, while putting on his coat, snaps at her to stop the useless words and state her purpose for coming here clearly. Approaching him and placing her hand on his shoulder, the woman announced that all preparations for Demon Extermination Valley are now complete. She continued to whisper enticingly. Now, we just need to wait for the right moment to arrive. Then, the purpose the Poison Emperor has always desired will be achieved, not letting her touch his body. Waisugu brushed the opponent's hand away and coldly warned that he, himself, would not tolerate this overstepping any further. The woman paused slightly. She inquired if her previous action of provoking Sword Saint Jean had displeased him. She casually justified that if she hadn't done that, the Sword Saint would definitely have become an obstacle in their path. The woman asserted that if Jean dared to interfere with the plan, she would not be able to guarantee her life. The threat aimed at his loved one made Waisugu completely fly into a rage. His eyes gleamed with bloodshot, brutal rage. If you dare to do anything to Jean, you will die by my hand. Witnessing the Poison Emperor's wrath, the woman secretly mocked him for being a blindly lovesick fool. However, on the surface, she still feigned submission, bowing her head to apologize and promising to keep the warning in mind. The mysterious woman quietly left the room, her eyes flashing with a highly malicious glare. Just you wait, Poison Emperor. Inside, Waisugu still stood silently by the window, the silver moonlight casting over his highly tormented face. Looking toward the distant horizon, he softly muttered to himself, "Don't forgive me, Jean." The scene suddenly shifts to a bustling street, filled with red lanterns and china. Here Ian and Jean were walking amidst the lively streets. Ian cast his eyes around to observe and asked, "Is this the Night Extermination Valley that Uncle Vong pointed out?" Jean slightly nodded and assessed. It seems so. A place reeking of alcohol. In front of them, a muscular man was frantically shouting at the people around him, "Hey, I have money too. Who dare you look down on as a beggar? Do you even have that much to brag about, you drunks?" Ian thought to himself that instead of searching on their own, they should start asking the local people here. Ian approached the angry man and spoke up. Excuse me, I'd like to ask for directions. Do you know of a place called Demon Extermination Valley?" Hearing that name, the man suddenly paused, then burst into uncontrollable, highly sarcastic laughter. "What? Demon Extermination Valley? Exterminating demons and ghosts like that? Ha ha ha." Behind the corner of a wall, a boy covertly observed their every move with a highly calculating gaze. The man just took a stack of money and laughed out loud with delight. "I'll take the money then." As he turned his back to leave, he called back with utter contempt, "But you'll probably have to ask someone else. No one is going to know what Demon Extermination Valley is anyway." Watching him walk away, Jean let out a sigh and assessed. Even Uncle Vong didn't know. So this search will definitely not be easy at all. Suddenly, a tiny hand covertly slipped into Ian's pants pocket. Instantly, Jean swiftly grabbed the culprit's wrist and roared, "You dare to pick pockets? A thief? Huh? So small yet practicing the trade so early. Talent doesn't wait for age, huh?" Ian was stunned to realize the opponent was just a child. "Oh, a child?" Jean's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. She spoke in a low voice to lecture him. "Even if you're young, if you do wrong, you must be punished, right?" Jean grabbed the boy's collar and decisively said, "To the police station right now with me." Hearing the words police station, the boy frantically screamed, "Wait, hold on a second. The police station is a no-go." In his desperate attempt to escape, the boy screamed out, "I know." Ian and Jean simultaneously froze and asked back, "Know what?" "The location of Demon Extermination Valley. Let me show you." A moment later, the boy, so Ian, hurriedly ran back home, his mouth continuously calling out loudly, "Mom!" Right after stepping through the door, he excitedly announced, "I've brought the doctor here." A middle-aged doctor wearing glasses stepped into the shabby room. "Allow me to take a quick look." So Ian, along with his little sister, anxiously stood close to the sickbed, looking at their mother, who was lying unconscious with a haggard face. The doctor placed his hand on the woman's forehead to check her health condition, while she still kept her eyes tightly closed, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Right at that moment, the sound of footsteps from the door made the little girl startle, looking out in bewilderment. Ian and Jean leisurely walked into the house. Jean held up a fragrant paper bag in her hand. She flashed a radiant smile and greeted them. "Hello, is anyone hungry?" Seeing a stranger bringing food along, the little girl's eyes widened in utter amazement and hope. The sound of the two siblings' hungry stomachs growled continuously, making the small room suddenly fill with noise. Ian and Jean could only look at each other with deep empathy. Before the difficult circumstances of the children, Wajin took a hot, steaming white bun out of the bag, emitting thick plumes of steam. She gently knelt down, handed the bun toward the little girl, and thoughtfully urged, "Now, eat up quickly before it gets cold." Despite being very hungry, the little girl still didn't forget her brother standing nearby. "What about my big brother?" Wajin smiled gently and kindly. She handed over another bun and reassured her, "Of course, there's a portion for your brother too." She continued to encourage them in a soft voice. "Just eat, don't worry." Receiving such sincere care, the little girl didn't hesitate any longer. She opened her mouth wide, taking a big, satisfying bite of the bun. The little girl sat at the table, holding the steamed bun with both hands, eating heartily too, banished the burning hunger she had felt for so long. Jean watched the little girl scarf down the food and couldn't help but worry. She gently advised, "Eating like that will make you choke. All of this is yours, so eat slowly." In her heart, she knew she couldn't linger much longer. At the same time, the doctor handed the medicine packet to the boy and thoughtfully told him not to worry about the money. The boy bowed his head all the way to the ground, choking up as he thanked the kind doctor before he left with a promise that he would always be ready to help. Not only was he grateful to the doctor, but the boy also turned around and bowed to thank his two newly met benefactors, asserting that he would never forget this kindness even in death. But Ian just laughed it off, thinking it wasn't a big deal. He immediately returned to the main purpose and asked about the location of Demon Extermination Valley. The boy suddenly revealed a shocking truth. In reality, Demon Extermination Valley is not a place name. To Ian's astonishment, the boy began to explain the true meaning behind this name. It turned out that the word valley in the name didn't mean a physical valley, but instead referred to a melody. Stepping into the dark land, Wajin shivered, realizing the sound of the wind whistling through the rock crevices sounded no different from the singing of demons. She assessed that it was this horrific atmosphere that made this place an ideal hiding spot for criminals. Ian silently observed a gray concrete building appearing deep in the forest. Sensing that danger was close at hand, the boy approached the solid iron door and knocked hard to signal. A small slot popped open, revealing a pair of highly wary eyes peering out, examining the inside. The moment the heavy door creaked open, a man with light-colored hair and a ferocious face rushed out. He roughly grabbed the boy's collar and roared in fury, "You useless brat, you're way too late." Witnessing the boy being bullied right before his eyes, Ian couldn't contain his anger. However, Wajin timely held him back and reminded him, "Not yet, Ian. There's something that kid has to do first. Let's endure until then." Right after that, the guy threw the boy inside. After, he painstakingly crawled up in pain, a giant menacingly approached, threatening, "I've been waiting to death. You little brat. Since you're this late, you must have brought a load of money, right?" He cracked his knuckles ruthlessly. "If you're short on the payment, even by a little bit, you might be in for a lot of pain today." Before that, while still at home, the boy had honestly told everything to Ian. "I also know pickpocketing is a crime." So Ian bowed his head and poured his heart out to his two benefactors. "But if I don't turn in the money on time, they said they won't leave my family alone. To protect my mom and little sister, I had no choice but to do this." And right at that moment, Wajin gently hugged him tightly into her arms. Wajin softly comforted him. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that and only knew how to get angry. I can't even imagine how much you've suffered every day. You've been through a lot." Receiving sincere understanding, the boy's eyes widened in astonishment, and he burst into tears. "I was wrong. I'm sorry." Wajin continued to comfort Sohyun with a highly forgiving voice. "It's okay, just change from now on." She placed her hands on the boy's shoulders, looked straight into his tear-filled eyes, and earnestly asked for a promise. "Promise me one thing. No more pickpocketing from now on. Let's start over from the beginning." Looking at the sincerity of his newly met big sister, Sohyun slightly nodded, a powerful will to change igniting within him to escape from the dark mire. However, the harsh reality struck instantly when Sohyun had to face the ferocious hunter. Confronting the threat, he bravely declared, "I don't have it," making him ask back in astonishment, "What did you say?" Sohyun clearly asserted, "I don't have money to give you anymore. From now on, I'm quitting this kind of dirty work." Instead of being worried, the hunter flashed a highly brutal smile. "Oh, really? Then die, you brat." He swung his leg and delivered a devastating kick, aiming straight at the boy who could no longer resist. But right after that, nothing happened to him at all. while that big guy had been crushed by the iron door without anyone knowing when. Thick dust and smoke enveloped the scene, leaving the boys staring blankly at the debris and wondering, what is the meaning of this? A familiar pair of sneakers emerged from the darkness, followed immediately by the glowing silhouette of Ian. Amidst the majestic, bright yellow lightning of the Thunder Emperor, the commotion made another crew cut. Hunter from the inside hurriedly run out, shouting, "What's all this noise? I told you that important guests are here for the Poison Emperor's business." The hunter suddenly froze, breaking into a cold sweat, when he saw the thunderous spiritual energy frantically fluctuating around Ian's body. He coldly questioned, "Just now you mentioned the Poison Emperor, didn't you?" Suffocated by the overwhelming pressure, the crew cut guy trembled, pointed his finger, and demanded to know his identity. "Hey kid, who the hell are you?" Ian casually stepped forward, his blue eyes glowing brightly behind his glasses, as he asserted, "I've come to the right place. Whatever Uncle Poison Emperor is plotting, I could just ask you guys, right?" Ian's gaze directed straight into the dark room, where dark silhouettes with glowing eyes were quietly sitting and observing all the developments. He clearly singled out the hidden figures. "Yes, it's exactly you guys who are over there." Ignoring the presence of the Thunder Emperor, he frantically insulted Ian as a green brat whose mouth still smelled of milk, while the bright yellow electric sparks were still wildly dancing around his body. Being completely ignored, the hunter went mad, swung his fist, and rushed forward to attack. "You dare to ignore me?" However, before the attack could reach its target, a razor-sharp blade was suddenly placed right against his neck. Wajin appeared with glowing red eyes, full of murderous intent, causing the hunter to immediately change color and tremblingly raise both hands to surrender. Calm down. He's He slightly glanced at the Sword Saint, and then let out a sarcastic comment. "I didn't know you brought a friend along." The hunter curled his lips in a highly sinister smile and asked back, "But what should we do now?" Rushing footsteps echoed from all directions. A barrage of dark silhouettes loomed out from the darkness of the basement. The fierce hunters, armed with knives and baseball bats, frantically surrounded the two of them. One guy with a wild smile proudly declared, "It looks like we completely overwhelm you in numbers." Ian still maintained a calm expression, his thunderous spiritual energy flickering around his body, ready to explode at any moment. An entire massive army of hunters had completely blocked off every escape route, cornering Ian and Wajin right in the middle of a suffocating encirclement. The leader laughed out loud with sheer arrogance. He waved his hand in defiance. "Do you guys think you can handle all of this on your own?" He, sarcastically, demanded that both of them kneel down to receive forgiveness, but immediately went back on his words. With a brutal smile, "I'm just lying." The hunters frantically rushed forward with all kinds of weapons. The leader roared, giving orders to his lackeys to capture and crush both of them immediately. But in reality, after just a few seconds, the hunters were lying all over the ground. Some were even foaming at the mouth, because they couldn't withstand the horrific pressure. Ian leisurely stepped forward amidst the bright yellow electric sparks that were still dancing around his body. He waved his hand in a highly friendly greeting and spoke up, "Everyone, I have something I'd like to ask you for a moment." The remaining hunters tremblingly looked at the monster before them, unable to understand what on earth this young man was to possess such terrifying power. Ian still kept a smile on his lips. He casually asked about the Poison Emperor's plan, based on what he had just witnessed. An impatient hunter drew his gun, aimed straight at Ian, and threatened him. He shouted that Ian wouldn't be able to leave this place with his life intact. However, Ian, only coldly, replied that those were the exact words he intended to say to them. Behind his back, Wajin had cleared out all the soldiers in the blink of an eye. She stood proudly amidst the debris and asserted that they were the ones who wouldn't be able to return in one piece. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the Sword Saint, the hunter, holding the gun, completely broke down. He tremblingly asked if she was truly the legendary Sword Saint. Even though cornered, a hunter still tried to act smug upon recognizing his opponent's identity. "At first I wasn't sure, but it seems you really are the Sword Saint. Meeting you in a place like this is truly an honor." However, before he could finish his flattery, he took a thunderous punch right from Wajin, sending his whole body flying straight into the rubble. While dusting off her hands, the Sword Saint coldly dropped an insult. "Don't act close with me, you piece of trash." Witnessing the overwhelming power, the rest were utterly terrified, unable to believe the woman before them was truly the legendary sword saint. Wajin glared at the trembling crowd and ordered, "Now, you can tell me about the Poison Emperor, right?" Faced with this suffocating pressure, the leaders of the organization immediately fell to their knees and begged. Yes, Wajin went straight to the point. "So, the Poison Emperor has declared war on you guys." One of them tremblingly explained that though they didn't look the part, they were actually the leaders of the organization managing this area. He revealed that across the vast mainland, there were originally many similar organizations turn by turn, and although they didn't contact each other regularly, they still always shared important information. But starting from one day, we lost contact with the other organizations. He bitterly admitted. By the time we grasped the situation, it was already too late. After the Poison Emperor had single-handedly wiped out every criminal organization across the entire mainland, he sighed, revealing that currently this area is the only one left that hasn't been destroyed. Hearing this, Wajin shockingly realized the truth behind the rumors. In other words, the rumors about the Poison Emperor massacring civilians are completely false, and in reality, he is wiping out criminal organizations. The hunter nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. Wajin sank deep into thought. She wondered what on earth Waisago was thinking, and whether his deliberate mention of the name Demon Extermination Valley in front of her earlier was also part of a plan, calculated in advance. Ayin frowned in confusion. But how did it turn into the story that Uncle Poison Emperor is massacring civilians? Wajin crossed her arms in contemplation. She assessed that there must definitely be someone behind manipulating this entire rumor. To Ayin's question about the mastermind's identity, Jean asserted that the most suspicious person is none other than the mysterious woman who is always close beside Waisago. Ayin immediately recognized that it was the person Jean had mentioned. Although the true intention was still unclear, the Sword Saint was certain that her objective is absolutely not for the benefit of Waisago. Realizing the severity of the matter, Ayin thought to himself that if all the rumors are fabricated, then he cannot continue to stand idly here. He decisively asserted, "This is not the time to stand around here. I must tell the association president the truth before it's too late." Meanwhile, at the majestic palace amidst the quiet night, the mysterious woman approached and respectfully spoke up. "Lord Poison Emperor, the time has come." Waisagu quietly looked into the distance and softly replied with profound depth, "Yes, it's finally coming to an end." The memory of the Tonghulu skewer falling to the ground and the face of his late mother resurfaced with agonizing pain in the mind of the legendary hunter. Waisagu let out a sigh, lamenting the long, exhausting journey he had traveled. The woman standing behind deftly chimed in, asserting that according to his wishes, all the crimes gnawing away at this land would soon be completely wiped out. Waisagu, with a weary expression and glowing red eyes revealing deep melancholy, thought to himself that he needed to get some rest. After this matter was over, she flashed a highly sinister smile, promising to prepare an excellent resting place, fully worthy of the Poison Emperor's status. Waisagu slightly nodded in approval. "Sounds good." Both of them walked together through the darkness of the palace corridor, heading toward the finale of a brutal plan that had been set in stone. Elsewhere, the glowing yellow gears of the training space began to turn, while the mysterious observer activated his flight engine to monitor the progress. He thoughtfully wondered to himself, "Let's see how much he's changed." However, the moment he looked down below, his eyes suddenly widened in utter terror, followed by a frantic scream. Oh my God! He couldn't believe his eyes at the horrific transformation of his comrade. Have his skills progressed this much already? Down on the ground, Cha Song-gu, with a glowing red shroud of murderous intent, was frantically sweeping through scores of training dummies in the blink of an eye. Witnessing that innate talent, the observer secretly marveled. He truly is South Korea's super rookie. "I'm highly looking forward to your growth." The demon blade, Cha Song-gu, was now like a true demon with glowing red eyes, each brutal sword strike continuously crushing every enemy blocking his path. Standing amidst the rubble of the newly defeated dummies, Song-gu silently gripped his sword. Suddenly, a beautiful and graceful woman holding a fan unexpectedly emerged from the blurry smoke, leaving Song-gu stunned. He shockingly realized that this was a brand new challenge level. Mystic Phantom. With an unshakable iron will, he secretly made up his mind. "I will definitely complete this training." Meanwhile, at a high-tech base of the Black Merchant Organization, a beautiful woman with magnificent platinum blonde hair, stepped into the meeting room and spoke up to ask, "Is everyone here already?" She cast her eyes across the members who were stationed around the electronic map, then inquired about the whereabouts of the Supreme Leader. Where did Lord Anonymous go? Receiving the news that the leader is currently away for a while, the woman coldly sat down and ordered everyone, "In the meantime, stay here and don't act recklessly." Her dominant aura filled the entire room. The highly overbearing statement made Mystic Phantom, the second spear of the organization, fly into a rage. He slammed the table and howled in fury. "Who do you think you are to dare order us around? We are not your subordinates. What is with that arrogant attitude, huh?" Faced with the fierce resistance, the woman still maintained her composure and casually replied, "I agree, Mystic Phantom. The reason you are the second spear is simply because you met Lord Anonymous first. That doesn't mean you stand above us." Her eyes gleamed with a highly powerful purple, spiritual energy as she asserted that fools who only know how to compare ranks like him will never understand Lord Anonymous' profound vision. Jiang Ryong roared in fury, "What? Are you done talking yet?" However, the armored hunter sitting next to him coldly cut him off. "That's enough, you clown. We only act according to his wishes, so we have no right to question that." Jiang Ryong was still completely unsubmissive. He frantically pointed his finger and yelled, believing that the woman was acting as if she were so special. In the face of that noise, the woman only calmly dropped a decisive line, asserting that all of them are actually just true messengers of God and mere puppets following their master's will. The woman slightly closed her fan, reminding them that instead of wasting time arguing in vain, they should prepare for the day they have all long awaited. She revealed that he will soon personally descend upon this land. The armor hunter slightly looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Finally, a massive virtual screen appeared, showing the image of a blindfolded goddess statue, holding the scales of justice. He is also descending upon this land. The scene suddenly shifts to a rugged mountain range. Amidst the dark night, where the darkest conspiracies are about to be executed, Ayan and Wajin were quietly walking along the trail toward the mountain peak. Wajin announced, "Everyone must have moved up to the mountain peak already." Ayan thoughtfully looked ahead. He decisively asserted that no matter how bad those people are, they still have to prevent unnecessary killing. Seeing Ayan's intention, Wajin suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder and softly called, "Ayan." She looked at him with a highly sincere gaze and expressed her gratitude. "Because without you, perhaps even by now, I would still be misunderstanding Sega." Ayan smiled slightly, but his expression quickly turned serious. He believed that the thank you should wait because right ahead, they needed to stop the two figures who were approaching. Out of the thick fog, the Poison Emperor Sega leisurely stepped out alongside the mysterious woman. Seeing Ayan, Sega coldly asked why he appeared in this place. Ayan softly replied that it had been a very long time since the Chaos Gate incident that they met again, and the rumors about the Poison Emperor had even spread all the way to South Korea. Sega looked around the scene, then spoke in a deep voice, asking about the people who were supposed to be here, whether Ayan had taken them elsewhere. Ayan did not avoid it at all. He clearly asserted that he could not just stand by and watch their lives be stripped away. The answer made Sega fly into a rage. He roared and questioned, "What are you saying, Ayan?" Because to him, those people completely deserved to die. Sega asserted that because they were bad people, they must fully pay the price for the crimes they committed. Ayan immediately countered. He emphasized that no matter what, they still did not have the right to give themselves the power to judge others. Sega suddenly grabbed his head, bursting into a frantic laugh as if he had completely lost his mind. Sega's face distorted with fury. He howled in madness that all the evil people in this world deserve to die. Ayan still maintained his composure. He pointed his hand straight at the woman standing right next to the Poison Emperor and coldly questioned, "Then what about the evil person right next to you, uncle?" Hearing the name Black Merchant, the mysterious woman immediately changed color, her eyes trembling with utter horror. Before that, over the phone, Park Daehan had also shockingly asked back in astonishment. The Poison Emperor is not massacring civilians at all, but is only eliminating criminals. Ayan decisively confirmed the truth and announced the next plan. "Yes, Uncle Poison Emperor is going to Mount Darius. I will go meet and speak with him directly." Park Daehan frantically shouted, asking, "Ayan, wait a moment." With a face pale with worry, He demanded to know for sure. Did you just say Mount Darius? Park Daehan revealed a shocking truth. That right on that mountain, there is currently a shrine sealing a supreme divine artifact. Bright yellow electric. Sparks began to erupt violently around Ayan's body. He saw through the enemy's plot and questioned, "Are you pursuing another divine artifact?" Her black merchant identity exposed. The woman frantically clutched her chest, screaming in desperate denial. "How dare you try to drive a wedge between us?" He coldly declared. "I didn't think you would confess right away, but it doesn't matter anyway," Ayan decisively asserted. "It won't be too late to deal with that after taking you down." The video ends here. If you guys found it interesting, don't forget to hit like so Bear can release more great stories for everyone. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.